like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Got a few news stories to go over, and then I don't know. I have a bunch of farm type stories, but we'll figure out whether we do the food stuff or the farm stuff first, or we'll just call it farm to table. Hey, Virgo. Excuse me. You there? Can you hear me? Can everyone in the audience hear me? Hello? Hello? Don't tell me this thing isn't working. Virgo, can you hear me? Hold on, let's see here. Play with this audio.
Yes, I can, Stanley. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here.
I've got on earbuds and I'm trying to figure out how to get them to work consistently. Okay. Well, I see 12th man is here. Guess we'll put ourselves through that. Hey, 12th man.
Hey, y'all. Good morning to you, Stanley.
Good morning.
It's still evening here, but whatever.
Whatever. First story is a quick story on completely dry. How the looks like the loss. Well, basically, it's a quick story on how there's such a shortage of water during these LA County fires.
Yeah, I wanted to get to that, Stanley.
Well, good. We're going to do that right now.
Completely dry. How Los Angeles firefighters ran out of water. This article is by Tim Arango, Mike Baker, and Nicholas Bogle-Burrows, and read by an automated voice. Captain Kevin Easton and his firefighting team had already spent hours battling an out-of-control fire sweeping through Los Angeles's Pacific Palisades area, leaving gutted homes in its wake. Then, around midnight, their water lines started to sputter. Before long, the hydrants had run dry. Completely dry, couldn't get any water out of it, said Captain Easton, who was part of a small roaming patrol of firefighters who were trying to protect the community's Palisades Highlands neighborhood. Even on Wednesday afternoon, hours after the hydrants had gone dry, there was still no water. Houses in the Highlands burned, becoming part of the more than 5,000 structures destroyed by the Palisades fire so far. Officials now say the storage tanks that hold water for high elevation areas like the Highlands and the pumping systems that feed them could not keep pace with the demand as the fire raced from one neighborhood to another. That was in part because those who designed the system did not account for the stunning speeds at which multiple fires would race through the Los Angeles area this week. We are looking at a situation that is just completely not part of any domestic water system design, said Marty Adams, a former general manager and chief engineer at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which is responsible for delivering water to nearly 4 million residents of Los Angeles. Municipal water systems are designed for firefighters to tap into multiple hydrants at once, allowing them to maintain a steady flow of water for crews who may be trying to protect a large structure or a handful of homes. But these systems can buckle when wildfires, such as those fueled by the dry brush that surrounds Los Angeles's hillside communities, rage through entire neighborhoods. As urban growth spreads into wilderness areas around the country and climate change brings more challenging fire conditions, an increasing number of cities have confronted a sudden loss of water available for firefighting, most recently in Talent, or Gatlinburg, 10, and Ventura County, California. The problem can be especially acute during high wind conditions, like those Los Angeles experienced this week, when firefighting aircraft could not safely make their usual aerial drops of water and fire retardant. In Louisville, Colorado, as firefighters were nearing depletion of water supplies in 2022, crews took the extraordinary step of pushing untreated water through the system. In 2023, on the Hawaiian island of Maui, firefighters battling a wildfire found their hydrants running dry as flames churned through the community of Lahaina, killing 102 people in the country's deadliest wildfire in more than a century. In that case, firefighters were confronted with many homes and pipes being destroyed simultaneously, causing water to gush across yards and streets when firefighters needed it in their hydrants. Municipal water systems like the one in Los Angeles are designed to handle heavy loads, including those from large fires, that might require multiple fire trucks to tap into the system at the same time.
Can you pause
Getting
for a
water
minute?
to the upper reaches of hillside communities like Pacific Palisades can be a challenge. There, water is collected in a reservoir that pumps into 3 high-elevation storage tanks, each with a capacity of about 1 million gallons.
Yes, sir.
Now that was something that really interested me today, was how suddenly a water main broke. Now, how does a water main suddenly break and
Okay, did you hear a
shit
broken
like
water
that?
main? Did you hear a broken water main in the story so far?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Okay. Okay, 12th man. Um, let me. I don't recall anything about a broken water main in this current LA fire. Did I miss something?
Think you did. They were talking about it earlier.
In this story? In this
Didn't
story?
they say something about a water main broke or something like that?
What I heard is basically the system wasn't designed for, a fire this big, like whole neighborhoods. I heard I missed the broken water main part.
Yeah, and a
Okay,
part of this
okay.
broken
Let me stop you right here. Okay. I want to concentrate on what the story says, not what you heard on another news source or what you think might have happened. All I want to do is concentrate on what the story said.
Well, can I explain to you how irrigation works? Like, and
No.
how
What does that have to do with the story? What does irrigation
has a
have to
lot to
do?
do with it.
Well, I don't think we'll go that far. Let's go ahead and finish out the story. If you still have the urge to talk irrigation, then we can do it after this is done.
Well, where does
Water then
water
flows by
come from?
gravity into homes and fire hydrants. But the pump and storage system was designed for a fire that might consume several homes, not one that would consume hundreds, said Mr. Adams, the former leader of the city's water department. If this is going to be a norm, there is going to have to be some new thinking about how systems are designed, he said. Ahead of this week's dangerous weather conditions, the storage tanks above Pacific Palisades and other hillside communities affected by the fires were filled to capacity, officials said. But as the Palisades fire spread on Tuesday, the first tank there was quickly depleted. Hours later, the second one was empty. The third one was drained by Wednesday morning. Janice Quinones, the chief executive and chief engineer at the city's water department, said so much water was being pulled from the main water line during the fire that there was less water available to pump up toward the storage tanks. By Thursday evening, Kristen M. Crowley, the chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department, said firefighters had stopped tapping into the hydrants altogether. Right now, we're not utilizing the hydrants, Chief Crowley said. She said firefighters were used to running out of water while battling brush fires and had trained for that possibility. Instead, she said, the key tool in battling these fires has been the aircraft that drop retardant and water, assets that were unavailable during the initial phases of the fires because of the high winds. The supply of water ended up being only one of several challenges, as fire crews across Los Angeles County were overwhelmed by fires on so many fronts. In the Altadena area, where the Eaton fire burned through more than 13,000 acres and as many as 5,000 structures, firefighters also dealt with strains to the water system. But Chad Augustin, the chief of the nearby Pasadena Fire Department, said crews could not have stopped the fire's early spread even with more water. Those erratic wind gusts were blowing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire, and that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire, Chief Augustin said. Rick Caruso, the real estate developer and former candidate for Los Angeles mayor, who served 2 stints as president of the Department of Water and Power, said he had a team of private firefighters deployed in Pacific Palisades on Tuesday night, helping to protect a major outdoor retail space he owns, Palisades Village, as well as some nearby homes. All night, he said, the team was reporting that water was in short supply. He said it would take time to account for the supply problems, but suggested there appeared to be a shortfall in preparation. The lack of water in the hydrants, I don't think there's an excuse, he said. Tracy Park, the Los Angeles City Council member whose district includes Pacific Palisades, said the city's water systems were among several pieces of critically underfunded infrastructure. There are environmental catastrophes waiting to happen everywhere with our water mains, she said, adding that some were a century old. As our city has grown, we haven't upgraded and expanded the infrastructure that we need to support it. She also raised the issue of the complexity of battling fires that are inherently wildland blazes, sweeping into urban neighborhoods, with firefighters unable to take advantage of wildland firefighting resources, such as aerial drops, that would normally be available to them. Our firefighters were out there yesterday fighting a raging wildfire with fire engines and fire hydrants. That's not how you fight a wildfire, she said. Greg Pierce, a researcher at the University of California, Los Angeles, who studies water resources and urban planning, echoed the concerns over water systems that are designed for urban fires, not fast-moving wildfires, but redesigning water systems to allow firefighters to take on a broad wildfire would be enormously expensive, he said. A more fundamental question, he said, is whether it's a good idea to rebuild neighborhoods adjacent to wildlands, an issue that has been broadly debated across the West as climate change increases the frequency and intensity of fires on what is known as the wildland-urban interface. Captain Easton, the 19-year fire department veteran who helped battle the Pacific Palisades blaze, said that there were other complications in addition to water supply, such as delays in getting additional support crews from other areas to the scene. Los Angeles's Water and Power Department had sent trucks with additional water tanks to the area, he said, but they were in stationary positions, meaning firefighters had to go retrieve the water and bring it back to the fire. That causes problems too, because you get 500 gallons of water and you've got a house that's on fire, you knock it down a lot and then you've got to go back and get refilled, he said.
Okay, 12th man, I put the link to the article in the back. Um, I went back and rescanned it. There's nothing about a broken water main in this LA fire. They describe several other fires. Maybe something about it is mentioned. They talked about I think it was, well, I don't know which fire it was, but water main,
Yes,
this fire,
sir,
LA,
Stanley. I was gonna.
hold on one second. Water mains, broken water mains, and this particular fire that this article describes, they're not connected.
what I was looking at was a broken man in LA that flooded a neighborhood like a year ago or
Okay,
something.
well, can you connect those dots?
Well, the dot, can I tell you the dots I can connect?
Um, to be honest, to be brutally honest, if you don't know about the current conditions, about what's happening this
Well,
week,
I
I
know
don't
what helped.
see, I don't see how this helps or clarifies.
I do,
Okay, well, then you'll be alone.
because you don't want to hear it, do you,
You're
Stanley?
correct. I do not
You,
want to hear it. You got
you
that
don't
right.
want to hear the
I
fact.
do not want to hear it. You are correct, sir.
You don't want to hear the
I
fact.
do not want to hear it. You are correct, sir. What I would like to do is move on.
So how do you think the desert used to be aerated
Look,
with
man,
the
all this is a news story. Okay, I'm not that curious about it.
why does
I
California?
don't care. I'm not that curious about it.
Oh, you don't want to know
No,
why
I
LA's
don't want
burning?
to know. You finally get it.
You don't care
Okay, I
why
don't know what.
LA's
Hey,
burning.
look, man,
I
I
got
don't
it.
know who the fuck you're used to dealing with, but I'm not into
Come
conspiracy
on,
theories
Stanley.
or
I
any
thought
of
we
the
were
bullshit.
friends.
Okay,
Goddamn.
dude, friends does not mean I have to put up endlessly with bullshit. I don't know what kind of friends you've had in the
I got
past.
facts. I don't have bullshit.
Okay, I don't know what kind of friends you've had in the past, but I'm not that kind of friend.
Well, does that mean we can't be friends no more?
Okay, what is this, high school? Okay, the next story, and actually, uh, Tropes dropped off a pretty neat GIF that I may try and figure out how to put into our background here.
And
But it's
Newscomb
it's
sucks.
basically it's basically a satellite image of the fires and the smoke drift. I guess
Yeah.
westward, which is kind of surprising. I don't know that much about Santa Ana winds, but apparently they go east to west. I kind of expected the smoke to be going the opposite direction, but
Well, they should let the water flow in the desert, Stanley. That's what they need to let it do and build that dam back. Remember, several years ago, they tore that dam down, supposedly to make the fish run free again. So now they're crying they're out of water. Well, it's like, no shit. Look what you did. You don't even let the natural water run through the desert. People are stupid, man. Makes me angry. I'm sorry,
yeah,
Stanley.
well, you be angry. I'm not, and I'm ready to move on. I don't
You're
know.
not a
I
man.
don't know what this. I don't know what this weird conspiracy theory, far right anger that you
What?
guys seem to want to share and spew, but I don't give a fuck about it. If you want to talk conspiracy theories, you can wait till the daytime and do it with John or HB or
It's not
somebody.
a
I,
conspiracy
I'm
theory.
actually concerned with reality and don't really get that curious about what could be.
What could
So
be? What do you mean?
the next story is what
Provable science.
fuck
History,
science.
Stanley.
Fuck science. You're not a scientist.
I can show it.
Okay, I like I said, the science is one thing. A scientist, you're not.
Yeah. and diverting
Okay,
fresh
are you a
water
scientist,
into
12 man? I don't know why you feel the urge to go on
diverting
with it. I do not know why
diverting
you I do not know why you feel the urge to debate
why
this.
does
Okay,
California
dude,
divert
you're about to be dismissed from the panel. Okay,
well
I've gone
that's
as
what
far as
you
I'm
feel
going.
like you
I've gone
have to do,
as
Stanley.
far. No, I want you to leave on your own. You'll feel better. This next story is what Trump's unconditional discharge sentence means in the hush money case, which we'll listen to.
Alright.
It's only 3 minutes, but basically it means Trump got away with it. That's what it means to me, anyway.
Why don't you just tell us what it means to you,
I
Stanley?
literally just did. You didn't hear me?
Well, I thought you was gonna play the article and then uh
I am, aren't I? Oh wait, you know what? I thought I had switched it.
bless you, Stanley.
Okay, let's try that again.
This news story was written by Derek Hawkins, Shayna Jacobs, and Mark Berman. What Trump's unconditional discharge sentence means in the hush money case. New York. Donald Trump's sentencing. Friday in his hush money case brought some closure to one of the most closely watched criminal proceedings in American history. Trump has vowed to appeal, meaning legal wrangling is likely to continue over his May conviction by a jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The case involves $130,000 paid to an adult film actress ahead of the 2016 election to keep her quiet about claims that the two of them had a sexual encounter years earlier. Trump denies the allegations. Here's what Trump's sentence means and how the matter could play out during his presidency. Why was Trump sentenced to unconditional discharge? New York Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan gave Trump a no-penalty sentence known as unconditional discharge. It's essentially the most lenient sentence available to the judge, carrying no jail time, probation, or fines. Trump had faced up to 4 years in prison. Under New York law, unconditional discharge can be imposed when a judge is of the opinion that no proper purpose would be served by imposing any condition upon the defendant's release. Another sentence, called a conditional discharge, can require defendants to participate in rehabilitative programs or meet certain obligations without imprisonment or probation. Merchant suggested in court that anything more punitive than unconditional discharge would have interfered with the broad protections Trump will receive once he is inaugurated as president on January 20th. He noted that the citizenry of this nation had voted to send Trump back to the White House. As such, the judge concluded, unconditional discharge was the only sentence he could give Trump without encroaching on the highest office of the land. Can Trump appeal? Yes, Trump has made clear that he intends to appeal. Trump's appeal would focus on whether legal errors took place at the trial level and would not involve questions of guilt or innocence. After his appellate lawyers and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office file their briefs, the court may hold oral arguments, which Trump could attend. If he loses the appeal, the matter could wind its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. His appeal could move forward after he becomes president, according to Robert Gottlieb, a New York trial and appellate lawyer who also served as an assistant district attorney in Manhattan. I don't see any basis to suggest that it would be stopped during the 4 years of his presidency, Gottlieb said. I take him at his word that he will continue to fight this until the end of time. Can Trump pardon himself? No. Trump will possess broad pardon power as president, but that power doesn't extend to state crimes. The governor of New York could pardon Trump, but that seems unlikely. Governor Kathy Hochul, a Democrat who has criticized Trump, said he would have to show remorse before she would consider pardoning him. How might this affect Trump's presidency? Because of the leniency of the sentence, Trump won't be burdened by any of the post-sentencing obligations that many criminal defendants face after their cases have concluded. He is the first president-elect or president who is a felon. Berman reported from Washington.
Yeah, well, he won't be the first person to get away with crime.
Well, I'm a felon and I voted for Trump, so Put us in the same cell.
Well, what can I say? Birds of a feather.
He is gangster, though. You can't take that away from him, Stanley. Unlike that Newscomb, looks like he should be your shoe shine boy.
This next story is about Giuliani, held in contempt of court for continued defamation of election workers. Um,
Hmm.
this is self-explanatory. I don't think I've ever seen a politician self-destruct to this degree. You know, from hero to zero. It's amazing.
Well, his heart's right now,
Judge finds
Stanley.
Giuliani in contempt for continued defamation of election workers. This article is by Eileen Sullivan and read by an automated voice. A federal judge on Friday found Rudolph W. Giuliani in contempt of court for continuing to defame two Georgia women after the 2020 election. In May, Mr. Giuliani, 80, agreed to stop repeating lies about the women, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, a mother-daughter team of 2020 election workers in Fulton County, Georgia. That agreement, Judge Beryl A. Howell of U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia said, was clear and unambiguous. But in November, Mr. Giuliani repeated accusations against the women at least 4 times after Donald J. Trump won the 2024 presidential election. Now he faces potential fines if he does not follow court orders and must cover costs related to the contempt request. Outside the federal courthouse, Mr. Giuliani told reporters that Judge Howell was bloodthirsty. "I know what a dishonest and dishonorable judge she is," Mr. Giuliani said. "I shouldn't be the one in contempt. She should be." The start of 2025 has been rough for Mr. Giuliani. It was the second time in a week that he had been held in contempt. On Monday, a federal court in the Southern District of New York found him in contempt for his lack of cooperation in handing over his assets to Ms. Freeman and Ms. Moss for the damage he caused to their reputations and lives. The legal troubles that played out in 2 cities this week stem from lies he spread about Ms. Freeman and Ms. Moss after the 2020 election, saying they had cheated when counting votes, allegations that were unsubstantiated in a subsequent investigation. At the time, Mr. Giuliani was acting as Mr. Trump's personal lawyer and spun that particular narrative in his bid to help Mr. Trump overturn the results. That led to a $148 million judgment against him. Judge Howell presided over the original defamation case, ultimately ruling he was liable for defaming the women in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Mr. Giuliani's repeated refusal to respond to routine discovery requests and court orders did little to help his defense. Faced with millions of dollars to pay to the workers, Mr. Giuliani filed for bankruptcy in New York. His case was eventually dismissed after he continued to disregard his court obligations. Ms. Freeman and Ms. Moss quickly moved to seize his assets, worth about $11 million, the bulk of which are his apartment in New York and his condo in Florida. Judge Louis J. Lehman in New York is overseeing the enforcement of the judgment and last year ordered Mr. Giuliani to hand over $11 million in assets to a receivership controlled by the Georgia women. But Mr. Giuliani has not been cooperative in that process either. He is set to go to trial in Judge Lehman's courtroom next week over assets he has yet to turn over. During the hours-long proceeding on Friday, Judge Howell expressed exasperation with Mr. Giuliani. "I have plenty of other work to do besides Mr. Giuliani and his conduct," she said. At times, she conveyed disbelief at the arguments Mr. Giuliani's lawyer, Eden P. Quainton, offered in defense of the comments Mr. Giuliani made in November about the women. Mr. Quainton said that Mr. Giuliani went months without re-defaming the women, and that his comments in November were brief. Judge Howell replied, "Because he was good for a few months, we ought to excuse any bad behavior after that?" The judge ordered Mr. Giuliani to file a sworn declaration, including that he had read all of the testimony and depositions in the first defamation case, putting him on record that he was afforded every bit of due process he was owed. She gave him a deadline of 10 days to file the sworn statement and said he would be charged $200 a day for each day past the deadline. She warned Mr. Giuliani that continued disregard of her orders could land him in jail. Mr. Giuliani appeared incredulous that she was able to issue such a thorough order without leaving her bench on Friday, suggesting that she had made up her mind before he even arrived in the courtroom. He questioned why she was so insistent that he appear in person. Mr. Giuliani had sought permission to appear virtually, citing his health conditions. He said that he has 2 blocked coronary arteries, making travel difficult. His knees hurt, he added, and he is suffering from a lung condition that developed from inhaling the air around Ground Zero in New York after the September 11, 2001, attacks as mayor. The heightened threat environment after the recent attacks in New Orleans and Las Vegas made travel even more of a risk, he said, pointing to 2 plotted attempts on my life. But in footnotes in a filing, he referred to 2 news reports about the same event, a 2018 rally in Paris in which he was an attendee but was never reported to be a target. Judge Howell was not persuaded and gave him an ultimatum that would prevent him from attending Mr. Trump's inauguration on January 20th. Mr. Trump has said he would issue a spate of pardons, but Mr. Giuliani is not expected to be among them. A president cannot issue pardons for civil lawsuits.
All right. Well, poor Rudy Giuliani. Hopefully, he feels better soon. And
Come on now, Stanley.
uh, oh, I wish he would go away.
Hey,
Maybe.
Ebony.
Hey, Ivy.
Okay. This is pretty interesting, and I mean to listen to the argument at some point, but once it downloads, or I'll go up and pull it from the SCOTUS website. But the news is basically saying it looks like the Supreme Court is inclined to uphold the law that's going to force the sale of TikTok, or at least the American portion of it.
Oh, okay.
It's
Well, it
kind of
makes
odd
sense.
because it's a subsidiary of a Chinese parent company. Now, why are you not playing?
Well, while they're showing stupid videos on TikTok, China's version of TikTok has them
This news story was written
focusing
by Ann
on the
Mack.
high-tech stuff and all that,
Yeah, well, I don't have a TikTok account, so once again, I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
really
either,
care.
but
Memo.
I
Yeah,
know
me
Supreme
neither.
how
I
it
Court
don't
seems
works.
have
likely to
TikTok.
uphold law to ban or sell TikTok. A majority of the justices appeared more concerned about the national security implications of the popular
I am
app's
too
Chinese
old for that.
ownership than about the restrictions on free speech the law would impose. The Supreme Court on Friday appeared likely to uphold a federal law that would effectively shut down TikTok in the United States in less than 2 weeks, unless the popular video sharing platform divests from Chinese ownership. A majority of justices from across the ideological spectrum suggested during more than 2.5 hours of oral arguments that the government's interest in national security justified some restrictions on free speech. They particularly seemed to embrace Congress's concern about the Chinese government covertly using the app to collect vast amounts of sensitive data about millions of American users and potentially exploiting that information to blackmail young Americans or turn them into spies. Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. asked the lawyer representing TikTok about Chinese government influence over TikTok's parent company ByteDance. Are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government? That seems like a huge concern for the future of the country, Justice Brett M. Kavanaugh later added. The company and a group of TikTok creators had asked the justices to quickly block the law before the January 19th deadline that Congress set for China-based ByteDance to sell the platform, which has more than 170 million users in the United States. The court's decision could have implications beyond TikTok for how aggressively the U.S. government can set rules for the social media platforms more and more Americans turn to for news, opinion, entertainment, and self-expression. While the justices acknowledged the serious free speech issues if the platform goes dark this month, several emphasized that foreign entities do not have First Amendment rights and that the site could continue to operate in a similar manner, but under different non-Chinese ownership. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson suggested to TikTok's lawyer that he was wrong about the statute being read as saying, "TikTok, you have to go mute," because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. Throughout the argument, there were nods to the imminent change in administration and what implications that might have for the law, which President Joe Biden signed in April after Congress passed it with bipartisan support. The deadline for TikTok to divest falls one day before the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump, who promised during his campaign to save TikTok. The company's attorney, Noel Francisco, asked the justices to temporarily put the law on hold to buy everybody a little breathing space, instead of taking what he said would be an unprecedented step to silence the voices of more than half of Americans who share, view, and engage with content on TikTok. Ahead of Friday's argument, Trump's attorneys had also asked the Supreme Court to delay implementation to give him an opportunity to resolve the issue once he returns to the White House. But Solicitor General Elizabeth B. Prelogar, representing the Biden administration, said Congress intentionally included the January 19th deadline in the ban or sale law to force the company's hand, adding that the platform could be revived at any time after a divestment from Chinese ownership. All the act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform, Prelogar said. The Supreme Court moved with extraordinary speed in scheduling Friday's special session to hear the appeal from the company and TikTok creators. The compressed timeline suggests that justices will probably issue a decision next week about whether the law can take effect as planned. The court could then issue a more extensive written opinion at a later date. Justice Samuel A. Alito Jr. floated the idea of the court issuing a temporary injunction without ruling on the merits of the law, but it was unclear whether that suggestion would gain any traction with his colleagues. Even if the ban does start January 19th, some of the real-world effects will probably take time to emerge. During the argument, some TikTok users broadcast audio from the hearing while offering their own, mostly negative, commentary on the merits of the ban or sale law. Senator Edward J. Markey, Democrat, Massachusetts, who has urged the justices to find the law unconstitutional, attended the argument and posted a video from outside the court on the platform. Under the law, known as the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary-Controlled Applications Act, App Store giants such as Google and Apple and internet hosting services could face massive fines if they continue to carry TikTok on their products beyond January 19th. Infractions could cost companies $5,000 for each user that continues to access TikTok on their sites, which could add up to billions of dollars in penalties. Even though TikTok would remain on the devices of current users, their lack of access to updates could degrade their use of the site. The most skeptical questions for the government came from Justices Neil M. Gorsuch and Elena Kagan, who pressed the Solicitor General to justify Congress's concern about China secretly manipulating public opinion in the United States through TikTok's signature video recommendation algorithm. Gorsuch suggested that Congress could have addressed its concerns about covert content manipulation and propaganda by imposing a narrower disclosure requirement. Referring to the government's approach, he said, "Isn't that a pretty paternalistic point of view? I mean, don't we normally assume that the best remedy for problematic speech is counterspeech?" Kagan added that after all the attention to the law, there was nothing covert about China's potential influence over TikTok. "Everybody now knows that China is behind it," she told Prelogar, prompting laughter from the packed courtroom. Putting American users on notice, Prelogar said, would not be enough to avoid the potential exposure of their personal data to the risk of espionage and blackmail. There are a lot of teenagers using TikTok today who might ignore a warning like that and not really care, but they're going to grow up, and they might become members of our military. They might become senior government officials, she said. The lawyers for TikTok and creators who use the site characterize the law as a sweeping restriction on the free speech rights of millions of Americans to engage with video clips about politics, entertainment, cooking, and music. Almost 40% of young adults in the United States regularly get their news from the site, which became an important platform for both presidential candidates to share videos in the lead up to the November election. Attorney Jeffrey Fisher, representing TikTok creators, said the law's restrictions on speech are at odds with the nation's history of dealing with ideological campaigns by foreign adversaries. Under the First Amendment, he said, mere ideas do not constitute a national security threat. Restricting speech because it might sow doubt about our leaders or undermine democracy are the kind of things our enemies do. It is not what we do in this country. The government's argument, he suggested, could allow Congress to prevent American creators from making documentaries with the BBC or working with Al Jazeera or other publications that are partially or wholly state-owned. TikTok and its lawyers have insisted that the platform is comparable to a traditional media outlet, exercising editorial discretion over content, and say that the First Amendment prevents Congress from interfering with those decisions. Several times during Friday's argument, the justices and lawyers made reference to the Washington Post and its owner Jeff Bezos to make their points. Francisco, TikTok's lawyer, asked what would happen if China hypothetically used leverage over Bezos's international empire, including his Chinese businesses, to force the Post to publish articles China wanted to see on the front page. Surely the government couldn't come in and say, Jeff Bezos, you need to either sell the Washington Post or shut it down. That would violate the First Amendment rights of both Bezos and the Post, Francisco said, because they're ultimately the ones that are suffering the burden. The Biden administration, defending the law, acknowledges that TikTok's algorithm and its content moderation policies are a form of speech. But the government says the law is not a restriction on speech, but rather on control of the app by a nation that Congress has deemed a foreign adversary. It maintains that the company has no First Amendment right to be controlled by a foreign adversary, or to use an algorithm that the government says is developed, maintained, and controlled by a foreign adversary, assertions the company vigorously disputes. Lawmakers in both parties have expressed concerns about China's potential influence on the app, based on briefings from senior intelligence officials, which have not been shared with the public. Past rulings suggest that national security concerns and the involvement of foreign companies or organizations could have implications for the court's constitutional analysis. The justices are reviewing a unanimous decision by the influential U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit to allow the TikTok ban. A three-judge panel sided with the Biden administration in December and said the law does not violate the First Amendment. The panel, made up of judges appointed by presidents in both parties, said the law does not take aim at a particular viewpoint and is a reasonable response to Congress's national security concerns. Drew Harwell, Cristiano Lima Strong, Naomi Nix, and Justin Juvenal contributed to this report.
I think probably the most interesting takeaway from this article is, foreigners uh, don't have First Amendment rights, which is on point. People don't often uh, seem to understand that. So, our next story is all about our new president, Elon Musk. I'm sorry, our shadow president, Elon Musk. So, apparently, some of his new friends have some issues with him.
As Elon Musk embraces far right, some of its top figures reject him. This article is by Ryan Mack and Ken Bensinger and read by an automated voice. When Laura Loomer, a far-right activist, regained control of her Twitter account in late 2022, she knew whom to praise for her reinstatement. "Thank you, Elon," she wrote to Elon Musk, who had recently bought the social network. In another post, Ms. Loomer, who had been booted from the platform in 2018 for writing an anti-Muslim message, complimented Mr. Musk's commitment to free speech. Ms. Loomer is now sharing a different message about Mr. Musk. She and a prominent group of right-wing figures, many of whom have enjoyed more visibility on the platform, renamed X, are increasingly raising alarms about Mr. Musk's influence over President-elect Donald J. Trump and what they characterize as his willingness to silence critics on his social network. Apart from Ms. Loomer, high-profile conservatives, including Charlie Kirk and Stephen K. Bannon, have started speaking out against Mr. Musk or his policy positions. Batya Ungersargen, the conservative opinion editor of Newsweek, recently called Mr. Musk a shill who censors opponents. Mike Davis, a lawyer close to Mr. Trump, told Mr. Musk on social media to stay in your lane. Their criticism followed X's moves to suspend or otherwise restrict dozens of accounts that raised concerns about Mr. Musk and blocked links to articles about him, citing violations of its terms of service. Over the weekend, Mr. Musk drew further ire from conservatives for using his X account to attack Nigel Farage, an ally of Mr. Trump and the head of Britain's far-right Reform UK party. Mr. Musk, 53, has rapidly vaporized some of the goodwill he built with Mr. Trump's supporters after campaigning heavily for the Republican presidential candidate last year. Some right-wing personalities who champion Mr. Musk's foray into Republican politics now say they feel deceived and worry that their agenda may be sidelined in favor of his own. As a loyal supporter of President Trump, I support him enough to sound the alarm on what's becoming a liability, Ms. Loomer said in an interview. Ms. Loomer, whose X account was temporarily suspended last month after she criticized Mr. Musk's views on immigration, added, "You're not allowed to question Elon, it seems. And the looming question is Donald Trump going to step in before it creates a crisis for his administration?" Mr. Musk and X did not respond to requests for comment. On Tuesday, Mr. Trump said Mr. Musk had said some negative things about politicians in Europe. The president-elect did not name Mr. Farage, but was doing a good job. Mr. Musk's falling out with some on the far right stands out as he increasingly embraces more extreme parties and figures globally, including in Germany, where he has backed a political party with ties to neo-Nazis and plans to host a live stream with one of its leaders on Thursday. Some Trump fans, such as Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory site InfoWars, remain supportive of Mr. Musk and have said any dissent is aimed at undermining the incoming administration. Still, the split raises questions about whether the billionaire and right-wing Trump supporters are allies of convenience. In some ways, Mr. Musk has become a target of the principles he has championed on X by allowing Ms. Loomer and others who were barred from the platform to return. Speech suppression on Elon Musk's X is nothing new, and the claims of free speech absolutism were always performative, said Evelyn Douek, a Stanford Law School professor who studies the regulation of online speech. It's especially poetic that these charges are coming from someone like Loomer, whose account reinstatement was supposedly emblematic of the dawn of a new era on Twitter. Ms. Loomer, a two-time Republican congressional candidate who has described Islam as a cancer, broke from Mr. Musk a few days before Christmas after posting on X about her unhappiness with Sriram Krishnan, an Indian-American venture capitalist whom Mr. Trump picked to advise on artificial intelligence. She said Mr. Krishnan supported expanding the use of H-1B visas to bring skilled foreign workers to U.S. companies, which she decried. Mr. Musk, who has used the visas to hire workers at his companies, including Tesla, defended the program as a way to attract top talent from around the world. "I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend," he said on X on December 27th. As the argument escalated, Ms. Loomer and Mr. Bannon framed Mr. Musk's views on foreign workers as an insult to Mr. Trump's Make America Great Again base. They said Mr. Musk was beholden to his business interests, including Tesla's ties to China, and questioned if it was appropriate for someone to hold such financial sway over their party. Mr. Musk spent more than $250 million to help Mr. Trump win the election. Mr. Musk became addicted to the adoration the rallies gave him in the run-up to Election Day, Mr. Bannon said in a message to the New York Times. But that quickly turned to derision when MAGA saw he thought of them as lazy and mediocre. On December 26th, X suspended Ms. Loomer's account for 12 hours. In messages to Ms. Loomer, X said she had violated its terms of service by posting an image from the Federal Election Commission website that included the home addresses of political donors. X prohibits some personal information from being shared without a person's permission, even if it can be publicly obtained. Without additional explanation, X also removed Ms. Loomer's checkmark, which X users pay for, so their accounts can get increased engagement and, in some cases, so they can receive a share of ad revenue. That same day, Preston Para, the chairman of Conservative PAC, a political action committee formed to support Mr. Trump's policies, discovered that his X account had also lost its checkmark. He and Ms. Loomer were among more than 50 members of a group on X connected to conservative PAC, many of whom had blasted H-1Bs or Mr. Musk. Every member's account lost its checkmark, suggesting that it was a coordinated move, Mr. Parra said. I voted for Trump. I didn't vote for Elon, he said in an interview, adding that many of the checkmarks were restored last weekend. Ms. Loomer said hers was restored Monday. Anastasia Maria Lupes, a doctor in Denmark with more than 1.3 million followers on X, who has called immigrants terrorists, said her account also lost its checkmark on December 30th after she criticized H-1B visas and Mr. Musk. On Monday, she wrote that she would take legal action against X. Mr. Musk acts like the grand savior of free speech, Dr. Lupus said in a post, but bases decisions only on his selfish ambitions for money and amp power. In a message to The Times, Dr. Lupus said there is no valid reason for what they did to me, adding that it's awful what's been going on here the past weeks. Over the weekend, Mr. Musk faced fresh criticism for censorship when X blocked links to an investigative article by The Spectator, a conservative British publication, about an X account that some believed Mr. Musk secretly controlled. The article suggested that the account, at Adrian Dittman, was operated by a man in Fiji. On Sunday, X suspended the accounts of the article's author and 2 researchers who contributed to the piece. X had identified the article as potentially harmful, and messages sent to the journalist and researchers showed that X said they had violated its rules on sharing people's personal information. X has faced accusations of opposing free speech and acting like the site's previous management, which blocked a New York Post article about Hunter Biden before the 2020 election. This is what old Twitter did to the New York Post, wrote Stephen L. Miller, a right-wing commentator. Matt McDonald, the U.S. managing editor at The Spectator, said there was an irony to Mr. Musk's actions, particularly as he was turning the world upside down in the name of free speech. Perhaps X is not the free speech paradise its more ardent fans believe it to be, Mr. McDonald said in a statement. Mr. Musk turned on Mr. Farage after the politician pushed back against Mr. Musk's support of Tommy Robinson, an anti-immigration agitator with several criminal convictions who is currently in prison for contempt of court. The Reform Party needs a new leader, Mr. Musk wrote on Sunday. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Over the weekend, Mr. Farage told news outlets that he had a good relationship with Mr. Musk, but hinted at some disagreements. A spokeswoman for Mr. Farage did not immediately have a comment. Mr. Musk's comments about Mr. Farage incensed Mr. Bannon and others who see the Britain as perhaps the best way of introducing populist policies in that country. Nigel Farage is the greatest living Englishman, having fought for 20 years to get his country's sober sovereignty back, Mr. Bannon said in a message. Raheem Kassam, a former advisor to Mr. Farage and the editor of the National Pulse, a right-wing U.S. news outlet, responded more succinctly to Mr. Musk. "You're a moron," he wrote on X using an expletive.
Yeah, well, he is an elected moron. And yeah, I know the accusation is that Elon Musk is unelected, but I think he was more accurately proxy elected. People knew what was going to happen when they elected Trump. And to 12 man's point, the Stanley has to face the reality of 4 more years. Au contraire, Solid Snake. You guys elected him. Now your folks have to govern. No excuses. The filibuster is easy enough to get around. All 3 branches of government are Republican, if not outright MAGA. So you and your ilk have to deal with the next 4 years. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the ride. Godspeed. Hopefully, y'all govern well.
Stanley said, "Au contraire, my friend."
Oh, I'm not irritable. I'm amused.
I know you are tickled to your
Oh
fancy
well, you
right
know what? Having Trump in office is not going to change my day-to-day life. So, I mean, I don't like his style. I think he is not. He wasn't a good president the first time, but the people have spoken. We've got many solid snakes in the United States, and they're gonna have to deal with the fallout. I've already been able to say I told you so.
now. Well, if he fails, Stanley, we all gonna have to deal with the fallout. To be honest with you.
Mm, yeah, but I mean, you know, part of that fallout won't be the guilt that Trump
So
voters are going to feel.
so let's hope that the ones who did vote for him, which I was one, let's just hope that we made the right choice. And
Oh,
you
I
know,
have no doubt you made the right choice for you.
because we all want the same thing. I believe.
No, we don't all want the same thing. Not everybody wanted Trump to be president. So, we can
Well,
start with that falsehood
n- not
right
Trump
off the
per
bat.
se, not Trump per se, because actually, Stanley, I am not a diehard Republican. I am actually a independent.
Yeah, everybody wants to say they're independent. Y'all are Trump voters, and that's an
I
accurate
just so
enough.
happen to I
That
just
is
so
an
happen to
accurate
vote for
enough
Trump.
description. Trump voter, that is you, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Well, I don't even need to use the word independent.
Well, if Trump was a Democrat, I would have voted for him too.
Yep. Let's see. And look at Stanky D here. You don't become
Uh-oh.
a billionaire by being an ethical person. Even if you don't like Trump, you have to admit Kamala and Biden were terrible options. Terrible options, but better options than Trump, in my opinion. But most people didn't agree with me, and so be it. I'm okay with their mistakes. Malibu is gone. At the risk of sounding callous, let it go.
Hollywood
Prob-
Hollywood is burning. I might sing
oh,
that song for karaoke.
well, good. Why people care so much about it when they can't do anything about it is beyond me. So anyway, this is a farm video. Let's see, I have four of them. They're all fairly short. This young lady is going to tell us how to start a farm with no USDA loan,
Oh, interesting.
and I would like to farm with her.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the channel. It's your girl Monica at Out the Mud Farm, and I'm doing this video because I've been hearing a lot of questions being asked about how to go about getting a loan or a grant to start your farm. And I'm just here to tell you that you do not need to do all of that. First and foremost, it's going to take 3 years before the USDA will lend to you. 3 years of you showing to them via a Schedule F that you are farming, right? And a Schedule F is a form that you fill out when you're filing your personal taxes. So here's the thing: you can get started right now. You just have to there's two things that have to happen. You have to think of a farm in a different way than you've ever thought about it before. You can't think of a farm in terms of acreage, animal husbandry. You can't just think of a farm in those two categories. If I don't have 10 acres, or if I don't have a herd of cattle, and whatever, that not necessarily is what a farm is. The USDA is making it so plain and so clear and so easy to everybody, but we are just overcomplicating the shit, okay? Go to the USDA's website. The USDA says a farm is any place that could or should produce $1,000 worth of agricultural products in a given year. Any place. So what does that look like? That looks like you making natural, chemical-free soaps. I don't know if soaps can be chemical-free, but you get my point. Natural soaps in your home. That could be done out of a kitchen. You don't need 5 acres for that. You can set up an Etsy shop, sell those soaps, right? Those of you who do plant cuttings, some of y'all are making good money with plant cuttings. That's an agricultural product. right? I know this chick on Instagram does these dope plant macrame rope hangers. That's agricultural. These are all farms, folks, okay? According to the USDA, I'm not making this up, and you can't be mad at it. For those of you who got the 50 acres and the 80 acres and all these acres, that's great. But when you go to the agricultural census, something that's very interesting. When it comes to the actual money getting made, y'all see you had to get that Tennessee tough sign in there. You know I had to represent. Anyway, when it comes to the money actually being made in farming right now, ain't no whole lot of people making a whole lot of money. That's according to the census, to the 2017, I think it was, census that I saw. So acres does not necessarily equate into dollars of revenue. You can get on YouTube now yourself and look at some of these folks in New York in a 1-bedroom apartment making $4,000 a week selling microgreens. Okay, so the thing you have to do, stop trying to run to the USDA to get the loan. They're not going to give it to you anyway. You're going to have 3 years of experience in farming to get it anyway. I don't care what course you take. I don't care who you talk to. When you send your file, that's an underwriting guideline. And my background is in lending. I have a degree in business with a concentration in finance. I spent the first half of my career in what we call subprime lending. Then I went to nonprofit lending. Here's one thing about the government: when they get ready to give you some money, is what they're going to do, and they're going to underwrite the hell out of you. And that's what the 3 years requirement is for. Okay, you're not going to change that. You're not going to go from working at Amazon and now you want to get a farm, so you want to get a $250,000 loan to get some land. Where are they doing that at? So don't worry about that yet. Okay, and here's my thing about the grants. They're a time suck. Okay, a time suck, right? You want to get grants and use grants to develop and your infrastructure and capital expenditures and stuff like that after you've gotten your business established. But make no mistake, if you're getting into farming, you need to come into it from a point of view of you are trying to start a business. If you're just trying to grow for your family, that's a beautiful thing. But if you're trying to get into farming and you're wanting to go to the USDA, you better go at it from a point of view of developing a business, because the USDA, whatever money they give you on a loan, they're gonna want back. So you're gonna have cash flow, and cash flow comes from business, and business comes from solving people's problems. Okay, so this is the situation. Let go of the old thought process of what you thought a farm was. Develop a new one. Figure out what you can do with the resources you have now, right? And, I'm a big student of Dr. Booker T. Whatley. I encourage everybody that I talk to about farming to go ahead and get his book. It's on Amazon. It's like $100 and something now. I got mine two and a half years ago for 20 something on Amazon. You can't get it for 20 something now. Dr. Booker T. Whatley basically teaches a small farmer that, look, forget about, he did not mince his words when it came to farm services and USDA. He told it like it was, okay? And the whole big ag and all of that, right? So what he says you need to do as a small farmer is to, and that, just use that definition however you want to use it. Doesn't necessarily mean 25 acres like in the title of his book. It could just mean you're doing it out of your kitchen, right? Bottom line is this: if you're a small farmer, you need to have 10 cash crops. 10, right? So this first cash crop that you're looking at, my first cash crop is rabbit fertilizer. I sold it at the farmer's market, I sell it online, and I sell it at the local cooperative, okay? I do not have any rabbits, okay? So that's an example, right? I just happen to be able to make that work for myself. You need to find something agricultural that you can make work for yourself with the resources that you already got. It's not about getting loans, folks, okay? Debt is the absolute worst way to start most businesses most of the time. It's not a bad idea sometimes, but it's not a good idea in farming, okay? It's not a good idea in farming because cash flow has to be determined and established from your crop first before you go borrow money. And you have to have time to figure out what that is, because you don't want these folks to take your shit, because that's what they're going to do, okay? So stay away from how do I get a farm loan to get my this. You don't need it. Next time you see somebody ask that question, tell them you don't need a loan. Tell them find something, tag them in this video, tell them to find something that they can, remind them of what the definition of a farm is according to the USDA. Let's start with that, okay? Any place that could or should produce $1,000 worth of agricultural products in a given year is a farm, my friend, okay? So go get you some business in that space. Is it so? Is it plant cuttings? Is it soil? Is it compost materials? that others can use and you can sell and bag up, you better get you a Uline account. You better get you a Uline account and start your net 30 with them on your supplies, okay? I can tell y'all about it, but I can show you about it better. But this is the thing. We've got to go ahead and move our feet now. Stop putting things in front of you that's going to cause you to have to wait. Well, if I can't get a loan for 3 years, that means I'm going to have to wait to start my... No, your community needs you now. People need you now. This shit out here that's happening in this world right now is real. The only people that's going to help are people who are going to move their feet in the agricultural space now. We know what's going to happen, okay? So the thing about it is you can't get down the road and wish you had done it later when it comes to farming. Because if you didn't plant any seeds in the spring, you're not going to get any harvest in the fall, okay? So right now, you have to be, if you're planning on monetizing and being a part of the solution when it comes to agriculture and feeding people, right? Whatever your reason for it is, it might just be your people trying to feed because you see the shit is horrible in the grocery stores or what's going on with the supply chain and all of this stuff, right? That nobody can control. One thing you can control is growing your own food. Now, whether that just be for you and your family or is it on a business type situation. I think everybody should do it on a business type situation. I honestly do. Because what we do is we buy a house and y'all stay with me real quick because I'm a real estate broker. So it all ties in together. We buy a house thinking that is the biggest investment that we've ever made, when in fact, it's the biggest liability that we've ever made. What I propose and have trying to been proposed for years is that once you buy the house, okay, yeah, it's a liability. You can convert it into an asset. And you can do that by renting out a room, or an asset is something that brings you money, right? So right now, when you buy your house the traditional way, you pay a mortgage. If you didn't pay all cash, you're paying somebody every single month for the right to be in that house, right? Well, that's a liability. Liabilities take your money. Agriculture is the easiest way to turn your house from a liability into an asset. You see what I'm saying? You can, in a shed or in a spare room or in a this or in a that. I've got that shed over there that's getting ready to get put to work, okay? I got some stuff back there that's getting ready to get put to work. Why? Because I'm trying to turn this joker into an asset because it's a liability right now, okay? Agriculture is going to, my back apartment that I got back there, it's now a licensed greenhouse. You think I'm not going to grow some microgreens? And they selling them what? They making $2,000-$3,000 a week in New York. How come I can't? Right? You don't have, that's not on any land. That's not even on the 5 acres. Okay. So we have to rethink what a farm is. It's not what, pay attention to what the USDA says. They're saying it for a reason. They're putting it out in plain and black and white. And agriculture is the only space that you can get in the shortest time period possible, have access to billions of dollars in capital. Billions with a B, okay? Billions with a B, right? There is no other industry, not even real estate, that you can get in and get access to that kind of capital in 2 to 3 years. But you got to get your 2 to 3 year time clock ticking. And you trying to get a loan that you ain't gonna get. So you spent a year on that, talking to people on Facebook about that. And then so a year done went by. And you could have been had a year under some type of an agricultural product. Be that soap, be that plant cuttings, be that dirt, be that compost, be that, worm castings. Okay? Outside the box. All right?
Well, that was inspiring. Very interesting stuff. This, let's see, it looks like she's got another video, which we'll watch another time, I guess. So this is about a watermelon farmer in Georgia.
Oh, watermelon farmer.
Coming at you. Good morning. It's Orlando Gardner coming at you. Yeah. Where y'all think we are? He said, man, you a travel for a garden? I absolutely will. Look at this. My. What y'all see? What do you see? Is that what I think I see? Absolutely. Look at this. Watermelons for days and okras for days and different kinds of okras. Look at the pretty flowers on that. And then tomatoes. Look at them tomatoes over there. Watermelons up here in Claxton, Georgia. Look at it. I visited this farm last year
I wonder if he goes to the
and
chicken plant.
it was amazing. So I had to come back to this farm and check it out. And it is amazing. I'm not going to travel down the whole farm, but pecans, okras.
I bet he eats chicken feet.
Ain't that beautiful? That is beautiful. Yes, sir. That is beautiful. Crimson sweets, Jubilee. Look like even sangria. Is that a sangria? Now, what all kind of? You mind I put you on the picture?
Hey, Anon, how you doing? Hit the link if you want to come up and watch watermelon farming in Claxton, Georgia.
All right, all right. Introduce yourself if you don't mind.
My name is Bishop James C. Hagan.
Yes, sir.
Ludwig, Georgia. I pastor the Hagan, Georgia.
Ludwig.
Amen. In Mallet, Georgia. Been
Yeah.
pastoring, over 47 years.
Wow.
Preaching this gospel.
Yeah.
Got saved through the Holy Ghost. September the 9th, 1972.
My goodness, and I
praise
see
the Lord.
God
And
has blessed you.
yes, our Lord bless. And so now what we have, the type watermelon, have the yellow meat watermelon.
Yellow meat,
We have them sangria.
sangria.
I have them both big old Congo. I call them Congo. They're so big. And I have the Jubilees.
Jubilee.
I have the seedless watermelon.
Wow.
And we call the dark green one of the sugar babies.
Sugar babies
Yeah,
as
the
well.
Sugar baby watermelon.
Wow, all these out here. This is amazing. Now, how many years you been farming out here?
Oh Lord, 20-something years.
20-some years
Yes,
farming this property.
Yes, Lord.
And I see y'all got okra.
Yes, sir.
You got pecans.
Yes, sir.
And different kinds of okra too.
You got the green okra.
Yeah.
And you have what you call this is a purple okra.
Okra.
Okay.
Yes, because some say this is better than the green okra. That's called purple okra.
Ooh,
You know what?
look at that.
Yes,
I don't
Lord.
think I've
And
ever
then
had
that's green.
purple
The
okra.
green.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And some like the purple better than they like the green.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Man,
sir.
this is wonderful.
Yes, sir.
20-some years.
We get the pecan, them there. You got these here. What we call the side of the road.
Yes.
We got the we got the elegance.
Elegance. Okay.
We got the Stewards.
Stewart pecan, elegant pecan.
Yeah. We got the Cape Pears.
Cape Fear. Y'all got everything out here. Man, Bishop, this is something else, man.
Yes. Yes.
Well, this is wonderful. And I was just telling them, I said I met you over a year ago, and
Yes.
I had to come back and visit.
Oh, I appreciate that, sir. Appreciate
Yes, give me your location for those that want to come up here and patronize
Okay.
you.
You come on up this highway 301.
Highway 301.
You come out of Glenville. Approximately coming from Florida area.
Mhm.
It's approximately 6 miles on the right hand side. You'll see it.
Mhm.
Say you see the strawberry sign. That's
The strawberry sign. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Farm fresh vegetables.
Yeah.
And then you come from Statesboro out for Claxton.
There's
you
a
got
sign.
approximately 10 miles out for Claxton. Be on the left hand
All
side.
this is right off of I-16,
All right.
I
Well,
imagine.
y'all know where to come if you're up here in Georgia and you want to get some fresh
And
okra.
this is a good time now. If they want to come now, they can pick their own tomatoes. Not the one. It's a good time now.
Okay, and I saw I went over there and saw the tomatoes.
Yeah,
They
so-
vine ripe right now.
That's right.
And I see people over there picking.
We have cucumber, squash,
Okay.
zucchinis. We have the peppers. We have the jalapeno peppers. Have the cayenne peppers. We have cantaloupe. Man, we have what they call that treaty milk. It's yellow and it's in between the honeydew and a cantaloupe. Okay. Yes, Lord. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's pretty sweet too. Okay. Yes, I got some on the trailer too. Okay. Oh, yes, wow. Okay. All right. Well, we definitely appreciate you letting us come out here and get a couple of pictures and videos and everything. And, yes, and this is wonderful. And again, this is the Landlord Gardener coming at you. And y'all look at how beautiful this is out here. This is what the Lord has made. Amen. And y'all have a good one and be safe.
You know, I wonder if doing something like a pick your own vegetables, um, if that's something that you would probably only break even if you decided to open that kind of business. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's see what's next. Oh, this is Texas farmer.
One Central Texas man is fulfilling his childhood dream of becoming a cattle rancher. He saved his money and bought his first cow when he was just 13 years old.
Here in McLennan County, my family and I, we raise corn to feed the cattle, milo and graze oats, and we plant Sudan hay, and also we raise the coastal hay to feed the cows through the winter months, and sometimes through the dry summer months. We have the supplemental. It's my dreams are coming true. You know, being a 13-year-old, you have big dreams, but being a 13-year-old getting a cow, that was a big step in life. I didn't have a pickup, didn't have a trailer, didn't have a driving license. And now to look back and see where I came from, you know, it's a big joy.
He initially came into the NRCS office looking for help to control mesquite on his land. That first visit was the beginning of a 24-year relationship with the agency.
I've been working with Mr. Roddy for a little over a year and a half now. And he came into the office and had some concerns and wanted to know how we could help him implement certain practices and to help him become a better steward of the land. In talking with him, I could tell that he'd been working on his place for quite some time. He has a love for the land, and I knew that he was a guy that we could help and that he would actually implement the practices to the T to better benefit him in the future.
In addition to the technical assistance NRCS provided, Roddy was eligible for financial assistance through the NRCS EQIP Strike Force for Growth and Opportunity Initiative.
With the Strike Force fund that we received through the NRCS, was able to sprig more of the land and build more cross fences with the funds that helped us. Without the Strike Force, we've been just doing maybe 10 acres at a time, and probably took us maybe 3 to 4 years to accomplish that task.
One thing we really looked at was his soil health, how we could improve his pasture land and help improve the health of his cattle and his livestock. When we got here, his plan was very basic as far as brush management and pasture planting, but now we can go into prescribed grazing and looking at it from that standpoint, and also maybe look at some cover crop situations to where it could help possibly supplement his livestock, but at the same time really incorporate soil nutrients that have been damaged in the past.
I didn't know anything about this, but we've got soil samples to tell us how much fertilizer to put out and what type of fertilizer. So all I used to know is I go to the feed store and tell them I want a bucket of fertilizer sling on my pasture. But by the education part of it, now I know what blend to go put on the land, and I know what I can plant to help keep the ground from erosion. So it's different programs to help you with the nutrient part of the land to help the land, help itself to grow and produce the fruit of the land that make the cattle grow better.
Roddy depends on the help of his family to make ends meet on his farming operation.
We're small farmers, and you really can't go out and pay too many people to help do the farm work. It's a never-ending deal. Since this is a small farm, my wife and my brothers and my kids step in and help do the work around, do the chores to kind of help keep the money in our pocket.
And Mr. Roddy, with his love for conservation stewardship and his love for his family and caring and providing food for his family, the one man that has just risen above all the producers that I've dealt with, Mr. Roddy does it to a T. He implements practices that are good for the land, good for the future of the land. He implements practices for his livestock that are good for present and future livestock needs.
My family and I are humbled to be nominated for this award through the NRCS and the Small Farmer nomination.
Nice. All right. This is the last one, at least for now.
Outstanding experience, especially to talk about some of the issues that plague our community, from the division from the older generation to the younger generation. And when I say plague our community, primarily for our lack of ability to obtain resources. Black and brown people have gotten disconnected from the land from a lot of the issues that we've gone through, from not having the monetary resources and being separated from the agricultural life, just trying to move inside of the city and reconnect things as far as financially and economically for us. So if you would introduce yourself and just let the people know, how you ended up getting into farming and agricultural work.
My name's Doc Langer. I'm the owner of Big L Cutting Ranch. My family owned the original ranch, which is Little L Cutting Ranch. And I branched off to do my own thing. At least I got bucking bulls, roping steers, anything to deal with rodeo I have. I do petting tools for the schools. I do parties. If it's anything dealing with animals, I have. And I've been doing it since I was old enough to walk, and all my family members do it.
Do you see, from your perspective, do you see a disconnection from the older generation to the younger generation getting into farming and agriculture?
Yes, because the youngsters want fast money. They don't want to do the hard part, which is the labor part. They come with it. But it's plenty of money that's in it, and it's good money. But if you don't stay connected, like you say, you will get disconnected. But the disconnect comes from the correspondence and the hands-on working. They ready to go out and stand on the corner or sit and do nothing to get something. If you don't work, you don't eat.
That's right.
So
that's right. What I've seen a lot, I was talking to an older gentleman not too long ago where we were going out to purchase some land from the brother. Mm-hmm. And he was saying that he had some younger children that he wanted to hand his land down to, but the younger kids didn't see no value in it or anything like that. Do you see anything similar to that for them, not even just seeing value? Right. And the question that I really want to answer is, do you find it the issue being with the older generation from not teaching the younger generation the value of the land and encouraging them to go to college instead of investing back in the land, or is it the younger generation?
It's a little bit of both, because a lot of the old people, if they don't really have the trust and the faith in you carrying it on, then they're not going to invest in you no way. So mine invested because he know I had a love for animals, and I watched everything my old man did so I can learn it, so I can teach mine that's coming up under me.
Right. I know for us out there in Texas, it's starting to be a big margin in between the younger generations that wants to get back into the farming and them being able to afford the farmland. Do you see a lot of those issues out here in Arkansas? Yes, is it still affordable?
They don't really have a lot of, if you don't have a backbone for our family to bag you monetarily, it's hard to get grants, and the grants they get, it's not enough to take you through. It's just enough to get you past the by. Yeah, it's not enough to get you through. It's just enough to get you past by. And what I mean by that is, they give you enough to take care of your animals and feed your animals, but as far as paying your bills and then you live the lifestyle that you need to live, won't work for you.
So from your experience, do you feel like it's something that realistically, let's just say a 25-year-old could get into and actually make money from? Or
if he had the mindset that he was taught and instilled, the values of this, and you can't just give this part here to anybody. You got to have the love for animals. If you ain't got the love for animals, ain't no need getting in it no way. You got to have the love for them. You got the love for them, and the backbone to support you as monetary. Oh, you can get in this and excel quick.
Absolutely. And especially considering the things that we believe that are getting ready to happen to America. When we look at issues with the power grid and stuff that they having, the issues with the rumors of wars that we're having going on, and just really looking like we on the verge of a financial and economical crash. Right.
Yes.
To be able to raise your own animals and raise your own food. Let me tell the story. The people that are able to do those things will be the new celebrities of tomorrow.
Yes.
The people that are able to actually take care of themselves. If you would, just kind of walk me around and tell me about these animals.
We're headed to the bucking bulls now. Now, them the wool sheep there.
They ain't gonna get me, is it?
Nah. I know bad enough. Get back. Hey.
Yeah, you good to go. Big, powerful animals.
Yeah, cut your leg and something, boy.
Oh, man.
This bucking bull here.
Okay.
What's up, son? Everybody like to ride him because he's so gentle.
Right.
And when they get on him and find out he's a monster, it changes their mind about everything. I got an 8-year-old daughter. She started at 7. That ride bucking bulls. And Channel 11 sponsor her.
Whoa.
So if you go on YouTube to 7-year-old bull rider from Arkansas, you'll see her.
So they let 7-year-olds ride bulls?
Yes.
It's amazing what the impact of having a black father in the household would do for the confidence of a child.
I know she can do it. She just go out there and she just get it done.
No more can we say black fathers aren't stepping up and doing enough inside of the household.
When I ride, I feel like I'm a real cowgirl.
This is the part of our culture that is not frequently blasted throughout the media outlets.
I'm in there too, so let me try that.
Doc says she's the only black female in Arkansas riding bulls in competition, and the youngest, period.
The guys are always claiming to be toughest in the rodeo world. So when you hit a little girl that likes to ride animals like that, you encourage her to ride more and do more.
This family has been able to encapsulate the essence of community and rooting for one another.
Because I know if I try again, I'll always get my goal.
I just had the opportunity to talk to a brother in Arkansas and explore his journey that his family went through to obtaining some form of self-sustainability. The brother is deeply rooted in agriculture, and it goes back generations in his particular case. He's the anomaly, or he's the...
Hey, Roka Steele. One of the reasons over tonight, this will be possibly the last video I show. We're going to start talking food. But, one of the things that I've been, trying to do, not always so successfully overnight, is to counterpoint the body cam, video narrative. Not everyone in the American Black community is a crack hose stealing from Walmart and getting arrested. There's a lot of positive stuff that happens in the Black community at large. I grew up in South Georgia, so I've been exposed to farming, not animal husbandry so much, but the vegetable farming, that sort of thing. Last night we showed hunting and fishing. That is actually a big thing, at least in the South, in the Black community. As is, a lot of different outdoor activities. You will see more on Fox News about, the dysfunction in the inner city than you will see, something like this guy talking about how the young people get into farming, um, and, things like rodeos. Um, why that is, I guess it doesn't sell as many newspapers or sell as many commercials. But since I know about it, since I have the time overnight, it's something positive, just to balance out the scales.
Exception inside of my community because researchers have found that Black people own less than 1% of the farmland inside of America. And many of us definitely do not come from generational farmers, meaning my great-grandfather wasn't a farmer, my father wasn't a farmer, and quite naturally, I'm not a farmer. And the few people that do come from the agricultural lifestyle, many of their parents encourage them to go to college and pursue other means of income where they've gotten away from it. And I won't necessarily fault them in totality for that because of the wealth gap, because of the wage gap. They felt the need to push their children in a direction that they felt would give them more money or create a better financial situation for them. But in that, they lost contact with the one thing that would take care of them from generation to generation, and that is having access to the land. Yes, if I depend on your supermarkets to feed me, if your supermarket shelves become empty, then that means that I starve. So the true accessibility to freedom and self-sustainability should have been rooted in a form of community and also rooted deeper inside of that land. And these are things that we've gotten away from, and these are things that younger generations of people have been steered away from. So I find it a unique story that this brother doesn't suffer from those things. And I believe that he has a story that many of us can learn from and things that we can take from it and bring to our children and instill into the next generation. So maybe we don't make the mistakes that our parents made. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily their fault that they made those decisions. They made those decisions because they felt like that was what was best. But I will say that it was a miscalculation. So just like I hold them accountable to a certain extent, I'm going to hold myself accountable and the generation of people that we're responsible for under us to give them the information. So this is our journey. This is my effort to give back on that information. This is the 40-acre comeback.
Interesting. Well, we're gonna transition into the cooking part by asking why don't we eat more more wild boar in America?
Give me 1 second, Stanley. I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 2 minutes, okay?
From the
Okay.
distant high hills of Texas to the golden plains of California, it's common to see wild boars leaving the forests to cause harm and danger on farms. With estimates suggesting over 6 million wild boars inhabit the United States, it's surprising that this surplus of protein-rich meat remains largely inexhaustible. Despite their existing harm, Americans largely ignored the idea of consuming these invasive creatures. Why is such a plentiful meat source ignored? And what happened to those who ate such meat? Join us as we find out why don't they eat millions of wild boars and other animals in America? The dangerous deer. Before we talk about boars, let's talk about deers. The abundance of deer causes serious issues in America. When considering all deer-related damages, the total cost to the United States economy may exceed $9 billion annually. What dangerous harm has the deer done to farmers? And how can this growing problem be controlled? Farmers bear a substantial portion of this economic burden, with losses reaching $2.5 billion. Wild deer often leave forests to eat crops, causing a lot of havoc to farmland. This situation has led to extensive deer hunting. During hunting seasons, about 6 million deer are eliminated each year. However, this practice raises questions about resource use. The hunted deer represent around 200,000 tons of protein that often goes to waste. The high deer population in America has created a complicated problem that goes beyond crop destruction. As deer have spread into urban and suburban areas, they've become a significant safety hazard on roads and highways. The sheer number of deer-related accidents is alarming, with over 1.5 million collisions each year. These incidents pose a serious risk to drivers and passengers. These accidents impact entire communities through increased emergency services needs and healthcare costs. From an economic standpoint, the deer problem extends far beyond agricultural losses. Insurance companies bear a heavy burden. paying out approximately $1.5 billion each year for deer-related claims. This financial strain likely translates to higher premiums for all drivers, regardless of whether they've been involved in a deer collision. When considering the broader economic impact, the total cost to America is staggering, potentially reaching $9 billion annually. This figure includes not only direct costs like vehicle repairs and medical expenses, but also indirect costs such as lost productivity due to injuries or traffic delays caused by deer-related accidents. The widespread nature of the deer population makes addressing this issue difficult. Deer are now common in areas where they were once rarely seen, including city parks, golf courses, and residential neighborhoods. This proximity to human activity increases the likelihood of conflicts and accidents. Traditional wildlife management techniques may not be sufficient to address a problem of this scale. The situation calls for creative solutions that balance public safety, economic considerations, and ethical treatment of wildlife. Some areas have experimented with deer contraception programs or controlled culling, but these methods are often controversial and have mixed results. The relationship between deer and farmers in America has become increasingly strained due to the growing deer population. Wild deer, which traditionally inhabit forests, have developed a pattern of venturing into agriculture.
Ruckus Steel. The deer are like a big deal. Rutting, excuse me, rutting season for deer, at least on the East Coast, the white-tailed deer are, I think it's roughly September, probably through September, October, probably into November. What happens, the female deer go into heat and, the male deer kind of, get attracted and they basically go kind of wild. The male deer will have their antlers. They shed the antlers in the spring. They kind of grow them back for the rutting season. So the male deer especially just kind of go wild. Um, I had a lady who worked for me once. She was literally um, parked like in traffic or something, and a deer just kind of ran into her. So, deer on the highways, especially during the fall, happens a lot. And Fairfax County is in Virginia. It's right outside of DC. The last time I lived there, it's been a few years, but yearly, they'll have, like a lottery, uh, for hunters. If they win the lottery, they get to go into this big park and cull deer. You know, so many deer there that every year they will literally have hunters come in and thin out the herd. So, the deer are plentiful, but people in America don't particularly like wild game. Wild game does have a, kind of a wild, gamey taste. People get used to what they can buy in a grocery store, which in a lot of cases don't have much taste. So, that's just a down and dirty about deer and wild animals, as a food source in America. You don't get that sort of stuff. Definitely not in urban environments.
I like to beg to differ, Stanley. I love deer.
Okay, well, I wasn't talking about you personally.
Oh no, I don't. I know you weren't, but I'm just saying. A lot of people I know love deer. That's what I should have said. Excuse me. We
Well,
love deer.
a lot of people I know do too, but
Hmm.
you can't even sell wild game in the grocery store. So,
No,
it's definitely harder to get if you don't know someone who hunts.
yeah,
It's
you'd
kind
have
of
to go
hard.
to a butcher.
Well, I don't even know. The only time I know you can actually get, say, venison, which
Hmm.
is the what they call butchered deer.
Hmm.
Usually they'll donate that sort of stuff to food banks. They're what is it? Hunters for what is it? Hunters for the Hungry or something like that. There are a lot of local programs where any deer that get harvested can be donated to shelters and other types of food banks.
Hmm.
But as far as deer, you can sometimes you'll find like farm raised deer in some of the higher end grocery stores. You might be able to find wild boar, you might be able to find venison, but it's
Yeah.
usually rare, it's usually expensive, and even so, it's usually not in a big supply. So I
Hell,
know of this one place in Texas, and there are probably tons of them that, they basically raise deer for like, higher end brands of of meat and poultry for higher end grocery stores.
well, hell, you can't even find. There's a lot of meats you can't find in grocery stores nowadays. You can't really find a lot of veal. Veal is very hard to come across. Duck. We
Right. Well,
talked about the
actually
capon.
not that hard to find in the South anyway. Capons are. But the
Hmm.
one of the main reasons is, all the animal cruelty stuff. You used to be able to find veal fairly easily. You can still find
Hmm.
it even in Publix, but it's pretty rare.
Pretty
I
rare,
had
yes.
I had a friend of mine who had a farm and he had a farm store, and
Hmm.
he would raise veal, but veal is kind of expensive because you got to cage the little baby cows up and you got to feed them. You basically milk feed them. It's kind of involved, and I would imagine at some point you won't even be able to get veal. It's just kind of cruel, that and foie gras,
I
you
was
know.
just about to say that. I don't even think it's legal to even sell it here in the U.S. anymore. I'm not sure. Don't get me wrong, but even not, and even if it's not just the U.S., maybe certain states, because
Right.
I haven't had it in so long. I haven't, seen it on any menus.
Solid Snake, what rated chicken video you talking? I'm not sure I understand which video you're looking to see. But I'll go ahead and finish this. This is basically a video asking why don't people eat these wild game animals, and I'm not sure they really come to any conclusion. Let's see here, and we'll go towards the end.
The fat had a striking shade of bright blue, making it look far from safe to consume. This unclear is virtually impossible to attribute the effects to a certain test or country. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be wrong to suggest that humans are ultimately responsible for the existence, except for wild boars in southern Germany. Second, scientists have come to realize that it's not just Chernobyl. Nuclear weapons testing also shares the
And what does
blame.
this have to do?
88% of the 48 samples of wild boar meat tested had increased levels of radioactivity in Germany, and all
Cesium.
samples showed increased levels in Japan. The sample is not representative, of course, but the results are still concerning. Truffles. It couldn't be that one particular species of animal was particularly good at absorbing radiation.
Oops.
Boars happen to be the only animals with a real love for truffles. That's why their meat still shows high radioactivity. These truffles are buried underground, acting like a sort of storage for radioactive particles. Then, this radiation finds its way into the animal's body. And that's when scientists stumble upon the super radioactive meat. Pretty straightforward. By the way, it's interesting that boars are more radioactive in winter than in summer. There's not enough food in winter, so they eat truffles more often. And yes, it's not clear which country is responsible for the increased animal radioactivity. The fact is that there's a huge upward draft after an explosion. By the time the fallout falls down to Earth, the radioactive material is evenly distributed in the upper atmosphere, so it's virtually impossible to attribute the effects to a certain test or country. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be wrong to suggest that humans are ultimately responsible for the existence of radioactive boars. This is just one peculiar example of the oddities related to wild boars. In 2015, an unclear and disturbing album of images was uploaded to Reddit. Instead of the usual white, the fat had a striking shade of bright blue, making it look far from safe to consume. This unclear discovery ignited a public outcry, and eventually the blue fat mystery reached scientists who didn't immediately have an answer. The initial hypothesis was that the strange color of the fat was caused by illegal poison or heavy metals in the body of the boar. But scientists ruled this out, as no signs of heavy metals or toxins were found in the carcass. Another theory was that the boar had consumed a blue dye commonly used by hunters to attract their prey. This dye is non-toxic, which means it couldn't harm the boar even if ingested, but it can easily accumulate in the body. It turned out that the boar in question was found on a cornfield regularly visited by wild animals. But despite this, no conclusive theory regarding the blue fat has been proposed, and the photos of the unusual carcass remain mysterious to this day. Given the uncontrolled proliferation of wild boars, the only solution seems to be actively hunting them. Despite all efforts, controlling these creatures.
Yeah, that was a kind of a weird video. Teenage Mutant Ninja Boars.
Speaking of Teenage Mutant Ninja, have you ever had turtle soup?
No.
Me neither. I don't know if I'll try it. I don't know. It doesn't sound appealing to me.
Well, if you've had alligator, why not?
But everybody says it's good.
Well,
Yeah,
if you can eat
gator.
one reptile, why not? Well, turtles are they? No, turtles are amphibians. Can't
Yeah, they
remember.
are.
Can't remember what alligators are. I think they're reptiles.
They are because they lay eggs.
Okay. All right. Well, this is. I don't know that we want to do
Wait,
this. This is a
turtles.
long.
Wait, hold up. Turtles lay eggs too.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're amphibians. At least, maybe I'm thinking of tortoises. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've taken a biology class.
Me too. I think gators, if I'm not mistaken, don't get me, I'm not a vet. They can come out the water, but they have to go back in after a while or something like that. Like they can't live completely out of the swamp, out of the water.
Right.
But they're trans because they can go both ways. Or they're bi, I should say.
All right. Well, let's watch this.
Yo, pig, and that's my brother doing some good old South Georgia pig picking. Y'all, we began this process at 12 midnight. It was an all-night journey of preparing this hog for the 4th of July and my daddy's birthday celebration. It was my first time being really involved in the process. I loved it. Me and my brother got to bond. I learned how to work the coals. I learned how to feed the fire. I learned how to control the temperature of the fire. We took this hog, we roasted it all night long. We pulled it apart for our family and friends. We had a pig picking feast. Get ready for another PGO adventure. Happy birthday, Daddy. Hey PGO squad, it's the night before the hog roast, and guys, things are about to get smoky. We actually made a few adjustments to our pit. We're gonna cook our hog a little bit different this year. We added some center blocks. So we're gonna actually sit our pig down in here and put a piece of tin over it. Down here, I went ahead and got the fire rolling and started so that we can have a nice bed of coals for when my brother comes. Just waiting on my brother.
Oh, I know who she is.
Oh, I like her too. Yeah, she's cooked. She's hunted and cooked a raccoon before. And I think that was the coon that she had in the last clip.
Let's see what we working with. That hole deep in here. Hey, put me some water on here and loosen them up.
Really?
Put enough ice on them now.
You been on ice for like how many days? 3?
Yeah, this reminds me of when I was small. Yeah, people getting up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and they'll let this hog go all damn day.
You stink.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't stay there. I don't smell nothing.
Good.
Come on.
That's
Oh, why is the tail still on?
good.
That's funny. Let Luna chew on.
Disgusting.
Luna, you...
No, she don't want the tail. Tail was nasty. She can have the tail.
That one there is greedy. Let's believe she ain't gonna play. Big mouth. Okay, this way.
Be careful now.
Yeah, watch out. See.
Oh, oh, you turn that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, lean them up a little bit. Let the water come out of it. Like that. I ain't gonna lie, this one look a lot cleaner than what the hog that we got from Ellis. Oh, I mean, it's just not a lot of blood clotting and a lot of
It's been soaking in salt. That's why he said put that salt in
it
there.
look fairly clean.
Mm-hmm.
And we not doing a lot with all that up there, so that's a good thing. Baby.
Oh, no. I'm still eating on that little piece of shit.
This is pork, pulled pork.
Oh, like
these are ham. This is what ham is made from.
Oh.
This part right here is bacon. That's raw bacon, basically. Pork chops. You eat the swine now. Oh, they put a brick under there.
Yeah.
See, that'll work too.
And then laid it on top of it. Wait, bro. Wait, what if we like just cut off the entire ear and then we like deep fry it and we give it to her?
Bro, you ain't gonna make it back, man. You finna go to sleep.
Sad, bro.
What's sad about it?
You look so sad. Look at him.
Animals have to give up their life so we can eat.
So I'm in here making a marinade. I'm starting with a little bit of water. I've added chicken bouillon just to kind of make it like a chicken stock. The Jack Daniels rub. I'm gonna add some Worcestershire sauce. I'm gonna add brown sugar, salt, Tony Satchery, and white vinegar and apple juice. And that's gonna be my injection for this whole haul. And then I'm gonna bring it to a boil, y'all. I ain't never did this, but me and my brother just working together and we're gonna make it work. So, we're gonna let you know how it is. Hopefully this hog is really juicy. Hopefully the marinade is really good. And I'm just making this on a whim, just trying it out.
Bro, I mean, I said, you done started just toting.
You said 8, but you said get it to fill up this.
No, it ain't gonna fill up the whole thing, no. I'm just gonna prop it up. So I'm raising it so when I put a board there, I can close that hole.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Because we're not gonna be able to leave that hole wide open. And see, that's good right there.
The method that we used to cook this pig was to build 4 small fires in each corner. With the coals that I created, my brother built 4 small fires in each corner of the pit for an even indirect cooking.
It burned though.
Where's the seasoning?
We'll hit that back corner with a little bit more.
So you put the bag where the hams are faster?
Mm-hmm. Hold some of that juice in, that oil. And when I put that top on, I do not want it to catch in fat. Stay on task, Noah.
This doesn't look. This doesn't look very. Doesn't look like they've done this a lot before.
No, I think they said this is their first time.
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure, but I think it's her first time, but they're showing her how to do it.
Wait,
I
who the
think.
hell does this on foil?
I don't know. Usually you have a box and you put it in a box, or you
Well, I've
dig a
always
hole
seen.
underground.
I've always seen them basically. If you're going to use a pit like this, you basically oil the grill, the actual metal grill, and then you do it. You just lay the pig right on top of the grill. So
Mhm.
the metal. I don't know.
It says
I
you
mean,
should
all
peel
that
your
foil's going
hams,
to do
dribble
is
inside and inject.
reflect heat back at the
That's
fire.
a lot of inject.
Maybe what they're doing is trying to get.
Is it hard to
I
do?
don't know why
No.
they're using foil. I've never seen that done.
Or in the Cuban
Kind
way
of
is you
inject it
you
straight
dig a
into the
hole in the
muscle, so it
ground,
might give a little
you lay
kickback.
down some banana leaves, you put the pig in.
Injection.
It's like you put it in a box, and
There
then
you go.
you lay some more banana leaves and some coal on top and let
I
it
don't know
smoke.
what I'm doing.
Yep.
But well seasoned. Oh, okay, they're injecting it with stuff.
So I don't, like the Cajun injectors and stuff. I don't do any of that shit.
I ain't gonna like it, or I ain't going deep enough.
Well, with the
My
whole
wife
hog,
used to. My wife used to have an
I ain't
injector.
going deep enough.
I just, all you need to
It's
do
coming out the
really
other
is just
hole.
put
Want to come out.
striations in the meat and go from there.
yes, that's how I do it too.
This is just too involved.
We're making the salt crust.
But with the whole hog, you have to make sure it's really well salted, and you don't put the seasoning outside of the skin on the skin,
We
because
didn't put no
then
rub on it last time, did you?
I know
the
the
skin
first
won't
time
get
we
all
did a mop
crispy. It'll get all soggy,
almost like the whole time.
or
Well,
burnt
what I
with the
don't know
seasoning.
is,
Man was out
maybe
there
they don't have the facility, but if
telling me
you
what to
take
do.
that hog, you put it in a refrigerator or, some
Mhm.
refrigerated space for a day or two, basically age it,
Mhm.
it'll cook just fine. Or hang it like in a meat locker or something.
Yes, yes. Not everybody
People,
has that luxury.
well, yeah, then you shouldn't do it. I'm gonna be honest. I've become over the years more of a stickler. Like if you're gonna cook dinner, for instance, say you're gonna do
Mhm.
baked chicken or something like that, you really should be preparing, the meat part of it like a day or two ahead of
Oh,
when
I
you're
agree.
actually gonna have it for dinner. People don't really
Oh,
do
I
that.
agree. I've I cringe when I hear people on Thanksgiving talking about Thanksgiving Day. They just open the turkey, the defrosted turkey out the package, and that's when they cook. Like, are you kidding me? My
Right,
turkey's like a 3-day process.
right. And people don't realize you can't just pull chicken out of a package and season it, throw it in the oven. You can,
Mm-mm.
but it's not going to taste as good.
No, you're gonna have that. Even chicken has a gamey taste. It's gonna have that gamey taste.
Well, I don't know. I think I must have got so used to the taste that I don't notice it. The only time I get, basically, your chicken shouldn't smell. Um, and a lot of times if you age the chicken, basically put it in a refrigerator, season it, and then put it on a sheet pan with a rack on it. Put it in the
Mm-hmm.
refrigerator for a day or two. Um, it improves the meat, the taste, and all that. And it doesn't matter. Same thing with steaks or pork chops or anything like that.
Push that leg up under like this.
All look at that piggy
I would
butt.
hold them legs just how they are, so they don't move. Perfect.
I just want the ears. I want the ears.
Now we just gotta prop it up with that block.
Boo, you forgot your block under there.
So it is. But it's sitting up nice though. Once we turn those legs, but the head though. Where that block at?
Now, how are they gonna cover it?
See how y'all did? Good job. Chin up, pig.
Chin up, chest out.
Ooh, that nigga sitting up like a pig. Ooh. That's all about presentation. We ain't eating no ear.
Yeah, I'm not feeling their method here.
Good job.
That fire
Yeah,
doesn't look hot.
I've never seen it before, but let's trust the process, Stanley. Let's see how it turns out. It might turn out looking good, you know. I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's going to be good. You know, they they would scrap the film otherwise, but I would be doing this a little bit. I want the fire hotter. I want the pig directly on the grating. You know, I'd be wanting to cover it, so they're losing a lot of heat this way. Thank God.
yeah, I like the crispy skin.
And then the other thing, when you see people like pit masters, you know, people who do this a lot, and I'm sure they're going to do it, but you know, at some point you start swabbing the skin, you know, because you basically want to baste it.
Yes.
You see it all four corners. We got the wood in there going too. Got the wood.
Well, they put a grate on top of it. Let's see if they put coals on top of it, then oh my God,
We
yeah.
got the hog on. We're gonna go take a nap for like 3 hours, and then we'll be back when we checking on the hog.
All night.
That's how much. Look at his ear.
Oh, y'all cooking with
Yeah, well,
Okay, so
DiCapriono, you know what happens to insects that get into the fire, right?
Right at 4 hours. 4 hours and 20 minutes. We put them on at 310. 4 hours and 20 minutes. We put the brick up under the head for the
It's outdoor cooking.
for the presentation.
Bugs are part of nature.
Just more protein.
Yeah, and then
Well,
you
it's
got
going
the
to burn
log
up.
burning back there too.
I
Yeah, it
see.
won't
We got a
last.
lot of city boys.
Now I'm not.
A lot of city boys on the John Galt channel. Bugs are a
Yeah.
part of being outdoors. Um, people call me a pussy. Shit, what's a bug gonna do to a fire?
Gonna let that heat die down too much. I'm gonna keep dumping it. Think it need more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that fire's not hot enough
like how
because
you
they're
see it,
able to
though.
touch that tin sheeting with bare
This is
hands.
the man of the hour.
Well,
This
I
is my
think they're
daddy.
cooking it
Y'all know
low
we
and
have
slow.
the hog roast for the 4th of July and for my daddy's birthday.
Yeah.
But last week we couldn't have the cookout, so we're doing it this week.
Which, you know, I'm not gonna dismiss right away because low and slow is always good because you don't burn
Right here. Sleep the
certain parts of the meat, you know.
Luna, you know that other piece
Yep.
fell off the ground.
Let's trust the process here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing sounds dead.
What the hell?
So let's get metal shavings all over the fucking meat.
Is that even
Oh,
These people
yeah.
are fucking. These people are sloppy. You shouldn't be doing that on the
Lisa,
grill.
bring the thing. Don't throw it. You thought about throwing it. Hey.
Oh, I see what they did. But that's not the right type. That's a meat thermometer, or that's not the
Yeah,
right
you're supposed to.
thermometer.
Yeah, you're supposed to put it in the meat.
Yeah, what the hell are they doing?
It ain't got to be billow or nobody else. Dump it how you want to dump it.
Yeah, let me not read this.
Yeah. Put some fire up on it. We woke now.
I wonder how many bags of coals they used.
Pick a corn. And kind of spread them out, you know.
Okay, then all that's gonna catch.
Yeah. Because you're dumping it right on the red coal. You hold on, what about that back corner back there? Back corner back there.
Started back there, didn't I? Put some more.
Yeah, we're gonna finish.
I think it's behind that log.
Hit it with some more. I want the log to catch on fire anyway.
I don't see smoke.
Now look, since we need some more heat, they're gonna let it breathe on this side too.
Okay, and then that'll bring the oxygen through.
Put that bag in there too, so it burns. Of course, it'll create eye.
Her little mouth gonna be so black.
See, they're using chimneys now.
Do you see that? Yeah.
Okay, so instead of pouring it on the fire like you just did, you gonna get it ready in this chimney thing. Yeah. And so then all you gotta do
Now,
is
maybe
pour
they're
them on
gonna
top.
pour those coals on top.
Pour them in the shovel and then.
Right, I'm waiting for them to do so. Then I would applaud it. I would be like, okay, it's worth
Because I
it. You know?
see he's preparing those chimneys.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's country.
It's not country. Just use newspaper. You don't need to do it that way. I've used, I actually use chimneys. You don't necessarily need the wood like he's doing.
Maybe he's just doing it for some flavor. I don't know.
Oh no, well no. What he's doing is lighting that
Smoke,
charcoal.
yeah, it started smoking immediately.
Y'all, we got this pig well underway. My brother creating fires and stuff. My eyes burning. There's a lot going on. I want to keep looking at the pig. Like a good eye film at some time. But I don't want it to
Everybody
be like,
live near each other.
yeah, but I want it to be like at least 5 acres between 10.
Hello. Good morning.
Carry a bag like that over your shoulders if it's got a pistol in it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You gotta put out no chewing gum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, for future references, do not pull out your pistol like that. No. You gonna pull out by the front of it.
If I
pull out by the shoe, I probably would shot. Let's say something going down. Hey, I'm sorry, I have a pistol.
Nah, I ain't gonna do it like that. Don't do it like that. You don't care. Don't talk like that.
Exactly.
I don't care how you pull
What's
it
going
out.
on, cuz?
Pull your
Just know I got it on. I got everybody see.
Pull your fire. Come look at our hog.
She's able to touch those things. I guess.
That thing got big. That's the one you got from
Donald.
Nothing. Yeah, it got big. Yeah.
You ready, boo? To pour that in there?
They've been fiddling with that tin all night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, something like that. Because he really ain't that small.
You know, the one thing that you have to be careful when you cook low and slow, though,
Mm-hmm.
180 degrees, is it 180 degrees? There's a certain temperature you have to hit to kill bacteria. And when you start
Mm-hmm.
going low and slow and fiddling around like this, um, I get worried about, actually, turning your food into an incubator versus,
Yeah.
actually killing the bacteria.
Tainted meat.
Well, I mean, it's you don't know how easy it is to incubate mold and stuff like that. They
Mm.
like heat. It's just above a certain temperature they can't survive. And these people are
Yeah.
scaring me. Um,
It's
these
just
people are
like
scaring the
it's just like when somebody I watch videos and they say, "Oh, I'm gonna cook these pork chops to medium well." No, pork should always be well done. And
No, I believe
oh,
that.
jeez.
Well, for you, a little pink doesn't bother me, but it depends. Like if it's a thick cut pork chop, it's not going to bother me that much, especially if you get it at a restaurant. Um, usually if you really want your pork chop just bare, like not dry, if you really care that much, stick a thermometer in it. That way you get the temperature just right. And that's the other thing.
Hmm.
You know, I can do it. I don't need a thermometer to cook most things, but say I'm cooking for guests or something like that, and I want the temperature just right. I want it perfect. Use a thermometer. That way
Yes.
you will never screw up using a thermometer.
Hello. And watch watch your crop. Where the
Yeah, Solid Snake, they removed the hair.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, I see
I
what
got
they're
it. I'm
doing.
good. Andre.
I was kind of hoping they put it on
Nolan.
top, but
Oh, you need more?
yeah, we're gonna put all this in there.
Over here on her dad and mama.
I just don't think they have this damn thing hot enough. There should be much more smoke than this.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed the way because the whole tin was like a whole production. I was wondering if they were gonna put coals on
See, I
top.
like that. Coals come in hot, baby.
You should have put some more back on that cone. I don't know what you were doing.
Which cone?
Oh well.
Behind that when you told me.
I did put
You should have put some more back there.
You think we should just spread it out like that?
Mm-hmm.
All right now.
Man,
Too high.
I can't.
Yeah, right there. Simple. All right, it's kicking in
I
the
can't
dirt.
dunk it. Come
Get
on
us
with
a
them.
brisket.
Get a brick.
What I said, a brisket.
Yeah, you
Get
hungry.
us-
Is that what you said?
You hungry.
Yeah, bro, get a brisket. Been up too long.
Okay.
Now these the good ones.
I'm not tripping.
Get some thinner ones out of that niche. I'm on the road now. He was weak, sis. It's that one.
You gonna do two of them? Two calls?
Yep. Because I feel like we could be cooking at a way higher temperature.
Here you go. Do this one.
But wow, it is creeping up to 300 right now without all that. So maybe we'll just do one.
I'm gonna go ahead and get these ready.
Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. We only gonna do one. Man. You're almost at 300 degrees right now.
Well, we can still have it on the side.
Ooh. Work with it, Nisha.
Don't work with it. You must not know who my mama is. Very capable.
Yeah, I heard of. She wash her own car.
She don't do that. Trying to get my little TPs going.
We ain't finna play with this hog, man. It's gonna get hot.
As long as it ain't just like no rolling raging fire under that hog. Put no clothes under that hog.
Yeah. I need to take a shower every time we check the hog.
Me too. I was just checking it.
Every 3 hours. Light it from the bottom, man.
I know that, but I'm still just lighting.
Okay. You're doing great. See that positive reinforcement? We got to keep the morale of the team high.
You teach them and then make them want to do it again.
Yeah. Oh, so this want to do it anyway. Hold on. Look. That shit out.
Oh, that's that. What you mean? That's it. All day long.
Yep. Sit them straight on top of it. Simple.
Y'all see how I saw that one time and just did it? Look at that. All right, so we're going to wait for this to turn to cold, and then we'll be back when we jump it in the pit.
I think you finna say a box shaving or something. A cutlass or something. Oh, yeah.
You know, roast?
Mm-hmm. I know I want to get the jungle done before it get hot out here. Hey, look at my little bulldog right there. What you got? Hey.
Y'all, people smell the smoke from miles around. The yard gonna be full after a while. Y'all know Country Style, one of my favorite shows, Country Style, they say you can smell the smoke in the air. They smell the smoke in the air. They coming.
Yeah, we right at about 300. By the time we add these hot coals, I believe it's just gonna shoot on up. Ain't like him no more since then. That's it.
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap on that. Man, then he bit Bouchard Fred. He bit Lil Tony. Yeah. He bit Lil Tony foot. Bouchard and Lil Tony had just did a job. Tony was sitting in the garage. I had a TV in there, recliner, all that. And Tony was sitting in there.
I don't know, DiCaprio. No, I actually prefer thick cut pork chops. For me, the thin pork chops dry out too quickly. And I don't know, when they dry out a little bit, they get tough. One thing I do with thin pork chops, though, there's a crock pot recipe I have. It's basically it's gonna be like a pork chop stew, but I use well, I guess it winds up being like a pork chop with gravy, but it's a crock pot recipe that I'll see if I can look it up. I wonder if they have a video of it.
Or you lightly bread it and
Bouchard take the dog out.
Yeah, you can do something like a schnitzel with it, but I don't know.
yeah,
Thin
and then
pork
you make
chops.
a sauce.
Yeah, I'm just not into thin pork chops, to be honest.
No, me neither.
Tony had one out.
I prefer thick, but the thin ones, I mean, if that's what you have, you could work with it if you know what I mean.
Right.
Side on the phone. Bouchard let the dog back in, ain't even think about Tony in the garage, in the dog cage in the garage. So when the dog run back through the house, going back to his cage, he come face to face with little Tony. Tony talking about he just stood there for a minute. Tony talking about the dog just stood there for a little minute. He just stood there. And he just went at him. He don't bark or nothing. Yeah. And he didn't do no bark. Yeah. And Tony jumped up on the chair and tried to kick him. And he grabbed that foot. When to shaking that foot. Little Tony.
You guys still be more careful.
Bouchard had to come get him, man. And Tony had on some if he had on some real shoes or some boots, he would have been all right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He had on, like Nike Presto kind of knit at the top.
Jeez.
So it bit straight through and punctured his foot on the side. Oh, man.
Oh, you should have been got rid of that dog.
Well, I tried to hold on to it. I love my dog. I tried to hold on to it. He bit Bouchard homeboy as soon as he walked in the door.
Oh, it was something about him.
Yeah. He walked as soon as he walked in the door, he bit him. Bit him on the arm, grabbed him. You gonna pour it? Hold on, let me get over here. Yeah, that one looked a little.
Oh, that's hot.
The handle hot too?
Okay, Solid Snake, I'm not gonna even ask you about this comment.
Wait, what comment?
Okay, see you later.
We kind of got that back taken care of. You can kind of go
On the
across
side.
the front. You can go up under him a
Oh
little
my
bit.
God.
It won't hurt.
Yeah, that's a little problematic.
That sounds
Proteins
about
build
correct though.
fat. I don't move enough to
Hey,
burn
put it on
fat,
that
so
log.
beer
Where that
and
log
water
at?
mostly.
We won't smoke.
Yeah, that sounds healthy.
Up under it. You know what I'm saying? That's how wood
Good
burns.
luck with that.
All right, we good, bro?
Is that the new Ozempic?
Yeah, we got more heat popping. Look,
Yeah,
I can see the heat wave.
I guess.
Cover them up.
Olympic, like Olympic beer.
You see that oil dripping?
No, Ozempic.
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh,
His
I thought
diet
you
is
said I said
his
Olympic.
diet is Olympic.
Olympic
I
beer.
thought, or is it Olympia? I can't even remember
Okay,
the
y'all. So we have the
name of the
pig
beer
well
now.
underway. I'm about to go get my nails done. About to go do my hair, and then we'll be back to show you the finishing products of the haul. Say bye, bro. Peace out.
I'll let you. Peace
Has
out.
she ever
We had
decided
2
to
hours of
lose
sleep
weight?
last night,
She's
y'all.
actually really pretty.
Bro.
Shoulders, ham. Oh, my sister right here, she got a YouTube channel. This one of my
She
coworkers.
is, and she hunts. She's not
Y'all, the
no.
hog is done. My
They
brother on the
killed
phone
this
with his
hog.
friend.
They
but
went to kill the hog. She
the
had the hog
PTO
raised.
I guess I
pig
can't
is
say the
done, dog.
name, but some untalented female
Stick
that
it in.
everybody simps for. But
Stick it in.
she actually has good content. I like watching her a lot.
Let them see. Let them
Oh,
see.
I like
People
watching
don't
her. I
think,
was just
we
saying
took
it.
ours to
I mean,
190.
I just
Okay.
looked at another
190 plus.
video of her
190 plus. That's
with
good.
her
And
hair
then when you
down.
pull
She's
it
not
out,
wearing that visor. She's got
you're
a
looking for a
really
cold
pretty
spot.
face.
She
Temperature steady
does.
rising.
I mean, now I wouldn't. I
Y'all going
mean,
nowhere
I'd
with
go
them,
out
y'all.
hunting with her.
Every year, we don't really know
I'd
what we're doing
even
with them
date her.
dogs.
But
Trial and error. We getting it right.
knowing that she could do
Last year,
better.
we had him open. This
Of
year, we
course,
had him covered up
she's
like a little
older. She's
oven.
not
Next
a
year, we'll
young
probably have it
spring
hanging
chicken.
under the ground somewhere. But y'all will be here.
I could see us hanging out.
And beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Stanley.
It ain't no.
No, beauty. That's just
That's what you want.
that's just
What are you gonna try?
that's just rhetoric.
The bacon.
It's up under there.
Ah,
Beauty is
come on.
beauty.
Stick your hand up
Beauty
under
is
that.
beauty.
Hey, come over here on this ham where it's pulled back from. Want to hit the ground. Probably can pull some off there. No.
She got them knockers on the blocks.
Yeah, I knew. Come on, Nisha. You always gonna
And
act like it was
they
like.
would be much more
Come get a piece
I
right
don't
here,
know,
boo.
how would I put it?
Right
Much more
where?
on display if
by
she
the
lost
tail.
that belly.
That little fat and taste.
How you got it up?
Right here. You see what
Well,
I'm saying?
yeah, but
I get it.
Man, please.
I can
Same with my
respect
fingernail
her
ain't
as
got
a
no filler.
woman. Like
Oh, like I said, I would
I
I would
wouldn't be
date her.
brave enough to do
Oh yeah,
half
he
of the
got
shit
flavor
she
too.
does.
Yeah.
Stop playing with me.
Yeah, you're right. You got flavor to him now.
After this,
That's
we
him,
just gonna let him be. Take some skin in the house, put it in the oven, crisp it up, chop it up, put it in the meat. I like how he cooking in his own fat.
Yeah.
I like that. It's keeping it real moist.
Yeah, I had to fight you about that. It's okay.
Yeah, you do.
It's all right. I had to fight you about that aluminum foil. Now you wasn't feeling that.
I wasn't feeling that. I didn't know how that was gonna be, but I see the smoke still coming around it.
I
That's
think
why.
this is in
Remember when
Georgia
we first
somewhere.
put him in there and the butt was up against? I
I
was like,
think
nah.
she's in North
You got to
Carolina
have
somewhere.
so
I
air
think
can
that's where
flow all
she's
the way
based
around.
from.
You cook
I
now.
think she's in North
Look
Carolina,
at
The
it.
if I'm
last
not
show I
Yeah,
watched
mistaken.
we
though,
caught you.
I thought it
looked
was
like he
North
got caught
Carolina
running
too,
just
but
like
it
that.
turned out it
Throwed him
was
Okay,
right
PGF Squad,
around
the
where
hog
was it
is
in
on,
Georgia?
and all we're doing now
There was
is
a place in Georgia I hadn't even heard of. It's way south. Um, that's why I'm thinking this is in Georgia, but it might be wrong. I might be wrong.
Quincy? Is it
just
Quincy?
crisping the skin. All the meat is
I don't. I've never heard of Quincy, Georgia.
Oh yeah, because Quincy's very south of Georgia. It's actually on the border of Florida and Georgia.
Is
I've
it
been to
Quincy County?
No, it's Quincy, Georgia.
Okay. I don't, believe it or not, I don't know that far south Georgia, like south of Cordele. I don't really know that well.
Because I remember when I went to a coworker's funeral, she lived in Quincy, and Quincy's a little hick.
Is it no, no,
Well,
no? Is it
that's
Quincy or Quitman?
no, it's Quincy,
Okay,
and
because I
it's
know where Quitman County is in Moultrie. I know where all that. I know where all that is, but that's more east.
oh, okay. Because at the time I was working for a multi dealership, and she worked at the GM dealership in Quincy, and
Mhm.
that's a little town, little town. And I stayed in Tallahassee, and Tallahassee was about 20 minutes away.
Okay, yeah. I don't know that much. I don't know that much about that part of the world
Yeah, my
because
hotel was in
south of
Tallahassee.
like in the Cook County, Lowndes County area, that's
Hmm.
pretty much where, my family lived. So outside of that, I don't know too much about.
Right, exactly. And
Completely done.
just because I'm
All we're
from New
doing now
York
is
doesn't mean I know all of New York and all the counties and every little
Right.
town, Yeah.
crisping the skin. The shindig starts at 4 promptly. It is 1:06. So
Well,
I need to get him on.
once again, I want to point out, and I've been doing this with a vengeance because I talk to folks during the day about this. You don't see any damn body, drive by shooting or drug dealing on the corner or anywhere. What
Uh-huh.
you see here is probably a black section of the town or county. This is normal life in South Georgia.
Uh-huh.
That urban shit that Be Brave talks about. Betty doesn't know shit about this sort of living, and this is common.
Yeah. Be brave, pay
I
attention.
want to go do my hair.
The vehicles are nice, the houses are decent, the lawns are mowed, and they're, doing a whole hog in the back. This black people live like this too, and I never
Oh, he
hear
died to live next to these neighbors, okay?
he'd eat good.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
the thing
exactly.
is that this style of living never gets talked about. People are paying their
No.
bills, people are mowing their lawns, people are raising their kids and grandkids, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Put my clothes on, and I'll see y'all in a minute.
You winning,
Yes, sir.
losing, or cheating?
Winning in my bloodline. You doing all
that's right. That's right. You good, man?
Yes, sir.
Ain't seen you in a while, brother. You good? Good. You winning?
Nah, I'm losing.
Try the other hand then.
And that's Josie. She's a kid, and she got my brother. Yeah.
Kids nicely dressed, clean.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, they can't let the pig.
Are they letting the pig out?
Yeah, they get ready to.
Oh gosh. I think this is heavy already.
What? No, that's grandma. Now my cousins out here making sure we don't get no flies on them.
Your big cuz.
Big cuz, Andrew.
Big cuz.
Say hey to the squad, cuz.
What's going on, squad?
Okay, then we got
The hell
Elijah
is
over
that
here.
on his head?
Some of my male cousins, y'all ain't met them yet.
Which one?
You
Oh, the
ready
one
now?
fat. Hold on.
You don't eat pork,
I'm
Andrew.
looking at that pig. That pig looks good.
He on his health journey, y'all.
No, I'm not
I
on the
bet
health
that
journey.
skin
It's
isn't
messing with
crispy.
my blood pressure.
Okay. Well, you stay off the pork.
I
I
bet
ain't got
that
no
skin
blood.
is rubbery.
Me neither.
I ain't got damn. Not at all.
No, I think it might crack it when you cut it. Let's see.
He got no pressure, baby. Look, he the one ate the ear.
Oh, look at
Oh,
her
yeah.
hair.
And I did that.
Her hair is
Ear
beautiful.
off.
Do you
Oh,
see
yeah.
that?
You see
Big back. Big back. Big back.
Yes, my
Right
bag
up.
gets loaded up.
Hey, any one of you single women see this?
Man, go
I
on,
got
baby.
good hair.
Dr.
I ain't got
Umar.
no kids.
Got a good job. He is an outstanding young man. Back just wide.
It's real right, why? But get what? It run in the family.
Wait a minute, not mine.
In the family.
My back ain't mine. How dare you flex on us all? My back ain't mine. Oh, look at these young men fanning this nice.
It's a big bag.
Hey, baby, hi.
It's a
My
big
dick is so cute. These kids so hot.
It's a big bag.
I hope so.
Nisha, guess what? So I was at the house. I was just at the house scrolling, looking at YouTube. Guess what popped up on YouTube?
Me.
You on your channel. Guess what you were doing?
Well, I don't know.
Cleaning a coon.
With Aunt Judy?
No, you were with
with Jello. But
yeah, Jello.
What do you mean?
I said, what in the world? I ain't know you get down and dirty like that.
Well, you know, I do what I need to.
Look, there's another big bag. There's another one.
What you think you is? You ain't talking about nothing.
I want some of that hog head meat.
Look like you'd already been eating hog head.
Neck of the nigga.
I did all
the
that.
ear off the other one.
I pulled, yeah, I sure did.
I'm not eating no ear.
I pulled the ear up, ate ear
All
wax
this
and
good meat and all everywhere. It's all about presentation. We ain't eating no ear.
I pulled the ear up, ate ear
All
wax
this
and
good meat and all everywhere.
I saw that
No,
ear
because
for
I tried to get it because I thought it was gonna be crispy. You know how you got the real life skin?
Oh, and boom, he got like the canal, like the inside, like.
No, I ain't eat all that now.
Look at that meat. Look at that meat that jump out of there.
Look at Big Day.
Yeah. You want some? You want some?
I'm fine though. Oh, I can now.
Tastes really good.
Oh, you found some then. How you feel about it?
It's good.
I just asked my dad. Look, pork is
He
great.
got flavor.
What do you do?
Is that meat right there on the end of that bone?
Oh, this
You
one
want the
big,
bone?
nice
Get the bone,
blood.
though. You didn't find that, sir.
You right. You right too.
Oh, where my phone at? I'm supposed to call the pastor.
Look how easy the bone came out.
You gonna FaceTime me?
Yeah, y'all cook this. Y'all cook this. Appreciate that, Ty.
Who I got the house from?
Appreciate it.
Bone pulled right out, hand in.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, talk trash, baby. Talk trash. Let me look at the
That shoulder.
Hello, Auntie. How are you?
I'm good.
Give you what?
I got 2 things.
Just
Y'all look at that meat coming off. My brother is pulling it down.
Bro can't get that bone like that. Some of that bone.
what you gonna do with the bone? I that bone hot too now. Ain't too much on that bone now. You working with whatever it is.
You can put that just on the side. We'll throw that in the oven.
Look at that.
I think this is the best one yet, bro. You gonna send this in the house?
Yep.
Hey. Oh, you trying to break it down?
That's the lawn. That's the lawn.
That's part of the bacon. The loin is on the top up there.
Oh, that's
like
the lawn.
this. That's the loin. Who lying? Somebody lying. Somebody lying. I heard my name. Somebody lying.
Hello, everyone. Luna, don't start that. Hey, Luna is in her cage. We don't do the dogs in the house, but my brother is very particular about his little dog, so mama let it sit right there. Nowhere near the food, none of that. Okay. We don't play that. Baby, we ain't nasty. Don't be in and out, we make it play. This is my house.
Well, get your glove. I'm gonna wrap this piece of skin in aluminum foil. I'm gonna take it home and put it in the oven and cook it.
Yeah. We ain't doing that right now. Y'all let skin on that hole. You can grab the skin before you leave.
Who is that? I'm so glad.
Oh, my
You gotta take me to
I can fill it out.
I didn't take it.
I just said that earlier. That's how I come through that phone. He get everything.
By the way, you see, you come here. If you ain't fixing no plate, we need you out the kitchen. I know that's right.
I slept a night on you so bad.
I'll peel Rico like a crane.
All right, Squad, and look at this beautiful brunch with stew that my mama made. She made some brunch with stew for us to go with the whole hog, and it looks so good. I cannot wait to try it. So, Squad Mama Grace did her thing on that, y'all.
Where's that?
Yeah.
They got a plate on.
I feed these to the people, y'all.
One man band, but we getting the job done.
Hey, Stanley, can you pause that video? I got an echo.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to make sure I ain't got no echo. Do I sound okay?
Yep. While this is positive, make sure everybody in the chat is hit the like button, please. And if you're new to the chat, new to the channel, please share and subscribe. Share the wealth.
Now, see, Stanley, that wasn't so hard, was it?
Nope.
But I would also
Now the
like
only
to
thing
add,
I'm wondering is
shout
where.
out to Stanley for all your hard work. Shout out to Virgo. And Stanley, I gotta ask, man, what's the name of this video, man? And let's see if we can send our 11 viewers over to hit that like button for that video we just viewed. You know, fair use,
the name
man.
of the
It feels
chat?
good to see your family. But man, I ain't gonna lie, man. You fucked me up, man. You messed me up a little bit, Stanley.
Why is that?
Yeah, man. Watching that pig cook up in that thing, man. Look, I had to. My comment got deleted. But you know, I told you a long time ago I had to shoot my little pet pig in the face. You know, I used to go out to the farm. I always call it my favorite pig. My auntie knows she can always just leave me outside with that dang on pet pig and I'd be all right. I ain't had to go nowhere. I got my little pet pig, my little G.I. Joe, my man, my little transformer. You know, I always showed them all to them. Man, one day I come out there that morning, man, they told me, man, yeah, you got to be a man today, Dee. I guess they got mad because I kept them up all night with all my little talking about G.I. Joe episodes and Looney Tunes cartoons I be watching. And, man, they put that shotgun in my hand and they told me to shoot that pig in the face. I said,
do
no,
what
I can't
with it?
shoot pigs in the face. To shoot them in the face.
To eat
they
it?
do things different. To kill it.
To barbecue it? Or was it just to kill it to kill it?
To slaughter it.
Oh.
They ran slaughterhouses.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, why didn't they have one of those? I forget what those things are called, but it'll you hit or poke the pig with it, and it shoots out a single shot. Forget what they're called.
Oh yeah, they got them things there now. No, we ain't have all that. No, we ain't had all that. We had a nice little shotgun rifle, like a rifle. Wasn't no shotguns. Man, you had to hit that thing in the head. See, and I was up there bragging all night after I had killed that rabbit. But we had BB guns that night. They said, "Oh, we're gonna make you a man." But my older cousin, they were some evil dudes, man. I promise you, they was evil. Man, the next morning, I don't know how in the heck my pig wound up in that thing, but then they gonna come pull me over and had convinced my uncle that I was able to shoot a rifle.
A
For
nail
one, the
gun.
rifle kickback, a real gun. Oh yeah, we do things differently here in the South now. We can get away with it, we can get away with it. But you ain't gonna tell nobody what they gonna do. I'm telling you, out there in the country, it's something else. But yeah, man. I shot that pig in the face. I rolled around the house with that pig hard in the wheelbarrow after they had gutted it out. I was mad,
Yeah, well,
man.
I'm sure you ate it with the rest of the family.
Nah, I ain't eat that day. I ain't eat that day. Man, matter of fact, every time they had me to come back out there on the cookout, I'll go run away to my friend's house.
Hmm.
Yeah, I boycotted them. I learned that early on. Yeah.
Outside, I think. There you go, sir. Thank you so much for your services to the PGO squad, y'all. This is the man behind the camera. We thank you. You're looking fit for the day, Bass Pro. That's some good eating. What you know about that?
I don't yet. Thank you, PGO.
I will. So squad, how it usually goes, I
Oh,
usually put the
she's got her
shindig
own
on, and
apparel.
then I usually serve plates and feed on people at the shindig.
Good for her.
Something, man. That's all right.
Yeah, man, but
You
gonna make me act the whole up in here.
I admit that's good.
You know, hey, you don't work that thing.
Yeah, you got burned in the
You must have smelled the smoke in the air.
I said, oh, you ain't calling? I said,
I forgot to call
she was
back.
standing waiting to call you. She right there doing all what she doing.
Feeding everybody.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Happy beans and meat.
They working the stuffing out you today.
I done made everybody in her plate. By myself.
What you doing back there?
Well, I'm already warming my food up. You don't be doing that. Looking at me work.
You want to do all the work.
Yeah, it wasn't warm enough. Rough out here. I just told the camera, I said I got to throw the shindig, fix all the plates. You're a great host. What you thought you a great host?
Daddy out there enjoying his event.
Shooting videos and all at the same time. Superwoman. That's the kind of joint, y'all. You want to eat? Okay.
JC.
You got sauce to the house? All right.
What JC?
I don't know.
No, that was going. You might as well say you have
to fix it. I'll make you another.
No.
And the drinks in the white cooler.
I'm trying to stay fine. Whenever they do that.
You know I got married, right?
When?
Last week.
Nobody told you. Y'all know y'all playing.
You got to eat right now. June 28th. You got back and forth? You know John 28th? Okay, just step that way. When the soup, you know.
Hey, Virgo. Hello. Well, I was going to say this is in Georgia. The pastor that was in the video I watched last night is here. So he was in Georgia. So it's somewhere in South Georgia. What's up, John?
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, what's up, John?
NFL playoff weekend is here.
Oh man, they ain't watched football all season.
I ain't watching it. But I do follow the plot lines. It's gonna be interesting plot lines here.
Oh, I haven't kept up with it. You know, if it wasn't for y'all doing the little betting every week, I probably wouldn't even think about football.
You know how
I've kind of aged out.
You know who? My mother's a little bit older than you, Stanley. She's aged in, and probably because of their proximity. And I'm well, you probably not gonna get it. But in DC area, we have a black quarterback that's starting in the playoffs, first time in a very long time, and we have Lamar Jackson, right outside of DC
in Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is, and I know why, but what's interesting is my mother, who lives, not far from Redskins Stadium, is rooting hard for Lamar Jackson. Hard. She's never even mentioned the young guy name. He's right here playing in the town. So it's interesting. I got a reason why. I got ideas why, but it's interesting that, my mother's 70-something years old, be a very passionate football Lamar Jackson fan.
Huh.
Anyway.
Well, we're watching a pig roast.
Yeah, love pig.
It's very anti-Be Brave. I've already made the comment, because they were outside in front of the house saying there was nobody on the corner selling drugs because there is no corner. And, all the kids are well dressed and well fed, etc.
It looks like they're well fed in there, Stanley.
Do what?
They do look well fed. I will say that by the arms on these women.
Well, the bottom line is this is something I never hear Be Brave talk about.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping he's listening right now.
Hey, do you remember it was in a bar in New York and they were roasting a pig a while back? You remember that?
Yeah, and then I know, was it one of the weekends last year you were, one of your neighbors was doing it? That was in New York, that's right.
Yeah. That was at the bar, yeah. But go ahead, Stanley.
A kid.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go.
Get you a drink out the cooler. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, girl.
Thank you for the home.
I mean, if it go that far, it might not even go that far. I ain't trying to do. I might do a little exception. You know what I'm saying? You come shake your hand. Come on in. Right. Fam, make sure he in the front. Right. Oh yeah, all them right there. Let all them cut through. Man. Slow roll. That's it. Thank God for another day. There's like the salmon on that side. And then this side there.
Flip it again. Yeah, my cousin got my daddy and my uncle. That's so nice. And Gertrude.
Yeah, mama. No, mama. I can move this side.
Get your You don't mind. No, he's just standing there.
What's your name? Yeah. How old are you?
For some reason, everyone just paired up with their closest friend. She said,
Hey, what's going on? Look at Chef R&D. Boy, without them, ain't no party going on. How everybody doing? Y'all all right? What's up, man?
Hey, brother, you good?
All right, man.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Okay. Man, look at him over there looking like a dirty bird. Look at him, look over there. What's up, Steve?
Hey, man. Hey, you gonna do that? Nothing I can do. Right now, I'm pulling there. I'll just clean it. I have to get on my knees. I just got out. That's my mama when she was a kid. It's just falling off. And then when she was
Oh, Lord.
That's okay. What you got left over here? Scraps. Bones.
It's still meat.
Yeah.
really pig pen. Bruh, man, I know so. I know so, boo.
You wasn't even in the house.
No, you done came to the house.
Yeah, especially no. You need to go look back at your time.
I know. I ain't never sent it back. I know what he talking about. I know exactly what he talking about.
How is you ain't said nothing.
Oh, good. That's what I said.
What you playing cornhole? What made you take your hair? Oh, what's it?
Tackle cornhole. Full contact cornhole.
No. Oh, you better. Y'all did good, man. So ain't even y'all ain't mad straight that back like that.
For my retirement, for you to take the torch.
You should have took us some of that. I don't want it.
Jesus.
All right, Daddy. So this is the second year that you had a birthday party and a hog roast. Does it feel great? How does it feel?
It feels wonderful. I have enjoyed myself. Looking forward for next year.
Y'all, so we were back there cooking the hog, and we just happened to look up and saw balloons float. Daddy went and bought his own birthday decorations and tied them to the fence. He tied his balloons up. Where they at? Oh, there they go. Tied his balloons up around the house.
But Daddy's the only one there who's not overweight.
And we had a great day. So we fed everybody. The event didn't last long. They came in and they got gone. And that's it. Happy birthday, Daddy.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, bro.
All right.
We held it down.
Yeah. Once again.
Great duo. All right, squad. Thank you for being here. Like, comment, subscribe. Tell somebody about us. What you got to say?
Peace.
This woman's actually fairly interesting. Her channel's Pretty Girl Outdoors. She basically does hunting, fishing, that sort of thing. So she's got a little bit of a following. Her own clothing line and stuff.
If you don't mind, you just drop by and give a comment on the video we just viewed. Just do it for the love, cause they look like they're good people, man.
Yeah, comment on the video, son.
Comment on it?
Yeah, you watched it.
Well, I've been commenting on it for the last hour.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'll just take his snake's advice there. I thought it was good advice.
Well, I think he means go by her channel and comment, right?
Yeah, that's what I think he meant. Wait a minute,
like I said, and I've said it several times, I'm just looking to kind of counterbalance the body cam footage, sort of toxicity. Not everything, and I would venture to say most things in the Black community are not urban culture. And, if there's a 70%, they're doing stuff like this. And frankly, not even thinking about, what's going on in the city, at least during the cookout.
Yeah, till a nigga show up at your crib.
Yeah, well, in South Georgia,
guns in that house.
Probably are. Somebody had to kill that hog.
They got guns. Yeah, they got guns in that house.
Yeah, I mean,
man, but you know what I like about how they cook though? They gutted the pig. Now last night, Stanley, you played a live video, man. They cooked that pig. They cooked that pig when them boys cooked that pig. Man,
yeah. Where
that thing. I was like, no, that disgusting.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing they probably, if it was their pig, they probably took it to a processing plant or something. They didn't do it themselves. Places in Georgia, especially that part of South Georgia, their meat processing plants, they'll do deer and, all kinds of stuff. As a matter of fact, back in July, my father, my son, and I went to his hometown, because there's a farm down there. And Nashville, Georgia, we stopped by because when I was a kid, there was a meat processing plant in Nashville. My father used to get a half a cow every year. So, he knows people down there, and they got like a store now. So, we went down there because there's some sausage that he likes. So people in South Georgia actually, it's not high Malibu, California style living, but people live a good life down there. And it's got its own toxicities. There's drugs and crime and stuff like that, but nowhere near as much as inner city, and you can get away from it if you so choose to. Small town living is actually a good thing.
Look at that.
And this is a video called Pittsburgh's Soul Food.
I was raised on soul food, but it's part of our heritage and our culture.
What we refer to in America as soul food is really reflective of the African American experience.
To me, soul food is traditional Southern recipes passed down from the South.
Soul food is very spiritual because it's not just cooking. You got to have the passion, the love in what you're doing.
It's Labor Day weekend, and the enticing aromas of freshly prepared food permeates the air of Market Square in downtown Pittsburgh.
We are not the Rib Fest. I want to say that. This is the Soul Food Festival.
The festival started back in 2019 as a way to celebrate African American cuisine and culture. Back then, it was a one-day affair, but has since grown in size and popularity. William Marshall is producer and organizer of the event.
I get a lot of calls from all over the country, so people come down here just to have a great time.
Besides the delicious food, there are also jewelry and clothing vendors. But mostly people come to sample savory dishes like smoked ribs and chicken, baked macaroni and cheese, and other soul food delights. There's a lot to taste and experience here.
All right, we're about to start plate number 3 of the rib contest.
There are even friendly competitions to see whose food impresses the palates of a panel of celebrity judges the most.
But number 1 was obviously Ray Ray's Restaurant, and they won a trophy, and they won a $500 gift card.
This is for the rib contest.
Ray has a restaurant.
Best ribs in Pittsburgh. 3 years running.
I won the contest for macaroni and cheese. All fresh ingredients. It's made from scratch.
And although this festival aims to promote entrepreneurship among African Americans, it is not exclusive to the Black community.
So we have a variety of vendors here today. Last year, we generated about $500,000 with the local businesses. So
Yeah, pierogies are like a Pittsburgh thing.
Like a samosa,
That's
ain't it? Like a big healthy samosa or something. Is it like a samosa?
pierogi. I guess it's kind of like a samosa, but they're
It's bigger, right?
they're more like raviolis.
Mm.
Basically they're just like a pasta round. You fold it over, and
Mm-hmm.
it can be stuffed with cabbage. I mean, there are all kinds
Yeah.
of different types, but it's Polish in origin.
You ever been to Pittsburgh,
we just
Stanley?
want to make this.
I never have.
Man, you
I've been to Philadelphia, never been that far
Mm.
west. However, believe it or not, you remember Janet?
Yeah.
She's from Pittsburgh.
Mm.
So she probably lives somewhere near here.
Pittsburgh, I will say it's made a hell of a turnaround for a city. Kind of reinvented itself into like a medical city and stuff like that. Carnegie Mellon and
Right,
stuff. Mhm.
right.
Yeah,
Well, you remember, the thing I know it mainly for is Tony Dorsett went to
Pitt.
University of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think
Also, Derek Bell went to the law school there,
that was a
University
black
of
lawyer,
Pittsburgh.
right? Was
Yeah.
he a black
Hmm.
lawyer? Okay.
Yeah, he's the one
That
who's
was off a
basically
still behind
credited
him.
with being the father of CRT. He's a he was a junior civil rights lawyer by the time, he started practicing law. It was after 1956, but he caught the tail end of all that civil rights litigation.
Yeah, I remember that name. Yeah.
Special occasion for everybody in the city of Pittsburgh.
While that's important, Marshall is also keenly aware of the early history of African Americans as food and hospitality business owners in Pittsburgh.
And actually, 3rd Avenue used to be one of the mainstays of black businesses downtown Pittsburgh.
There was a black family that started a market in Pittsburgh and Allegheny City.
Sam Black knows about these early black business owners. He's the director of the African American program at the Senator John Hines History Center in the Strip District.
Poor Press family sort of set the standard for black-owned food dealers. They primarily dealt with fish, oysters, and meats from the 1840s to early 1900s.
And there were other African Americans who also operated food service businesses in Market Square. Men such as Reverend John C. Peck, who in 1838 opened an oyster house and ice cream parlor on Market Street. Benjamin Richards, who owned and operated a slaughterhouse and butchery on 3rd Avenue in 1788. And his son Charles Richards, who in 1795 opened a tavern on 3rd Avenue and Stanwick Street.
So his father is a butcher supplying meat for the colonial government.
Back then, though, the expression soul food did not exist. That's a relatively recent term.
Soul food has a history. Feeding off of the Great Migration, you have all these traditions from Alabama, from Tennessee, from Kentucky, the Carolinas, all coming into Pittsburgh. And so all of that becomes recognized as soul food.
In other words, what we now consider soul food is really a combination of what blacks ate in their native lands in Africa and what was available to them after arriving in America as slaves.
In Africa, you would have had a yam. The American sweet potato became the substitute for the African yam. Hot peppers are traditionally a part of the African diet, as well as other root vegetables like turnips. Okra is a West African plant. In some African societies, it is called gumbo. And that's where we get the name for the great dish gumbo. During the enslavement in the Americas, rice becomes the #1 starchy food. And these Africans established and cultivated these rice plantations along the low country in South Carolina and Georgia, as well as the Gulf Coast. Corn or maize was a staple of indigenous people's diet. Cornbread, I don't know any soul food meal that doesn't have cornbread.
As for meat, enslaved people were given only parts of animals considered undesirable by their white slave owners. Parts such as ham hocks, pig feet, ears, intestines.
And so all of that fed into what becomes recognized as soul food, is this type of cuisine. And it was pretty much contained within the black community.
But not these days.
This is where the magic happens.
My mom taught me how to make ribs.
In Ambridge, Beaver County, Terry Stenhouse and his wife, Bethera Harrison, are the owners of a popular soul food restaurant on Dust Avenue called Annie Lee's Southern Kitchen.
When you start seeing the bones and the meat starts pulling away from the bone, that gives you an indication that it's done.
Their clientele is a multiracial, multicultural mix.
You have a 4-wing dinner
We have customers from different religious backgrounds, different ethnic groups, and everyone that comes in, we treat them like family.
Stenhouse opened this restaurant back in 2018 and decided to name it after his mother, whom he credits with teaching him how to cook.
I kind of developed passion for cooking. My mother's side was from Alabama. So my mom passed on a lot of the recipes, and I started making them for myself and my family.
And now those same recipes are being used to prepare meals for the restaurant.
The food is a lot of traditional Southern dishes. Fried catfish, we smoke the ribs.
A lot of our customers, they say this is like home, you know, a lot like their grandmother or great-grandmother cooked. And we have baked macaroni and cheese. We have red beans and rice that we put all together, and it's a little spicy. We have sweet cornbread, which is everyone's favorite. We also have the candied yams that we peel, cut, slice, and top it with all the sweets.
We only use natural ingredients, real butter, whole milk, real cheese, really nothing out of a can or anything.
And that's what Stenhouse and Harrison say keeps their customers coming back for more.
Last week I had the wings and the catfish sandwich, and today I'm just going to stick with the wings. They're excellent.
One of the very few soul food restaurants that are around here, and I really enjoy it.
Moving to Pittsburgh, I do come back here just to get the food sometimes because I like it that much. It's authentic.
And authenticity is what lovers of soul food and those who prepare it say they look for in a meal.
Welcome.
Vicky Giddens is the owner of Vicky's Soul Food Grill Takeout and Catering.
Of course. Thank you for coming, darling. Thank you.
The franchise actually has two locations, a catering business on Rhode Island Road in Penn Hills and a diner restaurant house on Wallace Avenue in Wilkinsburg.
I've been here at the Hosanna House since November the 4th of 2023. So much love from God himself to put me here with my food, to be a blessing to everyone that eats of it.
And everyone who eats here knows Giddens is serious about her soul food.
These are a 6-piece rib, barbecued rib, potato salad, and greens. So tender, so juicy, so tasty.
Giddens has been cooking since the age of 6. She grew up in Mississippi and Florida and remembers watching her father, a chef, prepare all kinds of gourmet dishes.
My father, I loved how he would cut food and how fast it was. It was just brilliant.
Today, Giddens credits both her parents as the inspiration for a career as a chef and restaurant manager. But as a college student in Florida, she also wanted to learn more about the restaurant industry. So she enrolled in the Katz Graduate School of Business at the University of Pittsburgh.
I wanted to learn how to interact with customers and to learn the principle of a business. Pittsburgh was the place.
Today, Giddens is putting those customer service skills to work, and her new restaurant is slowly starting to make a name for itself.
I serve fried chicken, smothered pork chops, fried pork chops, fish, catfish, whiting, cod, and salmon. So I'm learning more healthier way because soul food, believe it or not, got a bad rap. Lard, a lot of fatty stuff. Well, I don't cook with none of that. Give me a hug, Cairo. I love my customers so much. I'm hearing what their needs and what they want.
And maybe that's another secret to planning a successful soul food restaurant.
I'm eating stuffed chicken with the rice, mashed potatoes, and green beans. Home cooking.
got some catfish, some green beans, some black-eyed peas, and some candied yams because she prays over the food. You know what drives us even more to support her.
This is what I order all the time. Don't give up on a dream. Don't give up on the vision. It's going to be hard. Yes, it's work, but it's worth it if it's your passion.
From today's soul food entrepreneurs to the pioneers of the past, African American culinary traditions have nourished much of the country.
Soul food has tremendous cultural importance, but you will find history in these recipes and these cuisines.
Love it.
I was just thinking about the smothered pork chops. This guy has some version of it. You'll never believe it. This video is 6 years old, but this guy's channel has almost 500,000 subscribers, which
I'm
kind
not
of
a
shocked me.
smothered, I'm not a smothered fan. You like smothered salmon?
You know what? The only thing that I eat smothered is like thin cut pork chops, and I
Mm,
haven't had it probably since last spring. And the
mm.
reason it came up, somebody, DiCapriono or somebody in the chat, Virgo and I were talking about pork chops, and I tend to prefer them thick cut. As a matter of fact, I like them thick enough that I can butterfly them.
Yeah.
Um, and two things I like to do with butterfly pork chops. I make a homemade pico de gallo. You put pico de gallo, stuff a pork chop with just plain old pico de gallo, and bake it. It's just out of this world. But
It sounds
anyway,
like, excuse my ignorance, man. What is pico de gallo?
it's what you get when you go to like Mexican restaurants.
That the
It's
tomatoes and all that?
Yeah,
Okay, all
pico
right,
de gallo is raw, basically
right.
uncooked, and
Okay,
salsa is cooked.
got you.
And
Oh, so
I usually I make the pico de gallo. I could cook it and make salsa, but I like uh I like nachos. You know, like the
sauce is cooked.
when you
It
go to
must
a
be,
Mexican restaurant, you get the homemade
yeah,
tortilla chips
yeah.
and pico
Hey,
de gallo. I make
let
that
me
as
ask
a
you this.
snack.
So you said sauce is cooked. It must be cooked very lightly.
Oh yeah, it's cooked lightly.
Okay.
Like if
I
you
damn
go
it,
and
I
you
thought you
get
were wrong.
the salsa in a can or salsa in a jar, that's cooked.
Really? Okay, I thought this shit was raw.
No, the pico de you believe me, you will know the difference because the salsa is sweeter, and you can tell when tomatoes are cooked.
What do they have
But
at
yeah,
Chipotle? Pico de gallo or salsa?
it's salsa. If you want pico de gallo, you've got to go to the vegetable section of the grocery store, and you'll see it in the refrigerated case.
Really?
Yeah, you know the little plastic containers. You go
Yeah,
right to the grocery store.
yeah. So they
That's
already
pico
have it
de
cut up.
gallo.
They already have it cut up for you, basically. What you're saying?
Right? Yeah.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Damn. Okay.
And they don't cut it. They put it in a food processor. You put all that like the onions, tomatoes, all that stuff in a
Yeah.
food processor.
Right.
You
Damn.
learn
Okay.
something new every day, John.
Yeah, the distinction between the two.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Don't feel bad. I mean, I didn't really know the difference until my wife. She basically used to make her own, and I just picked it up from her.
When you said that they blend it, I thought about all the Ghanaians I've been around that cook, and
Mhm.
they blend damn near everything. Like, they take a whole bunch of vegetables and
Yeah,
garlic and just blend it, and it gets
yeah,
kind of like it doesn't become like a pico de gallo, but it's interesting. Okay,
yeah.
every
You
culture
just
has
toss
their own
it
little.
into. I've got a nice food processor. Believe me, a food processor, if you get like one of the more expensive ones with all the attachments,
Yeah.
you can make everything from bread, like the dough for bread, to pico de gallo. I don't use mine like I should, but you can peel vegetables with it. You can do all kinds of things with food
Oh shit.
processing.
Okay.
Man.
What's up, HB?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
What's going on, AP?
Not much, man.
Oh man, I forgot to tell you guys. My mother has COVID.
Ah, come
Oh,
on.
really? Where did she go out a lot?
Ah.
Check this. What the doctor told her though. He said at this point, COVID is like a cold.
Right. Yeah.
Man.
Well, you know how it works. I mean, diseases don't want to, viruses don't want to kill the host. It's a bad strategy to kill off the host because you don't get to spread. So these
Yeah,
things mutate to a
yeah.
point where they just make you sick enough, but they don't kill you.
And that was one of the things that was so interesting during COVID when they kept, first off, viruses don't mutate that fast, that differently. That you're not going to see a wide, variety, a variation between virus A and virus B, right?
Right.
Specifically in a short period of time, DNA is just not going to evolve, or the RNA or whatever it was, is not going to evolve to make a totally new virus. Like a monkey and a gorilla and a human. The DNA is very similar between us. It hasn't changed in over 1,000 years. But they were telling us that the COVID virus kept changing, new variants. But
it's mutating.
Yeah, but in reality, it couldn't have been much different because hell, monkeys and gorillas and the humans haven't mutated much differently over 1,000 of years. So a virus, which is just a few strands.
Well, the reason it matters for the mutation is basically how you fight it. These little mutations basically change. Basically what it's trying to do is defy or get around any medications or whatever it is you're using to treat it.
Right, and as you were saying earlier, that most people do not understand is that viruses don't get stronger; they get weaker. Right?
Exactly.
So from COVID-1, variant 1 to COVID variant 2, the hysteria was elevated, but in reality, the virus was getting weaker and weaker if you believe that there was a virus. And so now he's telling her, hey, the virus is nothing but the cold.
And so what happened to the cold then? Well, is the cold just eradicated now?
Well, I don't even know what that means, but the bottom line is, depending on health, I mean, the flu can kill you. It just doesn't generally.
But he's not even saying, he's saying COVID ain't even the flu, it's a cold.
Yeah, well, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to contradict him.
Yeah, he is.
People are getting it a lot. The problem with it becoming a cold is now everybody catches it.
The problem with it becoming a cold from a scientific perspective is that you basically said this virus in a matter of a couple of years have achieved wonders that man has not been able to do, to diversify genetically into another virus, right? Like that shit is almost amazing if you understand science. Like if it was two distinct viruses and now you're saying it's the same as the cold. Shit.
Okay, well, it's not. It's like a cold. It's not the cold.
Well, if it's like a cold, how is it different?
And I think what he means is it's as benign as a cold.
Well, if it's like a cold, then how is it different? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay,
if it
maybe you're not quite understanding.
What I'm saying is,
a banana is like a strawberry in that both of them are berries, but they are very distinct.
Right, but COVID and the flu clearly cannot be very distinct in their genetic makeup because they have basically the same symptoms. So they have to be.
I can almost guarantee you that they use different methods or different tests to detect.
Yeah, John.
Okay,
How
like
how is your
like is a simile. It doesn't mean they're.
So I asked her. I said, "Well, did they test you for the flu and a common cold as well, or just COVID?" She said, "Just COVID." I said, "Okay."
Do
how
they
So
is
they
she
even
don't know.
feeling?
test for common colds? I don't think they even test for common colds.
Well, how would they
They
know if you
test for
had it?
flu, they test for COVID, and
How
then
would they
if
know
you
if you
don't
have a
have
common
either,
cold
they
if there
just
is
say
no?
you have a cold.
Well, but she wasn't tested for the flu. So
Uh-huh.
how did she know she doesn't have the flu too? She could have
Well,
the
they,
flu and COVID, right? They're both very similar in DNA makeup profile,
and the symptoms, yeah.
right? You know, the symptoms are the same. He tested her for one disease. He said, "Okay, I'm gonna test you for COVID," right? But that doesn't mean she doesn't have the flu. COVID may not even be making her
Yeah,
sick.
you can have. I guess you could have both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just said, "I'm gonna go with the one that pays the most."
How is she? How is she feeling?
Just a cold.
Yeah.
But you know, she runs to the doctor whenever she has a cold. There's nothing you can do but give her a test and, you know, pat on the head and say, "Go back home," right? And so he couldn't treat her or anything. He just,
Oh, so he didn't even treat it or give her
I mean, what
anything.
can you try? How can you treat a cold?
Yeah, you just treat the symptoms.
Yeah, go get some rest, stay off your feet, eat some soup. What is it gonna take? Take an aspirin or whatever the hell you can take. You know what I mean? Like, you know, some things, you know, you just have to deal with, I think, on your own. You're not gonna feel good every day. And running to the doctor is not, they probably can't solve all of your problems. You know what I'm saying? You don't feel good. Okay, I got a little sniffles, whatever. Sometimes you just may have to tough it through, you know. He probably can't fix everything. Doctors can't fix everything.
Yeah, but you know, she is getting old, so
Yeah.
I know, you know. And women are a little bit different too, man.
Mhm.
They got, I feel like women have a little bit more more
Internal
pieces.
stuff.
Yeah, they got more pieces than we
More
do.
moving part. Yeah.
Yeah. So they got, you know, they gotta take that stuff a little bit more serious.
Stanley, in the summertime, you're gonna be out here grilling, showing us how to grill, huh? How
I haven't really done. I've been using a smoker. I showed you that smoker I got.
Yeah,
The
you
one
show,
that
yeah,
looks
be
like
brave.
a refrigerator, basically. That's what it kind of looks like.
Yeah, my next door neighbor has one.
What I want to get is a propane. I need to get a new propane ring.
Really, for outside cooking?
Yeah, I used to cook outside a lot. Things because I like things like liver and onions. I used to cook all that outdoors just so you don't stink up the house.
Oh yeah. You are country. You like living onions.
Oh, hey, you know what? There's nothing. I'm not that country, but there's some things. Uh, you you. I mean, people
You heard
get
nobody.
all fancy. People get all fancy with these outdoor kitchens.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever seen, I mean, they put all kinds of things. If you can afford it, you could probably spend as much on like a patio or an outdoor kitchen
Yeah.
as you would on an indoor.
Yeah, hell yeah. Some of that high-end Viking type furniture, fixtures
Yeah,
and shit.
exactly. As a matter of fact, you know, in the summertime, we used to we had a screened-in porch. We grill out every night. You know, why heat up the kitchen and the house when you can do it
Yeah.
out back?
Yeah, energy saving, climate change. You were ahead of the climate change.
No, I was contributing to it with the propane grill.
In the wintertime, we used to cook inside, keep it warm. You know.
All right, well let's look at this man's. I know he eats a lot of his smothered pork chops.
He looks like it.
This dude has almost 500,000 subscribers. You can see all. I guess that's all his products or whatever back there.
Oh, he makes like Tabasco
here
or
in
something.
Nashville, Tennessee, along with the prettiest.
I have to go in and look at his online store, but see that Hee Haw lunchbox right there? I didn't even know they made a Hee Haw lunchbox.
He made it.
He's got all kinds of stuff on those shelves.
Camera girl in the world, pretty Miss Sheila. Hi, Sheila. Hi. Doing a great job as usual. I got to tell you, today we're going to make slow cooker pork chops. And here's a tip. If you get up in the morning and you throw chicken breast or a roast or some pork in the slow cooker, make sure you brown it first. Because if you don't sear it up, it just turns into kind of like a gray chunk of meat. So you really want to give it flavor and texture. And we're going to actually go a step further. We're going to put it in seasoned flour, then cook it in this bacon grease that I got warming up in my frying pan here. And it's okay because the bacon grease and the pork chops probably came from the same pig. Come on over here and let's get started. Easiest dredge in the world. We're going to start out with 1 cup of all-purpose flour. And you don't need more than that because we just want to put a light dusting on these pork chops. And in my favorite little red cup here, hey, a heavy precipitation warning has been issued for our location. My phone just told me it's going to rain outside. So what I was saying before my phone interrupted me is in this little cup is 1 teaspoon of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of onion powder, and 1 teaspoon of garlic powder. The magic 4 that my dad cooked with all the time. We're going to put this here in our flour. Kind of mix this up a little bit. I don't have the right tool to do that, but I'm just going to use this fork and run it back and forth in there. And then we're going to take our pork chops. We're going to put it in our seasoned flour. Let me put a little pinch of this in this oil. Yeah, it's already sizzling, looking pretty good. We got some nice big thick bone-in pork chops that Sheila took in the kitchen and rinsed off out of the package. We didn't really dry them off because we want to kind of have enough moisture on there for the flour to stick on there, this seasoned flour. Oh, yeah. Doing a good job there. Perfect, perfect.
Who is
like
Sheila?
I said, we only need 1
Yes,
cup
it's
because we're
his
just going to put a dusting on the outside.
producer.
There's no sense wasting
Okay.
the flour.
I've never watched this guy before. Believe it or not, he
Uh,
was in my playlist, but I was looking for this
All right.
specific recipe.
Now let me get 2 of these browned up real good, then we're going to throw the other 2 in there. All right, we've been pushing these little babies around in this bacon grease. There's some nice color there. Looky here. For about 3 to 5 minutes. Been peeking every now and then until we started getting that nice crust on there. I'm going to do this
man,
side
I
here. I
grew
get a
up
kick
on
out of
bacon
Sheila. She
grease,
says,
Stanley.
your phone just said a
You know what?
precipitation warning for your area. She says it's been raining for 2
Bacon
hours.
grease for cast iron pans is like gold. Um, well, no, I mean, people save the bacon grease. It actually, uh, uh, they use it to keep the pan seasoned. Uh, I have a video somewhere, but I mean, they will literally see how shiny his pan looks really good. He seasons that pan with bacon grease, I guarantee you.
Hey, let me ask you this, Stanley. What happens if you get something stuck in the bottom? How do you get it unstuck in a cast iron pan?
You just you can either take like a Teflon scraper or I usually use a Teflon scraper. But they make this chainmail looking thing. I can't think of the name of it. Hold on one sec here.
That Virgo sleep right there.
Yeah, she was awake a little earlier. She'll probably wake up at some point.
Yeah.
Poor woman. They're working her to death.
Yeah, I
She
think you
can
could.
sleep.
Yep.
About to say,
One thing's for sure though. One thing you can do if stuff gets stuck, put a little bit of water in your cast iron pan and then heat it up to soften it. And then you can take like a Teflon scouring pad or a Teflon scraper and get rid of it. It's actually not that hard to clean cast iron. Or what I'll do a lot of times is I'll just put it on top of the burner and turn it up screaming hot. So whatever's in there, you just char it and then basically char it into powder.
Char it off. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't put any water in there?
Oh yeah, I do.
Or you put a little water in there and then just turn it real high?
Yeah, you can. Well, you don't. No, basically, if you use water, you just want to soften whatever's on the bottom of it, and then you
Right.
pour the water out. Thing is if you're going to use water, you got to put it back on the burner and evaporate all that water, and then you
Yeah.
got to go back and re-season the pan.
Put some oil in
Because
it.
if you don't, yeah, if you don't, if you just use water, dump it out, and just like put it on the counter and leave it there, it'll rust.
It'll rust.
So you've got to heat it to evaporate, and then
Hmm.
come back with oil, and then just you don't if it's not like really messed up, you can just take a little oil and just put a sheen on it.
Hmm.
All you're trying to do is protect the metal from oxidizing. So
Yeah, yeah.
a little layer of oil will do that.
They don't dance no more. They don't dance. Oh.
What is Daughters of Assassins doing now?
You know that's eclectic,
Brillo, you
man.
know what? Black Manta. I wouldn't even bother with a Brillo pad unless you get you can get metal pads without all that soap. I literally don't use any soap or anything like that on I have a actually I don't use
Cast iron.
cast iron that much. I've got a carbon steel pan, which is basically a lighter version of cast iron. It's a different metal, but it's kind of the same. The soap I never use because think about it. Any germs or bacteria or anything will get killed by the high heat.
Yeah, you don't need to use soap on a cast iron, but
Yeah, I would. I don't know why you would ever use soap.
nah. I think eclectic is saying Virgo is did some dope before she nodded off. I think that's what
Well,
she's
let me
saying.
put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Virgo has a job, whatever it is she smokes.
Yeah.
I don't know what Daughters of Assassins or Eclectic does except just troll.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so, maybe what you ought to do is get a job and you'll fall asleep too,
Hmm.
and not write line by line.
Maybe she's speaking from experience. I kind of maybe I like read into it a little bit too
See,
deep.
we know too much about Eclectic.
Yeah.
Apparently, if she smokes dope, she gets a seizure.
Oh, so she does know.
So
How would you
really, what
know?
it is she's kind of jealous of
Yeah.
Virgo.
How?
Virgo can do it and fall asleep. If Eclectic does it, she just basically has to go to the hospital or something.
Yeah, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of doing dope. I mean,
Well, I
you
don't
got.
think she does it anymore. She just takes her meds.
Oh, okay.
It's probably what it was. It was a drug interaction. You know,
Yeah.
taking those psych meds and dope. Probably the two don't mix.
Yeah, sometimes I sit back and I get a little jealous of dope fiends too, man. They just live carefree, high as hell. Just I trust me, eclectic. I understand how you feel. I get a little jealous of them too. Just just nodding off in the wonderland. Just wow.
I need to
No.
drop B Brave's link or B Brave's address in there for Daughters of Assassins. I think she probably enjoyed B Brave's content.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
And they're just
yeah.
now getting around to telling us about it. I think that's funny. I'm sorry, but all right. We'll brown this side and we'll throw two more of them in there. Oh yeah, that's getting nice and brown on the bottom. I'm going to put these over on a plate. Now I'm not going to put these on a paper towel because any juice that runs out of these onto the plate, that's getting poured in the slow cooker too. All right, I'll throw in another couple of our lightly breaded, seasoned flour pork chops. You did a perfect job on rinsing these off and leaving just enough moisture to get a nice coating on there, Sheila. All right.
I just don't get why people rinse meat off, Stanley. I don't get it.
Probably have a little spoon or something, but you know me.
I've never been a meat rinser. That sounded crazy, but I
There's
never.
certain times you'll want to rinse meat off.
Yeah, I, I just figure
I
if you're
mean,
gonna cook it
if
off.
you just gut a deer,
Oh
you
well,
know,
yeah, no, no, no. I'm talking
you're
about
gonna want to
no,
hose that meat off.
no, no. I'm talking about like when you go to the store, you get meat from the store. Why would you want to rinse it off? Like, why do you rinse it off too? Like, I don't know. I've never been sick off of food I cook. Now I don't undercook anything. I make sure there's a little crisp on it. So maybe.
I can imagine there are times, like what Virgo does, because we talked about this the other day. I don't necessarily like brining meat,
Mhm.
which is essentially like rinsing it off. It accomplishes several purposes. If I buy a chicken, a tray of chicken thighs or, something like that, if it's all already cut up, I'm not going to brine it. But
Yeah,
if
me
I'm
either.
going to do a whole roasted chicken, I do brine it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so it just depends. And, she has her way of doing it. Um,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, I
I,
get it. I get it. I don't know. I think it's like some third world type shit or something where they kind of
cook,
have to do it over there.
washing your meat? No, that's not
Yeah.
third world. They don't have
Uh,
running water a lot of times.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, she like washes it with like
Maybe they
lime
use
juice and stuff.
rainwater.
Yeah, lime juice and rainwater or something. I don't know.
Wash it at the river.
Have you ever bought meat from one of those African Haitian type markets?
Oh hell nah, nah, nah,
I
nah,
I
nah,
never,
think
nah,
that would make you
would
wash
I
your.
or have I?
nah. Okay,
They'll have
okay,
you.
okay.
I never have.
That'll make you
Hell,
wash your meat. Like one day we ought to
okay.
look at like an African mall. We probably looked at it before, I think. You know what I'm saying? Be flies all around, it's natural,
Yeah, yeah.
cut meat outside,
See, I don't even know if I could
Oh,
take
I
a.
know. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes Middle Eastern markets are like that too.
Yeah. Yeah, Middle Eastern, African, shit,
But see, I would never buy meat from, like,
Yeah,
if I
yeah, yeah,
actually
yeah. I
went to
couldn't do that
Africa,
either.
I
mhm.
probably would eat a little bit more vegetarian.
Yeah. Man, some of the best meat I ever had was in like Tanzania for sure. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Yeah,
What do you know? What kind of meat it was though?
it was
Like,
goat, man.
oh, well, yeah, yeah,
Shit,
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
looking for that shit forever. I can't find a goat that tastes like that shit over there. You find the same thing with
They don't
chicken.
have anything like that in DC. That's surprising.
I mean, we don't have a strong Caribbean presence in DC, in the city, and um, not a. I think that's more of an African. You know what else my mother complains about? There's not a lot of barbecue meat up here. Smoked, but
That
not
is true.
barbecue. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And so,
Yep.
that goat that I had was barbecued. And
Yeah,
it's
if she's yeah, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, you have to go out to the country to find, places like that. Yeah, you're
yeah,
right. The barbecue culture,
yeah,
in DC and Northern Virginia, for instance.
yeah,
No, the barbecue they have is like that. Like, what is it, Dickies?
yeah,
You know that?
yeah.
Yeah,
Red, white,
that's what they call barbecue, and it's good, but it's not like what you'll get down south.
like I like my shit cooked outside, and I think a lot of the
Yeah,
food up here is cooked inside.
yeah, pit cooked.
Yeah, yeah. Remember them old barrels, Stanley? People used to cut
Yep.
barrel and make a barbecue grill out of it.
I don't see him doing that no more. They used to do that all the time growing up. I don't see him doing it.
Well,
Well,
you'll
that's
see like
because you can
barbecue.
get them from Lowe's now.
Yeah, that's probably true. You see like the barbecue competitions they're having in some of these cities where they have
Yeah,
some of the guys cooking in those big barrels type concoctions. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
only
told
see
you
it
I had a
now.
boss who was a competitive barbecuer.
I only see that
Um,
now if somebody dies. Then they have like a little fish fry or something. Then they pull out
That's
the
what it
little.
is.
gotta raise some money.
For the
Gotta raise
casket.
some money. Yeah, for the hey, you need a casket with Spider-Man on the casket. You want it wrapped with Spider-Man. Like, oh man. So young, man. Gotta raise money. Nigga's a
Boy,
killer. He got Spider-Man on his casket. What the
you were just tickling yourself this morning, aren't you?
hell? I'm just
What Spider-Man on a casket? What are you talking about?
Stanley.
You don't know these days.
Yeah, man.
You don't know about get a casket wrap, Stanley.
Yeah.
No,
You
I
know,
guess not.
Stanley, in our day, I'm not as old as you, but funerals used to have a certain level of decorum. Now, man, this should be turned up, man. Niggas be getting they the caskets wrapped, man. Be putting all types of stuff on there. Like
Yeah, okay.
the casket I have a nigga with holding 2 guns. It looked like an album cover, man. Or they'll put like
Yeah,
a
I'm
picture
glad
of
I'm back in Georgia.
yeah. You won't, you don't have to see none of that craziness. But yeah, they don't really do the fries too much, I remember you seeing that all the time. But yeah.
Well, let's see what.
Down in Texas, that the barbecue that's like, I don't think I had as good a brisket before as I have in Texas so far.
No, I've yet to experience that, but
Yeah. So wait, Stanley, are
yeah,
you gonna make this soon? Is this like
I probably won't. I mean, I hadn't
ah
looked at the recipe in a while. I'm swimming in leftovers here. I've got, I've been eating leftovers from 2 different meals the past couple days,
oh
and
yeah.
I still have, uh, I still have uh, leftover chicken, and I might make something new tonight. But cooking for one, it's, I'm swimming in leftovers. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Are you still snowed in?
No, I wasn't snowed in the first place.
Oh,
We
okay,
only got
okay,
we only got an inch.
okay. Oh, that's not shit, man.
No.
What about you, John?
Oh
How's it
yeah, we
looking
got
out
some
there?
snow, but it's not snowed in. I mean, when the
Okay.
buses get to running, man, the streets be open.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Damn. Yeah, I'm kind of
As a
glad I'm
matter
in
of
the
fact, I
Midwest.
think it's gonna stay right around freezing today, and then tomorrow it's gonna bounce up to about 45. So this snow is here Tuesday. I I'll be surprised.
By without going into the next room for something. I'm gonna make it work. Here we go. Let's see. We got room
Yeah,
for
this
this other
guy's
guy
need
in
to
there.
mess with all this.
Oh yeah.
He really doesn't need to do all that.
They're thrilled to death being the same frying pan. Let's get these browned up. Go to the next step. All right, these other 2 pork chops are browned up nice. And again, if you've got meat that you're going to
Oh, I
put in your
see what
slow
he's gonna
cooker,
do.
don't
He's
just
gonna make
chuck
a
it in
gravy
there.
in there, I
Make sure
guess.
you sear it first. Now, what I did is I reserved just a little bit of this seasoned flour that we rolled them in, and I'm going to mix in about the equal amount that I have left in bacon grease, because 50-50 makes a real good roux. 50% bacon grease, 50% flour, and we're going to kind of get that working in the pan here.
Oh yeah. He's making that.
You want to leave this on kind of medium-high heat. Turn that down just a little bit so you don't burn the roux.
Well, the main reason I was watching this
Cook that flour
was to show Virgo, and somebody else talked
for
about
about a
thin pork chops,
minute here.
Hmm.
Be right back.
which I have no use
All
for
right, this has
except
been on medium heat
for some other
to
pork chops
medium-high
like
heat for
this.
about a minute, looking good. We're gonna
You know,
add
Virgo, she can cook
a little bit of
like
garlic in here.
game meat. So she, this
About a
ain't
heaping tablespoon of
this ain't
minced
nothing for
garlic.
her.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she can cook.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if
Of course, to
she's
her, every meat is game meat.
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if she hasn't tried some human meat over there. Maybe a little butt cheek or something. Just sizzle it up. See.
And she probably has and didn't know it.
We're gonna put in
Down in
half of
Haiti.
a nice
Yeah,
big onion, diced up. You can use any onion you want in this recipe. Doesn't matter if it's a red onion, white onion, sweet onion, whatever. We want to get that happening in there. Now, we're going to deglaze this with a little bit of red wine, and we just happen to have Shotgun Red's Touch of Sweet Wine, only available in Tennessee. Put in about half a cup. If you
See,
go
I
to
like that red wine,
shotgunred.com,
Stanley.
you'll see the link to our webpage.
Yeah.
That tells you all the stores that now carry it in Tennessee.
You make
so
it
you
one
can stop
box
in
at
and
a
get a bunch,
time.
'cause it's great to cook with. All right.
Solid Snake, what do you mean mistakenly showing how easy homemade gravy is? I mean, people really should never even, those little packets of gravy you get at the grocery store.
Yeah.
You should never use that stuff.
Yeah.
Now you can see this is still thickening up right away because of all the little dab of flour that I put in there. So I'm going to put in a little chicken broth to kind of thin it out. I end up putting in about a total of 2 cups of chicken broth, but I'll put in about a cup now. There we go. It's about a cup. I'm going to cook this for just a little bit. And we're going to pour this over the top of our pork chops once we put them in the slow cooker. I'm going to do a little something different too that I like to do in the slow cooker. I'll show you that in just a second. Now we're going to put in 1 package of Lipton onion soup mix in here.
All right.
And these onions will start
It's going to be a
rehydrating
whole
and getting
hell
a
of a
little
lot
bit
of salt.
thicker as we go
Yeah,
along.
he's doing too much.
I wish you could smell this.
You know
It's
what?
fantastic. I do want to cook it for at least 3-4 minutes. Let that
He doesn't even
alcohol
have to make the
evaporate. And
gravy.
that's what I was.
If he just put the pork chops in there, put the because he did the pork chops with the flour already. All he has to do is put the pork chops in there, pour if he wants the onions and all that stuff, put that in there, and then the chicken broth, the gravy will make itself.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's doing all this. I mean, when I made the crock pot pork chops, I didn't even use a pan like he's
Like
using here.
the only way I can eat gravy is if it's smooth. Like he'd have to get all them lumps out that shit.
Yeah, well, you know what he could do is just put it in a food processor. It would get rid of all the onions and stuff like that. A lot of times, what you do is just run it through a food processor, then run it through cheesecloth, and the results will be smooth.
You got a whole fucking setup over there, Sam.
You don't really, well, John, but I've been cooking since seriously, like home cooking, since I was 25. So I mean, that's that's 25, almost 35 years. So I mean, you learn some things.
Yeah, that's true.
I was going to tell you, I almost forgot.
In the food processor, a lot of this stuff, I just, I kind of elevated my game after my wife died. Mainly because the kitchen, my son can literally make a pie from scratch. That's how well trained he is. I mean, my son, he'll come home and he will make General Tso's chicken, like the Chinese stuff, from scratch. He doesn't, I don't even need to be in the kitchen anymore. When he first started, um, we had to ease into letting him use the stove top and all. My son literally, if he has a recipe, he can make it. But it was something he and I did after his mother died. We just spent a lot of time, doing stuff like that. So gotta do something.
Guys, don't pour wine in your slow cooker, then snap the lid on it. Because when you snap the lid on your slow cooker, it can't.
Oh, just so you know, he doesn't even like me in the kitchen because I micromanage. So these days he gets pissed off pretty much because I'm gonna tell him like the way he wants to do it. If he's in my kitchen, he has to do it my way. So I just give him his time alone in the kitchen. He can do it his way as long as I don't have to see it.
Solid Snakes, they use a ladle instead of a fork or a spoon or whisk.
A ladle?
A ladle.
He spelled it wrong, but never. I think that's what he meant.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what.
Ladle.
I'm not sure what he's talking about. A ladle.
Ladle. I don't know what that is.
Oh, come on now. He's sleepy and drunk.
Okay.
Get the moisture out of there, and that wine, the alcohol stays in your product and can actually kind of make it bitter or not taste very good. So if you're going to use wine, use it in the pan outside, cook away the alcohol, then pour it in.
There's no need to put wine in
You
there.
don't put it in your slow cooker.
You know what he ought to do
Better
is
and
use
better.
beer.
I took about a half a cup
I would probably use some
chicken broth, and I put in a tablespoon of cornstarch and dissolved it real
Yeah,
good.
you could do that too. Really, with chicken stock's probably enough.
And I'm going to put all the ingredients in the description box below. You do not.
Just so you know, the other thing you can do to thicken up a gravy, believe this or not, instant potato flakes, which I actually kind of prefer to flour, processed flour. The potato flakes are processed too, but I like them better to be honest.
Not have to go to a website to get our ingredients. You can just look right down below it. And now I'm going to put in here one packet of pork flavored gravy mix.
Oh, fuck that. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
All right.
You literally just made gravy. Why do you need to put oh man, that is just yuck.
Yeah. That's why he's so fat, man. He got it.
Oh,
This is why.
This is ridiculous. Now he just used that onion soup mix. This is
now
just
he's
gonna
putting
put more sodium in there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is bad.
It's probably like 2,000 grams of sodium in that shit right now, man.
It's like a week's recommended salt intake.
Right. That's why he's a fat ass, man. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
this is bad.
How you gonna show us how to make gravy with a
I cannot believe he's doing this. Oh man, this is so bad. He literally just made gravy. Why do you need more? I mean, maybe what he's trying to do is concentrate that flavor, but he doesn't have to do this. All he has to do is boil off some of the liquid in this pan. He doesn't need to do this. This is bad. And then in that packet, there's probably going to be all kinds of artificial preservatives and stuff.
He
He
started
just
off
does
good.
that.
He started
Yeah.
off good. Then he muddied it up, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that.
Look here. Let's go to the gravy section in the
gravy
store.
section.
Beef gravy and chicken gravy and turkey gravy, pork gravy, obviously, because we're doing pork chops. Add just a little bit more broth because we're going to need a total of about 2 cups in there. And our last ingredient in this frying pan, remember, we kept all that bacon grease, all them little
more
crumbles that fell
fucking.
off when we were
What
frying.
is he
Do
doing?
not throw that away. And now we're going to whisk in
Is that
a can
soup?
of cream of chicken soup.
Oh God, no, no.
All right. And
This
I
is
got a couple
gonna
of
be
herbs.
this
A
is
little
gonna be
cup
a
over here.
mess.
I got a
I
teaspoon of
wouldn't eat
parsley
it.
and a teaspoon of basil. And I'm not going to put it in until about the last hour of cooking time. And one other thing, as much as you guys like to go out and get fresh herbs to put in your slow cookers just cook them to death. It's better to use a dry ingredient. I know you don't want to buy store-bought, but trust me on this. If you chop up your parsley and stuff and put it in, it's just going to turn into mush through the cooking process.
Yeah.
Don't
dude.
add your herbs until about the last hour, and add dry herbs because they stand the cooking process.
You know what he could have done? He could have just taken those pork chops and put them in the slow cooker and just poured the cream of chicken soup over it, and it would be perfectly fine. He could have avoided this whole everything he's doing in the pan. He could just avoid it outright. Just dump the soup and the pork chops, and believe me, it'll be perfectly good.
And he added something else to it.
He added chicken, cream of chicken soup, which
Jesus, even more
has
sodium in it.
more sodium. Yeah, exactly.
Ah, this guy is sick, man.
Yeah, this is quite overdoing it.
Yeah, this is very unhealthy. I mean,
I hate I've
That's
watched
the
this
last
now.
hour
I'm
of
sure
the
it
cooking
tastes good,
process.
though.
Let me get this all mixed up,
Right.
and then we're going to load up our slow cooker. We have moved all that wonderful stuff we did in that frying pan to this
He already had chicken stock in there. What does he need the cream of chicken soup for?
little beaker right here. Cooled down enough for me to dip my finger in there. You should
He's a
taste
fat
that.
ass,
It is
Stanley.
out of this world. Now
He's
we're
a
getting ready
fat
to load
fuck.
up our slow cooker here. Let me show you what I'm going to do. Now we have these beautiful pork chops all browned up, but I don't want to just lay them in the bottom of the slow cooker. Now I know you can, but I got a couple little potatoes here, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give those little pork chops.
I think the phone is dialing in
something
and
to
out
rest
by
on.
itself.
Oh, is that
HB.
Oh,
8¼ inch
Virgo.
slices of taters.
HB.
And I'm
Good
going to line
morning. Good morning,
the bottom
Virgo.
of this
Good
slow cooker
morning, HB.
with taters.
And
When I take that
DOA
gravy
or
and pour
Eclectic
it over
said
those
you
pork chops, it's
you
going to
did
go
some
down
dope and nodded
underneath
off last night.
and get underneath them instead of it just laying against.
Tell Eclectic to go sit on a dick.
Okay, Eclectic. I hope you heard that.
No, she can't do that. She'll break.
Oh shit.
You know, her alabaster skin, her alabaster and porcelain skin,
Peanut butter.
the delicate
John.
white flour that she is.
It's John.
John, did you hear Cam Newton? Oh man, yo.
They sent Cam out there.
Yeah, they sent one of the simp army. They sent him after Whitlock, man. And you know what? I knew somebody was gonna say it. I knew one of the simps were gonna try to take Whitlock's point out of context. Basically, Cam was like, nigga, he was like, nigga, you ain't that type of nigga. You ain't that nigga. She wasn't gonna give you no pussy anyway. And I'm like, yo, I knew they were gonna try to take him out of context. That's not the point, man.
Yeah, you know, and that is the thing. Like, they're measuring him on if he could have gotten it or not, as opposed to saying
like we would do on this panel.
Well, I think there should be some credit given to the man who took himself out of the position. He knew his weakness, as he said. He said, I better not subject myself to that. Let me get up out of here.
Yeah.
No. I hope what they said is he took himself out of looking like a fool because he'd have tried.
That was his whole point. That was his whole point, Stanley. He knew when he saw
would
that.
fail?
Yeah, no. He knew when he saw that butter pecan skin and those big ass titties. he was gonna end up simping. So he had to get
And
himself out of that.
failing, he was gonna.
And
Well,
right,
the
right,
part of
right,
simping is failing, right?
See, Stanley, like a lot of men fail. We see on Pop the Balloon every day. Some of the men walk out and they get popped on, right?
Yeah, but they don't think they're gonna fail.
But
They
well,
they
a
will
lot of them,
stay in the contest. How many people on Pop the Balloon take themselves out of the
I've
contest?
seen some of the men pop their own balloon. We've seen that. Motherfucker just pop his own
Oh,
balloon.
okay, yeah, okay.
Right?
Well, Whitlock popped his own
Right,
balloon.
he
I
popped
got
his
you.
own balloon. He said, "Look, I'm not gonna get up here and embarrass myself. Maybe he know he's fat. He knows he's fat.
he knows he's
He
fat.
knows,
Oh no,
right,
he's very open about him being a fat
right.
fuck. Like he'll
He
say
knows,
it, you know.
right. He knows he likes powerful men and athletes, of which he's not
Okay,
one.
y'all buy that shit?
No, I guess what I'm saying, Stanley, is it like if you can't control yourself, you can't control your environment. Universal Jones says all the time, he don't hire pretty women because he knows himself and he keeps himself out of trouble. And he
Well,
knows
no. Well, see, I hear that a different way. It's like he can't fucking control himself.
and that's what Whitlock is saying.
It's
Look,
like I know I'm a weak man and I have no willpower or self-control. Therefore, I keep myself out of harm's way. That's how I'm reading
I
it.
control my environment, right? That the one thing that he
That's
does.
right. I'm a weak motherfucker, and when the going gets tough, I just take myself out of the race.
But he's strong enough to control his environment. He's strong enough to have control of his
Oh,
environment.
he
Right?
strong.
Right?
Strong.
He does have
Is that what you call it?
he's in a position where he has control over his environment.
Well, that's a good thing.
Whitlock was in a position where he could say, "Look, I know this woman bounced her titties up and down in front of me. Maybe she would have given it to him if he could have given her access to something." And he said, "Yeah, I know myself. I remove myself from that."
Okay, John, I understand
And I'm not
that
patting him on the back.
basically you and HB want to simp for Jason Whitlock,
No,
but
because
to a normal person,
no, Stanley.
hold on, let me finish. To a normal man, hearing someone make that argument just makes him seem sad.
Well, again, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, because one of the strings I talked about, I said the one who won out the most in this was Colin Cowherd, a guy that I used to watch for years. He didn't leave FS1 because of Joy and his inability to control himself. He controlled himself, and in that lawsuit, the only thing said about him were positive, very professional, this, that, and the other, very supportive. He was able to control himself and not be, tempted by Joy. Kudos to him, right?
I think he was definitely tempted, but he didn't. He was able to have that fortitude to not take it to that next level.
Right.
But
and I think that with Colin Cowherd, man, like, I used to watch him a lot and used to listen to him a lot. I think he started to see a side of sports, and his daughter has gotten older now, and he doesn't want her involved in that. And so he used to talk about he didn't want his daughter seeing, looking up to the sports athletes and things like that. So I think that that's probably, contributed to him kind of staying clean. You saw that.
I just find this whole framing just kind of sad.
Well, Stanley,
I used to work with a lot of attractive women and stuff like that. And you know what? You can work there. You just don't have to socialize. Like, on Fridays when they wanna go out. I'm not gonna quit my job. I'm not gonna quit my job because of a woman and I'm afraid I can't control myself.
Stanley,
I agree with you.
That's pussy work,
man. Not every
Right.
man is a Stanley Cross or a John Galt, man.
You know what? I'm not that
Stanley, I told you I was up on a Bomb Cherry Juice panel, and the first question a guy asked me was, "Do you fuck the tenants?" And before he could even ask me, I said, "Bro, I know what you're gonna ask me. I know what you're about to ask." It was about pussy, right? And very few men, man, could just turn that shit down, especially if you're an overweight fat man who would love to have a woman like that.
Isn't he married?
Hell no, Whitlock ain't married, right?
Oh, okay.
And it would just be too much temptation for him. So I do have to give him some credit for not getting himself in trouble. because he could have gotten himself in trouble. We'd be talking about him sexually harassing that woman, offering to pay her to sleep with her, because he likely would do it. He tells you that he slept with prostitutes. He's an open book in that regard. And so he's willing to pay for it, right? He probably would have been just like Skip Bayless, offering to pay. Skip Bayless is a white man, by the way, offering to pay.
I know, yeah.
Right. And so if you can't control yourself, remove yourself.
Well, see, I didn't know all that about Whitlock. I thought he was a fine, married, upstanding man.
Well, I think he's fairly upstanding. He's just not married. And, I think you had to give a man credit for removing himself from a bad situation.
No, I'm not saying he didn't do the right thing. I'm just saying, him emphasizing what he did does not make him seem like more of a man or a hero or anything.
Well,
It just makes him sound like he knows his weaknesses.
Yeah, he knows his weakness, and that's part of life.
Now, what are his strengths? His strength is not discipline.
Well, okay, that's right. He talks about that. He loves McDonald's and fast food and shit. He open acknowledges that's his weakness. He has weaknesses. Yeah. Right? But you got to be willing to admit those, right? And then you can, face off the issues of the day. But if you're not willing to admit it, you think you're just gonna be able to sleep with that woman and nothing is gonna happen. Maybe you got demon dick, as J Prince would say, and then you end up in all kind of trouble downstream. Yeah. Colin Cowherd was able to control himself. Whitlock knew he couldn't control himself. So
John, I wanted to say too, with Colin Cowherd, I think part of what keeps him out of the bullshit with the women is how his show is set up. He has this setup where it's like he's not at the same level as these women. He's like kind of up, almost like a judge or something. And I think that's partly what keeps him a little bit out of the way. Like, symbolically, he's kind of above it. Cause he had Joy up there one time, and he had made like a Freudian slip.
Yeah, I remember that.
Did you say?
Yeah.
He said like from Miami to LA, it's the tail between two cities. Yeah. And he kind of fucked up looking at Joy, and Joy kind of was like, all right, I got him.
And that is her story too.
yeah. The tail between two titties. Yeah, that's her story. So I think the way he has his show set up, most of those guys, they have their show set up. They're all at the same level as the woman. It's, I don't know. Sometimes I look at that type of stuff, but
well, this all goes back to my thing about women are people too. Treating them like they are some special threat or some demon like enchantress. They're people too, and like I said, I understand why people might admire Jason Whitlock, but I would actually be more inclined to admire John.
I don't really focus on the person, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think, man, like any environment that you're in that you're gonna get fucked up in, get yourself out of it. Remove yourself. If you can't change the environment and you're gonna get fucked up, remove yourself. That's all I'm saying. Right?
Okay. And again, what I'm saying is people like Jason Whitlock, in my opinion, are limited. You put him in, and again, I may be unreasonable here, but you put him in, say, a situation like a military situation where who knows where you might wind up and what temptations you might get. Dude, I don't trust people without discipline.
I agree.
You may wind up in a space that you can't remove yourself from.
Now, I totally agree with you. You know what I'm saying? But in this situation where you can,
I guess you're right.
Aware enough to, say, I know myself. I don't want to end up in no trouble, right? That's about as good as you can ask of somebody. You might say, hey, man, you should be able to really control yourself.
Right? But my only thing is don't get online and brag about it. Because
I wouldn't have done that either.
You don't seem like a hero.
I wouldn't have done that either, but, that's what he does for a living. So, he's probably a little bit more transparent than others. So,
I got you.
Yeah.
Wait. You're saying don't brag about about what, not being able to control yourself?
Well, no, well, that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah,
I
he
know
basically
I'm
I
not
can
able
control.
to control myself, so I just quit the field.
I didn't think he was bragging. I thought it was more like
Okay,
it,
even just putting it out in the
Right.
well,
He
ether,
well,
said that
that
brother
that's
can
that
control myself.
that's not
well, that's
manly.
what Cam Newton was kind of saying. He was like, you're disrespecting Joy by putting this out there. That's kind of what his
Well,
point was.
it is kind of a backhanded um it's a backhanded thing,
Yeah,
but the
yeah, yeah.
larger issue, and it may be more poetic than anything, but I am a person who I don't think women hold any special power over men. Um, treat them like people.
Well,
If
I
you
think
treat them like people, if you they're not special enchantresses,
Stanley.
there's no tale of two titties. You know what? Having titties is an anatomical thing that females have. It's nothing special.
Yeah,
Half the
You
human
know,
population
I
has
agree with you.
titties. It's
I agree with you,
nothing
Stanley.
special.
I agree with you, Stanley. But and with that being said, here is a woman that was coming to work very, like basically tempting the men, right?
Yeah,
That's not
yeah.
that's not a professional work environment.
Mhm.
And the weaker men in the field there,
Mhm.
took her up on it, right? And it's always
Yeah.
going to happen, right? And then, ironically, one of the weaker men end up being a strong man within the organization. And so now you got
Now,
the
I
whole
agree. In her case, she sounds like a bad person.
right, and she's married. It's just this is
yeah.
today's professional woman, right? No children, driven by a
Well, who
career.
filed a sexual harassment claim against her if she was coming
I
to
think it was
work
one of her
doing all this
friends.
shit?
I think one of her friends or something like the
The
former friends.
makeup
So it
the
was,
make
that's right. There was
The
some
makeup
woman
artist.
who did it.
yeah, the makeup artist did it because basically she tried to get her to do the shit too that she was doing.
Mm, mm.
She tried to get the makeup artist to do let's look, bitch, we gotta, we both gotta bust it open if we want to move ahead.
I think it's one of those examples again, like where the women clearly are at a disadvantage because they've never played sports. They don't know, they can't talk it the way the men do.
Yeah.
So they accentuate or make themselves more valuable by looking attractive. There's a picture of a woman very unattractive. Let me take that back. She's not very attractive. How about that? And their picture of her and it's on Sports Center or something, and it just don't hit like if you have a pretty woman talking. It's just the way it is, right? And so these pretty women know that they can, make inroads into these organizations and they can use their sex. And I think many women would prefer to be desired like that than for all their education in the world. And many women, I think that in some ways envy Joy for being able to have sex appeal
Many
to
women wear.
I don't
all
think
over the world.
I don't even think it's
I don't
envy.
agree with that.
I don't think it's envy. I think they admire her for
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
I think I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
don't
it's
agree with
envy.
that either.
I think they envy not being able, I
Most
think they envy
women,
not being able to
most
do it.
women probably have no idea who she is. At
No, but
least
what I'm saying,
before the
again,
They know
news.
now.
extrapolate Joy out.
Women don't watch sports that much.
No, but what I'm saying is that if you were to tell a woman that story, right, she would she may not tell you, but I think she would admire a woman that was able to use her beauty and looks with average skills in the profession to work her way up, right? Like many women would love to be that pretty, that much of the man's desire that they could, accomplish what Joy has done. But many women just don't have that attraction.
Well, probably many, but not most.
Mm.
And I don't even think it's the attraction. I don't think many women, because if you see the the director guy that she had to sleep with to get on that show, I don't know if many women would fuck a dude that looks like that just for a position.
Have you seen Harvey Weinstein?
Yeah.
They said this nigga genitals was scarred up. They steal
Yeah,
something. And
yeah.
then,
No, that is true. That is true.
you think about it, like one of the things that Joy said to or allegedly said to the woman was, I'm powerful now.
Yeah, she did.
Right? She said, how did she get powerful? She used her sex appeal, right? To gain power. You can't tell me most women, hell, they try it now. They would love to have that kind of power.
Yeah.
To be able to move me and make a nigga leave his job because he don't want to be around. That's some power, man. Right?
Well,
I
I mean,
think
to
that's
me, that's almost like a perversion. I'm
no,
not
no, no.
sure.
I
I'm
don't think
not
it is
sure
though, Stanley. I
women
don't.
are that. I mean, I'm not sure many women are that perverted. Basically,
I don't think it's
And that.
perverted. Like,
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think
no, no, no.
most. I don't think most uh, women, or even most. I'm sure there are plenty of young Hollywood stars who didn't sleep with Harvey Weinstein.
I don't know, Stanley. It
They,
sounds like that ain't
yeah,
shit. He slept with somebody, man.
Well,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know
It
I,
about
sounds
that,
like
I
he was
understand that you don't know, but
No,
I'm
no,
saying,
no.
well,
you,
basically, I
you slept with Harvey
fundamentally
Weinstein.
disagree with you. You guys, you two really have some weird ideas about women.
No, 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 no. I
And
just
Stanley,
maybe
before the
we
Harvey
just
Weinstein shit, I
experience,
wouldn't say this.
maybe we just experienced two different worlds. But
But before the,
I would never make the statement that many women would like to be in Joy Taylor's um, shoes, because I actually don't think most women would.
well, I'll tell you what thing.
I mean, if you're having to sleep with like ugly men to get ahead, most women don't want to do that.
I
Most
think it's
women
just
probably sleeping with ugly men right now.
I think
Well,
it's
you know what? But
I
they're
didn't
not.
say
They're not. It's by choice.
I think
It's not. If you know who you choose. If you choose an ugly man as your husband, that's one thing. But having to do it to get a promotion at work, that's totally different.
I mean, many of them are doing it just to keep their head above water, to keep their children fed.
And you know what? They probably don't feel great about themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm
nah,
saying. So if you
nah,
don't feel great
nah.
about yourself, like, and you do it anyway, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you getting something out of it, it makes a
Well, it
whole hell of
sounds
a lot
like Joy Taylor actually felt good about it.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
And
you
that's
don't
why
hear
I'm saying most women aren't that perverted.
no
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom's wife. Do you hear Gavin Newsom's wife? She did it to
Are you
try to get
talking about what's her name?
uh his wife is
Don, Don, you know
his
his
current
wife?
isn't that his current wife that slept with Harvey Weinstein? Or she said he raped her
You
and
know
she was
what?
trying
I
to get
don't know.
I think
His
that's his
other
wife.
wife was Don Jr.'s, the
No,
former
no,
box pro.
I'm talking about his current wife.
Oh, I
She
don't know
yeah,
about who
she
she is.
testified in the Harvey Weinstein trial.
Is that
Right.
right?
Yeah, and she, basically said, she slept with the man. Right.
Yeah,
And
Gavin Newsom's a piece of shit too.
well,
So,
but
um,
this ain't about
it
him.
doesn't surprise me that he would pick a woman who
Well, but it doesn't
was.
surprise me that a woman like to get it like these are marginal people. Like you could probably put anybody in a movie, and so it's a matter of who's going to be the most compliant. And
Right.
you got a
Yeah.
woman
Well,
willing
that's
to do
true.
it, then you put her in there, right?
And
Yep.
and I think that's the thing too, where women that don't have any skills or education, they're gonna have to make these types of decisions because they
Yeah,
don't have anything else to fall back on. You know,
yeah.
Okay.
not every woman. That's why I think.
You're
And
saying a
Stanley,
Hollywood actress doesn't have anything to fall back on?
Nah,
nah,
hell no.
nah,
Most
nah,
of them
nah,
Well,
don't.
nah,
shit, yeah,
nah,
they could be
nah.
they can do something other than be a Hollywood actress.
Yeah,
What?
bartenders, waitresses, shit like that.
You
That's
know
what they,
what?
Yeah.
And that's
Suck,
honest work.
suck cock.
There
but you can't do that in
there
LA.
are
You can't
fallbacks, is my point.
you can't make a good living. You can't live as a bartender, waiter. It'll be very difficult to live like that.
Well, you might have to go back home and
Yeah, they
do
would have to go
something
back home.
else. Go
Yeah.
back to
Yeah,
school, do what Ava's doing.
yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
There
Yep.
are
Yep.
options if you
But
work
but
hard at
Oh
doing
no,
it.
but
no, definitely, definitely. But
but for these people, go
how
ahead.
many women are gonna be like Ava and go be an electrician though? Like
I'm gonna argue that most could be.
do you think
Yeah,
Joy
I would
Taylor's
just
gonna
argue,
go be an electrician though?
Okay,
Is
no,
Joy
what
learn the
I'm
code.
saying is being having to debase yourself to get ahead. I'm gonna argue that there are choices.
Well, I'm going to argue with you that they don't see themselves as debasing themselves. That they're out with a rich, fancy
Well,
man.
then if that is your argument, then yep, that's why America's the way it is.
I mean, I think
If they don't think sleeping their way to the top is a problem, then
I
no,
I mean,
think
how
John,
am I
John,
going to argue that?
I kind of disagree with you on that one, man. I think to a certain extent they do know it's wrong. It's
yeah, they
just
probably know it's
that they're
wrong.
willing to do whatever it takes. Yeah, they're willing to do whatever it takes, though. You know, they're
You
not
know,
promoting it. That's why
And
that's why that woman
if that's the
Superhead,
case,
her
that's why I look forward to my Asian
right.
overlords, because this Western culture is fucked,
You know,
or
the
at least
thing.
American culture.
You know, the thing is, HB, you remember during if you read some of the lawsuits, allegations was Joy and the lady would be at the dinner or something, and this man would come and they would order fancy shit, expensive shit. He'd pay for the bill. You know, she'd be getting bubbly up with him. And the lady was like, I think something's going on. She didn't know who the man was at the time. Right. That kind of thing, you know, in LA, imagine. I mean, they're probably at the St. Regis or something, you know, the Wilshire Hotel or something. And he's spraying for big drink, big food, you know, classy places she probably can never get on her own. That right there is enough to turn a lot of women on. Right? That right there. Experiencing something they can never get on their own. Right? And you know, he's able to do that for her, and she's kind of able to overlook how wrong it is. Right? She's in nirvana. You know, he can make her dreams come true. Tell me she ain't liking that a little bit. Right? She going along with it.
Yeah, but my argument is that it's not normal. Her liking it is not the norm, and most
yeah.
women wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
say.
yeah. You know, Stanley, I do think it is like 50-50, man. You know, because there's a Joy, but then there's the makeup artist who, yeah, she was out, but she wasn't, you know, she wasn't sucking and fucking either, and she had the opportunity to too.
Yeah, and if you want to be in it, like, but the makeup artist was behind the scenes.
Right.
I wonder
In the
what she
front of
looks like.
She's nice looking, but she was Persian. To be in
Yeah.
hell, she was
Oh
offered.
wow, really?
She was offered $1.5 million to have sex with her, so she's got to be something, right?
Yeah. Stanley, imagine that. Imagine a woman being offered 1.5 million and her turning it down. The type of
You
woman
know
that
what?
is,
I want to meet her
right. She's,
and
you
offer
know,
her 2 million.
that's why, you
No,
know,
I'm just kidding.
when we're talking about Joy Taylor, I don't want you to think we're just you know, thinking all women are like that. There are stand-up women that it ain't no amount of money that they're gonna take to have sex with them if they don't want to have
And you
sex
know,
with you.
I think the better point, the good point also to be made is that that lady who wouldn't do it had a skill, where she probably didn't have to fuck to get on air. If you're a makeup artist, you can go make a living without getting on somebody's couch, right? If you're Joy, you probably gonna have to get on somebody's couch, right? But if you're a good makeup artist, you can make your living without getting on somebody's couch. And I think that probably was the bigger difference between the two. The big difference between the two is that, you know, the woman could go make her living somewhere else, push come to shove, without sleeping.
Yeah, Joy. I don't think Joy could. You know, she's the sister of an NFL player, so she never really had to work. A famous NFL player. You know, I don't even think she went to school.
So why do you think she didn't need to work?
Well, her brother was an NFL player, so
Well, yeah, but her brother, that doesn't mean her brother was giving her money, does it?
yeah, I mean, it kinda. I mean, he was
Well, I
a
think
Miami Dolphin, you know.
he had paved her way for her to enter sports broadcasting.
Yeah.
And she probably topped out where she was in, or maybe she'd gone a little bit higher in, you know, local radio sports broadcasting in the area where her brother had become famous, Miami. Could have been a good living there. If she were very talented, she could have made a good go of it without having to sleep with someone. And, you know, kind of on a nepotism wave, her brother laid the foundation and she wrote it. And she said, I'm Jason Taylor's sister. Also been broadcasting the last 15 years. But that wasn't enough for her. She wanted to go big.
Right.
And she wasn't willing to go big by building herself up. A lot of times it takes 10, 15 years to get on radio unless you,
Right.
really demonstrate. But she's young, and her best asset is fleeting, her looks. So she had to get there now, right? And she had to get there by any means necessary. And that pressure to trade off her looks, is a shelf life to that. So she had to get it.
Yeah, yeah, and she took everybody down with her. Because now, was it Marcellus? Marcellus Wiley or something? He's thinking about suing now because basically, if this is true, he feels like his show got canceled just to make way for Joy. But she's in the back.
Well, how is he gonna sue?
Yeah, he seems kind of weak to me. That seems
Yeah.
I've heard the argument.
That's gonna be an interesting. That's gonna be an interesting lawsuit.
Yeah.
Well, the bigger thing I think for Marcellus, to be honest, is that I think Marcellus, in being forced out, couldn't really build anything on his own. He's trying, and I don't think it's working as well as that ESPN paycheck.
Yeah.
And because if he were doing well, like that guy Pat, whatever his name is, he wouldn't. He'd be happy they forced him out. He'd be like, look where I am now. Yeah. But by the fact he hasn't
or Jason Whitlock, and
Whitlock,
I think
right.
and I think it's there's just certain guys that they don't really need the machine to listen to. Like I listen to Whitlock all the time, and it's not too many sports. Like, and you're right with Marcellus. Like he's just kind of dry.
Yeah, because he still wants to get back in ESPN, so he has to be dry, right? He wants to get back. He wants that paycheck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see him streaming, and from what he was getting paid to what he's doing on social media right here, he really got to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to come up with topics every day, respond to them in a fashion that at least give some people some insight from his perspective. And he didn't have to do that on ESPN. It was teed up for him. They had the topics, everything. He just get up there and talk about it. So it's a little bit easier for him. And I think he wants to get back in the fold of ESPN.
Yeah.
That's my thought. FS1, whatever it is.
Yeah. No, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know. I don't know how everything's gonna play out. I really don't. I think Skip at this point, Skip is kind of done now, man. Like,
yeah, he's old.
Yeah, I don't think anybody will ever take him serious anymore. Even the makeup artist didn't take him serious. So it's like, God damn. Like, he is cooked, man.
A buddy of mine said he saw him on the TV with Lil Wayne. Said he just couldn't even take him serious. There really is no place for him on TV right now.
Nah. His last chance was with Shannon, and he fucked that up, man. And it's
speaking of social media, man, don't judge me. I was watching Don Lemon the other day, the Elimination.
Tell us more, John. Tell us more.
And I've been saying all along that he's gonna have a hard time. Like, he can't do street interviews, right? Like, you see how we do street interviews? He can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It'd be too many people trying to troll him. So, in effect, he's reverting back. He's trying to do what he did on CNN on YouTube, right? Right? He's trying to talk these liberal talking points, but now people are talking back to him, right? Unlike on TV, where they couldn't talk back. They just got to sit there and clench their teeth. And so then people start trolling him in the audience, right? And some people start sending super chats, making him read stupid shit, and he didn't catch it in time. You understand? He didn't catch it in time, right? And and so then he starts complaining about YouTube this, YouTube that. He sound like, me or one of these small YouTubers, right? Complaining about if he said this, if I say pew pew instead of gun, or essay instead of rape, and he's just going on and on complaining because he never had to do that on the air when people wrote the script for him, right? He just got up there and read the script and got paid. Now he got to work, right? And I don't think it's gonna. I don't want to. Yeah, my prediction is gonna be very hard for him to.
Is he actually reading super chats too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he read one and someone had trolled him with the super chat and made him read like some terrorist shit. Probably gonna clip it and have him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's the thing with the YouTube the YouTube world. It's a totally different beast than network TV, and I don't think a lot of people can make that transition, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult.
He could do it if he changes his perspective, but I don't think he can. I don't think he's smart enough to really shift like that.
I think like Marcelo.
I think Don Lemon's roughly my age, right?
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I think he is getting. I think he's at least in his 50s.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Let me double check.
Definitely.
Because the thing I'm gonna say is it could just be hell. You know what? Going from network for me, for instance, going from network to YouTube isn't that easy. It's kind of how many times do I have to ask y'all? Well, what the hell does that mean? Yeah, he's a year younger than me.
Yeah, but I think with you're not like.
I'm not famous.
Yeah, but I think too, you're not like you're retired.
And I'm not.
You're not looking to get back in any good graces of anybody.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You're not playing by anybody's rules. You don't give a fuck. He's still got to play by certain rules, and he don't want to put himself in a situation where he says something or does something, and now he can't get hired somewhere.
In all honesty, if I were him, I'd just fucking go fishing. Why?
He may not have enough money to go fishing for the rest of his life. He's about 53 years old, 58.
No, he's 59.
Consider he may live another 25 years, and he has a high standard of living. He got to make money.
Well, and that's part of the problem, John. High standard of living. You nailed it. You might have to. You might have to throttle down a bit.
And so I think he's throttled up because he moved out of Harlem. Remember he did a segment on his show like living in Harlem, what it was, like living around black people. And then
where did he move to? I wonder.
He moved downtown, up out of Harlem for sure. Yeah. And so with him, man, he's so rock solid, and again, I think he's like Marcellus Wiley. He has to put on a show that will allow him to get back to CNN, because I don't think he's cut out to build up and maintain an audience. I don't think he's cut out to do it. He's never done it. He just walked right into a studio already built for him. Now he has to build out a studio, put on a show every day, work with people that work for him, as opposed to, employees that are assigned to him. So this is a totally different world.
And then too, you got to be able to stand behind all that shit that you stood for when we saw you. Like, bro, a lot of these niggas, they don't really even know what they stand for. Like the shit that you promote. Are you really gonna stand for that shit when you don't have a network behind you pushing you? I don't think they can.
Yeah, people can easily switch the channel on him, much easier. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that works out for Don. I think he'll go back to CNN.
Yeah, he's got.
Didn't he get fired?
He probably did. He probably begged.
Why would they take him back?
He's a decent reader of the news.
Yeah,
there isn't much black talent, so why not? You know him.
Might do some Joy Taylor activities. You never know.
MSNBC somewhere. He'll show up somewhere in the news at some point, maybe.
Yeah, man. I mean,
there's plenty of black talent. Your young lady from Howard, for instance.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
I
wonder
think the
how
She
that.
old
she could take John. She could take Don Lemon's place.
I think the old guard are effectively blocking the young guard out.
Probably so.
They really are. They really are. Well, the young guard is kind of they're kind of just all on YouTube at this point.
Yeah,
They
they
not
probably
even.
ahead of Don Lemon.
Yeah.
They
Like
probably
somebody
don't
like
want to go on CNN.
yeah, somebody like Candace Owens. I don't think CNN could pay her to
Yeah,
Fox. I don't even think they could pay her to have their own show. She makes way too much on YouTube.
they wouldn't give her the freedom either of
Yeah.
saying what you
Right.
want to say. That's I think that'd be the bigger deal. Right there.
Yeah, that's right. There would be editorial standards which she
Yeah,
would struggle to meet.
yeah.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Why you gotta make it sound like that, man?
Yeah, I mean, there would be lawyers and layers involved. It's going to tailor everything that she would say to a point where she wouldn't have the provocative show that she has on YouTube, in my opinion. Yeah, wherever she is, Twitter.
I think she's a flat earther too. I don't know. I
Mhm.
forgot. Yeah, she's an interesting girl, Candace Owens. Yeah, I like watching her clips. I can't watch the whole show though, but I
Wait,
watch a
she and
clip of her.
is Lolo really a flat Earth?
Yeah, but I
Really?
think I kind of want to talk to Lolo more about that because, like, part of her
Why
flat Earth
why would you talk to her about that?
because I
What are
heard
you,
her
a geographer?
No, 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 no. I heard her argument. And her
You listen
argument.
to her argument?
Yeah. Her argument was like, man can't go through the firmament, and my whole argument to that is, yeah, man can't go through the firmament, but $1 trillion spaceship can. It's like just because man can't go through the firmament doesn't mean NASA can't
Who
do it.
the hell calls it the firmament?
Well,
What is the
that's just
firmament?
the firmament is just a biblical term for the atmosphere. It's just the atmosphere. So basically, in the Bible, it says man can't go through the atmosphere, which is, I mean, scientifically, it is true. There's no oxygen up there the farther you go. So Lolo basically interprets that as if man can't go through the firmament, then it's an enclosed dome, and that the Earth is flat. And I'm like, just because man can't go to space without
Just
a
call her.
spacesuit.
Just call her. Hey, you're being silly, Copernicus, and just leave it alone.
Well, Stanley, she's still young, man. She's still young.
Oh, you know what? This young thing, man. People like her and Lasagna just abuse that privilege.
Yeah. That's but I just think the firmament isn't a good argument for the Earth being flat. There's some other arguments.
That you're willing to actually like have a dialogue with someone using the term firmament is admirable.
Well, no, firmament is just the atmosphere. It's just a
Well,
biblical
I
term
know what
for
it
it.
is, HB.
Yeah.
My point is that you would waste your time with talking to her or trying to convince her or whatever it is you're trying to do is admirable.
Ah, Stanley, come on. Yeah, Stanley, you grew up in the church, man. You know a lot of that stuff.
I don't suffer fools gladly is my point.
Oh, okay, I got you. Well, it is Lolo, Stanley. Come on,
Yes, a fool.
Come on. Ah, I. Some people believe what they believe, So,
And that's why you shouldn't waste your time.
yeah, but it's interesting.
Yeah, okay, well, I just I think she believes what she believes, and bless her for believing it. You shouldn't
The
try
flat
not
Earth.
you shouldn't even try and argue her out of it. I think it's kind of a waste of time.
But it was a very big movement during COVID, the flat Earth. Well, like before COVID, actually. It was a very big movement. The whole flat
I
Earth
thought they
movement.
were a bunch of fools too.
Yeah, yeah. They had some points though. That whole
You
Antarctica.
know, everybody has points every
Yeah,
now and again, but the bottom line is, I if you've ever flown in a plane, that'll be enough to convince you. Excuse me.
yeah, yeah. You never know though. You never know. Who knows? Then like the pictures too. There's a lot of arguments for it. I just think the arguments they can be none of the arguments that I've heard you can't explain it. That's my only thing. I think some people are a little bugged out, but
Well, I think it's really cool that you like sitting there. I guess you get a lot of time driving around the country. You
yeah, yeah,
get time to entertain such things.
yeah. Trust me, the Earth ain't flat to me, man. I wish it was flat. This motherfucker, definitely not flat. Stanley, it's sometimes
I
you
would be
gotta.
curious to know if she's ever ridden in a plane.
Who? Candace Owens?
Lola.
Oh, Lolo. Mm.
Oh, yeah, but well, Candace owns Lolo. I know Candace Owens has, but
Yeah.
if you've ever been up high enough that you see the curvature of the Earth,
Yeah,
um,
I never take window
it,
seats. You can see it though. Really?
oh hell yeah. Well, I prefer to take a window seat.
Really?
I've
If
never
I'm
I've
gonna
never
die,
really
I want
seen
to
it.
see it coming.
I've never really seen
Mm.
it. I've never really
You seen
seen
it?
it.
Oh, so
No,
you
no,
haven't
no,
seen it.
no, 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 no. I mean, I've had those window seats, but when I look out there, I can't really see the curvature. I don't know what I'm really seeing. I don't
Well,
know.
you probably aren't going high enough. I mean, if you've ever taken like a transatlantic flight or something like that, you do get
Uh,
up.
okay, okay, okay. Yeah, you're probably right.
Domestic flights don't necessarily get up that high, though I think, you know, they do.
Hmm.
But no. I think it's round about 30,000 feet or above where, more international flights go. I'd have to ask Bob, he would know. But I mean, um, yeah, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah, that's probably the biggest issue. One of the biggest flat earther guys just got debunked. He went to because one of the biggest flat earth arguments is like on at the North Pole, if the earth is flat, then I guess there can't be 24 hours of sunlight, something like that. So he went up there and basically saw it for himself that it is 24 hours of sunlight up there. So
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is if the sun goes, in one direction, if the Earth is flat, why would it ever come back? Once the sun goes east to west, how does it get back without going west to east? I mean, there are all kinds of things, simple things you can do or questions you can ask. You've
yeah,
got to explain how, if it's flat, the sun doesn't travel in two directions, so it rises in the east. Or is there a new sun every 24 hours? One is just kind of hatched or created. There are all kinds of questions you can ask.
I
Um,
never, I haven't ever even
just
thought
a
of
little,
that.
just a little kindergartner can think of it.
Uh, You said it got hatched. I never even thought of that.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, the sun is like an egg yolk.
Oh, maybe that's why they call it sunny side up. Oh shit.
Exactly.
Oh shit. Yeah. All right. Now, yeah, I gotta stop thinking about it now. This shit. Yeah. Yeah,
And
but
I know there's a flat earther out there somewhere in this audience.
oh yeah. Now I think they're
Probably,
too.
probably Maven.
No. I don't think maybe it
I
is, but
figure it's not quite 7. Let's go ahead and start it early there, Maven.
I don't think.
Does maybe ever go to sleep, man?
Nah, he doesn't. He doesn't. He waits for. He waits for
I think he's
pretty
like
much
the sun.
Stanley.
He's just hatched every morning.
Yeah. It might actually be multiple people. It might be a legion of people that just can.
24/7. Wait a minute, 24/7.
Yeah, it's a
Dane
legion.
Nixon asks, any tenants calling? Man, I'm hoping someone get the calling by 9 o'clock this morning, man. I got a goal, man. I set a goal for myself. I've been telling you guys I'm trying to get off of Airbnb, not get off, but lessen my dependence on them.
Right.
So one of the things I want to do is, get to Facebook, get the people calling, and book, cut the middleman out. So I got to go one a week off of Airbnb or Craigslist or something like that.
Oh, wait. You mean
You should go cold calling for clients.
You need a house? You need an apartment?
So you're saying you just only want one coming from Airbnb a week, or
No, I
at
want to
least
close the deal on Facebook. At least one a week.
Oh, okay.
From
I got
Facebook or other channels, one a week.
Gotcha.
See it that way. That's my goal there. I think I had one last week. Yeah, one. It did disability guy last week.
Yeah. I didn't know Facebook would be so. Well, I do know Facebook is really lucrative, actually. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I tell you,
can do a
Facebook
lot.
is a new credit score, man.
Yeah, you can do a
It
lot
doesn't
of work
matter
on
time before
Facebook.
they fold some credit features into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Just a matter of time.
Yeah. People
Maybe they
do
try
it.
to step.
Apparently, on dating apps, guys post their credit score all the time.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I think the old credit score is going to be obsolete, and they're going to have to come up with a new credit score. Probably buy now, pay later. Those type of people may ultimately make inroads there.
Yeah, because I know scammers with really good credit scores. So I don't even know how that really works anymore. No niggas that be.
I mean, if people out here
scamming.
that can probably don't they have these credit repair agencies, things like that. You can't really get the true nature of it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And after COVID, so many people ended up with bad credit, but with good credit risk. So how do you accept those people now? And the old credit numbers are kind of obsolete, or becoming obsolete, I should say. So flat earth, are you not convinced, HB? Flat earth or no?
Ah, nah. Hell nah. I think it's just I think it's one of those things that just it's kind of like that whole 1 times 1 phenomenon where sometimes people like overthink things and they don't really look at, they didn't like pay attention too much in science class and shit. Like so nah. I do think it's like the lore behind it though is really interesting. I do like where people came up with this stuff, because it's like this whole Admiral Byrd, the ice wall, the Antarctica. There's all these aspects to it that lead people to believe it, and then you got the biblical aspect too. But I think the biblical aspect is probably the easiest one to debunk, but the other ones, they're a little interesting. They're a little interesting.
Tell you, it's one of those things I just never paid a lot of attention to be honest with you.
Yeah. It's kind of like Bigfoot, where it's mostly like a white person thing, where it's just,
Like Bigfoot.
Yeah. White people love Bigfoot, man. It's like this shit's not real, man. I think, yeah. I don't think most black people really pay attention to it, but
flat earthers.
Yeah. Let me see. Is there any flat earthers in here?
So you get back into the video. Kelvin says
Yeah,
this
I
one.
can.
Maybe we could convince Stanley to be a
Horse
flat
winner,
earther. That would
whatever
be
that
fun.
is.
You know what? I would have fun with it.
That
The
would be
cooking
fun.
process. Some of that's going to get down underneath there, and it won't hurt to have a few potatoes dissolving in that cooking process. Take a look in
Yeah, the
here, Sheila.
potatoes will
Isn't that
thicken
what
your
you should
stew.
lay your pork chops on? Well, that's what we're going to do right now. I know it's 6 to 8 hours away, but I can't wait already. Let's load these babies in here on top of our little layer of taters.
Taters.
Keep it up off the bottom. And of course, remember that juice I told you about I didn't want to do on a paper towel? Oh, look at that goodness go down in there. You want to talk about goodness. This
That part
right
does look
here
good.
is absolutely
See, the gravy's still
phenomenal.
clumpy, Stanley.
He's got onions in it.
Oh.
No, I'm going to turn the camera off so I can get a spoon.
Now, I
Scratch
kind of
something
get what you say.
and
You
lick
could
the
run that
outside
through a food
of this bowl
processor,
going around here. It's
but I
so
think all the salt in there
delicious.
would dull the
So now what we're
blades.
going to do, we're going to pop our lid on
Dude
here.
put all
And if
kinds
you
of
got a slow cooker like I got,
sodium in
kind
there.
of pay attention to this because the setting on the front is off, low, high, warm. So I put some stuff in there one day and I thought, I'll crank that baby up to high. And I came back a couple hours later and it wasn't even doing
You're
anything. And I
doing it
looked
from
down here.
behind,
You
dude.
think that they would make it warm, low,
No,
high.
they
No.
expect it to be
They
turned
make it
around so
low,
you're
high,
actually
warm.
looking at
So
the dial.
we're going to put it on high for about the first hour to kind of get it going. Then we're going to kick it down to low. And all I can tell you is we're going to see you in about 6 hours to check on this. Do not pull the lid open. In fact, that just puts a curse on it. Don't open the lid. Let it cook. Because if you take it open and close it, it takes about 20, 30 minutes for a slow cooker to recover. We'll see you in about 6 hours. I cannot wait. By the way, Sheila, get me a spoon for this little gravy bowl over here. All right, I can't wait to taste this. This looks fantastic, even through the glass. And when it comes to this slow cooker stuff, I do not peek. It's been 1 hour on high to kind of build it up to temperature real quick, and 4 hours on low, and I think that's going to be enough. Let's take a peek and see what we got in here.
Uh-oh.
Well, the pork chops are cooked.
Oh, wow. That smells so good. I turned this thing off about 30 minutes ago, let it cool down just a little bit. And let's take a look at our pork chops swimming
Looks
down
pretty
in there.
good.
Man, it's just fall off the bone tender. Look at this. I'm trying to pull this up here without it coming apart, so to speak. Not sure if I'm going to be able to do this or not. Look at that. Wow. Well,
Yeah.
I might have to serve this in chunks because it's just falling apart. Look at that. I can't hardly get it on the plate. It's awesome. Wow. Well, I guess it kind of means that we can portion it out any way we want. I'll just break off another little piece there. Look how tender that is, Sheila. It's really good. Now, this is what I've been waiting for. Kind of stir down in there a little bit. Get that happening. I'm going to take my little spoon and make me a dent in my taters over here. I'm going to get me some of that gravy.
I think Sheila is tied up
and put on
right now.
Feels a little bit
She's
across
being
the top
forced
of the
to do
pork
this.
And what do you
That's
think,
a good old
Sheila?
Southern meal right there. A meat in two sides. Meat in two sides, Stanley.
The flavor is so good.
Yeah.
It really doesn't need it.
They
This
still
looks so
have
good.
those
You know, I don't
cafe
even
or
know
those
why I picked the knife up, because you don't need
sort
it.
of diners.
You can just break them pork chops apart. I gotta try a bite. That is probably one of the top 10 recipes we've ever did, and we have over 200 recipes. I love this. It is so delicious. Oh, you have no idea. Got to try a little bit of taters.
Little taters, Stanley.
Look at that fork. Just do it with your fork. You don't even need a knife. And that's those
Bet those
big bony
taters
pork chops
are
seasoned
instant.
up. You can put herbs if you want. It would probably add to it. You don't need to salt and pepper it because the flavors with that gravy and that Lipton onion soup mix is fantastic. I got to tell you, we're breaking for lunch as soon as we turn this camera off because this is so outstanding. You know, for years I watched on television where it says pork, the other white meat. The pork growers put that out. They got something here. These thick pork chops, which I've walked by at the grocery store way too many times. I eat a lot of beef and chicken and stuff, and I thought I'll do a pork chop recipe for our channel. I am so glad I did because this is so delicious done in the slow cooker with that gravy recipe and Lipton onion soup mix and all that stuff. For those cooking times, it just falls apart. You will love this recipe. Please give it a try because it's standalone outstanding. I'm telling you what, Sheila, this is just great. You haven't tasted it yet, but it's over the top, I'll tell you. I hope you subscribe to our channel. Try all our recipes. If you'd like to subscribe, it's pretty easy. Little shotgun red space is going to pop up over here in just a little bit. When it does, click on it. It'll say subscribe with a check mark. That means you're one of our wonderful subscribers. But right next to the word subscribe is a little bell. If you click on that, it'll put two little lines there because YouTube doesn't send you all of the recipes all the time unless you click that bell and put the lines. Then that means you want to be notified every time we come out with a new recipe. We really hope you do that. We're going to put another recipe up over here.
Is he still alive, Stanley?
Click on it. But most of all, try this. Slow cooker pork chops. The way we did it, I'm telling you.
I feel like he did.
One more take.
You said this video 6 years old. I don't think he survived COVID, Stanley. He don't.
Hey, everybody. Hunter Fisher, Trapper Trader, Guide, Scout, and
see if this guy's still alive. Is that like, he's still got uploads? He still got new uploads?
Hey, cooking friends. Welcome back to Cooking with Shotgun Red.
Uh-oh. Sheila. Damn. I think he might have kicked the bucket, Stanley. Damn. I think yeah, they took over his YouTube page. Hey, he's out of there.
Welcome back to Cooking with Shotgun Red, and I'm Sheila.
I'm Jennifer.
You know, Steve used to use his Dutch oven all the time.
Oh, he's out of there, Stanley.
Oh no.
Yeah, the way he was eating, I didn't see him surviving COVID, man. Oh, the way Steve used to cook.
They should call this cooking show Steve Eusta.
Steve is no longer.
Oh, that's sad. No, that is kind of sad. Damn, man, you really, damn, you. I don't know what to think.
Bro, Stanley,
You're basically like, let's go see if he's still. Let's go see if he's dead.
It was just a hunch, Stanley. The way he was eating, the way that plate looked, how greedy
How
he
much
sounded.
sodium he loaded in the sauce.
He might have looked right there after that meal. Huh?
Yeah, how greedy he sounded, man. I was like, yo, this don't seem like a longevity's in his future, man, because this guy. And then you said
He died with his bib on.
You said 6 years ago too. I know a lot of people didn't survive that COVID, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Damn, HB.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's see if I wonder if there is a
explanation.
No, I'm not going. You know what? I don't feel like being depressed today.
Yeah. Well, no, I think it's a good story. Not a good story, but that's a good example of why you should eat more healthy. Don't eat so much. Don't eat so much sodium. Don't eat so much processed foods. Try to eat, just regular food. Maybe don't put a fucking 10-pound gravy on your food.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I'm actually gonna make this. I've got
zucchini.
my zucchini and my I haven't done the potatoes just yet, but it's gonna be zucchini potato bake.
That actually looks pretty good. Zucchini and
Yeah,
potato.
I am gonna add because there's several recipes. The one I'm gonna use, I'm gonna put Parmesan cheese on top.
Hmm.
Let's see, this is only a minute and 8 seconds. I even have a red pepper. I'm gonna add spinach. Come on now, use your hands. I mean, I've made this before. It's actually really good.
It looked pretty good. I'm not
Last
the
time I
biggest
made it,
zucchini. Not the
well, I
biggest
used
zucchini.
summer squash last time,
Oh, okay.
but I mean, I like zucchini just fine.
Wasn't that same squash that little girl was picking up that said it was dirty? Wasn't that a summer squash?
No, that was a spaghetti squash. The
Okay.
summer squash is like the little kind of skinny yellow one. That it's the most common
Uh,
down south anyway.
yeah.
Oh, I thought I was hoping
Virgo.
Virgo would be up to.
Oh yeah, she did sound like I don't agree with uh you know eclectic, but she did kind of sound like she just got off the pipe when she
No, the woman worked all week.
I know. Virgo. Virgo, yeah,
You listen to
Virgo is not
eclectic, and she will lead you wrong.
Virgo is not happy she's got to go back to work. I'm
Ooh, who was
thinking
that?
Virgo might need to find a new job. Like or maybe like a
Y-
new career or
Yeah,
something.
she was saying she's not overly impressed with this.
Yeah, especially nowadays, man. Like I feel like selling cars in this economy.
Well, she's not selling cars; she's doing their accounting.
Oh, okay. Well then what's she complaining about?
I think, I think, you know, I think people are. You know what? I'll let her talk about it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
yeah,
She
yeah.
started streaming this 39 minutes ago. I've never heard of this woman. Oh shoot! What happened?
Sister, 1 week is next week, Thursday. So I'll be going this Wednesday coming.
And the sheriff is up here. What the hell?
For your mother-in-law. Yes, please.
The fuck? Well, I guess she does a cooking show with no talking at all.
Black dress is your favorite. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, she seems a little slow. Is she alright?
I'm like talking. She just focusing on the food.
Yeah, she might be a little on the spectrum or something, man. This girl. How that kitchen kind of looks crazy too. I don't know. Is she African?
She looked a little African.
Yeah, she does.
If you just joined, you are welcome. Thanks for coming.
Oh, she's British or of some sort or Caribbean.
Oh, okay. She might need to clean that kitchen up a little bit.
Let's see, where is she?
Yeah, she got a million views.
She's only got 2,200 subscribers.
Yeah.
The only reason I went there is because the show is live.
Oh, it's live right now?
Yeah, I don't know whether
Hey.
it's a stream or if she's actually live.
Okay. Maybe ask her real quick. See, just type it in the chat. See if she's live. Damn, she eating it straight out the pot. God damn. You gotta put it on the
I
plate
should
first.
just wish her bon appetit.
Yeah.
Damn. I'm gonna have to get a mouse.
Jeez. Oh, you're using your pad?
Yeah, I've been using a touchpad for years, but this computer is just real sensitive.
Yeah. You gotta get you a mouse. You'll like it a lot better too with the mouse.
Oh, I've used them before, just haven't in decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just boring.
Hey Richard, good morning, man. Good morning. We got your buddy Rivers. Your biggest supporter.
Who?
River in the chat. Your biggest supporter. What the hell? Philly steaks. Okay. All right.
Stanley's a globe-tard. What the fuck is a globe-tard?
Who said that?
Oh, Mavid trying to be clever.
Oh, yeah.
You know how it is. These kids.
Yeah.
What's up, Richard?
He's like I don't know, he's like 1 out of every 100 jokes are actually funny, but a lot of them are just like, bro, you're not funny at all, man. His jokes are like almost depressing sometimes. They're so bad. Just feel bad for him.
Oh, I don't feel bad for him.
I do, because he tries so hard.
Welcome to Yellow Door Urban Homestead. I'm an urban gardener growing in a small space in my backyard. I am urban homesteading. I am growing our own food. I am a mother of 2, 1 adult son and 1 teenager. I'm growing food for us to eat, fresh food that I know hasn't been sprayed, food that I know, how it was grown. I do have a small orchard area where I am growing apples and peaches, and I'm also growing meat. I'm growing eggs. So I have 7 chickens and I have 5 quail. But the biggest thing that I'm
Quail.
doing in my backyard is growing food. It is something that I started doing in 2020, and it's a lot of things to me. It is food, it is peace, it's a hobby, it's a thing that I do that makes me feel good. Like that one little seed can produce so much food, and it's just amazing to me. And it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of food, and you wouldn't think you could grow that much food in your backyard. But I do kind of intense planting out here, so I'll fill the bed as much as I can. Just kind of the thing that you do in an urban setting when you don't have a lot of space. And I will tell you, during the summer, I don't buy vegetables. I have no reason to. Even in the winter, because I do preserve my food. I freeze some. I'm learning to can a little bit better. I dehydrate. I dry things, like just air dry them. So I also don't know the last time I purchased herbs, because herbs grow huge and they produce a lot in one season. And some things I just grow because I like to grow it. I have a lot of medicinal herbs, and I'm trying to learn those as well. So 3 years I've been doing this, and it's a lot to learn. It's a lot to
She getting
do.
high.
And I can't see myself not doing gardening. And I say to myself, like, why didn't you start earlier? Why are you just now starting? But I don't think you would know how much you would enjoy it until you start. My backyard before was actually pretty scary. I didn't come back here that much before I did this, and now I find myself here all the time. I never thought that this would be what my backyard looked like, honestly. I watched so many YouTube videos, and I did a lot of reading on the internet. And so as the time has passed, we went from 1 garden bed to 3 garden beds. And then it just kind of exploded into what it is right now. So 365 days a year, this urban garden grows. I do a lot of growing in bags. It helps me to have more space to grow where, I couldn't make the bed big enough to grow the same plants in it. I use bags, and that has very much extended my growing space. There's probably about 60 of them out here, if not more. That's where I was at last count. Miss these. They got huge. It's cucumbers. I'll probably make pickles out of them. I'm very new to canning. I did a little bit of canning last year, but I'm not exactly sure I did it right. But I am gonna try again. You can get a lot of food.
Wait, how do you
from a
mess
small
up
space
canning,
garden.
Stanley? How do you mess
Oh, yeah.
canning up?
Oh, it's easy.
Really? I thought all you did was fill it to the top, and
Well, no,
then
I mean you've got to sterilize the jars and the
right.
lid.
Hey. Yeah. But you sterilize it by boiling it, right? Like high
Right,
heat.
right.
So how do you ruin that?
Well, you cannot seal it properly.
Oh, okay.
There. I mean, that's why I pretty much my mother-in-law, kind of taught me how to can. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, you just for some reason or another don't seal it,
Tight enough. Like
and
I know
so
you.
so air gets in there.
Yeah. I thought you always like you filled it to the top as much as you can, and then you boil it for a couple hours or however long it
Right, but
takes.
the thing is that the very top, the little lid things. Do you
Yeah.
ever seen jars you get at the
Hey,
grocery store? It'll have a little
good.
tab thing on the top, on the lid, like a little thing
Yeah.
you can push down. If you ever get something, from the grocery store or something like that in that lid, essentially what you're trying to do is vacuum seal it.
Right.
Okay. So if you lose the seal, and it does happen occasionally, like if you go pick up, a jar from your shelf and that little tab thing at the top, is kind of, you know, I don't know. there's a technical term for it. I want to call it like a nipple. It's not quite a nipple though, but you know what I mean. You can tell
Hey,
if
yo.
your jar has lost the seal.
Right,
If your
right.
jar has lost the seal, then you just throw it away or dump what's in it out. So yes, you can fuck up candy.
Wow. Well,
It's
God
not
bless.
often, and if you know
Yeah.
what you're doing, you won't. But it can happen.
Yeah, God bless her heart, man. She can't even boil water. Can't even can something. No, 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 no. I'm sure it's a lot harder.
Well, yeah, but I mean the canning liquid, what you put in there isn't just plain water. It's got to be salt. It's got to. There are instructions for canning certain things. Like you can can
Yeah.
meat, you can do all kinds of things, but you got to
Yeah.
know what you're doing. Some foods can be cooked and canned. Some
Hmm.
don't need to be cooked and canned. There, there, there are things. There are instructions. It's not, just you can't just walk up and decide to can something. You actually have to plan it out.
Yes, Stanley. I think you gave
So like I said,
I think you gave Maven an erection when you said nipple. He got a little horny.
Yeah, that poor lad.
Like, oh, wait a minute. Stanley said nipple.
He almost stroked out during sex ed class, I think.
You can run it back, Maven. Okay.
Did he fall in love with his sex ed teacher? I bet he did.
Yeah,
You,
he was a
you
he was a
said
guy.
nipple, Mr. Jones. That's right, he fell in love with his male sex ed teacher.
grow in bags, but I also grow kind of in raised
I
beds.
don't think
So the
this
cinder
woman
block
is ugly.
beds are the raised beds, and then you see the bags are here. I also have no dig beds, and so basically I just took compost. Well, I put cardboard down, put compost on top of it, and then just started growing. So it doesn't have to be super expensive to start a garden. Actually, the bricks that I
Oh
have,
no, she's
most of
kind of
them, they were
gorgeous.
free. Someone on Facebook
She's kind of
No,
gorgeous,
Marketplace
River of
Stanley.
said,
Hate.
if you want them, you.
River of Hate says she got hit with the ugly stick or something.
Oh no, 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 no. I think if she took her hair down and you got to really see what she looks like, I think she's gorgeous. But just looking at her face, I can't really tell how old she is.
I can't either.
Yeah, so I
I'm
don't know if
guessing
that's a good
she's
or a
probably
bad
in her.
thing.
She says she has an adult son, so I'm guessing at a minimum
Uh,
she's, above 35.
yeah, yeah.
But
So
if
that's
she's in
actually,
her 40s, she's actually really good looking.
yeah, yeah. That's a really good thing. She
You
looks
can
she
have
looks
them.
healthy.
It's I do
She does.
containers, raised
Not,
beds, no dig.
not,
Also,
I mean, not overweight. She might be a little too skinny, but I mean, she's definitely not overweight.
Yeah, nah, nah. We could put
my orchard
some
area
meat
and
on
my
her
herbs,
bones.
they're all.
Yeah, I think River of Hate just doesn't like. Um, he's
Black
he's
women. Yeah,
he
yeah.
is just like the European beauty standard. If you don't meet that standard, like probably all
Hmm.
black women are ugly to him.
Well, he
Falling
probably
ground.
all women in general are probably all ugly to him. I think
Yeah.
he has a male beauty standard that he's looking for.
So I'm growing in what?
What did that lady call it? Male pretty? Was it
Oh
boy
yeah, yeah,
pretty?
yeah. Boy pretty and girl pretty. Yeah.
David
River
only
hates
likes
just
the boy pretty, but he misunderstood it.
4 different ways. I grow up to. This saves me space. So
River
where,
is boy
I
pretty
would be
and
growing,
girl
let's
pretty.
say these cantaloupe on the ground, and they would just be kind of sprawling everywhere. I grow them up, and it gives me space to grow more, down on the ground and in the beds. But it's a mix, and I kind of like that. I like that everything does not look the same. I like that, there's some contrast in the garden. These are my blueberry bushes. Those are low bush, and I cut them to keep them
I'm
the
just kind
size that I
of.
want them to be. Blueberry
I
bushes
wonder if
can
this
get
is
huge,
Atlanta.
and so can still, grow in my backyard. I've got tomatoes back here, which is the normal, gardening thing. There's tomatoes back here. There's squash. There's zucchini. I'm even growing asparagus, which is a perennial that you'll have for the rest of your life once you plant it. I'm growing onions, and I'm actually growing the onions in a hole of the bricks.
Yeah.
So not the
See
biggest
that down
ones, but
before.
they're edible. They will work in a meal. What else? Like I have beans growing up this trellis right here. Need to go ahead and harvest those. My trellises are cattle panel trellises, and they can literally stay up all year long, and you don't have to keep taking them down and putting them back up. And they're really good for your vining things. So you can grow things that vine up a trellis. And so I love growing up, is what they call it. I have basil and oregano growing. The way I see it, if it's in a seed packet and it can be planted in soil, I'm gonna try it in my backyard. But I mean, cucumbers, tomatoes, beans, squash, cantaloupe, watermelon. I'm not very good at growing watermelon, but I try it every year. So that's a basil harvest. Once they start to try to flower, I always take the tops so that the plant can keep growing. And I make tea out of it. I will dehydrate it or let it air dry so that I can use it in the winter. But my garden does grow all year long. And so we're in July. Next month in August, I'll start planting things for
Well,
fall, like
see,
your broccoli.
much like much like you're below average person, just throwing out European and marry a white woman, that's supposed to carry some sort of implication. My question to River of Hate is let's connect those dots. Come out and say what you think you're trying to say or what you want to say, and let's see if you can defend it. Because I think you're below average intelligence just throwing out shit like this. Um, and then Mavid, we already know, you know, we already know. And I often laugh at your joke. Do they still make ugly sticks, Richard? I actually have an ugly stick around here somewhere. Actually, you know what? Years ago, I actually have an ugly stick camp chair. I have to dig that out too. It's not a joke, David. Again, he's trying to make a joke, but it doesn't quite make sense to me. European beauty standard and then marry a white woman. I need him to connect those dots. Does marrying a white woman mean I have a European beauty standard? The two to me don't connect. I want to see if Mavid can do it. Stanley has lived a lifetime of contradiction. You know what? Um, I have lived a life of, well, my life doesn't go linearly. Anyone who lives or lives a totally linear life or is a total linear thinker, that's as boring as a lie. Let's put some shape to your lives. But basically, that response doesn't connect dots, and I don't think you actually can. And at least you, like Jason Whitlock, realize your limitations. So let's get back to the video. I'm wasting time with you two.
And your cabbages, collards, things like that. But I grow 365 days a year. I don't really keep up with how much food I harvest. I harvest it, I eat it, I preserve it. I probably should, but in general, there's a lot of food that comes out of this garden every year, and I'm very happy for it. When I started gardening, I can't say that I had a profound reason why I was doing it. Like, there was no, I want to know where my food comes from. There was no, I don't trust the food system, if I'm honest. I'm just going to be honest. It was
first responders. The city has been woefully unprepared to ensure the safety and well-being of its residents. Basic resources such as water and emergency.
Just like Africa. Put 100 Africans in a room, they're going to create Africa. No fuck, they're going to create Europe. Why would they create Europe? Ain't no Europe in their blood. And in a little dose of communism and hatred for white people. And she couldn't give a damn if all them houses in the Palisades burned down.
Services have been inadequate and leadership has been nowhere to be found when it was needed.
I bet if South Central LA would burn up, she would have flown back from Ghana or wherever the hell she was, been crying on camera talking about all her people that died. She got to do something for the poor people. She had nothing to say, which leads me to think really, maybe it's more class warfare than anything. And Black Girl Magic would be a casualty of that, by and large, because many of them, the black girls that got the magic, they're poor. It was a class warfare in a way, and it couldn't happen to a better person or people in this case.
Most. We demand the immediate resignation of Mayor Karen Bass due to her failure to lead during this unprecedented crisis. It goes on.
I wish I knew who this was speaking. I bet he was singing her praises when they were elected before the fires. Blacks going back to the fire on their ass.
I'm signing the petition right now during the commercial break. And let's put a link on our website for it because I think everybody, it's not only for residents of LA.
Not for residents of LA. Well, I wish I could have heard. What else he went on to say? What radio station was this? I don't know what radio station. Is it? Are there more? Karen Bass. Bad black leadership. He's a failure. Criminal negligence, incompetence, recalling. Well, I'm going to really ask yourself, why would she want to put herself in a position where she clearly was outclassed? Did she really think she can handle being the mayor of the city? Who put her up to this? Some people say it was Obama put her up to this. Matter of fact, let's take a look. Obama, Karen Bass. Karen Bass. Did Obama put Karen Bass in? Is this the legacy of Obama here? Ex-Obama staffer and liberal podcaster slams LA mayor for being overseas. And ex-Obama staffer, what? KFI AM 640 out of LA, Sam I Am says, okay, ex-Obama staffer and a liberal podcaster, what? He want her to come back from Africa, huh? Let's see, who is this? Former Barack Pod Save America. I think Obama appeared on Pod Save America. Tommy Vietor called out Karen Bass for being overseas while wildfires have been decimating her city. I bet he voted for her. I bet he was all for her. And see if he says anything about her. Matter of fact, I want to see if there are any articles talking about. Did Obama push Karen Bass to where she is today? Let's see. I'm sure he did. I'm sure Obama was a big supporter of Karen Bass. Let's see. How do I get it? Karen Bass. Karen Bass and Obama. Karen Bass. Obama. I'm sure Obama had something to do with Karen Bass. Let's see. Let's see. Obama. There we go. Obama endorses Karen Bass. Who did he endorse her over? Who was she running? I think she's running against Rick Caruso. And let's see what Obama had to say about this. Fire starter. This nigger is a fire starter. Winnie Mandela, going back to her Winnie Mandela roots. What you got for me? Come on, Obama, give it to me. I want you to sing the praises of these niggers. They brought the fire to these white people. Brought the fire. Let's see if we're gonna get it to play it. And what did Obama say about this? Let's see. Let's see. Obama endorsed. I want to hear him say it. I want to hear what he had to say about the niggers. I want to hear what he had to say. You can't pick people, bad leadership. They pick bad people. That's what they do. And let's see. One more Obama endorses Karen Bass. Got to be a video of this. They probably gonna screw up the internet of this, but we're gonna find it. Let's see if we can find Obama. There we go. There we go. Come on, sing her praises, nigga. Sing her praises, nigga.
I wanted to make sure I took some time out to talk to you personally, just to say how proud
he is. Look at these two niggas. Passing down bad leadership, burning people up by fire.
I am of your campaign.
Former President Barack Obama FaceTiming with mayoral candidate Karen Bass.
You were there early for me when I ran for
Sing her praises. Sing her praises.
Oh, so this is the
president.
legacy.
Always.
This is a
You
part of his
always
legacy. Damn.
get on the right side of the issues that we care so deeply about.
Thank you.
And I'm confident you're going to be an outstanding mayor of LA.
Five-star.
Did you say Karen Bass? Karen Bass is going to be part of Obama's legacy?
Well, no. He basically is her. She's like an extension of him, you know.
Bullshit.
And God his
Where do
blessing.
you guys get these ideas from?
And I didn't. I just heard it. He said,
Oh, well, no. What you just heard went, you know, the black conservative or whatever the fuck y'all are, this is like clean water going through dirty filters. Just because a former president calls up a mayor and says congratulations, it becomes like his legacy. Man, we need our Asian overlords to help us out with our educations.
well, he did say she helped a lot in his in the beginning. You know, she was instrumental. That's what she said.
Okay,
Instrumental.
do you know what the percentage of black people in California is statewide, and I think in Los Angeles County, or maybe it's Orange County I'm thinking of. It's
I'm not
5%.
really.
So
It's that little.
yeah, 5% of California's population calls themselves black, I guess, on the census. So these people don't represent America's black people by any means.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you
So
sure about that number,
obsessing,
5%?
I'm
You're
100% sure.
100%. Okay. I'm not gonna question that.
Believe
Just
me,
sure.
I've made this same argument to people who live in California. I have a bunch
Yeah.
of there's some YouTube shows that I'm on every now and again. Folks that live in San Diego and LA. And I often tell them that they are fond of saying, well, we are leaders in Black America. If California blacks are the best blacks. And I'm like, what?
Oh
You
yeah.
guys barely, as far as I'm concerned, some of the way or the things that y'all think are just like totally out of the mainstream, if there is a mainstream in the black community in the United States. There's some weird motherfuckers.
Yeah. No, I haven't met too many that aren't from
They're
Cali.
online.
Yeah. I
Well,
tend
let
to
me put it to you this way. Tough Guy lives there.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I tend to stay away from that side as much because they're a little progressive.
So hey
I
T.
said,
So I don't know, John.
child.
You and John's politics are just
Ooh, child.
really just unique. I'll call it unique.
Well, I take that as a compliment coming from you,
You
Stanley.
you
I
should.
appreciate
No one else.
I
No
appreciate
one else can think like you two do.
I appreciate that, man.
And look at this. Nothing funnier than when the small hat's golem turns their stupidity against the chosen ones. Can you make heads or tails of that?
Okay, hold on. Hey, good morning. Yeah, gotcha.
Oh, nothing much is happening. Just John's doing his daily, uh, his daily, well, anti-black
I'm okay.
commentary.
Take a
Okay,
look here.
you too.
Oh, when the media start reporting on the victims, I think the heat is going to turn up on Karen Bass. The
John
fire
seems to
is going
be
to be turned
mad
back
that
on
a
her.
black mayor didn't
So
service
let's
the
take a look at
whites
some of the victims.
properly.
Here's one. Here's one of the victims here.
Wait,
And
I
I
don't
don't
know
know if
what
you can see
yeah, I
this
don't know
man.
what
Let me see
this
if I can
means. Hey,
maximize
good
it.
morning, T. Ooh, child. I don't know
This
what
is
this means.
Anthony Mitchell,
You know, there's this thing where like
67 years old, a great grandfather,
you know,
10.
white
He
supremacists
died in his
really
home.
hate
He stayed behind with his
they
son
have this
Justin, who
deep
had
hatred
cerebral
for
palsy and
the
could not
Jew,
evacuate.
but
He
it's like
probably
you
could
guys
have
do
gotten
all the
himself
Jews'
out, but he
biddings.
wasn't going to leave my
So I don't
brother,
know.
his other son said. That's
It's
a real
weird.
sad story. And, these people were dependent on the Karen Basses of the world. They voted for her. I'm sure he voted for her. I'm sure he voted
Jew
for her.
told you
Never
to hate
thought
the
T,
black
in my
man and
that
you
she would leave him at his
here for
lowest
the
point
T, in my
for
opinion,
the
he is.
cerebral palsy child to be overtaken by
ah,
smoke.
ooh,
Live by the fire, die
child.
by the fire.
I wonder what T doing up
And
so
who are some of
early.
the other
What
victims?
T
Here's
doing?
Erlene Louise
Probably
Culinary.
shoveling
Lord have
snow.
mercy.
Oh yeah, nah.
Lord
T ain't
have
never
mercy.
shoveled a goddamn
Bad
thing in her life,
leadership.
man.
This is what he looked like downstream. Early Louise Kelly had been through a major wildfire in the past and assumed everything would be fine.
T ain't
Her
never even
granddaughter
touched the
said,
shovel, Stanley.
adding that she thinks her
Ooh,
grandmother was at
child.
peace staying in the home she tended to every day
Touching
for
no
decades.
touching
These are
no
some of the
damn
Well,
shovel,
that's
pictures
right.
child.
She does have two sons.
Yeah, she ain't never touched a shovel a
of
day
bad
in her
leadership
life.
here.
Ooh, child.
We may never hear this on the news. We may never talk about these people. But while Karen Bass was in Africa, yucking it up, wearing her African garb, this woman here was dying in her home, 83, by
I
smoke
think that's what really
inhalation.
set John off
And
was
it is
that
also
African
true that she
garb.
probably voted for the lady Karen Firestarter Bass, the lady
That's what set
who
him off.
was at had her hands at her leaving this world in
Well,
such
those
a
rich,
miserable
those
fashion.
those rich,
Death by
defenseless
fire,
people in
smoke
Palisades,
inhalation. The next
they
victim,
need
some of the
his
next victims that
defense.
have been identified. Robin Kent Nickerson, another elderly man, 83, had reassured loved ones that he would be fine as his family and neighbors tried to get him to evacuate his Altadena home. I imagine he didn't want to leave because he knew the looters would come. He figured, I'm 83, man. Like, I don't have any money. Probably don't have much money to go anywhere else. And I'm just going to ride it out here. His house is here. He was here too. He was in his bed when I found him. Lord have mercy. Bad leadership. Man, it is amazing. These are some amazing stories.
Stanley,
when you put together the callousness of that mayor,
Yes,
you see the
HB.
faces behind the people that died in the fire. She couldn't even
sometimes I
muster.
think people don't understand hubris.
I'm sorry.
I'm a very big fan of hubris.
Nothing. And look at the faces.
When I talk about I only listen to dead rappers,
into a little bit
it's the hubris of it all.
All these old, seemingly,
What
and it's the
their
same thing.
hubris?
It's their
blacks,
hubris. Yeah, it's
minorities, or
poetic.
whatever.
All this
You know,
music
we
about,
see Paris Hilton. She ran
killing
off to
people
her
and
other
death
house,
and
and Mel
chaos,
Gibson, he was
and
on TV when he
now
was
they're
burned
dead.
down. But these
That's
people
the
weren't on
hubris of it.
TV. These
It's
are
the
the
same thing with
forgotten people.
It's the same thing
The
with
ones that voted for Karen Bass and she forgot about. Victor Shaw,
Hitler.
he was trying to protect his home. They'd been in the family for over 5 decades.
He hated the Jews so much.
Yeah, I can understand that.
He basically became one.
And he was killed Tuesday night
and
in the Eden fire.
Gave them their
his
own
family said his body was
nation.
found with the garden.
Well, he didn't give it, but through his actions, they were able to have their own nation.
He was doing
and
more
it's
than
the
Karen
hubris of it
Bass
all.
did for her city. He was trying to protect himself.
Well, I don't know. That's kind
And
of
this is
a
probably another man devoted for
interesting
Karen Bass and
interpretation.
ended up losing his life.
The reason they have their own nation, and I
83,
guess
83,
having multiple,
67, and a disabled
well, basically
man,
win-win
cerebral
situations.
palsy.
I mean,
These are the people.
one of the reasons they
Karen
got
Bass
their
was
own
so
nation
callous,
is,
boy, she got off that
I guess
plane coming from Ghana.
Europe kind of
These
wanted to
people were
get
either
rid of them,
already dead or
but
maybe in the
Jews are
process of
still there.
dying, or maybe there was some hope for them.
Yeah, all of Europe
had nothing for them. She had
no
absolutely
no
nothing.
European
These are the
country
faces
wanted
of the
to
people
take
that Karen
them.
Bass had no compassion, no sympathy for.
So they kind of were.
Some of the faces that died.
He basically forced them to have their own country.
Take a brief moment,
Which was the irony, because I think
some of the
that
supporters
was probably the
of
last thing he wanted. That's why when your motivation is hate, you usually become that.
Well, see, the problem with people like Maven is they are indeed linear thinkers.
Yeah.
He'll say, "Well, Stanley, you contradict yourself." Well, there is a premise that two things can be true at once, and I just I don't I kind of worry that the American education system is so bad that we're training these weird linear thinkers.
Yeah.
Linear thinking is good in certain situations, but true anyone who's actually creative probably will know how to think linearly, but they also know that that's not the only way to think. And people like Mavid G, I kind of think there might be hope for him when he grows up. I'm thinking he's a teenager.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because only teenagers look at the world as good and bad. They're gray
Yeah.
areas.
Nah.
And
Yeah.
those gray areas can be contradictory.
Yeah. 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 And it's so sad that some people don't take the time to actually read,
Mhm.
to where they think that Mein Kampf is just a white supremacist book. That's not what it's about. It's literally about propaganda, the whole book. I mean, obviously it's about Hitler's earlier life too, but if all you got from that book was white supremacy, I know for sure you never read the book. And I think that's really to argue a point or try to make a point for a book you never even read. I think it's kind of
Well,
sad.
here I actually think Mavid is not. He's just being all rhetorical. He just
Yeah.
wants to take an argument and use it against you. Mavid's a white
Yeah.
supremacist.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
kind of like
And
Solid Snake called he called Kamala Harris a drunk
yeah. Yeah.
overnight, like a couple hours ago.
Hmm.
And the irony, and I made sure that he knows what I'm thinking. It is so ironic that you describe yourself as a drunk and you're calling someone else a drunk.
Yeah.
And that you would feel comfortable making this accusation when you're one. Now his response is, well, I'm not vice president. And I'm like, well, I'm like, that really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, how do you how do you find your argument credible or your character credible when you are exactly what you described someone else as
Yeah,
being?
yeah.
That's
Like
just that's
Mavid,
really
Mavid, Mavid had he literally has no character at all. He still owes Princess money, and then had the nerve to criticize him when he was talking to bitches. Like he literally has you owe a debt to somebody. You made a false bet. Your word doesn't even mean anything.
now look at Maven. Now Maven is saying I'm a drunk. Yeah, well, you know what? I occasionally drink, but I'm not drunk now.
That's why I kind of understand be brave, you know. I think what be brave is realizing is that the white generation now, they're so fucking cucked and weak that they would much rather hide in the chat, be trolls, be cowards, wimps, sissies, pussies. And he feels like, see, be brave's issue isn't really with white people or really with black people. It's with white people that have basically cucked themselves into being, chat rats. He's like, you know what? I'm 70 years old. I'm about to be out of here. I'm not gonna be like these fucking pussy white boys that sit in the chat all day and try to be debate bro pussies. I'm not gonna be like that. And I kind of understand where he's coming from, honestly, because you see these fucking pussy ass white boys. They want they want to debate bro you in the chat, but they would rather join a ladies league before they hit the panel, hit the link, and it's pathetic. It's really sad. It's really sad. It's really sad. They got all these opinions and all this fucking. Yeah, but Richard, you're not a fucking queer though. You're not some opinionated weirdo that wants to debate stuff. Bro, you be sitting there talking about guns and shit. You don't give a fuck. You're not all opinionated like a fucking queen. You just do your thing, man. You just do your thing. But I think there's some white guys that they want to pretend like they have a point of view or a voice. But in reality, what Be Brave represents is that last generation of white men that actually stood up and said how they feel. Like, listen, me and Stanley might be wrong or about a lot of shit, but we ain't no goddamn pussies. We gonna stand on it. We gonna hit the link and at least discuss it. You guys are such cowards. You won't even hit the link. You guys hide. You hide.
You are you are you old enough to remember the Muppet Show?
Yeah, I do. I do.
You know those two guys up on the balcony?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's what Maven and River of Hate remind me of.
You
You
know,
know,
the
two
difference
old
is
guys just fucking talking shit, but
the,
you
the
know, for
difference
their
is
own
at least
amusement mostly.
they showed their face. And I'm not telling you guys you got to show your face. No, 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 no. I know you're a coward. You never show your face. You rather put a thong on before you show your face. No, 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 no. What I'm saying is just hit the link. Argue like a man. At least don't be a coward. But see, Be Brave knows. He knows. He's the last generation of white men that aren't cowards. The rest of you guys, you're done. You're cooked. You didn't let the blacks run your major cities. You didn't let the Mexicans move in. You didn't let all the immigrants move in. And now you want to blame the Jew for everything. Man, you guys are spineless wimps, and you know it. You're
Well,
spineless, weak creatures. And honestly, this is how it was supposed to go. This is how it's supposed to go. Only the strong are gonna survive. Only the strong are
well,
gonna survive.
the thing that amazes me is I mentioned those two old guys in the balcony on the Muppet Show, and Mavid is like, thanks. He's taking that as a compliment. I'm like, motherfucker, I just compared you to a Muppet, and you're happy.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
the dude just has no subtlety of mind at all.
yeah. Yeah, and
He cannot read beneath the surface. This is the problem with linear thinking.
and this is you see this coming too,
All he sees is yucking it up.
right?
But beneath the surface, motherfucker, I'm basically saying you're a Muppet, and Muppets are controlled by someone else. The humor isn't the Muppets. The humor is the controller of the Muppet. Dude, it just really just substandard.
And see, maybe this is the issue with a lot of men today. You guys are people pleasers. You think a man is supposed to be a people pleaser. No, a man is gonna piss somebody off. A free thinker is gonna piss somebody off here and there. You think my whole goal is to fucking make you feel comfortable, maybe? Maybe. Literally, you can go fucking die in a hole. I would not care. You're a coward, and you know it. You rather suck a cock before you hit the link. And that's why Be Brave does what he does. It's not about black people. It's about you fucking coward whites that have all these opinions about everybody, but you too scared to actually say it yourself. You'll hide behind a screen name. You'll hide behind an avatar, but you won't say it because you're scared. Be Brave done it all. He ain't afraid of nothing. I don't even think Be Brave afraid of death at this point. But you white boys, y'all afraid. And that's why you're losing. Honestly. The ones that are afraid. Now, I'm not talking about all y'all. I know it's some real ones in the chat. The real ones in the chat don't act like little chatty patties crying and trying to be debate bros. That's how I know they real. They just here for the entertainment, enjoying the show. But y'all overly opinionated pussies won't hit the link because you're cowards.
Well,
Hit
I
the like button,
appreciate
y'all.
River of Hate Ear says Be Brave wants to live with blacks. He has said that himself. Once again, now you probably haven't been, coming into the chat that much, River of Hate. So I'll cut you a little bit of slack. But Be Brave can't afford to live with the blacks that he wouldn't be afraid of. He can only afford to live with the dangerous blacks. Okay. Um, I live in a mixed neighborhood. I grew up in an all black middle class neighborhood, and Be Brave and I have talked. And you know what? Be Brave can move into a black neighborhood any many places in the South and be perfectly safe and be welcome. But the
You
thing
know,
is these are black middle class people, and you know what? He might not be able to afford the mortgage.
I think
So
what
don't blame black people because you can't afford to live with the ones who aren't dangerous. And the ones
I
who
think
are dangerous, motherfucker, if it's only 3%, well, go live with the 70%. And if you can't live with the 70%, stop your poor mouthing. Okay? What Be Brave is doing is complaining that he's poor.
yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Just
Look at
just because you can't afford to live in a good neighborhood with blacks, or for that matter, live with, you know, a better class of white people. He's really just complaining about poverty.
yeah, that's really his argument.
And
Is
quite
that he
frankly,
can
River of Hate,
he
that
wish he
you
could live
aren't
around
smart enough. And it could be that you just don't know all the details, but
Yeah,
that you feel comfortable just spouting off like an idiot about stuff you actually don't know, arguments
yeah,
you actually don't understand, just tells me a lot about
yeah. Well, they're cowards. They're cowards. That's why that's why Be Brave would rather live around blacks, because he knows at least they're not fucking cowards like these weirdos are. He knows. He knows you white guys. A lot of you white guys, man. You guys rather go knit some socks before you hit the link, because you're that much of a coward. The same white guy that civilized the world, look at them. They turned into trolls in the chat. You should be ashamed of yourself, honestly. But you're not. That's the sad part. That's why Be Brave has to do what he does. You don't even have shame. Oh, oh, the river of hate makes up a whole family just to prove a point. You don't have a family. You're Saturday morning. You over here chatting in the street. Yo, man, shut up. You got a family. Live with your mom. Oh,
Okay, once again. Okay, now Mavid, once again, oblivious to his surroundings. No one's mentioned brave dumbass. Dude, River of Hate literally brought up Be Brave in his chat post. Mavid, all I have to say is keep up. Okay, if you're gonna make comments in the chat, keep up with what's going on in the chat. And I'm not gonna bother calling you dumbass because that's apparent. Oh, oh, I don't want to hear what you have to say, Ryan. You are Be Brave's main chat. I'm sorry, you're his main co-host. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-host of Be Brave and Think. What's your topic today? What's you and Be Brave's topic today, Ryan?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is it okay? I mean, you can hit the link and come up and talk with us, Ryan. Be Brave won't
Oh
be
yeah,
mad, Willie.
matter of fact, good
He
morning. Yeah,
doesn't
me
he
too,
doesn't
man.
come up
Jesus
on our
Morning.
chat.
Christ.
He has changed
My bad.
allegiances.
It's
My
fine.
bad, Gary.
I came up here to watch y'all yell at the chat. I
Yeah,
just got
yeah,
done shoveling my driveway.
Oh man, how'd it go?
How much
Did
snow
you?
did you got?
From what I can tell, it's about 3 to 4 inches, depending on the area.
No, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
The bridge is fucked up though. It's covered in ice, so I can't go nowhere for a while.
You been lifting with your legs, not your back.
Yeah.
Yeah. You sound sore.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, I did just come in. It's terrible. What are y'all talking about? What's John talking about anyway? Is he talking about the fires again?
Yeah, he's basically talking about this week being a bad week in leadership for Black people, and I'm trying to figure out is Karen who's he talking about? I would argue that in these days, Black people don't really have a leader, and if we did, it certainly wasn't Karen Bass.
Yeah. I don't know if we have. Yeah, I don't think blacks have. When's the last time y'all actually had a leader?
And we'll see if they have some. Yeah, they do have
Well,
a
I don't
leader
know.
in
We're
Georgia.
looking to
So,
nominate you.
man, I did a show
Oh,
almost
okay.
maybe 2-3 years. Yeah, maybe
Got to
6
start my
months ago.
campaign.
Damn, dating myself here. Ain't been 2 years yet. But here's Ron Blake. I'm sure there's gonna be a video. We'll let this load up.
Well, to be honest,
This
Ryan, I saw
morning
you.
here,
I saw you in the chat. I didn't
the
really
NFL playoff
actually
is
listen.
starting.
So
While this
If you're
video
giving him
plays,
pushback, good for you.
oh, here it is. So I need to jump. Let's see what's up.
Well, Sean and
So with the volume here.
Susan, Jason Lewis
But
received a sentence of 12 and a half years
I hope it
in
one of
prison
these days
tonight
Ray
in a
won't be able
hearing that
to
lasted
afford to live
about
with
an hour
black
and
people.
a half, and there were some tears in that courtroom tonight. And let me tell you this, that when some
Oh,
family
he's worrying
members
about
were given the
looting.
opportunity to make a
Oh,
victim
is that
statement,
why he
one
keeps buying
family
so many
member
more
looked right
guns?
at Jason Lewis and called him a coward. Another
Call
Quran.
him a coward. And man,
Yeah, well,
time
you
out
know
to
what?
defend his property.
This argument that John wants to make about, the poor white people getting looted. Yeah, it's a shame. And the whole situation is a shame, but, you know, I think that it's a whole mess out in California, and Karen Bass is just, more or less a symptom. What's up, Mr. Gully? How you doing?
Oh, Tom's here?
Yeah.
Hi, Tom. I know honestly, I didn't think he'd come back since because of the whole
Well,
thing that happened to him in 12 Man.
he kind of cruises through. He doesn't. He's not coming up on panels, but he knows he's welcome. The link's there at the top of the chat.
Yeah, see, there goes when I'm talking about white people. I'm not talking about Tom Gully. You know, he's one of the last. He's one of the few. You know, he's one of the few that aren't afraid to say what he means and stand on it. You know, it's a dying breed, though. A lot of y'all claim to be men, but you're in the chat being a fucking
What's up,
sideline
Black Knight?
watcher.
Good
Hey,
morning.
Black Knight.
God damn. God damn.
Hey, Black Knight. By Monday, it's going to be back up in the 40s, so the snow won't last long down here in the Atlanta area.
Look at Maven. Look at you trying to get Richard to be on your side. You think Richard give a fuck about you, Maven? Richard don't give a fuck. Richard is here for the show. He gets it. He gets it. Richard about to buy another 22, man. He gets it. He gets it.
Oh,
Oh, there
look
goes
who's
Be
here.
Brave. There we go. He
What's
gets
up, Be
it.
Brave?
He
Hey,
gets it.
hey, fellas, I need
Hey,
to
good
know who
morning,
in the
Brave.
fuck. I need to know who in the fuck this punk ass intellectual punk Tom Gully thinks I'm afraid of. He needs to give a name.
Shit. Oh,
All the
shit.
shit I've talked about you, and that's all you're taking
Yeah,
from me?
no, Tom Gully's a fucking sick, blacked out motherfucker. I
Hey,
need to know who he
hey.
thinks I'm. What?
Didn't I tell you?
Damn.
Didn't I tell you, Stanley? I told you. It's not, bro. Be Brave's issue is not with black folks, man. It's with you.
Well, now
fucking
hold on, HB. Hold on a minute. But no, really, white people make me sick, HB. You are correct.
That's what I feel like. It's levels to it. I think you're more angry at the whites who let it get like this, and
I
that
need
are
to know
goddamn cowards.
who in the fuck I'm afraid of, Tom Gully. You chicken shit bitch, bastard, silly ass motherfucker. You know what Tom Gully's shtick is? Have you ever heard? It's all about him when he's talking. It's all about him or with him. He's a self-centered egotist nut. Tom Gully, who in the fuck am I afraid of? Have him type it in the chat. Come on, you motherfucker. Who am I afraid of? He won't type it.
Come on, Tom.
So if he won't type it, what the fuck's he saying it for?
Well, I thought he was talking about me.
Wait,
I
did he
just assumed he was talking about me.
Hold
Tell
on,
him,
did he say
type it. Who in the fuck's he talking about? I don't give a fuck.
Me. You're afraid of me.
He said what?
No.
You're afraid of me.
No, I need to know who did he say you, Stanley?
I assume that's who he was talking
No,
about.
you don't get to assume on this. That motherfucker needs to be manly about it. You need to name a fucking name. Who am I afraid of, Tom Gully? You stupid bitch. You sissy ass punk motherfucker. And
I think he just cruised through to rattle a cage.
I don't give a fuck. I'm
Okay.
just that motherfucker's thick.
I
And
guess
I'm rattling his right now. Are you fucking crazy? I think you guys, I think I threw you off. Am I still on the stage, fellas?
Yeah.
No, you're still here. You're still here.
Okay, I did something with this computer, old boy. I may have to leave and come back. I'm not sure. Let me see here. God damn it. Oh, here we go. No, okay, now I'm saying it calm. Hey, Tom Gully, who in the fuck am I afraid of? Type the fucking name, big mouth. He won't type it. What the fuck's he running his fucking mouth for then? If I say somebody's afraid of somebody, listen to this. Do you guys think I wouldn't type their goddamn name? If
I don't know what you would type.
If I accuse somebody of being afraid, you think I wouldn't say who they're afraid of?
No, I think you would say it.
You goddamn right I would. Fucking silly. Where's he at now? Is he saying anything else in the chat? Let me see what the fuck.
No.
Oh, hell no. He's sounding like a fucking punk ass fucking silly child.
Wow.
I know who Breeze Brave's afraid of. What?
Wow.
Let me see. I'm thinking to myself, well, my God, who am I afraid of somebody? I didn't know that.
Wow.
I think Tom is a terrorist. He came here, like Nas says, he threw a bomb and left.
Yeah, it worked, I guess.
You're giving him credit for having courage. He's an intellectual fucking.
Oh, I didn't say he had courage.
No,
I said he came in here and rattled a cage.
Terrorists
How did he know you were watching?
To be fair, Be Brave said he was always watching.
No,
Yeah.
No, not always.
Yeah,
you are.
But how did Tom know to come in, lob that bomb at Be Brave?
And then
how did he
immediately
know?
you come up. Yeah.
When was the last time Tom was in your chat?
That was kind of coincidence.
When was the last time Tom was in your chat?
I think sometime last week.
Yeah.
No, it's been longer than that. It's been longer than that. The motherfucker don't show up. Guess who brought him up? Moi. The fucking idiot follows me around.
Wait, you brought Tom to the chat?
Wait, how do you know
here today saying my name?
He said it once.
I don't give
No. I was talking about Be Brave, and then I guess Tom was listening, and
then he made a comment, and then Brave immediately came up afterwards. That's weird.
Yeah.
And it's weird. What's weird, Garion?
How do you know you were here?
Because I told Stanley I always check in on Stanley in the mornings for material, for content.
Well, then did you get the part? Did you get the part about you're mad that you can't afford to live with black people?
Did you hear that, Garion? Garion, you fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo too.
Yeah, I said it's cute. It's like a guy stalking his crush.
Shut your fucking mouth. You're a fucking idiot. Speak what's
Oh
on
my
your
Lord.
I just did.
No,
what did you eat for breakfast?
I snorted a line of Coke.
I just did.
You do be here. You just admitted it.
You
say you be here for Stanley for material.
Smart. Sounds intelligent. You do be here. Would you say, Stanley? Yeah, Stanley, I got a kick out of when you said I can't afford to live around middle-class black people.
Well, you said that.
Oh, I know. No, but I would say though.
I'm not misquoting anybody.
No, you're not. No, not at all. You almost got it correct. I've always said that if you got to live around rich black people to get away from street crime, even middle class.
I think you could probably do middle class.
No, not quite, not anymore. They're the Section 8 spreading out, and it's getting too rampant now.
Yeah, well, Section 8.
Go over and look at
there's Section 8 in middle class white neighborhoods too.
I know it, but yeah, I know, but white class.
So you can only live with rich people or poor people. You can't live with middle class.
No, I can't. No, I said you can only live with rich black people or rich white people or poor white trash. You got three of them.
I literally just said that and asked you the question, so you're confirming.
No, you said you gave.
It sounds like what you're saying. Sounds like what you're saying is the middle class is dead because of Section 8.
I'm saying the middle class is dead wherever blacks live. If blacks move in the middle, that middle.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now you're starting to talk about middle class blacks being violent and part of the 3%.
No, I said where they live, the other animals seep in.
Okay, and I think you're categorically wrong. Okay, what you're saying is now middle class blacks aren't good enough to
No, I
live
didn't
with.
say that. I said the middle class blacks
You're
are
implying it.
the trash seeps into middle class
Okay,
blacks.
if you're well, if you're saying trash is seeping into middle class blacks, then you're finding a problem with middle class blacks, and they're not good enough for you to live around.
I said that when I come on here. I said you
Okay,
can't.
and I think now you're starting to say that the middle class blacks are part of that 3%.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying they're part
Okay,
of the.
then why aren't they good enough to live with?
I'm saying they're part of the 70%.
What am I saying? We? I
I'm
meant
saying-
we. Why aren't we good enough to live with?
The middle class blacks are part of the 70%.
So you're saying I'm not good enough to live next to?
I said the middle class blacks are part of the 70% that have lost their fucking minds.
Okay, I think you're saying the middle class blacks are part of the 3% because there's seepage.
I didn't include them in the 3%.
If you can't live amongst the 70%, and you're saying that you can't live with middle class blacks, they're part of the 3%. They're part of the problem.
No.
Now you're saying the middle class blacks are not good enough for Be Brave to live among.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, Be Brave, I think it's fucked up that you can only live among rich people or very poor people, and that the middle class, hold on.
Very poor white people.
The middle class is the majority of America, and you're basically saying that it's not good enough for Be Brave.
That's what I'm saying. The middle class black is not good enough for Be Brave. You're correct.
Okay, you know what? Middle class blacks and middle class whites live in the same neighborhoods in 2025.
A lot of the times you're correct, but a lot of times there's
No. I'm going to go out on a limb and say most middle class neighborhoods, at least in the South here, are pretty much mixed.
Yeah, there's a lot of mixed.
Okay, so a mixed middle class neighborhood outside of Atlanta, Georgia, is not good enough for Be Brave, as an example.
Oh yeah, no, right. If there's whites in there, I'm not letting them off. Yeah, I don't want to live around this middle class area.
Gotcha. So the middle class, which is most of America, intends to be very integrated in a large part of the South, is not good enough for Be Brave. So it's not just middle class blacks, it's middle class whites you don't want to live around.
Nope, wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, no, right. You literally just said that. You literally just said if whites are there, you're not letting them off the hook.
Stanley,
You literally just said that.
Stanley, if it's all white middle
Don't be brave. Don't Stanley me.
If it's all
need.
white, if it's all white middle class, if it's all white middle
Okay,
class,
that's right. It has to be all white middle class. So you can only live. You can only live in a place like Idaho. You can't live in the South where blacks and whites live in the same neighborhood in peace. That's not good enough for That's not good enough for Be Brave. It's got to be all white middle class for Be Brave.
Thank you. You got
Okay, well, that's the height of racist to me.
I don't care what it is. You think I'm worried about?
No. I'm not implying you care. I'm telling you what it is.
Good. And
okay, well, if you're happy being a racist, I'm happy calling you a racist.
Oh, I don't mind that. I'm not a racist, but you.
It's obvious you don't mind, and I'm disappointed that you basically can't live with blacks and whites living in peace in a nice neighborhood. It's got to be all white for you.
Yeah. Because the
Okay.
poison seeps in wherever middle
Okay.
class blacks
No,
are.
fuck that rhetoric about poison and shit.
Well, you fuck that.
I'm literally sitting in an integrated middle class neighborhood outside of Atlanta, Georgia, and it wouldn't be good enough for Be Brave.
I wouldn't move anywhere where blacks. I would move anywhere where middle class blacks live because of who they bring along
Yeah,
with them.
okay. It used to be the people toting around guns and shit. Now it's peace loving middle class blacks you
No,
hate or can't live around.
I've always said the 70%, Stanley. I've always said 70% are out
You
of their
wouldn't live with the
Speaking of guns, Be
70%.
Brave's got
So
more guns on his
you
wall.
wouldn't live with the 70%.
No, I would not. You're correct. No, I don't
Okay,
want to.
gotcha.
Thank you. Hey, we got it finally.
Oh no. We got that and more.
Hey,
Hey,
Brave,
be
did you buy more
brave.
guns?
Brave. Yeah, he bought more guns, of course. But brave. Why
Got
is it
blacks
so
in his
hard
area?
for you to
Gary, why that? Gary, look at that. What's up with that, Gary? Why that question?
Oh,
Weird.
I'm asking, do you have some blacks in your area now?
No, I don't. No, it's all white people.
There's
All
nothing
right.
wrong with buying. But be brave. Why you have such an issue with being called a racist?
Because I'm a culturalist and I'm not a racist.
Yeah, you are. Culturalist equals racist.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
You need
No,
to
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can try tap dance or line dance or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Culturalist is just a fancy word for racist. If you can't live in a peaceful, integrated neighborhood because you don't want to live around blacks, I'm sorry, motherfucker, that's racism. That's racist.
Because the blacks
You,
bring in.
you can't live with middle class blacks even in an integrated neighborhood. That's literally racist.
No,
Not culturalist, not culturalist, be brave. Okay, I'm using your words. Okay. I'm assuming that blacks and whites in a middle class neighborhood have similar cultures, and you can't live in that neighborhood because of the blacks, according to you. That is racist.
Nope, it's culturalist. Blacks.
No, it is flat out racist. You can sit there and you can do that. You can do the achy. You can do the achy breaky. You can do the achy breaky with your logic, but I'm not fooled, and probably no one else is. You might be the only person that's fooled by this achy breaky with logic.
Can I say a sentence or not, buddy? Can I say a sentence?
You know what? If it's not racist, sure.
Yeah, let him talk. Well,
No,
Stanley,
fuck that. I don't have to let him talk.
There you
go.
go.
Ahead, go ahead.
There you have it.
Go ahead, be brave. Go ahead, man.
I'm going to be as racist as him. I don't want to talk to a white man.
Well, that's what I wanted to get. That's what I wanted to get
up
to.
my name on your goddamn stream.
That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to bring up. That's what I wanted to compare. Though.
Bitch. No, I got one sentence.
Oh, now you're mad. Now the racist is mad.
I get what? No, I get to say one sentence. I don't
You
want to
do?
live around. I don't know. I don't.
You know what? You go right ahead. Nobody's going to be happy until the racist speaks.
Okay, I'm asking your permission. Can I just have a sentence?
No, go right ahead.
Thank you. I will not live around middle class black because they cannot control their rat ass.
Even if they live with whites, correct?
So much for my sentence. Thank you,
Motherfucker. You know what? You can get all mad. You can get all mad all you want. Nobody's gonna defend you. My question is, you don't want to live around all blacks, even if they live with whites in an integrated neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'm trying to. If you would let me finish the statement, I'll say it again.
Okay, well, don't take all damn day.
I was near. I will not live around middle class blacks because they have no control over their black trash.
Even if they live with whites in that same neighborhood, correct? Okay, and that sounds racist.
I don't care what it sounds like. It's
Okay,
cultural.
no. I didn't ask you if you cared. That was a declaration.
I got you, and I'm declaring I'm a
So
cultural.
I don't believe you, and probably no one else does. After you got to say your sentence. We understand your sentence, and now we understand that you are not a culturalist. You're just an old-fashioned racist.
If you need that comfort, I understand.
Oh, I don't need the comfort. You said it. You implied it.
No.
Okay. What you can't seem to understand is even your words have consequences.
Wait, be brave. What's so wrong with being a racist, though?
Because racist is a silly frame of mind, HB.
Racist is a silly frame of mind, the racist says. Motherfucker, bro, I'm not, it's my goddamn panel. I'm going to run it the way I want to, be brave.
Yeah, but you can't.
As a matter of fact, I'm running it like you run your panel.
No, I don't.
Stanley.
I don't interrupt people this way.
He runs the shit like Mao Zedong. He runs it like Chairman Mao. He runs it like Chairman Mao.
I just kind of want to.
I'm giving you the be brave treatment.
No, you're not.
Be brave.
If I throw them off, they're out. But I let them speak if they're on.
Oh, fuck that. I don't have to let you speak.
I understand. But don't accuse me of not doing it.
Okay, dude, just say you don't mind being called a racist. You are a racist. I think we've established that.
Stanley.
He's gonna make one hell of a
No, HB. Don't Stanley me.
No, because I don't think you.
I like skewering racists. I like toying with them like a cat with a racist mouse.
I get it. But I think we do have.
What
to
are
think
you
about
feeling sorry for the HB? Are you feeling sorry for the
I'm just
racist?
saying we have to think about that.
Now you're confirming something I thought about both you and John. You have sympathy for the racist.
We have to think about the audience, Stanley.
No, I don't have to fucking think about the audience.
All right. No,
Where did you get the idea that I have to think about the audience?
I just wanted to ask Brave. So why
You mean the racist?
Well, that's my opinion. I think Brave's a racist. But why?
Well, no, I think that's established fact by now.
Why does it matter how you came to your thesis if it still racist in the end? Like if you don't want to live around black people, I totally agree with you. Don't live around anybody you don't want to live around. But if it's a specific race of people that you don't want to live around, I mean that's clearly racist. No. Why not just be a proud racist? And I feel like that's what's wrong with white people. You guys can't even be proud of who you are. You gotta like make up all these weird culturalists. Bro, you don't like living around niggas because niggas do nigga shit. I get it. Just say that. What's so wrong? Go ahead.
The stats show that the street violence is off the charts.
Stats. We're talking about you and what you said. Don't weasel out of this. No, don't weasel out of it. Be brave. Your words. Okay, the stats have nothing to do with Be Brave's words. How about be accountable for your words? Live with them. Accept them.
I'm not judging people by their skin.
Okay, then don't fucking bring up statistics. Statistics didn't say what Be Brave said. Be Brave did.
I'm not judging people by their skin color. I'm judging.
Okay, no. I don't care what you're doing. I heard blacks, black trash. I heard who you won't live with and under which conditions. Don't fucking weasel out of your racist words.
You got a badass old white man up here, and he's
oh, you know what? And I am going to toy with the old white man. Be Brave. Welcome to a Be Brave style space. No, hey, you know what? Let me be racist for a minute.
Go ahead.
No. I'm not letting the white man speak.
Stanley, that's not really racist.
Right. Damn, it was my best attempt.
You just gotta be an asshole.
Yeah,
it's not really racist.
You're just being petty at this point.
Yeah.
fuck you all. Whoever thinks I'm being an asshole,
All
you're
right.
100% right.
Hey,
I'm
you
an
still don't.
asshole. I like being an asshole to racists.
HB, when you were
I
talking,
don't have a problem being an asshole to racist behaviors, racist words, racist ideas, racist sentiments.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with being racist, though.
Oh, I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I said he's a racist.
okay,
I don't
anyway.
think I don't think God wants people to be racist.
Yeah, I don't think he wants him to be racist.
Well then there's
Just my
some
view.
explaining to do on this one.
Where does it say that in
Well,
where does it say
this
that in the
is
Bible,
actually
Ryan?
If
Ryan,
anything,
where does it say that?
if anything, God wants you to be racist with all the killing of tribes that they had to do back in the day.
all right. Look, as a corporate white, I can give you. I now understand the psychiatric position. I kind of understand Be Brave now where he is because, and this is it, right? If you ask Be Brave the question, would you live around? Because you said the 70%, right? Which his statistics aren't correct, and that's the most irritating thing for me. Is
Oh, the statistics aren't
as a lover of
the
math,
problem now. There's a statistic.
it
There's a
drives me nuts.
statistic of one.
All right, so let me just state this. So here's his gripe.
Amazing.
All right, hold on. Be Brave.
Don't be
Why are you
Don't
Be Brave?
be amazed, be brave.
Intellectual
Don't
brave.
be mad.
white
Don't be mad. Calm
Be
down,
brave.
racist. Calm down.
All right, everybody back to their water fountains. Everybody back to the water fountains. Brave, go to the white side. Stanley.
Oh no. Both sides of my side. I like white people.
All right, let me
Oh, he
just.
about to shoot somebody. Oh god.
I only like
about to do a Yosemite Sam.
I
let me
like
just.
certain white people.
He's about to shoot somebody. I'm talking about a fucking man, Gary. Let the old white motherfucker speak.
I didn't interrupt.
No,
Ryan.
no, I didn't even finish what I was saying. Be brave. Be brave. I didn't finish what I was saying. Okay. So let me speak, and then you can speak, maybe.
Hello. Ryan.
Yeah. So here's what's up. So if you ask Be Brave the question, not middle class, but this, say, hey, Be Brave, would you want to live around an Ak Nation type middle class?
Oh no, Ryan. Let's
That's what his deal
not
is.
stray away from the point. Okay, I don't care about hypotheticals. I don't care about woulda, coulda, shoulda. What
Can I finish what I was saying, Stanley?
What has been
Can I
said?
finish?
No. We're gonna dwell on the here and now and what was said. I don't give a fuck about woulda, coulda, shoulda, or hypotheticals. If we cannot deal with what actually was said, then we can
I'm
move
trying
on
to
to
explain.
We can move. No, don't
His
explain
psychiatric issue.
words.
But that's
What the hell is this?
Ryan, that's Be Brave's fault. He tries to explain his racism instead of just accepting it for what it is. He can't take a chance. He can't take a chance.
I'm not a racist.
No, Brave. You're in
Yeah,
denial.
you
Listen,
are.
I can
Brave,
speak and tell you why I'm not a fucking
Brave. You're in denial.
No. Just embrace it.
You're in denial, Brave. Brave.
He's a racist.
The USA, Brave, the country was better when white men could say they were racist and proud of it. It was a better country. It was better.
No, I ain't a racist.
Hey, come on. Let's just embrace America.
It was a better country when white men could be proud and racist. Now you gotta jump through all these hoops and I'm not racist.
You gotta explain your racism. What kind of bullshit?
Man, this is
that's not it.
Brave. This is why, like, when you're dead and gone, bro, there's gonna be nobody left, man. You gotta stand on it, man, because these weak ass white guys now, bro, it's like blacks don't have any problem being racist at all. They don't got any problem with it. No problem.
Could you guys let me just explain?
Go ahead, Brave. Go ahead, Brave.
So you're gonna explain racist behavior? Okay.
Go ahead, Brave.
Well, okay. Thank you.
Oh, there goes Tom Gully. Salute, Tom.
Thanks, Tom, for the show.
Oh, let me get Carrion out of here. Get Carrion out of here. I'm tired of Carrion.
Did this punk
Yeah,
ass
I'm gonna start calling Tom Gully the
I'm
icebreaker.
afraid of somebody who was a Tom Gully, you fucking weirdo. Hey, anyway, no, listen. I know you guys want to think of me as racist. I don't judge people by their
No. I don't have
I
to
mean, I
think
think
of
you
you.
are racist, Be Brave. I'm just going to state
I have
that.
to.
I'm
I
pretty sure
I
you're
can
definitely
pull
racist.
back the conversation now. It's recorded.
Yes. I'm not a racist, folks.
It
I'm
is
not.
recorded.
The
I'm pretty
reason
sure you
black
are.
people need to think and hang on to racism because that's something you can't change. I'm critiquing things that can be changed. That's what scares black people to death.
Okay, no, motherfucker. I'm sorry, son. We do. We no. That's black people aren't. Dude, if you think black people are mad at racists, you got another thing coming. It's expected.
No, that's what you rely
I
on.
don't think
Expect
By your
a
ignorant
70-year-old who says the shit that you say to be racist. It's not a surprise anymore.
For the record, folks, I'm not allowed to speak at all here.
Oh, yeah. Wah.
Well,
Now you're crying.
I do hear tremendous amounts of racism from all the races. All the races say racist shit.
This motherfucker is crying because he's a racist now?
No,
Stanley,
you
would
said
you
you
let
won't let
Tom?
me talk. I'm saying.
Oh, no. Here's how it is, Be Brave. You are out. Your racist thinking is out and laid naked before the world, and now you're the one angry. You are caught out. It's on the record. It's on the record. You might as well embrace it.
Yeah, Tyrone. See, man, back when white men could be openly racist and proud of it, America was just a better place, man. Now you got everybody's like trying to psychoanalyze their racism and try to use stats and statistics and stuff.
No. I'm calling it a culturalist. I'm a culturalist.
No. But see, Be Brave. You're
Wait a
trying
minute,
to
Tom
say
Gully back?
No, I ain't trying to say nothing. I'm not trying to say nothing.
He came up here.
I don't judge
to be
people on
brave.
their skin color. I judge them on their
But
behavior.
brave. The reality is you should.
The reality is I don't. I'm judging
Well,
on
the reality is I don't need you. I finally understand you, Be Brave. You are just, now that it's out in the open, you don't even have to explain it anymore. I'm going to stop asking you for statistics and what this means and what that means. It's a waste of my time. You are racist, and I accept it.
I understand you need to think that. I get it.
Oh, no. Anytime I have doubts, I will pull up this episode and I will replay it.
Yo, Stanley, what the hell
I
are you
don't have
doing
to
on the
have
screen
doubts
right now?
anymore.
Hey, Stanley, could you stop sharing your screen for a second? Because
I just took it off. I don't know what the hell was going on. I don't know how
yeah,
you did that,
John
Stanley.
John brought himself up and it caused a loop. That's what
Twilight Zone.
No, what I did was I put a redirect on, so it redirected here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness. Here, let me stop sharing.
I'm learning the technology as we go. As you got to the end of that screen, that stream, it will come back here. I think that's how it works.
Okay, well, now that we've established Be Brave is a racist, I guess we can move on to whatever
How's your morning been, Be
the next
Brave?
topic is.
What's that, HB?
Hey, if you guys don't mind, I would love to ask you guys' opinion of the guy here in DC in Rosgirl's neighborhood. That was just sentenced to 12 and a half years. I covered it on the stream. It's a very sad story. I mean, this guy worked for DC government, the same government that eventually prosecuted him, and I mean, I know there was some, conflict in his story or their story. The police probably didn't do a good job of
Can you bring up the story so people can read it?
Yeah, we were too busy arguing. Too busy.
Let me see if I got it. Give me no problem, man.
I'll see you guys later.
Hey, Brave, don't leave yet. I really wanted to get your opinion on this. You got
gonna be, so you need a racist opinion. I got you.
Well, it's kind of down Brave's alley.
John, you got a problem on this stream. Stanley won't let people talk, dude. I get it. All right?
Yeah, well, John's going to stop me,
You
right?
want to think I'm a racist? You got one.
You are a racist.
Let him
All right.
talk, chicken shit.
I just wanted to hear Brave.
Motherfucker speak, pussy.
Let me see if I
You
can
know
get
what, Brave? You're not going to be able to escape it. Just embrace it.
I'm not worried about escaping it. I know.
No, I'm not worried about it either.
You know
We
how
now
many
understand each other.
You know how many
We
thousands
now,
I'm a
I
racist?
get you a little bit better
You know
now.
how many thousands of people think I'm a
Now,
racist?
did you answer John's question, or
Does
you
that
racist
bother
against
me?
him too?
Does that bother me? Thousands think I'm a racist, Stanley. I don't care what you idiots
Well,
think.
you know what? They think it. I fucking know it.
Okay, good. Why don't you let the so-called racist speak, chicken shit?
You know what? Because I don't like racists and I like shitting on them. That's
Then why
why.
are you fucking bringing up my name?
Stanley,
You
you're
bring
kind of
up my name.
racist too,
If I
man.
bring up your name,
You're
you're going to
racist.
be
You
on
know
my
what, HB? If you think that, then you're an idiot.
Well, I never once argued against that.
I was gonna say he did marry a white. HB, he did marry a white woman. I don't think.
Yeah, you got a point. He can't
Anyway,
be that
thanks.
racist.
It
He can't be
really
that
has
racist.
been fun, fellas. I enjoyed it. Believe
Hey,
it.
Brave, I got the clip up for you, Brave. If you want to take a listen.
Beg the racist to stay.
Look, give me indulge me here, Brave.
Go ahead.
This is a black guy in Ross Girls neighborhood. Oh man, this is really a sad story. Depending on your point of view, here's the story.
Well, Sean and Susan, Jason Lewis received the sentence of 12 and a half years in prison tonight in a hearing that lasted about an hour and a half, and there were some tears in that courtroom tonight. And let me tell you this, that when some family members were given the opportunity to make a victim impact statement, one family member looked right at Jason Lewis and called him a coward. Another, Karan's grandmother, said to Lewis, "You broke our family with your actions, and I pray you have to think of him every single day." The judge in the case said that he believed that Mr. Lewis had made up the story of seeing a gun and a flash that night. But then he said, "I think that Mr. Lewis is a good man who committed a terrible crime." Here's the...
On the eve of his sentencing, Jason Lewis, seen here with his attorney outside the courthouse last summer, sent a letter to the judge apologizing.
Which one was Jason Lewis?
The black man, Brave.
Everything
Black
that
man.
I've committed myself to in reference to giving young people opportunities to grow, learn, and progress has felt in vain. I wrecked so much that night. The letter included a photo of Lewis and his new baby girl. At the time of the shooting, Lewis was a D.C. government employee working with young people at the Department of Parks and Recreation. In the early morning hours of January 7th, 2023,
Brave, I got pause for 1 second. Did you hear what they just said, Brave? He worked at the Parks and Recreation. Do you know what the twist of irony in this motherfucker is, Brave?
What is it?
He worked at the same rec center. We need more rec centers, Brave.
Yeah,
He
they
worked
say.
at the same rec center that the little nigga who was breaking in his car that he killed. An agent of the government working at the rec center to help the children. And he ended up having to kill one of the children that frequent the rec center where the government make work job that he had to help the children.
prosecutors say Lewis grabbed his gun
Amazing.
and walked out of his home
This
on
is him
Quincy
right here,
Street
Brave.
Northeast and opened fire on 3 teens. He's suspected of breaking into cars.
They were breaking in
He
cars.
fired once at 2 teens in a car and twice more as Karan Blake ran toward him. As Lewis fired, a surveillance camera recorded Blake saying, I'm sorry, I'm a kid. I'm 12. At trial, Jason Lewis claimed he fired in self-defense after the teens in the car fired at him.
Jesus.
However, prosecutors say that never happened, and none of the cameras at Lewis's house or anywhere in the neighborhood recorded a fourth shot.
Brave, the police never looked for or found the young boys that was with this boy to prove that they didn't have guns or disprove. Right? They were in a stolen car. They found the stolen car, but they never found the boys.
Prosecutors also claim in a new filing, Jason Lewis potentially obstructed the truth from getting to the jury when his wife suddenly vanished during the trial. And although she was issued a subpoena, the U.S. Marshals could not find her. In a court filing, prosecutors say if Laprelle Ballinger didn't testify, it conveniently weighed in defendant's favor. Of course, defendant knows how detrimental her testimony would be to his own trial. Prosecutors anticipated Ballinger would testify, having only heard 2 gunshots
Wait,
that
John,
night.
they can't make his wife
Filing of
test
its
the guy
own, the defense-
against him, can they?
No, absolutely not.
Then how the
Is
hell?
this the middle-class neighborhood this fellow lives in?
it's a gentrifying neighborhood. You know, it's middle class by price. It's probably above class by price.
Right. Okay, let's go above middle class. Look what the black kids are doing in an above middle class neighborhood. Thank you very much, folks.
Right.
Oh my God, we're talking about the trial, Brave.
Fuck you, Be Brave. You wouldn't live in the neighborhood now, would you?
Hold on. Let me give you let me give you some color to the neighborhood. Let me give you some color to the neighborhood, right? So there are poor pockets in the neighborhood. On the stream, I showed some girls that were missing. They don't live far from there. But then there are clearly affluent parts. Catholic University is nearby. And so, you know, Catholic University is a very expensive university. This is in Northeast DC, not far from my property to the Northwest. So it's a mix, but the property values, you know, probably $500,000 minimum, you know what I mean, to buy a house.
So they're white middle class and they're black middle class, right?
Well, it's mostly I would say it's probably mostly white with
Okay, let me tell you, if it's a mixed neighborhood, motherfucker, you racist. Be brave would not live there. Black people live there. He would not live there. That's my comment.
All right, let me play the rest of the video. Let me play the rest of the video. So,
I don't care if you're mad. You're racist.
Stanley,
no, I'm gonna shit. I shit on racists.
All right, so okay,
all right, we got you.
All right, we got that part. But so back to my point. So in this neighborhood, right? So this guy may have bought this house 20 years ago. Understand? And he's been living there a long time, and you know he's probably doing okay for himself. He's a government worker. You know, he's got a steady job, and so now the neighborhood property values are going up, and you know he's naturally trying to prevent things from backsliding. Right? You understand? People breaking in cars.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Right. So, you know, he's probably been there when it was bad. You understand? Wild Girl doesn't live very far from here, right? And so now things are on the upswing. I mean, there've been billions of dollars in investment in this neighborhood, right? This is right near a university, you know, the train station close by. So now he's probably on the heightened sense. I'm trying to protect what I got, man. I ain't got much.
Are you projecting what he's trying to do, or is this factual?
No, I'm just saying.
How much do you think he's his home has increased in value since he's bought it?
Let's say he bought it 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
He probably bought it for maybe 200,000, and maybe it's worth 500,000 now, right?
Gotcha,
you know.
Gotcha.
So you know that's a lot of money.
At least double in value.
And you know you can see the cars out here. You can see just how you know it looks pretty clean. This is an inner city. You know what I'm saying? This is not a poor neighborhood. You know there aren't housing projects around here and things like that. Any poor people probably would be here by way of Section 8 or something like that. You know, scattered about, not concentrated. And so, and I think the man had an Audi, and that's kind of the car of choice around here. You know, people with money, they want to show they got a little money, so they get an Audi.
And then too, John, I don't know too much about DC, but I do know in Chicago they target the more affluent neighborhoods. Man.
Right.
That like you know they'll steal a car and go target the more well-to-do neighborhoods.
Right.
Steal another car. You know, they just spend the whole night stealing cars. And, you know.
Right. And these boys were in a stolen car. Right.
Says Ballinger had her own attorney who had been advised she had a privilege not to testify.
Now, although the defense asked that Jason Lewis be given the opportunity to turn himself in, the judge denied that. He was what they called stepped back immediately.
They didn't let that motherfucker go home. They said, you going in right now.
Yeah,
we know you're a good man.
Yeah,
we know you're a good man and all. Yeah. But we about to step your ass back right now.
You know, they changed that in Detroit. And, you know, Detroit is a completely different breed than DC. But they pretty much completely changed the stand your ground laws in Detroit because they realized that so many people didn't want to buy homes or invest because they were worried about having to kill a little nigga, which they're gonna have to for trying to steal their shit.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing telling somebody to move in the hood, but it's another thing telling them to move in the hood and you can't even protect your assets. That's a
Yeah.
hard pill to swallow, man. So they had to completely change that in Detroit so people
Listen,
will invest.
yeah. I mean, listen.
The U.S. Marshals took him into custody. He asked that he be placed in protective custody. The judge.
Brave. Did you hear what the man just said right there? If you didn't hear it, if you didn't understand what he just asked for, I'll explain to you. Did you hear that?
Said he had to be placed in protective custody.
He asked to be placed in protective custody, right? Now, why do you think he did that?
That he be
Well,
placed
because
in
he
protective
knows.
custody.
He killed.
Other blacks don't care. They're not out after justice. They're out after
No,
revenge.
brave. He killed a young black boy, a criminal.
Oh, this family about to
He
get
has
up
Right,
on him.
and this man is saying, I don't trust the other blacks to not seek revenge for killing a young black criminal. So please put me in isolation. Put me in a box by myself. I'm so afraid to go out here amongst the general population.
So basically, now you have the opinion of a racist.
I'm just saying, like, listen, what is this man? This man is making the opinion. I ain't asking people in the box. He is.
Oh,
He's
okay. Well, so I get it. You want a racist opinion of another racist. Gotcha.
This man is a realist now. He about to go off in the real world.
Yep.
And he's
Racists sometimes get reality handed to them.
Whatever you want to call him.
Did they? So they never tried to find whether there was guns or nothing, huh?
No, they never look. They never look for the
kids. They didn't even ask the other two kids anything or anything.
They didn't go looking for him. They didn't find him.
Jesus Christ! Woo! Talk about
That would have been the. See, they would have been
made an example of. Don't mess with the black folks.
Right. See, that would have been the key to his. See, that would have been the key to his defense.
Well, hell yes.
If they would have found the two black kids, at least they would have put them on the stand and say, "What were you doing that night? We were breaking in cars." Okay, that paints an image that you guys were a criminal mob, but they couldn't find the black guys, so they didn't put them on the stand. So now you just got this sympathetic little boy.
Yeah.
Right. Let me see if I can get to what his parents said, Brave.
Order that, but he could recommend it. It's unclear why they want him in protective custody. That's the latest here from DC.
It's unclear.
Jesus. Paul Wagner with the latest for us tonight. Paul, thank you.
Hold on, let's see what his family said. Hold on, let me see what his family said. I want you to see what his family said, Brave.
Alrighty.
Well, I
Sean and
hold on.
Received a sentence of 12 and a half years in prison tonight in a hearing that lasted about when some family members were given the opportunity to make a victim impact statement. One family member looked right at Jason Lewis and called him a coward. Another, Karan's grandmother, said to Lewis, "You broke our family with your actions, and I pray you have to think of him every."
It's amazing.
Their little criminal child caused all this.
Amazing. And he's the bad.
This is at 3 or 4. Then this was like 2 or 3 in the morning, Brave.
I know.
This is 12-year-old.
Yep.
They're blaming him. Man, these people are amazing.
They're fucking amazing. That's why I say that 70%. I can't live around them.
Brave. They are breaking good people, man. They just broke a good man, right? This man was going by his life, come out of his house, some young black ass criminal, and man, it's all over for him. Well, he got going in the box, bro.
There ain't no coming back after 12 years, man.
That's why I say the global corporate machine is using blacks as a weapon. You blacks don't get that.
Oh, more dumb bullshit.
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you something serious. That man don't know what the fuck he asked for. He might be better off taking a chance with the blacks. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of blacks in there done killed other blacks, and so he might. But to go in there and protect him, man, you're gonna go crazy real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like to do an extended period in solitary, I take my chance with the blacks, man. Unless I rape the child or something, I take my chance with the blacks.
Oh, come on now! Don't expect racists to face any sort of
I won't want to do no
utilitarian stance.
Yeah, but it's an amazing story.
Yeah, you know,
thank you for proving my point, John. You can't live around black
motherfucker. You know the only point that has been proven today, be brave. Be brave. Be brave.
Ooh, am I looking good?
Don't overstep your bounds, you racist.
Am I looking good or what? Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Just exactly what I said. You can't live around no black people because of the animals that'll come around them.
And you know what? You know what?
What?
That doesn't change anything that I said today. You're a fucking racist, and I will shit on you at will.
Come
So
on.
whether you're right, whether you get one right, whether you get one wrong, one thing is a constant. One thing is a constant on this panel, Be Brave. You are a racist, and the other constant is I will shit on a racist. You have been shat upon. Congratulations for being right.
Wait.
You have been right today. You have been right today. I have been right today. You got one right, you racist.
Can I ask John a question real quick? You guys
What's
mind?
up, Vicky?
Make it quick. You're interrupting my shitting on a racist.
Okay, I'll let you grab some tissue real quick. Hold on a second. All right, so you saw the video. You saw the video. What as a homeowner, mini properties, John Galt, make sure you guys subscribe. The Urban Landlord. As a property owner, how would you have handled that situation?
Man, I had somebody kick my door in during COVID. And I could have killed that motherfucker. But if I'd have shot him, they were gonna put me in jail because they were gonna say you could have ran out the back door. This man came out of his house. He saw some, probably heard somebody breaking in the car. They probably had guns. You know, they young boy, they're gonna have guns. And he probably saw a gun and shot at him. Once he came out of his house in DC, he lost all defense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So wait. So when they did kick in your door, what did you do in that situation?
Shit, I pointed a gun at that nigga. That nigga turned around.
Okay. And he ran out. But you knew not to pull the trigger unless
unless he
life or death.
Right. I wasn't about to run now. Fuck that. I ain't running.
Yeah.
But if he just kept coming, hell yeah.
Yeah. It's him or you at that point.
Was it a black man or a white man, John, that kicked your door?
Man, you know the crazy shit. You know the crazy shit, Brave.
The racist needs to know the color.
You know the crazy shit. The crazy like beyond color. The craziest part is. I'm gonna give it to you. Brave.
Come on, satisfy the racist. He needs to know the color right quick.
Brave, to show you. I'm gonna give it to you, Brady, to show you kind of how unpredictable this shit is. Understand?
Go ahead.
Like, you remember the Ethiopian woman I showed you? The one I told you I put out of my house. You know, cheaper than pennies.
I don't think Brady was here for that.
Yeah, Brady may not remember anyway. So, not the one that was sitting on the kid. Yeah. And so I put her ass out, right? So it was middle of the night. She just walking the street, like probably don't get nowhere to go. And some nigga was just walking down the street drunk, and she nice looking woman. She convinced him to kick my door in, right? That's how stupid some of these motherfuckers are, man. How dangerous they are, man. Like this motherfucker didn't know her from a man anymore. And she probably said, "Hey, help me get in my house. Come kick this door." Big old brute motherfucker just kicked the door, right?
Damn.
And I'm standing there like, yo, who? I couldn't believe she had convinced somebody to go do it. That was just some random nigga.
I'm not surprised.
No.
Yeah.
And you said he was drunk, John. And you said he was drunk.
I mean, he had to be drunk. I think I smelled alcohol on his breath, and my memory serves me correct. But my point being, like, damn, like you can't just be going through random neighborhoods. You wouldn't find somebody willing to do that, right?
No.
But in a lot of these black neighborhoods, there are degenerate motherfuckers just walking around. You know, they're willing to do anything. And he was one of them. And how she just stumbled up on him, probably because she's a nice looking woman. He'd be willing to do some shit like that. But that was the backstory. She didn't know that man from a man in the moon.
No, and I think that's one of the it could be a con for you, but depending on how it works, it could be a pro too. Because I used to know when I lived in Chicago, I used to know a little crackhead that, he would sell stuff. One day he was selling some cologne and stuff. I was like, bro, you got Gucci guilty. You got that? He didn't have it, but 2 days later he had it. I don't know how he got it, but he got it. So, I mean that's
Yeah,
part
that
of
ain't
it. Yeah, they'll find a way. So
find a way.
that's kind of how it works. It's a pro and a con. Somebody gonna take the L, but somebody's gonna come up. So it's fucked up, but. And I think I can answer for you, John, to Brave. Brave, he was a black. He was a black.
I
He
know.
was black.
I know.
He was black.
And
He
it's,
was
Thank
black.
you. You just fed the racist his
John
Cheerios.
doesn't live in the slums. As I said before, you can't live around blacks, fucking period, because of who fucking follows
Yeah,
them.
motherfucker, this just justifies your racist behavior. We aren't impressed. Hey, you can act like why don't you give us a rebel yell, you racist?
Hey, can I use this clip later in my stream?
Go ahead, go ahead, give us a rebel
I'm
yell.
gonna play where you won't let me
I
talk.
heard you.
Where you won't let me talk because my point is this:
Motherfucker, it's like a
motherfucker,
racism hootenanny on this panel right now, and you are doing all the dancing.
You got a good mic.
You can get all triggered all you want, racist.
No, I don't think you're triggered. I'm just saying.
I know. Oh, motherfucker, I'm not triggered. I am literally relieving my bowels on you. I am having all kind. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I had collard greens last night. My shit's gonna be nice and fragrant for you, racist.
Come on, Stanley. This is getting out of control now.
Oh no. It's gonna get back in control in a few minutes.
This is like that. This is like when he went up against Triple
I
Seven.
just need Be Brave to know
line.
that I don't accept his bullshit.
I got it, Stanley. Why'd you
I know a racist when I see one. I was born in the South. You know what? You know what? You might as well just embrace it, like HB said. America might have been better when a racist could be a racist and just go, Negra, I'm a racist.
I'm gonna prove that a white man can't talk on
Motherfucker, you don't have to prove shit to me. What you need to do is stop. Okay, all you're doing is crying right now. You are crying and justifying. I didn't know racists could be a social justice. What are you whistling? Are you singing Dixie?
Yeah. Brave, I didn't know you had such a angelic voice. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
I wanted to address Black Knight. I think he's saying he should have stopped shooting when they ran. Then we'd be free and still have caught. No, I don't think so. Basically, he was guilty when he came out of the house and shot. It didn't matter at that point because you don't have the right to engage anyone in DC. You don't have the right to see someone committing a crime and engage them and shoot them yourself in the way you can in other states. And so once he came out of the house with the gun, that shows kind of like some premeditation. And then he shoots at them. Okay, were they a threat to you? He says, well, the boy was running toward him. And I think that proved out to be true. But the boy was unarmed and he was 12. So in a liberal DC jury mind, he is of no threat to you. And I don't know this man about 45 years old, and so they're going to say you're guilty. You made too many bad missteps, even though that boy was a criminal and brought it upon himself. And that is kind of the sad part about it. People on the margin trying to protect what little bit they have. And a young criminal can come along and turn it all upside down for you. So you have to really think twice about protecting that. Something like a car.
Yeah.
Even a nice car.
And in reality, I know he probably regrets it too. Like was it really worth
probably
it?
Does. It probably feels bad about it.
I don't think it was worth it.
This is what I would call racist realism.
Well, this is what
realism, and there's racist realism.
Well, this is what I would call just like you got to,
I call it self-preservation. Gone
Yeah,
wrong.
Who cares what you would call it, racist?
yeah, I would call it self-preservation. Like, it ain't worth going to prison for over a car. You know, if you're gonna live in these places, you got to be willing. You got to be
Racist
you got to be willing.
behavior.
You got to be willing to sacrifice. You got to be willing to
Racist
sacrifice.
behavior has been rewarded.
And that's why I don't have a nice car, right? That's why I don't have a nice car. They come and steal my shit. I ain't even gonna be tripping. Damn near anything.
Why are you talking over John, racist?
Damn near anything I leave outside where one of these niggas can steal it, I ain't gonna cry over it. I promise you, right? A car or a scooter or a bike, like shit, because I know they steal, right? And so, right, so you got to, he should have put himself in a position not to have a car that he's willing to kill someone over. And I'm sorry if you have to lower your standards or your way of living, but you can't kill over a car.
What? I think all the racists should live in poor neighborhoods like Be Brave.
Where there are blacks, everything goes to hell.
I think you need to keep your ass. You need to keep your ass in your poor white neighborhood. That's where racists belong.
But see, Stanley, even though there's cons, there's bad things living in the hood. There's also a lot of benefits of living in the hood too, man.
Okay, this isn't a hood we're talking about.
Hold
HB,
on, HB,
keep
tell
up.
us, pray to be. Tell us what is the benefit.
Okay, yeah. Help the racist out, HB.
Oh my God, let's know. I got to hear this.
What you need? No, motherfucker, you don't have to hear shit. Racists don't get rights on this panel.
Hey, folks, who's mad? Me or Stanley?
Motherfucker, you better pay attention.
Oh, your face, Ryan.
You better if you want your folks to be brave, you know where to find them.
Oh, who got it?
No. Well,
Be brave. You know where to find your folks.
Some of the benefits of living in the hood is the convenience. I mean, there's always a corner store. You can always go to this corner store. There's always a gas station really close. You can walk to it. There's always something, somewhere to eat really close. The people in the neighborhood, a lot of times people are very, they're everybody's gotta protect their stuff. So everybody does take the time to get to know
I'm
your
shining
neighbors really
like
quick.
a motherfucker right now. Oh, God damn. Thank
So
you,
like
HB.
if you are black, I do think there are a lot of benefits. Plus,
that's why you're there.
Plus,
Why is this motherfucker over talking people?
Well, it's been done to me.
This
all
isn't your goddamn panel, racist.
Hey,
plus,
folks, is Stanley mad? Is he mad? Oh,
just
You
being
know what?
around.
See, this is what you would like. You would like me to be mad. I am happy as fuck because my point finally got proven. Your dumb ass has been called out for the racist you are, and there's no way you can deny it. I'm using your dumbass words.
my dumb
Stanley,
ass words never. I said I'm
one
not
last
a
thing
racist.
too.
I don't know what
One
you
last
think.
thing too is just being around people that look like you. You don't have to worry about them thinking, you're this and that, or
No, you got to worry about them shooting you.
Well, you know what? The one thing we don't have to in your neighborhood. Motherfucker, you're not gonna over yell me. You're incapable of doing that.
They might gotta
Go
worry
ahead
about
and
me
hoot and
shooting.
holler. Go
They
ahead
might
and
gotta worry
hoot and
about me
holler.
shooting them.
That's what racists do when they get called out. They motherfucking want to go and act like this is a wrestling match. That's what racists do.
Well, you started it, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm going to end it too, Be Brave. I will be the alpha and the omega of calling you a fucking racist.
Oh, dear, you called me a racist.
Yes, I know it doesn't hurt your feelings, but it gives all it's doing is giving me the satisfaction of doing it on air. I will replay this over and over and over.
Oh, I'm going to
Replay it.
Replay the shit out of it.
Hey, salute to
Tom Gully came up. Tom Gully came up and triggered your dumb ass to come on this panel to get shit on by me.
Innate also
Thank you,
agreed
Tom
that
Gully. Thank you, Tom Gully.
Innate ways he also said he likes living in the hood. Don't put your nose in people's business and don't step on toes and you're good. And I that's the thing too.
Like you're living in a fucking war zone. Thank you, Innate.
It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
Thank you, Innate. Like you're living in a fucking war zone. That's why I prefer not to.
You know what? Except you dumb motherfucker, we're not talking about the world. Of course you're gonna go back to your base argument, motherfucker. You can't live even in a mixed neighborhood. You're so fucking racist.
Wait, hold on. Is a mixed neighborhood also classified as war zone?
Moving away. See, what you want to do, Be Brave, is you want to move to the hood. You want to move the goalpost all over the place, and I'm gonna keep the goalpost right on top of your racist heart.
Stanley, I've had 3 people prove my point this morning.
Okay, and you know what? All 3 of them are as dumb a motherfucker as you. See, what you don't understand, Be Brave, is other people coming to defend a racist are racist too.
Who's defending a racist?
Defending a racist makes you a racist.
Who's defending a racist? Who?
Did I call your name?
No, you okay. I was just thinking.
Whoever the 3, let Be Brave said 3 people. Let him name his defenders.
John, Innate, and HB prove my point.
Okay, well then they're fucking racist.
I'm not defending
racist then.
I'm not defending.
Wait, hold on. How did
Defending a racist makes you a racist.
I didn't defend anything.
Yeah, you proved my point. You said you got to be careful where you're at. You got to be careful.
Okay, well then, you know what? All you're trying to do is pull people in front of you so they can take fire for you.
Yeah, don't fall for that.
What you need to do is take off that hat and wipe your racist brow.
Oh wow!
He just swindled you with his white
his tricknology. His tricknology.
His white witchcraft. He just got you, Stanley.
Okay,
he got you fighting. He got his wars, man.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What did he get?
He got you fighting. Yeah, he got you fighting us when I already conceded that Brave is a racist.
Whose name? HB. Whose name did I mention your name?
No,
I did.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not fighting anyone.
People, so you were
I'm fighting the squirmy little racist who keeps rebel yelling.
Can you describe Be Brave in another word besides racist?
No. Nope. Right now, that's the only word that comes to mind.
Come on, how about pitiful? Or mentally ill?
No, you're not pitiful.
Well, come on. How about just delusional?
See, what you want me to do is feel sorry for you.
No. I don't
Stop whining. You're not pitiful.
Stanley, I've had more fun.
You are a grown racist.
With you, my friend.
You are, like you said, we live in the greatest country in the world where you can be what you want to be, and you are a great racist.
Shout out to America.
Country. America has enough room for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you, sir. How kind of you.
Oh, don't thank me.
No, you.
The 2 people on the panel most at risk for heart attack are the ones arguing.
You know what? I know you want to think that, sir, but I am much amused. This has made my day.
Me too. That's what I say, Stanley. We're a fucking.
See, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
This match made in heaven.
The racist and the social justice warrior get a win today.
We are a business match made in heaven.
It's
Be
like
brave,
it's like a racist roadrunner in Wile E. Coyote.
I just think be brave, man. You know, there's a lot of safety in being racist to a certain extent. You can't just give everybody the benefit of the doubt, man. You got to be racist a little bit, man. See a bunch of niggas walking down the street, their pants is sagging. Man, you better grip up. They might be trying to, you might want to get up out of there.
See, you're talking about behavior. Again, you didn't
I
refer to
believe the main determinant there was fashion.
No.
You talked about sagging pants as behavior.
Brave.
Didn't say nothing about black kids.
I told you.
No, be brave.
HB, you let this happen. HB, you let this happen.
Brave. And see, this is where you're in denial. Brave. You're in denial. You're
very
in
animated.
denial.
No. You said it yourself. Sagging pants. You weren't talking about
No. There's all races of people sag their pants, Brave. I said niggas. Sometimes you gotta be racist when it comes to niggas.
You added bad behavior.
I said niggas, Brave. I didn't say
genius. I don't know how I do it.
Be brave about the die.
Brave. No.
What on earth is going on here? I was looking at something else and I heard somebody. What's wrong? Be brave.
Somebody say he was a genius. Yeah, that was me, Stanley.
Be brave. Be brave. Be brave. I have no doubt you think you're a genius. That's what stolen valor whiteness is.
I know. We're desperate. That's why we do.
Thomas Jefferson was a genius. Therefore, you are a genius, right?
Yes.
There's
HB, thanks
wrong with being racist.
You referred to behavior. You referred to behavior. Thank you.
No. I'm talking about niggas. I'm talking about the race. I'm talking about the race.
I got it on tape.
I'm talking about the race, though. You can think anything you want. You can whip it in your mind any kind of way you want, Brave.
Wait, hold on, HB. HB, hold on. I got a question for Brave. Brave, can you hear me?
You know it's gonna be a dumb.
No, it's not gonna be a dumb question. Would you live in John's neighborhood?
No,
man. I told you it's gonna be a dumb question.
Shut up, HB.
Why would I?
I knew it was
I understand that you can't accept Gary, and I understand that you can't accept you're a hero. Be brave as a racist, but I hate to tell you this, son. I hate to tell you this, son.
I do not care about Be Brave.
I hate to tell you this, son. Santa is a racist.
Yeah, I know he is. He moved away from two niggas who asked him for water.
Stanley can say it 1,000,000 times, but listen, man. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. There's nothing wrong with being racist.
Motherfucker, I'll say it 1,000,001 times. The problem,
he could try to shame you
HB,
the
only thing Stanley wants to be is right. As long as I'm right, I'm happy.
I've had HB prove my point twice, and John.
Motherfucker, you know what? Proving that you're a racist is no great feat.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's like the motherfucker didn't do rocket science to prove you're a racist.
Let me write
and
them
all I'm
yeah,
telling
you better write it down, but I can replay it.
Brave, you
so that's what I'm going to do. Trust me. Oh, hell
you come from the last generation of white men that were proud to be racist, man. Don't let it go. Don't let it go.
I think you could be a better racist, though.
Don't let it go, man.
I mean, don't. Of course, you're 70. You don't have that much time to improve your racist behavior.
God damn, I could be dunked on today. Jesus.
And look at this little
70-year-olds wake up and they don't make it.
You know what? Hey, Be Brave. There's a guy in the chat who is starting to remind me of you. This little river of hate. This little river of rape character.
Nah. He could never be Brave. Nah, these guys are punks. They're pussies.
No, I said he's starting to remind me.
Yeah, they wish. They wish they could be Brave.
These little piss ants are persistent, aren't they?
Yeah, but that's the problem.
They're persistent in the
chat. They're in the chat. I mean, this shit is pathetic. You guys, the link
Brave, I do have to give you that credit. You will come up and stand your ground. That is damn for
I'm
sure.
telling you, man,
That's
Be
because I'm
Brave is
speaking the
the
truth.
last of a dying breed when it comes
No,
to
it's
racism.
very.
Well, you know what? You know what?
You're speaking the truth.
Speaking the truth
Yeah.
also includes accepting who you are, and I admire you for that.
I know I'm a
That's not-
culturalist.
That's why.
I've
That's
said
why,
it
Brave.
No,
That's why
you're not a culturalist. You're
That's why I'm not.
illiterate now.
I
That's
ain't
why I
got
don't
no
blame
use
you,
for
man.
no goddamn
I
black
don't blame
You
you.
know, one thing you need to do as an improved racist is like know your definitions of words. Maybe you ought to carry a dictionary.
No, I'm pretty slick on words, actually, buddy.
Nah, no. Be
What's this all
brave. Be brave. That's the one thing you're not.
Stanley, you and everybody
No,
knows you're going to
be
talk.
brave.
John,
Be
why'd you
brave.
bring this up?
I know it's hard to accept,
John, why'd
but
you bring this up?
there is a black man on
Let's
this
go.
panel. There is a black man on this panel who makes your white ass look dumb in your own language.
John, why'd you bring this up, man? Why'd you
Yeah,
bring this up?
I don't know why John brings it up. Apparently, he likes looking at people and laughing at their
He likes
disabilities.
he likes looking at two niggas. He likes looking at two niggas. This is real love right here, bro. They're
No,
married.
it's not.
This is real love.
Shut the fuck up, Gary.
This is real love. I don't know what
No,
you're
no.
talking
I did this skit in Boy Scouts. I did that skit in Boy Scouts.
You sound like
You
you
stand behind them
belong in
and brush
this
their teeth and stuff. You brush their teeth.
Wait. What the hell is that? What the hell is
Behind
going
them.
on?
The man and the woman, they're pants.
They're sharing the same
Pants.
jeans.
Yeah.
Do we have a show, another show waiting in the wings?
I
What the hell is going on?
Because
So
I
I
can't figure out why this is playing on a Stanley versus the World stream.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just broke up the there's some Garius people, two
These ain't
Congolese
my people, John.
two Congolese nationals will march
Do you mean Siamese twins?
Miss Hooting.
Nah, they're sharing.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question one more time. Why is this playing on my screen?
I just broke you guys up from arguing this shit.
Well, you know what? You saved their asses then.
Oh, thank you, John. He was beating me up so bad.
But you know what? Be
Oh,
brave.
I like
I think.
Oh,
I think.
feel so damn.
I think you have faced several truths this morning.
I think
Stanley, why
I think the truth I've pointed out is that I had three people.
Okay, why are you still talking?
Because I had three people.
Oh no! Please.
Stanley, why does it matter that Be Brave's a racist? Why does it matter to you so much?
Oh, it doesn't.
Well, you said it about 1,000,000 times.
It matters because it matters that I'm right. I like shitting on racists. I like shitting on idiots.
I mean, you only got to be right once.
Oh no! I like pounding it home, and when they try and move the goalpost, I like moving the goalpost back and shitting on them again.
You say shitting on the goalpost.
You know what? Shitting on the goalpost, whatever.
You better be careful shitting on the goalpost.
My point is anytime I can shit on a racist, I will do it. And I don't give a fuck whether you think it's repetitive or actually what you think, HB. I'm going to do it anytime I want.
I get it. It just seems like you're a little...
Well, motherfucker, stop asking me questions. You've known me long enough.
Yeah.
Stanley's angry.
No, he's not angry. This is
Be brave. Be brave. You would like me to be angry. I am very controlled, and my shit is targeted.
Stanley, you are angry.
My shit is targeted right on your nose.
Pause.
That's why you got to talk such nasty, vulgar.
You know what? I will talk any way I choose to a fucking racist. I will talk. Hey, racists get any talk I direct to them, however I choose to do it. You're just gonna have, motherfucker. You on my panel. You are on my panel. You will be treated as I choose to treat you. See, what you're not liking is a black man is shitting all over your racist ass. That's what's really getting you.
Go all out for it.
Okay? And if you leave the panel, that means the black man wins.
No. Talk about your queer shit. I'll leave your fucking life.
Oh, what queer shit? You're bringing up queer shit? Whoa. You want to talk queer shit now? Oh no! You want to bring up queer shit? Go ahead, be brave. Talk about the queer shit you want to talk about.
Go ahead.
Right.
No. You use the word, motherfucker. Now finish up your point. You are hearing queer shit. Why is that? Why are you hearing? Be brave. What did I say that was queer? That got your attention? What got your attention? Something queer got your attention. What is it exactly?
Oh,
What'd you
God.
say?
Oh, motherfucker, you heard what I said.
Say it again.
You heard what I said. Something queer got your attention. What is it?
It's been fun on this stream.
You used the word, motherfucker. I got that recorded too.
Yeah. Be brave. Wait.
You used the word, motherfucker.
Before you leave, what did Stanley say that was homosexual?
Talking about shitting on somebody, that's faggot ass shit, man.
You know what, be brave. You need to go. You need to go
there's a figure of speech, right?
your shitty nose off.
Such descriptive manner, without being
Figure of speech.
So the racist is mad at the psychological
talking
joke.
about shitting on somebody is just perfectly normal.
Yeah. Shitting on somebody's queer. There you go.
Yeah, it is. It's a queer behavior.
I've been saying I'm shitting on you for the past 2 hours, you idiot.
I know, and that's why I'm saying
It suddenly got your attention. I have literally talked about shitting on you for 2 hours, and all of a sudden you noticed?
No, I said
Dude, all I have to say, how many times have I said I've been shitting on you and I shit on race? How many times have I said that?
I'm asking Stanley,
your mic sounds a little mute.
Yeah, I think it might be wearing out from all the screaming.
Yeah, my earbuds are wearing out. Let me switch so I can shit on him some more.
Come on.
Stanley, do you want me on your stream or not?
You know what? I don't really care.
No, that I said man to man.
No, sure. I want you on my stream so I can shit on you some more.
Thank you. There you heard it, folks. He wants me here.
No, he definitely wants you here, Brave.
Yes.
Don't ever question that. Don't ever question that.
You think
Stanley,
I'm stupid?
Yeah, he wants the white man in his neighborhood.
You know what's kind of funny?
White man.
I want this neighborhood to remain mint.
You know what's kind of funny about you two? You're both in denial about being racist. That's the funny thing about it.
Oh, well, HB, I think you're in denial about what a racist is.
I think he is too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Calling out a racist is not the same thing. Calling out a racist is not the same thing as being a racist.
See how they
I'm with Stanley on this. I don't think Stanley's racist, no.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hey, look what Renato.
I gave you the parameters on why he's not.
Look at what Ryan wrote in the chat. I knew it. Brave and Stanley would kiss if they were in the same room. Hey, Ryan, stay the fuck off my channel.
Oh, you're bad now.
My channel, Ryan.
Come on.
Stay the fuck off my channel. If you don't, I'll throw you off.
Oh,
Ryan. I'm not gonna have it, obviously, when I'm done.
I had to say something. You guys won't shut up.
All right, Ryan, you'll be welcome on this panel anytime.
You guys won't shut up. You know what? It's just that this is why you guys had separate water fountains, because it just doesn't. You don't do well together. It's obvious. I mean, literally, I've heard like 8 and 10-year-old children just going at each other less than this. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you know what? It's not as ridiculous as you might think it is.
And you know what's crazy? Look, I'm just going to be frank.
Right, Stanley.
You guys are about 90% the same. I'm just telling you.
You know what?
That's the funny part, Ryan.
Yeah.
HP, do you agree? Seriously, do you agree?
We all
I mean, they
agree,
disagree
man.
on some stuff.
They're the same
They're
person,
both like
different skin. Same
mostly
person.
socialist. Both have a lot of preconceived notions about all kinds of shit. Probably, I mean, I think they disagree on the corporate machine part.
I know. This is you trying to soothe the savage beast. but you can go ahead and we can move on if that's what you want to do.
See how you tell somebody to get off your channel like a man, Stanley? Ryan, stay the fuck off my channel. That's what you do.
All right, Brave. There will be no one left on your channel if I go off your channel.
I know,
okay?
that's funny.
I mean, you've literally yesterday you threw 4 people off. The day before, like 3.
I know.
So you're just running out of real estate.
That's okay. I'm a superior individual. I have no time.
Anybody, basically anyone that comes up, he throws them off the channel.
Wait, is Jay Rillo still banned?
Yeah, Jay Rillo got banned again for making a joke.
Jay Rillo get banned?
Oh,
I just made a joke.
Don't worry.
Look,
I know why he got banned. I know.
Look, I just made a joke, not on his channel, on a different channel. This one.
Yeah.
And he threw me off.
And Orthodox got banned twice.
Stanley, get some courage to throw me off your fucking channel, sissy. Come on.
2 separate accounts got banned.
Hey, Stanley, throw me
No,
off.
he made Rillo sit in the back for like an hour and a half.
No, we did a restream of it. It was hilarious.
You're starving for content on your channel today.
Brave, I saw you got a show.
As a man, when you don't want somebody on your channel, watch this again. Ryan, get the fucking stay the fuck off my channel.
I'll be up. Brave, I'll be up.
Hey, Brave,
I'll be pulling up today.
Hey, Brave, I saw you had a show coming up about Arc Nation or something. What were you saying about? Give us a preview of what you're going to talk about with Arc Nation there.
Well, the point is if Arc Nation's running clip after clip after news clip after news clip after closed circuit of blacks, I'm saying, Arc, are you hiding white crime? Or maybe there is none in the streets. Very little. That's my point.
Okay, I see where you go there. Okay. I wasn't sure where you headed with that. All right.
Going to be playing this back. I got people's got to hear how Stanley tied my hands.
Do you think it's constructive to do that? Like, is it constructive?
The problem,
come on, Ryan, it's the internet. Nothing's constructive around here.
You tied your own hands, and I just noticed.
No, you tied my hands while you're running your fucking mouth.
You know
what? All right, listen.
I ran my mouth.
You ran that fucking mouth
right into your trailer, and inside was you with your hands tied, screaming racist bullshit.
Motherfucking channel. What's happening, Stanley? Do I bring you too many views?
A racist.
Stanley, do I bring you too many views? Is that it? Am I a guy that actually makes your show interesting?
You know what?
To be fair, we only got like
a racist in America always brings content and views.
How many they got,
so thank you, you racist. Thank you and your racist behaviors.
Hold on, let me check.
I think you guys gotta balance each other out. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, because they're the same person.
Next time you come, can you burn a cross?
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Can you?
Throw me the fuck off.
I know you got a couple out back.
You only had to burn it. Just post it up, Brave.
Yo, Brave. That's the thing. Stanley actually does like you, man. It's like when I say that you're a racist, don't think it's a bad thing, man. Like
it's a lie.
America was better when people were openly
let me tell you
racist, though.
Could I just say why it's a lie in a sentence? To judge somebody by the color of their skin.
Denial.
Can I say something, HB? To judge somebody by the color of their skin is insane.
You do it though.
Wait, hold on here.
No, it's not.
No, it's morally wrong.
What did I say on
God
that?
doesn't want us to do that.
No,
I
it's
say
survival. It's survival.
Be
That's
brave.
not morally wrong.
Be
It's
brave.
survival.
Am I judging you by the color of your skin?
No, you're judging me by what you think I'm saying.
No. I'm judging you by your words, and I'm judging you by your behavior.
Stanley,
In other words, that in Martin Luther King's language, I'm judging you by the content of your character. I'm judging you by the content of your character.
Yeah, Stanley, you're kind of right. You're right to a certain extent. I just think America was a better place when people were just openly okay with being racist.
No, a
You
lot of
know, this
people weren't racist, HB. They were sick of black behavior. That's what you guys are hanging on to
there's
for dear
nothing
life.
wrong.
See,
There was nothing wrong with it.
Reality.
Confirmation.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You're right. There's nothing wrong
it.
with saying their behavior sucks and saying we don't want them around.
I mean, whatever reason you come up with, it's nothing wrong with just saying you don't want to be around blacks. There's nothing wrong with that.
See, that's HB's opinion. That's I need you to understand that HB's opinion is that there's nothing wrong with it. I personally think it's anti-American.
You got to make up all these extra words like culture.
Stanley, I would agree with you. It is anti-American.
Culturalist? You got to
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not anti-American.
You talk like a fucking.
It is, because Americans are all the people.
Hey, let's go.
That's what made America America.
I'm not going to have a stream left anyway. You guys, I'm not going to have a stream left anyway. I'm telling you.
What do you mean?
No, be brave.
Yeah, you will, as long as you make content off of Stanley.
If I
I'll be up.
down to 5 viewers, I'll probably stop doing many streams. So, and I'm getting there close, so don't worry about it.
Oh, Brave, your channel doing very well. Brave, I was looking at your numbers, your subscribers. You were in double-digit viewers the other day.
No, but you ain't seen nothing. Wait till I start throwing people off more and more if they try to come up. Like Ryan, gone. Ryan's a
all right, listen.
Ryan is a view getter. Ryan is a view getter. I just said, get the fucking stay off my stream.
Yeah, but listen. Be brave. You know I was joking. You know I was joking to get your attention. So I don't think that it's. I don't think.
Well, I hope you got a laugh out of that joke.
I'll be coming up. I'll be up today.
You won't. I'm not letting you up,
Ryan. Today.
Ryan, just make another account. He won't know.
Actually, yeah,
he won't know that.
Yeah, you know that. Orthodox did it twice. Orthodox did it twice.
He did. And then somebody named K or something came. Oh, that was Jay Rilla.
Did you hear Orthodox apologize to get on the stream?
Yeah, all right, I'm sorry, Brave. I'm sorry then.
These young fucking stupid fucking kids know better than to fuck with this old man.
I'm sorry.
I don't play games with stupid young kids.
Be brave. I'm sorry then. Okay.
If you did describe yourself as a racist,
what are you sorry for, Ryan? I'm Jewish. You gotta describe what you're sorry for, Ryan, for me to accept it.
He's Jewish.
I'm sorry for making a joke that was hurtful.
No.
You.
You're sorry for saying what?
That you and Stanley would kiss each other if you were in the same room.
I accept your apology.
Yeah, made up.
Hey, yo.
All right. And Stanley, I apologize to you too. I
don't know if Ryan means it, but he said it, so I have to give him.
I never look to hurt people. Okay, I don't want to hurt anybody.
Wait, you hurt him?
You didn't hurt me. I got rid of your ass. You're the one wanting to come on my stream. I'm not following you around, Ryan. Jesus.
Okay, all I'm saying is no. In all seriousness, if I was making a joke and some of the chat was, and I just went along.
Did you mean the apology or not? What's
what? No, I said I apologize. That means I really do. I don't want to damage
Ryan. See, Brave, this is why. Brave, this is why I really think you should just accept it, because deep down, a lot of white people.
I accept his apology.
No. I'm talking about you being a racist. Deep down, a lot of white people.
Because we can't talk about that, HB.
No. Brave. I don't care how you come up with it. But listen, this is the thing.
Stop saying it.
Stop
accusing me of a racist if you're going to tie my hands.
Yeah, HB, just say cultural.
If you're going to tie my hands, stop calling me names.
I got to get Gary out of here. Brave, you don't realize.
Why do you always kick him out?
Yo, I'll get Ryan out of here too. Brave, you don't understand that a lot of white people look up to you, man. They look up to you.
No shit, I never knew that in my life. Damn, you're the first one that Thank you, I didn't know that.
And
have you ever heard me say I'm a vastly superior human being, HB? What do you think when I say that? What do you think I mean by that?
The white man is getting weak. They're getting very weak, Brave.
Of course.
They're getting very weak. They're scared. Yes. Ryan follows you around because he respects you, man. He sees
better
what you're
watch
doing.
that fucking mouth when it comes to that queer talk is my point. Do it again, Ryan, and there'll be no accepting your fucking apology. I gave you a goddamn warning, and
wait, hold it. Are you conducting your channel business on this show?
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, well, guess what?
Go.
I'd appreciate it if you stick to the topic.
Oh, I'd appreciate it if you throw me off.
Well, no, motherfucker, don't tell me what you would appreciate. Let's not be disrespectful.
Yeah, I know you want me over here.
Let's not be disrespectful.
All right, bring me back. All right, I'm back up. Good. Okay.
Yeah, you're back up.
There's nothing. Yeah, you guys are back. You guys are back.
When I replay this clip, it's not because I want Stanley on my stream.
Well,
you should bring him up. You should have him.
If you haven't noticed, I have not been even in your chat of late. I'm bored with your. I am bored with. Okay, I am bored with your misrepresenting what I say.
Very good. Very good.
Well, motherfucker, I know it's very good. I don't need your permission to tell you you couldn't fucking think your way out of a paper bag.
I'm so goddamn boring. Throw me off your channel.
Oh, you know what? I want you to stay
Come
here.
on, sissy boy.
I want you to stay here and make me fool. I want you always say.
Look at Gary's avatar. Look at Gary's avatar.
You know, I just feel like you could.
You always say
tells about it with Gary.
I'm confirming you're a damn fool.
Gary.
You could be great, Brave. You could really be great, man.
I already am.
No.
It'd be great if you didn't stop banning.
I'm talking about as a like a YouTube influencer.
No,
you got to get to the crux of it.
HB, somebody would dox me and kill me. Are you crazy? You think
Ain't nobody want to kill you, nigga.
Shut the fuck up. If I took off, motherfucker, you don't know what people would want to do. Just because you don't have the ability to lead, Garion, you don't know the concerns a leader has in this day and age.
That is.
Damn, do I say shit good? God damn.
All right, hold on. I feel like getting sponsors with his positions would be difficult. I'm just saying.
No,
humble president says this is a great way to start.
I feel like
I think Brave could get some sponsors, man.
With who?
I don't know. I don't think he.
Maybe like
well, it wouldn't be Target. It wouldn't be Bud Light.
I wouldn't need them if I wanted to do this. I wouldn't need them.
I don't know who.
Like a rope company. I could see some rope company.
Yeah, rope company. Yeah. I'm sure they would want to. Yeah, sir. I'm sure they would want to sponsor me.
Maybe. Maybe.
That's a good one. Hey, Stanley, come on.
Actually, maybe chewing tobacco companies.
Stanley, come on. Throw me off your fucking stream once and for all.
Stanley will never throw you off, Brave.
I know, because he's a dick and shit. I'm too goddamn valuable. How can I be that valuable and yet you're calling me these names? Who do you think you're dealing with?
You know what? You're valuable because I do call you these names.
No, I'm valuable because
people like seeing racists get
people want to hear my ideas, Stanley. That's why I'm valuable.
No, be brave. I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Yeah, Brave, your ideas were new like 150 years ago. They've been there. You can't live around niggas. They're violent criminals.
As you have pointed out, nobody's saying them anymore.
That's the point. That's the point.
That's
Nobody
what I'm
is saying it. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what makes me a superior individual.
I think that's cap.
But what I'm saying is, what you're saying has been said for like 200 years.
Yes, because it's only natural knowledge. Stay away from where black people live. They're problems.
Even when black people weren't committing the most crimes, they were still saying it.
They looked in on your culture, even in your neighborhoods and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh well, all the fucking families.
Tyrone said tractor and trailers.
Even when they didn't live around us, it'd be like, don't go over there.
Gary, you weren't even. Gary, respectfully, you were in a different country, so.
Yes, I know.
What the hell?
Hey, Ryan, are you watching the game today, Ravens?
Of course, absolutely. Why wouldn't I watch the game? Of course.
For the record, before I get out of here, folks, Stanley ain't got the nerve to throw me off his fucking channel. Thank you very fucking much. That's because I fucking rock and I'm a superior human being. Thank you. See you guys later. It's been real fun.
Be brave.
Been a blast.
So you watching the game, Ryan? Lamar's got to win this.
Yes. Lamar had. I'm really wishing and hoping that he can do it this time. I really do.
I mean, the Ravens do have a pretty good streak this year.
Keep wishing.
Yeah, but he can't get over the hump, man. What do you mean? What's that mean, HB? What do you mean? What do you mean?
The Ravens are kind of.
He can do it.
Ain't
He can do it.
Ain't nobody about to win with that wears Cartier glasses, man. It's not going. It's not going.
Okay, listen, man. He's a good quarterback.
Your quarterback can't.
We have a great
Cartiers,
team,
man. Sorry.
Why don't you like him?
I don't think he's bad. I just think, man, the quarterback.
Number one, I hate the Steelers with all my soul. Number two, he's just got to get over the hump. If we beat them, I mean, Mahomes is his thing. Like, he can't get past him, but he has beat other good quarterbacks. So, Steelers got a good quarterback.
I think he's good. I think he's really good, but I just think
he's not the most accurate, but he makes up for it in a lot of ways. So
yeah, but you need to be accurate when it counts, man, and that's why he can never really get over that hump. It's like he's good.
It's the out route and the timing routes, and
he's good the first 80 yards. That last 20 though,
yeah. Well, I'm not going to say it's our year, but I feel like he's got a chance this year, and also we got a great running back that's just a horse, you know. So I haven't bet on anybody, but I would say that we're going to get deep into the playoffs. So
definitely beat the Steelers, right?
I mean, we always lose to them once and beat them once, pretty much. Well, the last 5 years they've got the best of us, but they've sucked, and so we're like their Super Bowl, you know. Whereas we're going into the playoffs, so I think the fact that we're in the playoffs gives us the advantage.
Ryan, you willing to bet on them?
I mean, how much? How much?
Name a price.
You give me the odds. You give me the odds.
Hold on, it's the Ravens Steelers game today, right?
Yeah, it's at 8 o'clock.
If we're doing football bet, I don't know if Universal's in the chat or not, but if we're doing football bets, we can start it now.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the playoffs. Yeah.
Oh wait, we gotta wait for Universal.
Let me call.
Is he not here?
Let me call Universal.
How much money?
Yeah,
how much money?
We can make it worth your while.
How much turkey are we talking here, man?
Beat boy football here now.
Steelers. For the Steelers, I say I'll do $50.
Oh wow!
$50.
Wow.
$50.
$50.
Do you just want me to give you $50? Like
no, you can put up. No, you can put up whatever you want. I'm putting up 50. That's what I'm saying.
Wait! You're putting up 50 on the Steelers, Gary?
I'm calling Universal.
First off, it's $50. Like, who fucking cares about $50? I thought you meant like really legitimate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the Steelers. The Steelers ain't worth much. That's what I'm saying. $50.
Oh, I got you. I see
what's going on, man.
Shit, we talking the playoffs, man.
Oh man, I can't do it today. I got a training I'm about to do in like 15 minutes.
Oh shit!
But I can weigh in for like 5 to 10. I can weigh in.
Why don't you weigh in, man? What you think about this Ravens Steelers?
What kind of training are you doing? Training?
Yeah, I'm doing an online training. It's on cultural intelligence, so psychological training.
And then
we got like physical training. Okay.
And then we got Chargers, and who are the Chargers playing?
Texans.
Texans, yeah.
Ooh, that's an easy one for me. I'm going with the Chargers.
Yeah, I'm going with the Chargers there. Yeah. The Texans, man, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. They had a strong start, but I don't think they're going to win.
Too streaky.
And what's the other games?
And then tomorrow, what are the NFC games tomorrow? Hold on one second. Let me pull it up.
While you're pulling it up, University, I got Mike McDaniel on the screen. Have you heard the latest on Mike McDaniel, man? Man, we may have to do a stream about this all along. And basically, Tyreek quit on him, Tyreek Hill, in the fourth quarter. Said, man, and he's saying, players were fined time, they were late, but the fines did not move the needle. He just couldn't get the players to show up on time.
Yeah, man. We talked about that before, leadership at the end of the day. And,
being down in Miami, you got the Miami boys down there, wilding. You have to have a tight ship. Like, think about a coach like Mike Tomlin down there. It's going to be a different ballgame. But they got a smart coach. He's smart. He's from that Shanahan tree.
Are you saying Mike Tomlin's going there?
No, he's saying a
No.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
How Mike Tomlin runs a Pittsburgh versus how Daniels runs a Miami. You have to run a tight ship down there, man. Otherwise, them dudes are gonna just lose it.
Hey,
Universal, having babies all over the place. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Universal, you think that worked in? Because I never even thought about it, but do you think that worked in Tomlin's benefit that he is in Pittsburgh and not in LA or New York?
Hell yeah.
I don't know if
Miami.
I don't know if Tomlin can manage Miami, man. I don't know if anyone can manage Miami.
Right.
Mike Tomlin could.
I think it's hard, right? You see how Pat Riley does it in the NBA. He runs a very tight ship. It's hard, but you need a coach like Tomlin, a player's coach with no nonsense, to be in that type of environment.
But basketball players,
I mean, do you hold on, back up. Do you really think that Tomlin's a player's coach? I don't know if he's a player's coach. I mean, he's more like, I take him as, hey, I've been there to the dance and I've won. If you buy in, he's more like a guy that wants you to buy in. You know what I mean?
He has some experience.
I see a player's coach as somebody that lets the players do whatever they want.
Is that Ryan? What's up, Ryan?
That's me, man. Hey,
so Ryan, what I would say is I agree with you, Ryan, but I think he has that balance that a lot of coaches don't have.
Yeah.
I think a lot of coaches are either too friendly with the players or too hard. I think Tomlin rides that line because he has both the players' experience and he started coaching very, very young. So he's kind of grown into this balance. But have you ever seen like the NFL clips and stuff? He cussed players out. He talks to them. He dances. He's one of them, kind of, but they respect him as a man.
Yeah.
And I don't think Daniels has that same
level.
But
he doesn't take any bullshit from anyone, really.
He doesn't take any bullshit. You know what Daniels' problem was? You remember what Daniels' problem was when he first came to Miami? It was the issue of is he black or white?
Yes.
I think that was the first chink in his armor.
Litmus test.
Yeah. Here's a playoff picture. Damn, that was a better picture. Let's see if I can find it. They had projections and everything. Let's see. This may be it.
So tonight or early tomorrow we got the Broncos and the Bills too. I got the Bills there, but I think that's going to be a tighter game than what people might expect.
Oh, you got the Bills.
And then NFC games got the Packers, Eagles, the Commanders, the Bucks, and then the Vikings and Rams on Monday night. That game got moved to Arizona due to the wildfires. I think that's going to be a tough game. Especially for the Vikings.
Here's what we have here: Green Bay, Philadelphia. I think most people are going to pick Philadelphia, right?
Correct.
Tampa and Washington. Ooh, I think I'm going to go Redskins.
Yeah, I'm going to go Redskins there. That's going to be a really good game.
I'm going Minnesota over the Rams.
Smart man. I honestly think the Rams might be the NFC Super Bowl team. I think the Vikings, we're going to get exposed in this game. And then I think if anything says the Vikings is going to be going to Arizona and these LA players being disrupted by these fires. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that's what I'm betting on. Denver, Buffalo. Ooh, this could be a trap game for Buffalo.
I'm going with Buffalo, sadly. Broncos going to get stomped this year.
Yeah, I'm going to rock with Buffalo as well. I think the Broncos are going to give them a good enough challenge, but the Bills are rolling. So
I think it'll be a 3 to 5 point split.
HB, you ain't chiming in on any of these?
Oh yeah.
Buffalo.
Wait, is Portia here?
Yeah. We gotta
So she can
we
bust
just
out
talk
the spreadsheet.
No, I don't think these are official. I don't think that's official.
Okay.
So as far as the Vikings and Rams game, I do think the Rams are gonna win this one just for the fire's sake. They kind of need those people in LA kind of need some help. So I know it sounds kind of ridiculous, but I think the Rams are gonna win that one. As far as Green Bay versus Philly, damn man, that could be a close one too. But more than likely, the Eagles are gonna win that one. Now, the thing about this Ravens versus Steelers game, Ryan did say
we're gonna win.
The Ravens do have a good running back, right?
Yep.
But bro,
I mean,
bro is like, what's it? Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's like 38 years old, man. I don't even
no,
know
he's
how
not
long
38 years old, HB. Don't give me that bullshit. That's like, no, he's fucking 31 years old.
He's older than
Fuck
Stanley,
you.
man.
You know what,
I
dude?
don't
Go
know.
fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
In running back
He's not
years,
38
that
years
nigga,
fucking old.
in running
He's
back
30.
years,
He's
that
31 years old, man. Come
right.
on.
In running back years, he's 100.
He's 6'3".
6 years old.
He's 6'3". He goes about 260, and he's gonna run over these guys. Okay.
Oh yeah, all right.
He's not fucking 38, bitch. Come on, man.
40. He's 46 and a half.
He's not 46 years old.
Does he? He's got a busted knee.
No,
he's
no,
old
no,
as
no.
shit,
Look,
man.
and we have good. Look, number one, we got him. We got multiple running backs. We've got a good team. I mean, our receivers are catching. Lamar, you never know what he's going to do. Our offense is going to put up points. I'm a little worried about our defense. Surely, but we play better in the playoffs. We hate the Steelers, and we're at home, so I feel like we're going to win. And I hate the terrible
Brian, there's another point that you could have stuck HB with. Derrick Henry was second in rushing yards this year. He almost had 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So
nah.
If he's so old, it seems like he's still getting it done.
He is an old running back, and that is very rare.
I feel like it's only one injury away before his retirement. He is amazing.
His size, and he runs pretty upright. So I think that's to his advantage. And why he is less injured,
Just
less concussions.
He's
like a rugby player.
Yeah. I never thought about it like that, but he is like a rugby player. That's how he
runs upright.
Yeah.
He runs upright. No head collisions. He'll be smarter when he's 50, unlike Brett Favre and Joe Biden. So
hopefully.
Yeah. We got it. Yeah, it's going to be a great game. It's a game that we hate this. We hate the fucking Steelers, man. It is, I used to hate New England. I hate the Steelers though, through and through.
I feel like the feeling is mutual though.
They moved to Baltimore. The Pittsburgh people, because it's so depressing and has at least a 75% rate of alcoholism in Steel Town. They all moved to Baltimore and show up at our fucking stadium. Yeah, it's serious. You go up there. It's at 300 days a year overcast. It's like Buffalo, right? So they all moved to Baltimore and DC, and there's terrible towels at our stadium all the time. So
they do travel very well. They do travel every
fucking hate them.
Hey, go ahead, HB. Ryan, get your picks in real quick before Universal had to roll out of here.
Yeah, and then I got the Bills over the Broncos.
Bills.
And I gotta go as far as this Commanders Bucks game. I gotta go with the Bucks on this one. I think I'm gonna take the Bucks on this one.
I'm rolling with the Commanders.
Yeah,
I have to go with the Commanders just because of the place they're from. So,
anyone want to do any side bits here? Ryan and Gary had a little side bit.
Yeah. Wait. So, Gary, you're taking the Steelers over. You're taking the Steelers over the. You're taking that bet, $50 on the Steelers, Gary?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Ryan, are you really ready
taking that spices it up. That spices it up.
That's a
Gary, listen. If I have to give you $50.
You don't know. You can bet whatever. You can bet whatever you want, Ryan. I am betting $50. See, $50 is a little low because I don't really have too much faith in the Steelers, but I have very little faith in the Ravens. So I'm going 50. I am going 50 on the Steelers, and if I lose it, it's fine. Whatever.
I'm just saying, if
put up whatever amount you want.
So if Steelers win and HV bans you going forward, I'm going to be ecstatic about it. Because he bans you a lot. I'm just saying.
Wait, Ryan, are you taking this bet with Gary? Are you doing this?
Good. Nah, I'm not bet. I'm not going to bet.
All right.
It's $50. I don't care.
If you ain't taking up my bet, I ain't betting because
he's not a true believer. He's not a true.
I just don't.
He's not a true.
Yeah.
Ryan, trust me, man. Your quarterback's black, man. Don't take that bet, man. Don't take that bet.
That quarterback on the other side too. Two of them.
Yeah, but yeah,
but what?
So he ain't black though, so we don't know, right?
Yeah, we don't know what he is, John.
Russell Wilson starting. Russell Wilson starting. Okay.
Yeah,
he's Native
Actually,
American. You say he's
no, I
Native.
think he's Samoan and shit. He looks Samoan.
I think he's
He's
Native.
fucking, he's Asian.
If he's black, so.
I think he says he's Native American.
He's actually biracial. I think his. Oh no, actually, I think his
He's
mom.
like triracial.
Hey, he's from Virginia. Yeah, he's from Virginia.
I wanted to do a little projection, if you will. So Kansas City will get the winner of the Chargers Houston, correct? Mm-hmm. No, they get the winner of Chargers Houston unless Pittsburgh wins or unless Denver wins.
It's going to be Ravens and Kansas City.
So it looks like
or Buffalo.
The lowest seed that wins plays Kansas City.
So it'll probably be Kansas City plays the Chargers, correct?
Yeah,
probably.
Right. Kansas City plays Chargers, soon Baltimore wins, right? And that will put Baltimore up against Buffalo, assuming Buffalo wins, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. They both got home team. So now Baltimore's got to beat Buffalo, which I think is probably a better path than if Houston wins, then what will happen? Baltimore will still go play Buffalo, correct? Yeah, because they're going to play the lower seed.
Yes.
So Baltimore pretty much has to go through Buffalo, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
Which we beat Buffalo the last time. We beat Buffalo pretty well, but in the playoffs, Ben Roethlisberger Jr., Josh Allen can do stuff, So he makes me nervous.
Baltimore has to go through Pittsburgh, Denver, or Buffalo. Would it be Denver? Yeah, would it be? If Denver knocks off Buffalo, they would play home.
I don't know. They're going to beat them.
They would play the winner of the Rams, Houston, and Denver will go to Kansas City. That's gonna be interesting. He's got to go through Buffalo again. What do you think about that? What do you guys think about him getting through Buffalo?
I don't. The teams I don't like are Pittsburgh, Buffalo. Everybody else, I'm not really worried about at all. So,
if he wins the MVP and then loses to Josh Allen,
it's between them two for MVP as well. So
that's why I asked the question. If he wins the MVP, then loses next week to Josh Allen, guys.
Yeah.
What do you think?
ESPN has content.
Yeah.
I think
his number. By the way, his numbers are better than Josh Allen. So by all accounts, he should win against Josh Allen. And if he doesn't win, then it's because they don't like the Ravens because they're a small market team. Chris Collinsworth hates them. The national media doesn't really pick up the Ravens because they're dickheads.
Universal,
it's a small market team.
Universal, extrapolate it out a little further for me. If he wins the MVP but goes up there and loses to Josh Allen, how you take that?
Man, you're gonna see Ryan Clark come out in his best suit, and he's gonna say, racism is the reason why Lamar Jackson lost his game. America did not want Lamar Jackson to be great. Martin Luther King would be ashamed. That's
they hate Baltimore. Okay, the whole country hates Baltimore. Okay, that's reality. So. And by the way,
Ryan.
No, football. Listen, do you know how many national media games I've watched where it's a nationally televised game and the announcers talk bad about Baltimore the whole time?
Ryan, the Ravens used to be like America's team in the early 2000s, man. You guys had freaking
every announcer.
You guys were the first Hard Knocks. Was the Baltimore Ravens, man? You got people love the Ravens. What are you talking about?
Listen,
you guys got legendary players over there.
Every single ESPN analyst would throw a lot of shade at the Ravens every year because they're heavily penalized. Okay, and they would get a lot of penalties, and they'd go, "Oh, Baltimore, this and that." And I mean, every team, it was always like they'd show all the best things about the Steelers and all the bad stuff about the Ravens. Like. Oh, the defense is weak, but the Steelers' offense is great. And Chris Collinsworth would always talk shit. All these assholes. Okay, I'm just telling you, most of the country doesn't, and it's a small market team. They like big markets like Dallas and the fucking dumb Giants. and the losers out there. And even like the stupid Lions who won 7 playoff games in 70 years, you know. And by the way, we had the Colts, and they stripped the Colts away, and then the Browns want to cry. I'm like, you have your history. Like Johnny Unitas was a great Colt quarterback who's in the Hall of Fame as an Indianapolis fucking Colt. That's bullshit. So now we got this new team, and we still don't get any kind of credit. And I think we've won 2 Super Bowls in the last 20 years. I mean, that's pretty good, you know.
That's really
You
good.
don't hear people talking about them. I mean, how many have Dallas won? None.
Yeah,
They're
no,
pathetic.
Dallas is trash.
I mean, it's stupid as everybody talked about that dumb contract with Dak Prescott for 4 years, and that idiot can't hit the broadside of a barn.
So what you're saying is you guys kind of have to win this year to get respected as a city.
We don't give any respect as a city.
It's all on the line. It's all on the line this year.
They've torn it down.
Yeah.
Ryan,
Well, and
did I tell you I stayed at the Baltimore City-owned hotel one time? Jeez Louise.
By the way, that's the dumbest thing they ever built in Baltimore. Literally, the view from the stadium was like the city skyline. It was amazing. Best place to watch a baseball game in the country for 30 years, right? The Camden Yards, and then he built this dumb hotel blocking it. And I'm like, why would they ever build that dumb hotel? I know what you're talking about. By the way, that hotel loses money every year.
Every year.
It does.
Wait,
It does.
what was the experience like, John, at that hotel?
Man, they have a discount for Baltimore residents, so that should tell you everything. I didn't tell you what happened. I know I told you. I know I've told you what happened. So I was with my lovely lady Lisa, and we were to walk around the pier. And the what do they call that shit down there? The harbor, the harbor. Right?
Well, okay, but John, respectfully, we can't. In Baltimore, we don't have the benefit of being able to tax the entire country like they do in DC.
So
okay.
we walk around the harbor, man, and you go around to the other side, I guess. Man, it was a nigga raping a woman, man, on a boat. I guess
what? That's bullshit, John. Don't fucking make shit up, man. Come on. Make shit up, John.
One day I call next time I put Lisa on the call, I ask her about it. Man, that shit. Man, just imagine you going home with your lady and she doesn't see somebody get raped. Man, ain't nothing happening.
Yeah, that's a hard date night right there.
Are you really gonna fucking say that?
Yo, that ain't.
Like fucking New Year's Eve. These people fucked up my New Year's Eve.
No.
Wait, was it in like an alley or something?
Nah, man. What happened is, I think they went onto one of the boats that like were blocked off. Maybe I think the dude is, baby, I got a boat. Come on my boat. Come. And then he started raping her. But it's like
it might have been like fake, you know, like a role play.
No, yeah, because the police came and you could see.
Well, maybe they were part of it. Maybe they were part of it.
Ryan,
you're sick. You're sick, Ryan. You're sick.
You're part of it.
Yeah, you can see them fighting on the boat, and you weren't supposed to be there. So wherever it was, right there on that harbor, is closed at night, and somehow he had tricked her into like. Going on there, and that was Baltimore. My last time in Baltimore.
It was really a great place. 20 years ago, it was a really great town. It was, Harbor Place was.
Were you the one who called the cops?
I ain't called them. Somebody did. She was screaming loud as hell, though. You know what I mean? But it was a long run to get to it because you had to run and then, basically run down the pier to the boat that they want. You know what I mean? It was the police, they got there at some point. Hey, come out did help. And we stood there and watched me shit. But she ran off the boat naked. I remember that. I do remember that. She got away, but she ran off naked. Man, I was sending a shout out. I did shout out Chris.
John, you have about as far as Lamar goes. If he doesn't win this year, I don't know what they're going to do because he has a lot of tools, and I mean he kind of has to win, and I think he knows it. And the bad news is when he has that kind of pressure, when there's no pressure, he's the best, in my opinion, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, probably top 2.
Ryan, do you remember one of the first streams
under pressure? He's not as good.
One of the early streams I did was about Lamar Jackson, him unable to make this throw. Do you remember that throw he couldn't make?
Yeah, I remember it specifically because
he's gonna have to make that.
You sounded like the national media, John.
He's gonna have to make that throw, man. He's gonna have to make that throw.
I know, and I just look to be frank with you, the guy that's what he practices, right? Like he practices these out routes outside the hash marks, right? And to the sidelines, he just doesn't do well with the timing route and that. If he could get that, he'd be unstoppable. Like he'd be the best player in the league. But
I think that shit is like I think that shit is like shooting a jump shot or something. Like some people just naturally got it. Like they don't have fear of just letting the ball go. I think that's what they said.
He is a victim. And look, you got to think about it. From probably 6 years old through college, he was the best athlete on every field he walked on. He probably didn't have to work on that throw, right? He didn't have I see it like Brady, who is a terrible athlete and he runs like a 12-second 40, right? He had to work on that throw and a lot of other throws. And Lamar didn't have to work on it, you know?
I think it's going to be embarrassing.
He's a victim of his own talent in a way.
I think it's going to be embarrassing for him if he goes to Buffalo with the MVP and then loses the game. When do they announce the MVP? Is that before? When did they announce it?
I think it's the week before the Super Bowl. But it's not supposed to be based on the playoffs.
So he won't know. But if he wins the MVP,
I think it's the week before the Super Bowl. Universal can probably tell us.
If he wins the MVP and loses again, I think they can't give it to him. It'd be embarrassing for him to receive it again.
Well, it's just regular season though, and his regular season stats he's got no interceptions, man. Like very few. His numbers are really, legendary, you know. So and I hate to say that word, but his numbers are better than Josh's stupid bobblehead Josh Allen's.
He is a great season. Hey, I got to get out of here, guys, but I want to send a special shout out to Chris Reed for supporting the channel. I mentioned him on the last stream I did, but he may not have caught that stream. You should catch it because Reed's pretty good. Anyways, shout out to everyone else, not excluding anyone. Ryan, Chris Reed, everyone, people that in the panel on the chat. Thank you all. Stanley Cross.
See you, buddy.
No doubt, John. Be safe out there, man.
Well, you got to. All right, guys.
You see a woman getting raped again. Just look the other way, man.
Look the other way.
Look, they gotta. If Baltimore can get a handle on some of the crime and the liberal bullshit, it'll be what it was 20 years ago. And I'm telling you, man, it was a great. You go down to Harbor Place and walk around. DC's National Harbor copied our harbor. Just copied the whole thing, right? And plus they tax the whole country, and that's why they have unlimited money. And then Baltimore only has a local tax base, and that's the problem, you know. And then DC likes to act like they're the better city. Well, no wonder. They're pulling money out of Florida, Arizona, California. I mean, no wonder they got all these great buildings, you know?
Yeah.
So
I never heard of a government-funded hotel, though. That's insane to me.
I don't know why they did it. They started building it. I mean, Camden Yards, you could see it. If anyone ever saw a game, an Oriole game, it was the best stadium in the country to watch a game. It's like you were on the field, you know.
Right.
And you know, Cal Ripken broke that streak record, and then they built this dumb hotel blocking half the skyline. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And you know, and now them rooms are like, oh, you can see into the game. Yeah, you can from 780 feet away. You know, like you know, because they want to sell the hotel rooms as being able to see the game. It literally looks like you're seeing it from the space station. It's so far, you know.
Ryan, what's the name of that hotel again?
I think it's a Hilton or a Hyatt is the brand, and it's literally Camden Yards is there, and then it's in the left. It's off the left field side, and it obscures the fucking view of the Baltimore skyline. So, I mean, they built it for the skyline, so you can see the city beyond the field, right? And then you were like down in the field, man. It's still a great stadium to watch a game, but just, you know, that dumb hotel just blocked everything, and it's just, the city did it. Like, I'm like, they want to be in the fucking hotel business. They can't even do trash pickup right, you know. But you want to run a hotel?
And Nate wants to know what happened that made it suck, Ryan. Yeah, what happened?
You mean to make
Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore. Because I mean, I watched The Wire. I kind of
liberal.
know. I have a
So
idea.
you had Baltimore had it's a city of neighborhoods. You got, they had Greek Town, Little Italy. You could go get dinner. You just had all these neighborhoods. You had the ghetto area. But it's like everybody kind of kept to themselves. And now crime is throughout the city. The liberals have literally, they've decriminalized crime. It's like San Francisco.
Yeah.
So Harbor Place was really happening, but they've decriminalized crime, essentially. So, the dirt bike gangs started to roll up and down the road. Somebody got hurt on a dirt bike. The cops were chasing them. Some kid hurt himself. They said, well, you can't do that no more. So like so they said, you can't chase the dirt bikes anymore. So the next thing you know, you got like 800 dudes on dirt bikes riding up and down through Harbor Place, and people don't want to put up with that shit. I mean, I walked out of Fogo de Chao, and it was like there was 800 dirt bikes on the street. It scared the hell out. It was loud as shit, right? I was like, holy shit. But I will say that some of these young men were very talented because one of them was on like a fucking headstand on his dirt bike and shit, at 80 mile an hour. I mean, he probably died like 3 blocks up.
Dago circus performers.
But dude, I swear to God, it was great. People were backwards and shit. Like I was like, holy shit! Like these guys are actually good. But so just
I think like that inner city, like any inner city, like niggas are. It's just a different. It's hard to like just see that shit and think it's okay. Like
I think that they, generally speaking, like they terrorize the whole place, but they're like a lot of them are from the ghetto and up off Payson Street and North Avenue, and they terrorize those places the worst, and that's what people don't understand. I mean, they're not over in Little Italy fucking up.
Yeah. And that's how it is in Chicago too. Like they're not terrorizing the black neighborhoods. They're going to the more gentrified mixed neighborhoods, white neighborhoods.
No, in Baltimore they're tearing up the black neighborhood worse. I mean, they're in the black neighborhood, scaring shit out of grandma, the 5-year-old walking to school. I mean, so they're fucking up. They tend to not go to like they got Hopkins there and Roland Park. They're like rich neighborhoods. They don't go up to Jewtown. They got like a Jewish area. They tend to fuck up Pimlico.
Yeah, we know why they don't go over there.
Well, they don't. I think that
last nigga went over there, getting chopped up.
Oh yeah, that is true.
That's Pikesville. Up in Pikesville, they tend to fuck up like Pimlico the worst. That's really, that's a major area. Sandtown, So, but either way, like they were pretty tough on crime for a long time, like Ed North.
That's why I say that Be Brave is. I mean, he's clearly a racist because there's a difference between rural area black people, country black people, and city
100%.
black folks, city black people. So when you just
100%.
say it's just black culture, you're clearly just being a racist because there is a difference. Now, can you live around rural black people out in the country? Yeah, you can live around them. Now, can you live around inner city blacks in the hood? I don't think you can really live around them unless you come from that. But if you,
HB, to be honest with you, they don't. They look at me like an alien when I'm down in their cities.
Yeah.
They don't fuck with me. Well, no, they don't really. They're kind of like just. I mean, they might think I'm a cop or something.
Hey, no, don't. If you get caught, don't slip though, Ryan. That's the thing. Don't ever think it's safe. Don't think it's safe, man, because they're still, sizing you up.
I'm never lacking. My friend.
Yeah. Don't be lacking, and that's probably they could probably tell that, but don't.
I'm never lacking, my friend. I'm smart. I mean, I'm smart where I get. I know when I'm in a rougher neighborhood, I'm looking around like, all right, head on a swivel, kind of,
Yeah, you
but
have
not paranoid, but just like it's cool,
you
So
have to be. You have to be. You have to be.
yeah,
That's why
but
I wish Brave would just to just admit that you're a racist, and we could just he would be so much more powerful, man. Like, man, you could be the voice of a whole generation of white men who are too scared to say what the reality is, just
I
say
just so I look,
to
I
say
fight
you
with him
don't feel
about his
comfortable.
percentages.
Like
I just
I
fight
don't
with him
even
about his
think
percentages, right?
I
Like
don't
I'm
even
like,
think the
listen,
I don't even think the
90.
percentages are even that crazy of a thing. I think it's like all this stuff he just makes up in his head. But to be safe, if he just said, I don't want to be around no niggas just to be safe, how could you argue that? How could you argue it?
Yeah, I would tell you that in in if you live in like DC Metro, you wouldn't be able to conduct business, go to your job. I mean,
Right.
it's all integrated. Like what do you? I mean, pretty much you run into every single ethnicity every day, all the time, and just in the business world, right? You couldn't conduct business with anyone if you said, I only want to be around one group.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I mean, I don't think anyone wants to be around crime, right? Like,
No, no, no,
that's why I
no.
use PG County and Charles County as the example.
Mm-hmm.
PG County was a great county with a lot of minorities, and they're like, we don't want to be around fucking crime, so they're moving to Charles County, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like black white. But I don't think I just think he's isolated in his area. Like, in Appalachia,
Nah,
I think he's isolated in
nah,
his area.
nah,
So,
nah, nah, nah. He's just a good old fashioned. He's just a good old fashioned racist, and he's just in denial. The internet, this YouTube shit, it has convinced
uh,
people that their
algorithm.
racism, yeah, that their racism comes from some like peer reviewed data and all this other, and a bunch of bar graphs and stuff. Listen, you just don't feel comfortable around niggas, and it's fine. Whatever reason you come up with, they've been coming up with those same reasons for hundreds of years.
Yeah. I think it's not a good position to have though, to say I don't want to be around someone that is X, right? I don't think it's a good position to have. And I think I think it says in the Bible it's bad even, right? So,
I
just
don't know,
based.
man. I think it is good to separate yourself from uh you know people or ideals or beliefs. I think it is good to separate yourself from that stuff.
Even if you have an inkling to naturally, right? Like in other words, evolutionarily speaking, it's like,
Not a fire.
uh-oh, they're different, right? They're different. You
Yeah,
have to say,
yeah.
well, hold on a minute. My brain is working, and so what is different? So, I mean, I say it all the time. I'm somewhat of a fashionist. If you're wearing some crazy shit, I'm looking. You know what I mean? So if I
Yeah.
what if I see like four dudes in a golf shirt, it doesn't matter the race. I'm going, oh yeah, yeah, they're like business professionals. If I see four dudes in white tees hanging down past their dick and they're Mexicans, I'm going, it's the white tees that's the issue, right? It's those white t-shirts. Because usually
Yeah,
those
yeah,
those those
yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah,
Mexicans, they
yeah.
got
But
them
if
white
they're,
tees, right?
but
Usually
if
a neck
they're,
tattoo. They're like, hey
but
man,
if,
what you doing, hombre? What you doing, hombre?
but if they're
And
black in that same outfit, you
yeah, you
might want to
gotta
get up out. You might want to get up out of there, Ryan. You might want to get.
if they're okay, look, dudes in white tees, four at a time. I don't care what they are. I'm probably gonna cross the street. You know what I mean?
Ryan, Ryan, I'm
So
I'm gonna tell you, this. If you living in Baltimore, if you didn't have a certain level of racism, you would not survive, man. You have to. It's survival. It's
I think
survival.
it's more of a fashion thing though, right? Like
Ah, man.
like think
See,
about
this this is what the internet is. It's convinced you white people that it's something more than what it is, man. It's survival. This is how you guys were able to get to this point in society.
So you're saying four dudes, okay, but four black guys in golf shirts I should be nervous about.
No.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the clothing.
What?
It's the fucking clothing.
If you see four black guys in golf shirts,
yeah,
it might be some Ocean's 11
going out for a
shit,
fucking
man.
business lunch. They're going out for a business lunch, for Christ's sake, right? But if they're wearing white tees,
they're about to rob the place, man.
That is a bullshit. I ain't never.
They're about to rob the place.
Yeah, see, three niggas in blazers.
Okay, there you go. Are you nervous? Are you nervous about that? I'm not. It's fashion.
No, that nigga go into a job interview if anything.
No, he's not, man. Come
Ryan,
on.
You better don't ever just keep your hand on the pistol just in case, man. Just don't ever be.
Well, I always have it with me,
Don't
so
ever be lacking.
I can miss a little bit and I'm okay because I'm usually packing, you know. So, but ultimately,
that is true too. That is true.
Yeah.
Like ninja behavior is very like in the inner cities. It is. What I will say about that in the inner cities, it is kind of colorblind where you'll have nigga behavior, and it is more prevalent with blacks, but bro, you'll see it with Hispanics, you'll see it with whites.
Yeah.
Just doing nigga shit. And I don't know.
I mean, here's the news that's coming, okay? And this is my prediction. I think you're going to see a new mega violent, ultra violent group emerge. And I don't think they're going to be the black group. I think they're going to be the Venezuelan group because these fucking people are paramilitary type people, man. And then what are we going to do? Like, who are we going to be scared of? You know, Be Brave will be talking about the Venezuelans soon. That's going to happen. There's a shit ton of them. And
we're gonna see.
not,
you know, Trump.
dude, they're not just drive-by people. These people are like fucking mass murderers and shit. They're cutting people off.
Right, Trump's got 9 days, man, until he's in the White House. So I
They're
don't
not going
know.
to deport anybody. Are you sure? I bet he deports like 15 people.
You really think so? You don't think he's gonna get rid of anybody?
Now, do you think? Now, the real question is, do you think he'll beat Obama's record of deporting? Because I think he might.
Nobody will beat that record. It's 6 million people, dude. Yeah.
Trump's got to at least get somewhere up there. He's got to at least get 1 million.
Right now, they're arguing to deport the criminals, and people are fighting on it.
Heck, they're not. Yeah, they're not even talking about deporting too much anymore. Trump's talking about like taking over Greenland or something, taking over Mexico now. Apparently, they're planning. They're trying to expand America. Not even talking about deporting.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there is a UN that we're in, and there's 4,000 international laws. I mean, it's none of that shit's going to happen. It's just a way to it's just for leverage. He threatens to take over the Panama Canal enough, and then the Panamanians get rid of the Chinese companies that are working there. So
Black Knight says, nah, it's not the racist behavior. But we know that as black people, we know that. But from races outside looking in that aren't black, that don't have the same viewpoint as us, they can't really take that risk and focus on the behavior. I think sometimes they got to just be racist, And I think when they start going down this route of focusing on the crime statistics, all of this other shit, the neighborhoods, all of this other shit, it's like, just call it what it is. It's good old-fashioned racism, man. You don't know if they're a good black or a bad black. You don't know. You just know that they're black. You don't know. You don't know. Should just call it what it is. I mean, you look up a house, they give you all these statistics about the neighborhood number, the school zone number. What are those numbers really saying? You know what they're saying. You know what they're saying.
They usually say it's education number.
Yeah.
Schools.
So if you see a 1 or a 2, you already know what type of neighborhood that is. They don't have to say it, but you know what it's saying. You know what it's saying. And there's so many different metrics nowadays to explain away racism that you got people like Brave that really think just focusing on the culture isn't what it is, But I think that's the grift of YouTube. So many people have been able to grift that idea where it's a cultural thing. Man, this is America. We all share the same culture. This is American culture.
But HB, don't you think that 80% of people are all the same?
No,
I mean,
absolutely not.
No.
Nah,
I mean,
nah,
I
nah,
do.
nah, nah. I think most people want the same things, but how you go about it.
I mean, you don't think 80% of people want to wake up, go to work, take care of their families, and have fun on the weekends, go to church, and
Ryan,
have their kids raised in school?
A lot of people are
I would
lazy.
disagree.
A lot of people are lazy fucks. They're shiftless. They think the world should give them something. Like, bro,
And you think, and just for clarity, you think what percentage of just Americans are that? Like
I don't
20%?
know. Right. I don't know. I just think that we're probably in the minority. Whatever the number is, I think we're in the minority. The ones that want to work hard, have integrity standards. There's so many people out here that are just, they don't have any morals. They don't have any integrity. They don't have any ethics at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
And a lot of it isn't even committing crimes. There's levels to this shit. There's people with no ethics on TV. No ethics as politicians, no ethics or morals or integrity as just flat out YouTubers. They'll literally tell their audience shit that they don't even believe in. They don't even live by. Like it's so, I don't know, Ryan. I just think I would say most people are good, but I don't know, man. I think it's
I mean, look, think of it this way. Even hardened criminals, right? Hardened criminals kill pedophiles. And they do that because most of them have children. So there's even a moral compass amongst your most hardened criminals, right? So I think most people have a moral compass. It's about what motivates them to do good or bad. Like by killing pedophiles, they're doing good, in my opinion. So even mass murderers kill the fucking pedophiles. So I mean, you know what I mean? They're not like, hey, you're a good dude, man. Come sit down. They're like, hey, let's cut this guy's head off and stuff it in a bag and hand it to the prison guard. So I don't know. I think people tend to want to do good, and I think that most people do the best to take care of their family. Some people skirt the law, and there are some lunatics out here for sure, right? But I just think 80% of people are all looking for the same thing ultimately. I'm a little older though, so maybe that's my older view. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more cynical. What do you think, Stanley? I already know what Stanley's gonna say.
Stanley's sleeping probably. He's probably in bed.
Nah. He's probably just not very.
He's probably on another YouTube channel or stream on Brave's channel fighting him.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not. Brave's not live. At least I don't think he is anyway. But Stanley's not responding either. So
nobody's giving Brave any smoke with me lately. I need people to go up there and just at least fight him.
Well, no. That the reason why I don't give Brave smoke is because he is a racist, and I think it's honestly, I do believe his generation of whites, his type of white is there's not too many of them left anymore. The racist whites now that we have are way more like undercover, and they're not gonna just flat out come out and say how they feel. That's why I want them to just embrace it fully. Like, bro, you're 70, man. There's no reason why you should be trying to do this whole culturalist rollout. Just say how you feel, man. You don't like living around blacks. You don't like it.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I have a problem with this statistical analysis mainly. I'm like, look, these numbers are not backed up by anything other than your observation from watching Ock Nation. And that's not a really good, statistic. That is not, that's simply watching a guy's channel that tends to trash, his group, right?
Yeah.
So maybe look at actual, FBI statistics or, your own city's data, or just give me some sources here. So as a person that appreciates statistical analysis very much so, and I lean into that mathematics and things. That's my biggest problem with them. Is the math.
That's why Stanley's been going out of his way to show a lot of positive black people on the late night streams, and I do appreciate him for that too, because I think if that's literally all you focus on, then that's really all you'll ever see or ever acknowledge. And I think
totally agree.
I think it's really hard for people to acknowledge something else, But I think too, a lot of people do have certain agendas. They want to push an agenda. Even when blacks were like there was a time in this country where blacks were not the majority of the highest percentage wise of people getting locked up and put in prison. There was a time where it was very small amount of black people actually getting locked up and put in prison. But even during that time, it was still propaganda that blacks are dangerous, blacks are
it's not good.
They were sexual.
We've come a long way, but my thing is divisiveness is not good for the country, and overall, we're in it together and forever. Like that's the only, and I think a lot of the divisiveness is actually bred by I think a lot of the shit you see is, foreign governments love it. Foreign governments whip it up. Like they try to create division in America in any way they can, with bots and all kinds of shit. Like they've shown that. And they want Americans to be as divided as possible along racial lines, financial lines, and in every way. The Marxists do. They don't want to see us all be, fighting in the trench together against another country. They want us all to be fighting each other, and they win a lot. I think liberals love it, and they're as Marxist as anybody. We're all different. Let's all categorize everybody. It's fucked up. It's not good for the country, man.
Yeah. I definitely agree, but I do think there are differences, and even though that we all are Americans, there are subtle differences that we all have.
Well, there are, but check it out. If we were attacked, if one of our cities was attacked by a foreign nation, and they were storming the beaches in New York City, I do believe that we would come together very quickly, a lot like 9/11, where people just, black firefighters, white firefighters, Latino firefighters, fucking Asian firefighters died in the towers, right? And we weren't talking about the bullshit because we were together. We were America first Americans, right? So I think that it's not healthy that there's so much division and shit. So I hear all kinds of people talking all this shit. I'm like, we're all supposed to be Americans here,
Yeah.
So we all have to be strong to be Americans.
Yeah, I think too though, Ryan, man, that what you're saying about like the Marxists, and it's not just that, man. It's the media, it's the content creators. Like these people go out of their way to make sure that they create content to leave people divided.
I agree.
And it's all, a lot of it is just grifting for your time, your money, your weaknesses. They play on a lot of that, your weaknesses. Man, people get straight up taken advantage of. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's not good.
They play on the insecurities. That's why I would never lie to Be Brave and tell him that he's a culturalist. Nah, bro, you're a classic racist, man, and I'm happy that at least some people can say how they feel, you know? Say
I would
how you
hope that he
feel.
would, but I would hope he would be in the trench next to his American citizens
Oh
fighting
no,
against
if push came to
foreign.
shove, if push came to shove, just like any war, blacks and whites are gonna work together. That's and that's why
And I
I don't
feel
even
like,
think being
HB,
racist
don't
is
you?
racist.
You're from the
Racist.
'90s, right? You're from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
'90s.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, like I tell people when I watched the my first Olympics was it was America versus Russia in '84, right? I really that's the first one I really remember watching.
Yeah.
And I was just rooting for the Americans. I wasn't looking at color, none of that shit, right? I'm 10 years old, and it just you root for the Americans, you know. And I feel like the '90s was like that, where we were all kind of on the same team, and then maybe starting in 2010, all of a sudden it was, well, he's this, he's that, she's this, she's that. It was all of a sudden
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah,
not the
yeah.
same. Like we're all in the same fucking country, paying the same taxes to the same government. We're when these guys went to Iraq, guess what? They were all together, American soldiers against Iraqis, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, they had on their team, they had Kurds and they had different groups, but they were on the same team. So, and I
I
think we end up
haven't
on these different fucking stupid teams, and it's just dumb.
honestly, I feel like once Obama got in the office, that's when shit got a little bit more racialized. Honestly, that's just my perspective, though.
No, I agree. I
And
agree.
I don't
And
know
I
what
think he did a poor job with that. He did a very poor. He could have done a lot more to help. You know, the I think was more of a divider, sadly, because no one's had a better opportunity than him to, just we're Americans, you know.
Yeah.
So I think he did a bad job. I think he did a good job on other stuff, but
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Getting rid of illegal migrants and stuff. Yeah, he fucking cleaned up.
well,
Yeah, he cleaned up. Man, he did his job. Dropped the drone strikes he did. Yeah, no, Obama cleaned up,
well,
man.
a lot of people, I give him credit for, like the ACA was a good action, even though it didn't turn out as good as it could have. And it was, it's a very difficult problem as healthcare for so many people. It really is. I think the drone strikes sometimes were needed and sometimes overdone, but I definitely trust him more so than any, Trump or Biden. I mean, in
Yeah.
control. I felt like he was level-headed and shit like that. He knew how to manage global, from a political standpoint, he was brilliant, probably, right? So,
Oh yeah. Oh
I think
yeah.
he
Oh
did a
yeah.
phenomenal job with and managing the world, So,
Wait,
I
wait.
mean,
I did want to ask you and Garion. I got Stanley's opinion on it, but at the Jimmy Carter's funeral, and God rest his soul. What'd you guys think of this picture right here?
that's something else, isn't it?
Yes, there's a
Kind of
lot.
weird.
There's
Kind
a
of
lot
weird.
to unpack. There's a lot to unpack there.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
We were having this conversation yesterday, but I want to hear what your guys' opinion is of it first. What do you guys think?
I am wondering what. Oh, you can go, Ryan.
No, go ahead. You're cool, Gary. Go ahead. I've been rambling, so go ahead.
I was going to say Kamala in the front there. Is that her husband right next to her? That white man in front?
Yeah.
In front of Trump?
Yeah, that's her husband.
All right. So Kamala's with her husband. Trump is, I'm assuming, in the corner there. That's his wife. Obama is next to some white lady. So Michelle's not there.
No, Michelle's not there. No.
Yeah, she's not been anywhere near him recently.
Yeah, that's funny. Him and Trump are chatting it up about God knows what. I don't know what they're talking about, but
they're probably making sex jokes with Kamala right in front.
It's either that or it's either that or Trump's roasting him because his wife ain't there and they're talking about women. But
yeah, they're both behind Doug. Like, hey, Doug, we done hit that shit.
Yeah,
Both
and
of
then
us,
you got
we
Kamala
both hit it.
putting her nose in their business.
Yeah.
She's like, what the fuck, man?
Now
She's mad as shit right now.
Kamala did when she turned back around. She visibly made a big huffing and puffing face, pretty much.
Oh.
Now, if you notice too, Obama and Trump paid Kamala no mind while she was looking at them, either. Or yeah, while she was looking at both of them. So.
Okay, look. I'm gonna go over the dialogue. Obama, he says, "Hey Donald, you like how I set it up for you? Only gave her a month and a half to run. You like that shit?" Trump's like, "Thanks, man. I appreciate that, bud. I knew we could beat her together." and she heard it. And she heard it. She heard it. No. But he got Clooney to write the letter to oust Biden, and then she only had a month and a half to run, right? Like she had a month and a half runway to build her campaign. And I don't think she would have won because she's just an empty suit, basically. And I feel like I still don't know her at all, right? She's still like she's like a politician at home and shit with her kids too, you know. But
yeah,
it's still just she got no runway. She got no runway.
Do any of you guys know if there was a follow up to this event right here? Because this image alone, it just had to make the news. So.
I think it's a Carter funeral. Isn't it Carter funeral?
Yeah, Jimmy Carter's funeral. So
I don't think there's a follow up to a Carter funeral.
I'm talking about this interaction right here between Trump and Obama.
They're not going to comment. They're not going to comment.
No. There have been comments. Matter of fact, let me make sure I got the right information.
There's got to be something.
Yeah. Let me make sure I got the right information. I don't want to give you guys false information. Plus, I know Stanley's in the rafters right now, upside
he's
down.
He's going to get mad. We're talking about his girl. He's going to get mad. He's going to get mad. We got to watch out.
I was going to say, you talking about Kamala or Obama?
No. Stanley loves Kamala. He loves Kamala. Actually, Stanley said the funniest thing I've ever heard. I said, yeah, I just feel like her speeches are kind of full of it and her answers are full of it. And Stanley goes, "What, you don't like when they ask her a regular question, and she gets a metaphysical answer?" It's so true because her answers were so bullshitty and almost like spiritual answers, you know. We're all together as one, unified. And like just bullshit answers, man. I was like, Stanley, that's some funny shit, dude.
I don't think there has been any official comment that Kamala has made, but there have been rumblings from her camp, and so you have to take this with a grain of salt. The rumblings have been that she is very disappointed in Obama for having a conversation with Trump, and but there is no official commentary about this photo though, or this.
Yeah, and her camp said, "Well, I'm not in the boys' club" or some bullshit. Right?
I found an article about some guy
the
reading
will
their
talk
lips.
about it.
Oh, go ahead, read it real quick, Gary.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay, Gary,
you can pull it up in the back.
I would say that's speculative.
I know it's just there's not really much teeth to this. I just found this just now. Trump and Obama funeral conversation revealed as lip reader uncovers secret chat.
Wow. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's go, Gary.
Yo, can they see this? Just making sure everybody can see it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Donald Trump and Obama seemingly had a lot to discuss at Jimmy Connell's funeral, and now the secret of their exchange has been disclosed. The two ex-presidential adversaries were seated beside each other at the Washington, D.C. Memorial on Thursday, engaging in several minutes of conversation and even sharing a laugh at one point. Okay. Lip-reading expert Jeremy Friedman has now revealed their dialogue, including one remark by Trump that seemed to refer to him pulling out of a political or personal commitment due to the conditions. Okay.
I think he's talking about I think he's talking about Michelle, but keep going.
No, this is by Trump.
Keep going. Keep reading.
All right. During one moment caught on camera, Trump is heard whispering to Obama, "I pulled out of that. It's the conditions." Can you imagine that? End quote.
What was the event?
This is the Jimmy Carter funeral.
No, but he's saying he pulled out an event because of that. Which
yeah. No, that's the thing. They don't know what event he's talking about. It's pretty.
Maybe it had to do with the fact that it was fucking snowing and icy that day, because it was snowing that day, and I mean they got 12 inches of snow in DC.
Maybe I think it might be something a little bit more exciting than just something like weather. The specifics of what Trump is referring to remains unknown. In another part of the exchange, Trump conveys to Obama, "I can't talk. We have to find a quiet place. Something that sometimes this is a matter of importance, and we need to do this outside so that we can deal with it. Certainly today," leaned to Obama's nod of acknowledgement.
Wow. So they pretty much Obama's like kind of acknowledging that, there's cameras, people are going to be watching.
Hold on, he said they get. Hold on. I don't believe that shit. Come on.
Well, it's from a lip reader. So this is.
We can't talk right now. Let's talk later. I mean, why wouldn't he slide him a note or something?
I mean, they're at a funeral, right? You ever slid somebody a note at a funeral?
Is this the Onion? Who wrote this shit? Oh, the Irish Star.
Yeah, the Irish
Fucking
Star.
Irish Star.
I have never heard of this group, but
imagine that. The conditions are probably the road conditions. He couldn't go to X event, like the January 6th rally, probably because of the 12 inches of snow on the ground. The whole city was shut down that day. What day was that? 4 days ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So schools were closed Monday and Tuesday all day, and it was pretty jacked up, and it was like 12 degrees. It could be that, or it could be your theory that they wanted to secretly meet with a Bilderberg.
Yeah. You're right. You are right. This second photo is that is a different photo. Yeah.
Oh, look at this second photo. They're laughing. And that's Laura Bush right there, and George Bush.
Yeah. That's at George Bush's, I think, senior's funeral right there.
Yeah. Obama's by himself. He's had several appearances by himself.
Wait, hold on. So he does a lot. Does he do a lot of this stuff by himself without Michelle?
Yeah. Apparently, Michelle just doesn't like going to funerals. I guess
She don't like politics.
Hold on.
Yeah. Or maybe she just doesn't like. Maybe she just doesn't like white people.
Well, I think when Obama got in, he was kind of so you think about it, right? He's a community activist, and there's a lot of morality at that level, right? Generally, and then you got to become president. You become just a whore, right?
Yeah.
And you got to make all these shit deals in order to get stuff through. So you kind of sell out in a way,
Oh, big time. I mean, you kind of have to. You kind of have to a certain extent, especially coming from where Obama was coming from. Like, I mean, you just got to compromise a lot.
I mean, even as a senator, you sell out, man. Like, it's just. I mean, the only way you win is by getting a lot of donors. Look at Kamala. I mean, she's got. Wall Street gave her $1.5 billion. Like, that's how you win. That's the only way to win. So, sadly, but. So, and Michelle was probably like, there Barack is selling his soul to the devil. And while she's on Martha's Vineyard, right? Like, holier than thou. So,
yeah.
Barack's like, I got to get this shit done.
Gary, is there more to this story? Or
there is.
Okay.
I just noticed that both of these photos have the exact same people wearing the exact same clothes. I just thought that was kind of weird.
You mean all black for the funeral?
No, I mean, like, they're wearing the same tie. Trump has the same pin. His wife's wearing the same dress.
I mean, it's a funeral. You wear black at the funeral, man.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. At first I thought these photos were like of two different periods.
Oh
but
no! This is the same. I think this is the same funeral. This is the funeral.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure this is the same funeral because Trump's in the chat was talking about, oh, this is a different funeral. I was like, no, it's not. They're wearing the same stuff.
Yeah. No, this is
Gary, don't say global corporate machine, please.
I'm not gonna say that. I don't care. What, you think there's some AI images or something?
Don't say global corporate machine, please. Damn it.
Yeah. All right. They both look relaxed at the event with body language specialist. Dang, they brought in a body language specialist, Judy James, indicating that they might share certain values despite their stark political differences.
Look. I will tell you this. Where I work in DC. Okay, you will see. Dude, listen. Rachel Maddow and Tucker Carlson, who are ideologically at opposite ends of the spectrum, right? They do lunch once a month together. So a lot of this bullshit is political theater that we see. I mean, dude, if you look at the end of when Congress is in session, you'll see fucking AOC bullshitting with Mitch McConnell, right? You will see. I mean, these people are odds, right? But yet they're bullshitting with each other. I mean, they're all a bunch of lawyers, right? It's for a lot of people, it's war. For a lot of these fuckers in politics, it's just politics to them, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's they get along. Look, when they're trying to negotiate, they're taking each other out to lunch and shit. I mean, they're going to these political, they got these political restaurants like, downtown in DC off K Street. They hang out in the lobby. The word lobby comes from the Adams lobby across from the fucking White House. And they're talking about what they're doing on the weekends and shit.
I feel like Stanley wouldn't agree with that, but
Stanley,
motherfucker, that's not what lobbying means.
It's literally the Adams. It's the lobby right across from the White House. It's I think it's called the Adams Lobby it's got a name to it, but that's where the name comes from.
All right.
Because they just renovated it, and I'm gonna
let Gary read some more of this because this does sound very interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. She observed the rather curt high that passed between Obama and Trump as Obama arrived, suggesting the body language between the two men might be as frosty as that of people in the row in front of them. But then Obama unbuttoned his jacket and took his seat, and suddenly we saw rituals of what looked like an amicable, relaxed friendship as the two presidents chatted. Excuse me. Trump's face formed a kind of grin when you're expecting some empathetic laughter or fun, and their very long animated conversations did produce some smiles and laughter. Body language reading. That's pretty funny. At one point, Obama raised the side of his order of service to give the impression that they might even have been gossiping and in need of a truncated screen.
Truncated.
Yeah, truncated screen. The impression was of a cordial relationship with some shared values, although maybe not political ones. During the memorial service, outgoing President Joe Biden delivered a heartfelt eulogy for the late Jimmy Carter, repeatedly praising his character as his defining trait. Mr. Biden reflected on how Carter instilled in him the belief that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect.
Wow.
He emphasized the duty to offer no safe harbor to hate and the importance of standing against abuse in power. Before the service commenced, Donald Trump had a brief exchange with Mike Pence, marking a rare moment since their fallout over Pence's refusal to assist Trump in challenging his election loss to Biden 4 years prior. You got the Wale over here. Shout out to the Wale. Hope he's having a
Virgo, my Malaka Nubiad. Virgo. So is there any more to this? Is there any more to this?
Yeah, there's one more paragraph.
Okay.
Vice President Kamala Harris, who was defeated by Trump in the recent November election, arrived late. Oh.
Wow.
Okay. Dang. Arrived late and did not engage with Trump. Jimmy Carter passed away on December 29th at the age of 100, having outlived two individuals who wrote eulogies for him.
Wow.
His
She didn't
vice
even
president.
engage with them? All right, keep going.
Okay. No, just one more sentence. Gerald Ford. Oh, his vice president, Walter Mondale, and predecessor Jared Ford. And that's it. But this is funny. This right here.
Wow, she came late and she didn't even
Talk to Trump.
She didn't even greet the upcoming president of the United States. Jesus Christ. What a bitch.
Yeah, that's all of it.
What a fucking bitch. I mean, it's the president. At least you could have done his curtsy, bow or something.
I wonder if her husband said anything to Trump. It doesn't say anything about what her husband did, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would hope he would have some level of professionalism and at least give him the head nod, like, hey, I mean, you don't gotta go bow or anything to him, but I mean, jeez, wow. What'd you think about that, Gary?
I did think it was pretty interesting. I didn't expect them to actually get a lip reader and a body language interpreter, but I thought they would have more insight on whether or not what the conversation was directly about what Trump and Obama were saying. But we did get enough vague details to at least get an idea that it was, important and not just some, woman talk.
Yeah. They definitely needed to, whatever the conversation entailed, it couldn't be discussed in the public like that. They had to discuss it in private, which, I think this does go to Ryan's point where a lot of this stuff is political theater. I think some people probably have more anger towards people than others, but I think the majority of them, man, they're just playing a role.
Yeah. Or this could be fake. I don't know. I don't know anything about Irish Star. And the overall legitimacy. What the overall legitimacy of whatever the heck this is.
Well, let's see. Check out another article from that site, and let's see how. Virgo, are you locked up right now?
I hear some pain. She got a dog.
Virgo got locked up. Damn, Virgo got locked up.
I'm locked up. They won't let me out.
Damn, Virgo got locked up, man. Damn.
I need some bail money.
Virgo, did you watch juror number 2?
Send me a laptop.
Did you watch juror number 2 last night with the hubby?
Oh, HB, we have to make a whole show to discuss that. Thank you for suggesting it. I loved it.
I knew you would.
And not to sorry, not to disrupt your show.
No, you good.
No. Go ahead.
But let me tell you, I didn't watch it with my husband. I kind of like cheated and watched it on my own. Ooh. And then we watched it again together because like he has to stop and discuss. So I wanted to watch it on my own first. So then, when he stopped and discussed, like I said, I kind of cheated. So I had the leg up. So he was like, oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't tell him I watched it, though. And
oh, shit. I'm done.
Yeah, don't rat me out.
No. I won't say
funny.
that.
It's okay.
I won't say that there. Damn.
But yeah, we have to find the time to discuss that. That was good.
Yeah. Because I think Portia watched it too. So we're gonna have to have another now. Just so you know, Ryan, juror number 2 is Clint Eastwood's last directorial movie.
Yeah.
I think this is the last movie that he's
a little old.
Yeah, nah, not a little old. I think he's like in his 90s now. So this
Yeah,
is
he's older than Derrick Henry, for fuck's sakes.
well, they're about the same age, but
he's right around the same age as Derrick Henry and shit. I guess.
Yeah, they
Fucking
were in.
Oh man, yeah, I love. I'll bring it way back. I love Clint Eastwood since The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I used to watch that as a kid.
Damn, that's way back in the day.
Yeah.
Wasn't that movie insane though? Wasn't it like really?
Yes.
Wasn't it? It like really fucked with me. The movie kind of it was like what the fuck?
You ever seen A Fistful of Dollars?
Is that Clint Eastwood too?
Yep.
Nah, I don't think I've seen that one before.
That was another Western. See,
man.
since my mom is Haitian and stuff like that, when they weren't eating the cats, the president was kind of like a dictator. So he would only allow certain movies to be played, and he Elvis and Clint Eastwood. So like my mom knew all those American movies. Yeah.
See, I loved Gran Torino. That was my shit. Gran Torino.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Have you ever seen The Horrible Eight or the Terrible? Is it The Terrible?
Oh, you talk about hate? No, The Hateful Eight.
The Hateful. Yeah, I know it was something hateful.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. Yeah. That's a good movie. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
With Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
No. This was Quentin Tarantino. It had Samuel L. Jackson.
Jackson is the main character.
Yeah.
And you know what else? You know what else about juror number 2? When I looked at the cast, oh my God, he was so brilliant to bring that cast together. They were just like a whole bunch of, I wouldn't say B-list actors, but kind of like not A-list, kind of like a A- kind of actors. And it was brilliant. You know who was in it? Okay, the main juror number 2, he was in.
Give me a fucking minute, please.
Huh? What you said, Ryan?
Oh, sorry about that. No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
The main character, he was juror number 2. He was in Reddenfield, which I don't know if you saw that. That was with Nicolas Cage, and it's about oh my God, it's on Netflix. You should watch that too. It's a vampire movie, but it's not like scary. It's kind of like a horror comedy. That was good. Of course,
Toni Collette. That's
I
loved her.
That's my girl.
Yeah, I loved her in
Hereditary.
Hereditary. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I loved her in Hereditary. She's like the poor man's Julia Roberts.
Yeah, she's like the she's like the blue collar workers Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts, right. I don't know if I should be offended by that or not, but yeah.
I love her though. It's not enough. Listen, I love a blue collar worker. My husband's a blue collar worker.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but you're right though. She is like it's like the diet Julia Roberts.
But she always has like that and I hate monotone people, as you all know. I hate like monotone bland people, but for her it works for the roles that she's played in. She has no emotion. She always has the same face. I just love her. And the guy, remember, I don't want to give too much away, but the other juror that was the cop, he was in Oz.
Yeah. Yo, he almost pissed me off. I was like, bro, you need to chill out, man. You need to chill
no, he did not piss me off. I was like, yeah, but then it kind of had twist and turn. Man, let's not talk about it. Let's wait until.
Yeah. We'll wait for Portia. Hopefully Stanley watches it eventually, so we can all.
I hope Stanley did watch it. But you know, Stanley, he'd probably be like, I really don't care either way. I don't give a fuck.
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. I would have been out. I would have stuck with my guns.
No, I do wonder what, like, the whole point of that movie is like, what would you have done in that situation? You know?
Oh, I already know, but I'm saving it. But I know what I would have done. And it kind of left us at a cliffhanger at the end.
I know. I think that was
kind of like
a
series.
Yeah. I think that was kind of the point. So where you
like, what was she gonna do?
Right. Because I think it's for both of them. You know, it's both of. It's like if she does something, it affects her negatively, and if he does something, it affects him negatively.
I know.
Morally, if neither of them doing anything, they're both morally extremely wrong. So it's like, what do you do?
Yes.
What do you do?
What do you do? What do you do?
I don't know. That's why I think that's why they left it open, so you can kind of think about it. Like, what is even the right thing to do in this situation? I don't know. But all right, Gary, you still there?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Gary.
No,
you're good.
Let's read the second.
I think
Ryan's got to do his chores. Ryan's got to do his chores.
See you, Ryan. Well, I thought I was just looking around, and I thought this one was pretty interesting.
Okay. All right.
Apparently, McDonald's is being sued of multiple boss sex scandals. Since since a lot of sex scandals have been coming out lately, I think this is pretty appropriate. McDonald's dubbed Predator's Paradise as 700 staff members sued over sickening sexual abuse claims. McDonald's is facing
not surprised.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know about McDonald's. That is something.
The thing about McDonald's is one of those places where the management is usually older people, and then the workers are usually really young. So I think that honestly is a bad combination.
Come on, Jake.
You know, you got a bunch of 35-year-old guys around 17, 18-year-old girls. It's gonna cause an issue. You know, sometimes those girls at McDonald's are kind of hot too.
Yeah, they are. I have seen some pretty cashiers.
Yeah. It's kind of.
But you know what, Garion? I don't know if you're, you probably are. Oh, man, you're 23, right?
I'm 24. Yeah.
You probably are too young to remember this, but a couple of years ago, you probably was like a teen and stuff, so you probably wouldn't remember. McDonald's had this whole thing where there was a predator who played a cop. There was a whole documentary on it. And he would go in to McDonald's and say, oh, you've been caught stealing, and like corporate has sent me, and just abuse the woman that he claimed was caught stealing, like take them into the interrogation room and not interrogation room, because it wasn't, like the McDonald's back room, and sexually assault them. Yeah.
Dang.
You don't remember that?
No, the last big McDonald's, the last big McDonald's scandal I remember is that one old lady getting burnt by the coffee and suing for like $7 million or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that was old.
I think that was older than that. Yeah.
Was it? I thought that happened in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, this happened. What I'm talking about. Yeah, probably around the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I encourage my kids not to work at McDonald's.
Yeah. Also, I heard about the whole recall with this happened a couple weeks, but sometime last year. But they had McDonald's had a huge recall on beef for some reason. I think it was E. coli.
If it is, if it is beef, allegedly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the beef because they stopped selling burgers for like a month.
They say they think that it may be human meat mixed in there, but it's probably just a bunch of soy. I don't know, Gary.
All y'all motherfuckers eating cats. All of y'all.
No, Virgo, don't do that.
Yeah, don't put that on us.
All right, if you're eating McDonald's, you're eating cat, rat, something.
All right. Let's get into this, Garen.
All right, McDonald's is facing a barrage of accusations, being labeled as Predator's Paradise, as over 700 employees are taking legal action against the company. Dang. The fast food behemoth is dealing with grave claims that managers sexually preyed on young workers, including allegations that higher-ups insinuated that junior staffs could have sex for shifts.
Yep.
These fresh allegations emerged following an apology from UK head Alistair McCrow in November 2023 regarding lurid charges. Over a year prior, McDonald's pledged to address sexual abuse and harassment complaints after McCrow's received about 400 reports. God dang. Is this in a year? Like 400 in 2023?
I'm thinking it's a whole year, yeah.
Ah. During his
I'll bet that they
testimony.
need them shifts.
In this economy?
Yeah. They must
But I would have cut out the middleman. I'll be like, just pay me the money.
To be fair, Virgo, this is in the UK, and their economy is way more broken than ours. So,
if I were those girls, I would have just said, "Fuck McDonald's. I'll just sell pussy, just straight up." Like,
I mean, they were though, because
they
were selling it with a side of fries. Selling it with a side of fries.
They're selling pussy.
Can I get a
McDonald's?
Can I upsize that?
Yeah, they
supersize that ass.
Yeah, they supersize the pussy. Like, what are you doing? Like,
During
go ahead.
All right, it's all good. During his testimony to the Commons Business and Trades Committee this week, Mr. McCrow disclosed that only 75 complaints have been probed. Oh, that's terrible, resulting in the dismissal of 29 employees. Committee Chairman Liam Brine questioned him: has McDonald's become a predator's paradise? I'm pretty sure it has. McCrow, age 54, defended his actions, asserting that he implemented a program of significant change, which is working. Quoted. Can I get an apple pie with a side of cream pie?
Yo, that's
ice cream machine working now.
Would you like some cream in your coffee?
Got half and half.
The kind of degeneracy I go into when I'm talking to HB.
Want some ranch for your fries? I got some for you.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Nevertheless, appalling conduct towards teenage employees is purposely ongoing, alongside allegations of discrimination, homophobia, and racism. You know, the big three. The BBC has reported that staff has continued to endure sexual mistreatment and harassment, and given the approximately 90% of the younger workforces on 0-hour contracts, their vulnerability is heightened. Oh, so they can just get fired for no reason. Okay.
Yeah.
Head wasn't good enough here. Don't come in next week.
You're done.
Some younger employees have disturbingly claimed that they were interrogated by superiors about their sexual history and subjected to inappropriate touching, reports The Mirror. I don't know what The Mirror is.
Inappropriate touching.
Inappropriate touching.
What kind of touching is appropriate? I need to figure that out. It's all inappropriate if they're teenagers and you're a grown ass.
Right.
Man. What the hell?
Teenage employers. Employees. One woman who will call Claire to protect her identity alleged that when she was 17 and working at a McLan's branch in 2023, a shift manager in his 30s propositioned her for sex in exchange for extra shifts. She declined and told the program or programming, I don't know how you pronounce that. You don't expect that to happen. It was totally inappropriate. Another employee claimed she was touched by managers and sexually harassed by customers before leaving her job in the West Midlands at the end of 2023.
She must have
So
been hot.
the
Yeah,
customers
the
were getting
customers
in
were
on
in on it too. She must have been hot. She must have been
Ugh.
a smoke show.
This is what you get for getting my order wrong. I asked for a 6-piece, not a 4-piece. When she reported it, she was allegedly told to suck it up.
Nice.
A 20-year-old. Yeah. She sucked it up all right. A 20-year-old female worker also described how a male manager sent her unsolicited topless photos. So it's just some nigga with a shirt off? Okay.
Yeah.
Another woman, Rachel, got her first job at the fast food chain when she was 17, but she said it was soon clear the environment was really toxic. She saw older male staff members making bets on who could sleep with the new starters and had older guys making comments about my body. Quote, on one occasion, I bent down and the manager slapped me on the bottom.
Wow. I know Virgo would have been like,
would have made the claws back at him.
Virgo, after he slapped her, Virgo would have been like, oh.
One staff members still employed by McDonald's said, I have been dealt with homophobic abuse. My manager said if I can't deal with it, I should just leave. I've been called names, end quote.
So even the gay guys getting in on this?
Yeah, the gay guy.
He was, they freaky over there, man. The gay guy.
This is okay. I'm assuming all of this is in the UK because they haven't said anything about America. They said the Midwest, that's a UK sector. All of this has got to be in the UK. Okay.
Yeah.
The law firm Late Day is representing most of the legal action being taken. The case involves 450 of the 1,400 UK McDonald's outlets. Dang, that's a fucking lie. 450? And that's it. So apparently up in the UK, if you work at McDonald's, you're likely to get sexually harassed, especially if you're of the age of 17.
Yeah. If you're a hot 17-year-old in the UK, don't work at McDonald's. That's
I don't know. I don't know whether I should feel offended or glad. I worked at McDonald's when I was 17. I don't know.
Did you get any unsolicited pictures?
No, but this was at a time. This is like what, in 93, 92. So this was at a time where we didn't have, we were dinosaurs back then.
Yeah. This was, the 90s. This was.
But we
like
did
ancient.
jump my manager though.
Yeah. What?
That's a whole other story.
What?
We jumped my manager.
Was he fucking around, playing around with those shifts?
No, it was a she. We went to the same high school.
She probably looked at your man's funny.
Was she like a manager? She was like a manager or like a shift manager?
Yeah, like a shift manager, because we were all the same age, but she worked there a little longer. Because back then you could work at like 14, 15.
Yeah.
And so she was working there a little longer, and then I started working there, and she told me I was on drive-through and fries. That's it. And she told me we need a floor check, and floor check means like sweep the floors, wipe the tables, clean the bathroom.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking she's talking to the other people, and she looked at me. She said, "We need a floor check," and snapped her fingers and pointed at me.
Oh, so she started snapping her fingers all in your face? Damn.
No, not in my face. Like she said, "We need a floor check." and pointed at me.
Oh,
And
like a damn dog.
Hey, like
yeah, like I'm a bitch.
Damn.
So, man, let me tell you, I was wild when I was young. So I went up to her face and I was like, "Who the hell do you think you talking to?" And
Yeah,
she's like, "I'm
yeah,
talking to you.
yeah.
We need a floor check." And I was like, "That's not how you ask me to do a floor check. First of all, it's not my job, you know." And we got into words and I left. I walked out the job. Came back later and we jumped her. I brought my homegirls, we jumped her. And then went to work the next day like nothing happened.
She didn't get you fired for that?
Oh, I did get fired.
Oh.
Yeah, I walked in the next
okay,
day like nothing happened, and you know, the general manager or whatever you want to call.
Oh, she called the.
She
called higher up on you.
Yeah, man, come on. In
I mean,
Brooklyn, you don't do that. You just take your lumps and move on. And she called
she
on them
had
and
to fire you. I mean,
yeah, and they were like, Natasha, don't even clock in.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I got jumped by any of my employees, I'm like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this. All right, no way.
Hey, you're not about to fight. You're not about to jump me at McDonald's and think shit's sweet, man. Y'all got me fucked up.
What's worse?
I can understand that. That's a Waffle House behavior right there.
All right, motherfucker. Damn, so
Gotta
you
love Brooklyn.
didn't experience no freakiness at McDonald's. No freakiness.
Nah, it was a lot tighter back then. Even I remember even when I was an adult working, like sexual harassment was like a big thing. Like you weren't even allowed to fraternize on the job. When I started working, you know, like as an adult. Yeah. This whole boyfriend, girlfriend shit that we see nowadays on the job is something new to me. And I always had that ethic, I don't date anybody on my job, ever.
You know, I think what it was there was a big, you know, Virgo, what I think it was back then is there was a bigger division between men and women back then. Like there was just certain shit you knew not to do as a man and certain shit you knew not to do as a woman. And now that we're kind of in this, you know, equality era, the lines have been blurred a little bit, you know? Like back then you could tell a girl, hey, you can't wear that to work. You know, like you wear
put your titties away.
Right. You can't be like, you know, Virgo, why you got your titties out showing and you know
why you got your left ass cheek out? Yeah.
Right. You would get sent back home for some shit like that. Now you just gotta eat it. You just gotta be quiet. You can't say nothing. You know, and
but here's the glory of it, right? They can't say anything to you about certain things, but they can find ways to fire you. Because I've done it. I found ways to fire people. It's really not that hard. One of my favorite ways is if you're supposed to clock in at, let's just say 8 o'clock, you clock in at 8:03, 8:05 a couple of times. I could say you're excessively late.
Yeah. Have you had to fire anybody with this new job?
Oh no, not yet. We're cool.
Okay. Wait, Gary, what are you about to say?
I was going to say, speaking of titties, did you hear? There was this article that came out a couple of days ago. This one stripper stabbed her DJ. I forgot the reason, but she attempted to murder him like 4 times, and she finally got arrested.
Nice. Well, you want to pull it up or something? Let me.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up.
I got you.
Did she actually murder the person though?
No,
I don't know. All I heard is that it was I heard the charge wise. I heard it was attempted murder, so I'm assuming he didn't kill her. I mean, she didn't kill him.
Because how do you attempt to kill somebody 4 times and fail? I would have stopped at number 2.
I always love a good stripper story. Not gonna lie.
It's about 2-3 days ago, I believe.
Yeah, most stripper
Tonight,
stories
a 29-year-old.
end in bad. It's like most stripper stories they end in horribly. So yeah, let's see. Let's go, Gary.
pleading not guilty to attempted murder and a few other charges after being accused of stabbing a DJ at a vegan strip club on Saturday. K2's Thunby Verma is live in Northwest Portland for us tonight. So Thunby,
Wait,
is the
pause.
suspect in jail?
Yeah, I think I heard that too, Virgo. Go ahead.
Vegan strip club. Okay,
vegan strip club is wild.
I can go so many ways with this, but I'm just gonna behave.
Yeah, you gotta let the video play because I don't know what the hell that even means. What is a vegan strip club?
They like ranch on their celery at HBO.
That doesn't make.
They got extra eggplant. They got 2 types of eggplant up in there, man.
What the hell? All right, go ahead, man. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, that's right, Devin. Court records show she's not eligible for bail, and right now she, according to jail records, she is at the Multnomah County Jail.
29-year-old Peyton Lathan appearing in court after being indicted on 4 charges, including attempted murder in the 2nd degree.
What's your reaction to Peyton's arraignment today?
I heard she got attempted murder. That's awesome.
That's Duncan Allen. He says he was stabbed by Peyton Lathan at Casa Diablo Strip Club in Northwest Portland on Saturday. This is surveillance video he gave us. In it, police say you can see Lathan stabbing Allen in the back twice and in the armpit once. Allen released from the hospital Monday.
Well, my medical bills right now are being covered by OHP. For the future, with like the lasting stuff, who knows what's going to happen. But I'm going to be out of work for months. I can barely walk. Like, I can breathe. You guys have seen me walking around here, but the minute I get outside, start walking my dog, it's over, dude.
When officers found Lathan, they say they found 2 black and silver knives on the ground near her. One had a red stain. According to court documents, while Lathan was being arrested, she repeatedly told a Portland police officer that she will be pleading insanity.
Have you ever had any one-on-one experiences with her, and
Yes.
so what were they like?
She's very nice. She was very nice to me.
As for Allen, he may be out of work, but he's not done with music.
I'm fine. This is going to be okay, and we'll get through this. I didn't cry. I thought I was going to cry. I thought I was going to have these huge feelings, and all I felt was more alive than I've ever felt before. So music is not slowing down.
And Allen says a GoFundMe has raised almost $10,000 for him. We will keep you updated on the next court date for Lathan. Reporting live in Northwest Portland, Thunby Verma, K2 News.
Thunby, thank you.
What the fuck?
Oh, my bad. Any thoughts?
I got so many questions.
Go ahead, Virgo.
No, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Because I don't even know where to start.
Yeah. First of all, the vegan strip club, I still don't know what that even means. But this is Portland. So, I mean, if there's a vegan strip club, it probably would be Portland. Yeah.
Portland. All right. That makes sense now. Okay, forget my questions. They're all answered.
If anybody's wondering, Portland, Oregon is kind of a weirdo place. So that makes sense. But just from even that video footage, it didn't even look provoked at all. I'm not
Tonight
sure
at 20
if he just said, you know what, I'm not gonna play your song or something. Maybe that's what caused it. I don't know.
Or maybe we have some a little bit of bacon on your iceberg salad. I don't know.
Oh, that might do it. I don't know. I don't know what it could have been, honestly, though.
That if I was a vegan, that would drive me to kill somebody.
Well, I mean, Virgo, like they said, this is a vegan strip club. Maybe, if anything, he chumped her out on some change. Maybe after, playing a song, he wanted to get a little something from her, and he paid her in advance. Wasn't enough. She went crazy.
Yeah, maybe the laptop, I'm thinking about laptop. Maybe the lap dance. The lap dance cost. The lap dance cost $30, and he gave her $29. Maybe he was $1 short, miscounted.
Virgo, he's the DJ, so he wouldn't be paying for laptops, or damn, you got me fucked. Lap dancers, god damn it!
It's not like he didn't have the money. He's on the site. So
my bad, Universal, man. I fucked up, man. My bad. I didn't mean. My bad, Universal. Man, Oh, but yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what would make
But
that.
yeah, maybe Garian's onto something. Maybe he didn't play her song. Maybe she requested a song and maybe he played her song after somebody else requested a song and it wasn't in, I don't know. It could be anything.
Yeah. Also, she did say she pleaded insanity, so she could just be crazy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think strippers should be allowed to plead insanity. I think you've
Yeah,
made
because we
a
already know they're insane.
yeah. You made a life decision. You
God
don't get
damn.
to
Hold
now
on.
plead
Back.
insanity. Nah, that's
Was
not
she
how
broken?
life works.
Okay, so she
You
busted
didn't
out
just
the
have a
back.
moment of insanity. You were always insane.
Yeah. And that is kind of ironic because Anna actually stabbed somebody. So that is kind of ironic.
Who?
Remember
Anna.
Anna? Anna, you remember Anna?
No, who is that? Oh, another one of the Thorpe World girls.
No.
No. She used to be on CT. She used to be on 777. I don't know if you ever came over to 777s, but she was like the crazy. I wouldn't even necessarily call her crazy, but she would cam up and a lot of times she would talk about how she's gonna move down to Vegas or move down to Miami and be a stripper. So she ended up doing it and she ended up getting a fight with a girl at the strip club and she ended up stabbing the girl multiple times.
Oh man.
So yeah.
You ain't gonna fuck with my money, bitch.
Yeah.
That's how it usually goes. To be honest with you, I would assume if you're two female strippers and some new hot stripper comes into town and
Yeah.
the resident hot girl stripper is gonna be like, you ain't gonna fuck with my money.
Yeah, I'm
I did
not.
also think it was a little weird. They didn't get any testimonies from any of the other girls nor any of the other staff.
Yeah.
Like we
No.
just got this.
Roller skater Texas girl. It was in Florida. So luckily she did it in a state where they do have stand your ground type laws. So she this happened maybe a month ago. She did get she is free though now for now, but I'm not 100% sure what's up with her whole case.
Why it always gotta be Florida though, man? God damn.
Florida got some crazy people over there, man.
Yeah. Florida is gonna be Florida, Virgo.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Florida. Be Florida, and
Thank God I'm not originally from there.
I mean.
Come
Yeah.
on now. I ain't that crazy. You're not gonna find me
You just admit
stabbing
to
some
jumping your
stripper.
bus?
Well, that's Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a whole other country.
But yeah. Roller skater Texas girl. She is safe. That girl, a lot of women say this. This is kind of what a lot of girls say, but that girl, she fucked around and found out.
FAFO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She thought, people forget Anna is from Gary, Indiana.
Oh, okay. That puts it into perspective.
Yeah.
That makes too much sense. No.
Too much sense. Yeah, she's a sweet
Too
girl,
much sense.
but I mean, she grew up in Gary, and she was an orphan. Man, you think she not going? Stabbing is her first. It's her first. Like response. Like
as much as people love to like shit on New York, like we tough and we this, we that, we raunchy. Man, there's certain places I wouldn't even mess with, even coming from New York. Like I wouldn't mess with anybody from Gary, Indiana.
Nah, you can't. You can't.
Well, maybe in my younger years, not at this age though.
Hell nah. Gary, honestly, I'm telling you, I've been around this whole United States. Gary, Indiana is one place that like nah. When I park there overnight, you know, I sleep with the pistol under like I sleep with it
I wouldn't
clutched
blame
pretty
you.
much. Clutched, you know? And that's where, you know, you got to do a thorough pre-trip before you start driving, because I mean somebody could take something while you're asleep. You know, they'll take a air filter or take a radiator, take it right out of your truck while you sleep.
Take your converters.
Yeah. No, they will. They just take that shit. So you gotta check everything
And try to sell it back to you.
Yeah. Take one of the fan belts, just pull that shit off.
Shit, fuck around, take your whole load if you like waiting for them to open.
No, they will. Yeah. You gotta lock your load, cause they'll just open that shit up. Man, what's up in here? What the fuck up in here?
Yeah, I'm not even a trucker. That would be the first rule I follow. Lock shit up. You don't need to tell me twice.
Yeah, lock that shit up. I don't know if y'all can hear. I'm underneath my hood right now. Is it too loud? Or
Yeah, we can hear it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Nah, you're good.
Yeah.
Did you? Has the snow stopped?
Nah, it's still snowing. But I'm up in Michigan right now, so luckily they saw everything out here. Like Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, they saw it, so I don't really worry about it. It's those southern states you got to really worry about, because y'all don't know how to act.
Well, it's that they don't know, and everybody's always like, you know, here's the thing about natural disasters, right? You don't ever want to be in a state that's not used to that natural disaster. Even though we can complain here in Florida, we know Florida has hurricanes. So for, you know, at the most, we know that, hey, we're gonna get help or whatever. You know, it may take some time, but we know how to prepare for a hurricane, even if you stay and ride it out. But when Sandy hit New York, it was horrible. Like I had family members that lost their whole basement. Like they had to redo the whole, and thank God it was the basement. You know, that they didn't lose the whole house. They had to redo the whole basement, lost stuff in the basement and stuff. Because, you know, New York is not prepped for hurricanes because they hardly have any. Yeah.
Hell nah.
I wouldn't want to be in Florida and have a massive earthquake or fire like California, because we don't have that, so we're not prepped for it, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know how. I mean, that whole fire shit, I still am in awe at the sheer destruction. Like the amount of celebrities' houses that have burned down is insane. It's really something else.
Well, that's what the media is pushing. They don't care about the regular folks, and even the regular folks, I would say. And I'm not gonna say I don't care about them, because that's kind of being heartless.
I mean, it's true. It's true. You don't care about them. You don't give a fuck about them.
No, I don't.
You don't give a fuck about
them. But you know, these celebrities, and I hate to say this because it sounds cruel. I'm sure that California is not the only resident that they have. They got places in freaking south of France. You know, they got places in.
Oh, yeah. I hear you.
You know, so you're on the TV crying. You know, like, get the hell out of here.
Well, you know, that's the thing about a lot of these celebrities. Not all of them are fucking rich. A lot of them are just like,
B-list actors.
And if
Yeah,
you really
yeah.
think about it, if you're a celebrity and have like a $2 million home or $1 million home, well, guess what, HB? That's what my parents have in New York. And it's not like a mansion the way they have it, but
Yeah.
it's a regular, like my size home, but it's like $1.5 million,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
doesn't
I
that,
think
and I see what you're saying, doesn't necessarily mean that you're rich.
Yeah. I think that's what probably, like, those celebrities, they'll make a bunch of money in the 90s, 80s, and then they'll
Yeah.
buy some property, they'll just live out there, but who's to say they got, who's to say they even have a bunch of money still left over, or maybe all their money is tied up into their house.
True, and they just want to live like a normal life. They got their house, they got their little
Yeah.
mansion, and
Yeah. I don't.
either way, it's sad. I'm glad that it's just that the homes that were lost and not a lot of lives lost.
Yeah. That's the thing. But I don't think I think it almost would have been better if it was more lives lost than damage, because
Oh
I don't
man,
even know.
what?
I don't even,
I'm gonna get myself up out of here because
I'm just saying, Virgo, like, shit, we can
we can do with a lot of celebrities gone.
yeah, I mean,
Get
shit.
rid of these liberals.
I don't want all these fucking celebrities moving down to Texas acting all weird, because that's all
Oh
that's gonna
yeah, that
happen.
is true. Yeah, they're gonna relocate. You're right about that,
Yeah,
HB.
all that's gonna happen is all these weirdos are gonna move to Texas, and I'm gonna end up having to move somewhere else. Like, I wanna be around a bunch of weird ass liberals. I got away from Chicago because of that shit. Like,
Yeah, next thing you know, there's a right up the block from you. There's a vegan strip club. Like, what the hell?
yeah. See, the Wale.
What the hell?
Isn't that where Michael Jackson's from? No, that's not where Michael Jackson's from. That's where the Jackson 5 is from. The Jackson 5. Get it right, the Wale. Michael Jackson. The Jackson 5 is from Gary, Indiana.
And that's the only good thing that ever came out of Gary.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Either that or South or North. Either that or Wyoming.
Yeah, Black Knight. That's why I wish he could just be honest, man. Like, there's just certain groups of people you don't feel comfortable around. Like me, I just don't feel comfortable around, like, liberals. I don't. I just don't feel
Yeah.
comfortable around them. And you can say it's racism or whatever. I don't know what it is, but just straight up liberals, I don't feel comfortable around them. So
Yeah, F the white and black segregation. I want the liberal and Republican segregation.
yeah, seriously. So that's why, whatever it is, I have and a lot of times it's not even like the race or whatever, but I feel like you should be able to, like, separate yourself from anybody for whatever reason, like if it's race,
Yeah.
if it's what their people tend to do, if it's their political beliefs. This is America. You should be able to do that.
Just live amongst like minds,
Yeah. I might end up in
Definitely on
Idaho,
the
though.
same economical statuses too. Like, I don't want to live around, even though it's not like I live in like a super rich neighbor. Like, yeah, we do have, like, when you're like on the water, those
Yeah.
houses are like mansions. But I don't, I do live on the water, but like 2 blocks away. So yeah, I don't have like those mansion. I don't have a mansion, but I don't want to live around, like, how can I say this in a nice way? I don't want to. I just want to be socially, segregated. Like, I don't want to live
Like
yeah,
people
you
on
gotta,
Section 8.
you gotta just keep it real, Virgo. You don't want to live around niggas. It's okay. It's okay.
No, it's not just the nickels, you know.
But it's more so the like the nigga mentality. Sometimes
Yeah,
niggas
and that
are
could be
different races.
anybody.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sometimes niggas can be. It's not just black folks that are niggas. Sometimes it's, you just don't want to be around that nigga mentality. People that
Right. And if
don't
you're
mow their
renting, it's
lawn.
fine. But when you own a home, you don't want to have your home next to a trailer park. You know, I don't
Yeah,
care
yeah,
if there's no crime or not. You just don't.
yeah,
It goes
yeah,
down. The value goes down. You know,
yeah,
it is what
yeah.
it is.
See, I don't even like really think about that. My whole thing is like, I just don't want to have to kill somebody. And a lot of times, when you do live in those situations, you might have to kill somebody. And
Yeah, I don't
that's
either, but I would.
yeah, and that's where that story John was playing earlier. That guy who had his car broken into, he had to kill somebody. He didn't even necessarily have to kill that little boy. But it's like you put me in that situation where I got to think about if I'm going to kill you or not. I don't want to be put in those situations. But if I am put in those situations, I'd rather live in a place like Florida or Texas where at
Mhm.
least the courts have my back if I genuinely feel threatened,
Yeah, because we're actually allowed to protect our property over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was just something that happened here and right here in my town. Some knuckleheads wanted to break into somebody's home, and we really don't hear about that a lot around here. But it's some two little nickels. No, actually, they
Yeah.
weren't nickels. I think they were. I think they were Mexican. Broke into this guy, and it was another Mexican. Maybe that's why I didn't make big news. And he shot them.
The Mexican shot him?
Yeah, shot two
Yeah.
other Hispanic or Mexican, whatever they were, kids
Yeah.
breaking into his home.
That's how it usually goes. That's
Yeah,
how it usually goes. And
it's
see,
not
I
like I'm
think
going out hunting, but man, you break into my home, you better be prepared to come to peace with Jesus. You're
yeah.
gonna meet your
And
maker.
and that's where that guy in that story made that mistake. Like he ran out and chased the guy because they were breaking into his car. It's like, bro,
Nah,
you can't.
that doesn't
Nah.
happen here. And I know in a lot of states there's like all these rules, like why even own a gun if in these kind of states where, oh, if somebody's running away, you can't shoot them. My husband explained it perfectly to me. He says somebody breaks into your home, it's already a violation. So the best way for you to get them is if their back is turned or they're not looking. That's the best way to get them. Once they're in your home, it's free game.
Wait, what the hell? Yo, Tropes, what the hell did you just send me, man? You sent me some gift. What the hell is this, man? Is this the fires? Is this a video of the fires? Hold on a second. I don't even know if I could upload gifts to the channel. I'm about to see though. Yo, what the hell? That's LA from space? Jesus Christ. If you guys want to see what Tropes just sent me, I'm gonna he just posted in the back. I'm gonna show you guys real quick.
Oh yeah, show us.
This is, well, you gotta click it. You gotta click it because I don't think I could pull it up right now. Let me see.
It might log me off, but let me see if it doesn't. Hold on.
Yeah.
Y'all can still hear me? Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah. We can still hear you.
Holy crap.
Yeah, if you got an iPhone, you should still be straight. Jesus Christ. And that was 2 days ago. That's crazy.
Yo, this is bad. This is, oh my God, this is worse than I thought, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Nah. Oh, Virgo accidentally. She clicked the wrong button. Give her a second, y'all. She clicked the wrong button. Virgo, come back. God damn. Deacon Dave. I think Stanley I think he's taking a little cat nap. Motherfucker.
I told you that shit was gonna log me off.
Yeah.
Is John
Yeah.
on the panel?
No, I think John is shoveling snow right now. You know, DC and New York got hit with snow really bad.
Yeah, my mom was telling me. Oh, so John didn't get that nickel to come help him fix it?
Man,
or
you know
shovel or
you know them niggas be lying. They be
because
like,
I remember
yeah,
he said
John,
he was
go.
gonna do it.
Yeah, John, I'm a shovel that snow, John. John, wake up. It's 12 feet of snow. You know,
John can't even get out the door.
Can't even open my door. My
Can't
damn
even open
door
my
got.
door. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at these niggas. The nigga took a shit in the snow.
Left his dread in the snow.
Left a dread in the snowbank. These niggas.
No, I was about to say, y'all were talking about, I was listening at work yesterday and y'all were talking about like Michelle Obama and she didn't go to the funeral, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was trying to chime in as much as I could. Let me tell you, I'm so busy at this job, HB, it's not even funny.
Nah,
But
I know.
I got something funny to tell you. So we had a death in the family. Well, shit, I don't mean to say funny. All right. So we had a death in the family, right? And it's Joe, my husband's
aunt, right?
his,
Great aunt.
yeah.
Great aunt.
Oh, I told you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't go to the funeral. I'm here in the park. Let me tell you something. I don't get any time to myself.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go. And he was like, fine. You know, he went with the kids and his parents. So I'm here alone.
You know, Virgo, I hear you. But first of all, and I got to keep it real with you, all right, Virgo? I got to keep it
Yeah, I know you got 50 questions. I know.
No. You're not the first wife and you're not the first lady. There's certain things. Oh my God, I want to stop at this. Yo, should I stop it? Never mind. There's certain things as the first lady that you're required, as with being the first wife. As the second wife, you know, it's just different. Virgo, it's different. The first lady.
Okay. Let me put some context to it. Go ahead. I never met her. He wasn't. Okay. Yeah, and he wasn't close to her either. He hasn't seen her, and that's why I've never met her. He wasn't closer. And this is not just his great aunt; it's his great aunt that was married to his great uncle.
Yeah.
So you know, she's married into the family, and I'm not saying, you know, I don't care if it's a friend or a relative. If I'm close to you, then I love you. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I'm not trying to like distinguish. You know, but what I'm saying is that I told him I didn't want to go, and he was like, "All right." You know, I was like, I want to, you know, chill and just lay back today. I'm tired, and he was like, "Yeah, go ahead, babe, relax."
Yeah,
and he went, and honestly, I don't even think he wanted to go. He just went because his parents probably.
No. He probably didn't. But you know, at the same time, I don't think, you know, comparing you to Michelle Obama, I think it's different. It's a little bit different. But I guarantee, if he really, really wanted you to go.
Oh yeah, I would have. Yes. Yes.
He needed
now,
you
if
to go.
If it was a if it was a close aunt, especially one that I've, you know, because I've known plenty of his aunts, and of course, he wouldn't even need to ask me. Let me say this correctly for Stanley. Ask me if I wanted to go.
Yeah, yeah.
I would definitely do it. It wouldn't be a question about it.
Eclectic said, "You can compare me to the First Lady Melania Trump." Okay.
All right, Electic. You look like Kalani Hump.
Whoa. She said, "I'm her same body size, height, and weight, plus speak tons of languages, and I know Trump. Don't embarrass yourselves." Wow, we got a celebrity in the building.
Yeah,
wow.
we got oh shit, we got the next First Lady here.
Wow. Want to get deported. Whoa, she's trying to get you out of there, Virgo. Whoa.
Yeah. I dare you, Elected. Get me deported. Send me back. Send me back to Brooklyn. That's where you're gonna deport me to. You're gonna deport me to Brooklyn?
It's really all good. Deport her back to Brooklyn? Like, what type of evil, sick?
I'll put some razor blades in my butt and come get you.
Oh, you can put a razor blade in your butt?
I didn't say butt, HB. I said bun.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
I was about to say, what type of butt do you got a...
My God, that is not what I said. Listen.
Isn't that what she said to Wale? Then she said she could hide razor blades up her butt.
I said in my bun. HB, this is 2025.
I thought that's what I heard.
She did that.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow.
You know what?
Butthole made of Teflon. Jesus Christ.
I am taking notes.
No. But don't you think though, like, as the First Lady, she has certain duties that she should uphold?
Oh, absolutely. And not even as just the First Lady. I'll tell you this much. You don't think my husband comes with me to these little Christmas shindigs that the jobs have that I don't even want to go to, but I go, and he definitely does not want to go to. But we chuck it up and we go, and then we come home and we have a good laugh about it. Whatever.
Yeah.
We eat all their good food and we drink all their free drinks, and then we come home and it's whatever.
I think it's called charcuteries.
Oh, a charcuterie board. Yes.
Yeah.
HB, have you ever had charcuterie?
I think so. I used to date a girl named Charcuterie.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, she was kind of ratchet.
Did she smell like cheese?
No, she smelled good. She was just a ratchet ass bitch.
Smelled like salami and cheese and some aged smoked Gouda.
Her name was Charcuterie. She was ratchet as hell. She used to wear a blonde wig. Yeah, she was sexy.
Oh, man. You know what? Oh, well, okay, so you've had charcuterie. And I've been thinking about the next thing for you to try. I've just been trying to think.
Yeah.
So do you guys eat pork, chicken?
I don't eat pork. Yeah, I don't eat pork.
Okay, so that takes out what I was wanting for you to try. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a life or death situation, like if I'm on a island, a plane went down and I'm on an island, and the only
so if you was on the cast of Lost, you would hunt down that wild boar.
Yeah. Or if it was
put it on your shoulder and just beat your chest and say, "This is what I got."
Yeah. Or Castaway. If I was in Castaway.
Oh yeah, that's another good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Wilson. Yeah, I would fucking eat.
Or Zombie Apocalypse.
Oh yeah. Doulas, what about you? Would you eat pork if it was life or death?
No, just as you said, if it is necessary, yes. If I am going not to survive, except that I eat that, yes, of course, and it's not haram at that way. But but if I am in a lost and the plane crashed, forget about pork. I will eat Virgo if she's there.
Well,
Whoa!
well,
I mean,
oh my God, Dwale. But you know what? Self-preservation is the number one human instinct. So it is unnatural. It is unnatural for you to kill yourself, whether it's with a gun or starving yourself. It is unnatural. So I would say killing yourself is haram, right? So in order for you not to starve to death, if you have to eat pork, if you have to eat rat, if you have to eat a cat, you know, it's just,
You can eat part of yourself if you needed it, you know. Just
oh, well,
cut
what
some.
part of yourself don't I need? Jesus Christ, I need everything.
what would you eat? What would you eat though, Dwale? What part would you eat?
Maybe my tight, little bit of my ass, anything that's not necessary, you know, and can be replaced. Yeah.
Wait.
But what happens when your ass is gone, Dwale? You sitting on bone. That doesn't make
Well,
sense.
I just need like 1 hour, 2 hours to survive until maybe the rescue will come. You see, necessity is.
The wallet could just get a BBL afterwards.
Well, oh shit. Well, Dwale, help is not coming. Help is not coming. We're like into season 10 of The Walking Dead. What would you do?
Well, that's
different.
That's a different. That's absolutely different. Yeah. Did you guys watch the Prison Break when CT notes? No, not CT. Tea bags were in the border of Mexico, and this cartel guy was just chasing him, and they were starving. On the cartel guy wanted to eat him, but he died on tea bag. Just look at him like that. So now you are a food, and he ate a little piece of him. So survival is survival, you know. It doesn't matter whether it's a pork.
I tell you this. I tell you this much, Dwale. You can honestly. I know this sounds disgusting, and I've never done it. But if push comes to shove, you can eat. You can catch like crickets, grasshoppers, and they're full of protein.
You are thinking that the world is like in Florida, man. Sometimes it's the plane crashes in the deserts. There is no life in it.
There's nothing in the world that has no life. You just have to adjust to whatever wildlife is in your area.
Nah, there's some places that have no life.
There are some places there are no lives. Forget about lives.
Yeah.
Have you been into the desert of the African desert, the Kalahari desert?
Well, just make a sand cake. I don't care. I'll make a sand cake.
The desert.
Make some cornbread. Make some cornbread out of sand.
There are some places that even birds don't fly over them. You will never see a bird flying in the sky. Forget about life on the ground. So when that happens,
you gotta hunt. You gotta hunt. That's like the fucked up thing about flying planes. Like a lot of times, you don't even pack the stuff that you would need to survive if the plane goes down.
Well, if the plane goes down, you're dead.
Well, it depends. There have been situations where people survive plane crashes.
Just recently, 2 weeks ago in Kazakhstan, there are some survivors of that plane.
Yeah. And I used to be obsessed with looking at plane crashes. I used to be obsessed with it, like looking to see what happened, and
Damn. So Doulas said he would eat his own butt. That's crazy. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty wild.
Yeah. Or maybe one finger, you know. You have 10 fingers.
Wale must got a fatty.
Yeah. eat his own butthole. Like, this guy's weak. So you cut a finger off and eat it? I feel like your finger doesn't have that much meat on it, though.
Now you need some flusik, something, you know.
It's like a baby back rib.
Yeah. It's like maybe Virgo knows. You can just suck it like they suck the chicken feet, and this will take like 1 hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, Virgo likes chicken feet, so yeah, she can probably just.
Oh, chicken feet is good.
Yeah.
Come on.
Virgo loves chicken, man.
Yeah, in South Africa. In South Africa, the best part of the chicken is the chicken feet. Yeah, if you are in South Africa,
I wouldn't say the best part of the chicken is the chicken feet, but all I'm saying is I like it. It's good.
Yeah, Virgo be sucking on them toes all day, man. Oh, them toes.
Oh.
Them toes.
And I like turkey butts.
You said you like turkey who?
Turkey butt. Like turkey tail.
I didn't know turkey had a butt. Turkey
It's that little piece. It's that little piece. You haven't seen a whole turkey? Some people cut it off, so maybe you haven't seen it if the people cut it off. But it's that little piece of the turkey.
Oh, Eclectic said, tell Stanley that crying is weakness. Oh. Are you saying Stanley's a weak man? Oh, wow.
I don't think I heard Stanley crying.
Yeah, I haven't heard him crying either.
Eclectic is off.
Stanley is a Navy man. He will never cry, man.
Yeah.
She needs some medication.
She's hardcore, man. Stanley's a hardcore veteran. He ain't crying.
She needs to be in a straight jacket in a padded room.
Who, Eclectic does?
Yeah.
Who's to say she's not in a straight jacket in a padded room?
Well, that's true. If people could FaceTime in jail, you know.
Eclectic, if you're allowed to hit the link, you can come up and tell us what it's like. Oh, she said, I'm a robot. Yeah, I don't know if you're a robot.
I'm sure she is.
I don't think robots are self-aware just yet that they're robots. Could be wrong.
No, as a matter of fact, very scary. They think they're human. They have feelings.
Yeah. Yeah. She said.
Are you what?
Hold on.
What is this picture, man? What is she looking at?
That's Kamala. That's Kamala looking at Trump.
Yeah, I see her.
Yeah. She's mad. She's mad that. Yeah, she's mad that they had a.
They are they gossiping about her, and she just realized she heard her name, and she just look at them like this.
Yeah.
Talk about me, guys. You talk about me, Pookie and Ray Ray. Talk about me. Just that's what's happening here, man.
I think she's just jealous that she'll never be a guy, and
man,
or
a president, or a president. No, it doesn't matter to be a guy, but a president, yeah.
I think it's I think sometimes women do have this sort of envy of guys that I think that guys can kind of be a little
realistic.
We can go to war and still shake hands afterwards. I think it's a lot harder for women. I think it's harder for women to do that.
You know what, HB?
Less emotions.
You are spot on that, because I'm going to tell you this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I work in a man's world, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the most problems we have is like the women in the office, right?
Yeah.
They'll get into their little cliques, blah, blah, blah. And like, just say like one person like wants to jump off the cliff, and now everybody hates her. They don't invite her to lunch. So now she's in HR's office crying, blah, blah, blah. Now, let me tell you something. I've seen men, and these salesmen, they can go at it, right? I've seen them have fist fights because they're claiming one of them stole their deals or whatever, right? And the next day at Thirsty Thursdays, I'm talking about bloody their nose, fighting in the dealership. Damn, maybe this is why I can't escape this kind of life. But, the next day, they're at Thirsty Thursdays buying each other a drink. Like, men will fight. My whole point is that men will fight, and it's like, man, my bad, homie, man. Yeah, I was tripping.
Yo, Virgo, I've literally had more fights with my friends than people I didn't know.
Exactly. But us women,
y'all can't do that.
Hell no. And I try my best to not be like that because I worked in a man world and I seen, how they operate. It is not my nature.
It's not in y'all. It's not
if you cross your eyes at me every time I see you, I'm slapping your ass.
Yeah, it ain't in y'all. Y'all can't forgive and move on.
Nah. I will not hate you for that because definitely that it is true. It is true.
It's and I think that's kind of what Michelle and Kamala both have in common. Is that Trump for
you guys are making this a gender. I don't see here a gender problem, but what I see is she's a vice president, but she's not a president. These two guys who are behind her, one was a former president, and this guy was a president, and he is going to be a president. Maybe they get along because they know more than she does. There's a lot of stuff that she has no, decisions that she will never make. Yeah.
I can.
That's why they get along because they get along because they know shit. These guys get the security briefings every morning, man.
So
what's going on?
Doulas, you're kind of saying it's more like there's a club that Kamala just isn't in because she's never been.
He's not in yet. No, it's not. She's not going to be there. So then she's like, man, that is a step that I will never reach. Yeah. And people are making fun of Obama and Trump having a good time. Dude, this is politics, man. There is no personal problems here. You do it. When somebody won it, it's finished. You go along.
Yeah. I just think Kamala, her like being so kind of snooty about it, it just shows maybe she's not presidential material in the first place.
No, she was not. That's why America, fired her. But if we are talking about women's emotions and women's how they behave, I don't think the Michelle Obama's absence or Kamala's jealousy doesn't represent the woman's emotions. But Mike Pence's wife did not. Mike Pence's wife, you know what she did? She did not even stood for the coming president and shake his hand. That is what woman does. You wanna hang my husband? That was a woman thing. Even the husband stood up and shake Trump's hand, but the Mike Pence's wife did not even bother to stand up for him, for the president.
And I think
that's a woman. Yeah, that's a wife. That is
Yeah, I think that's what me and Virgo kind of saying. Like with women, there is no kind of turn the other cheek. Like if they don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you, man. Like and I don't think Michelle fucks with Trump, and I don't think Kamala fucks with Trump.
But if they want to be president, they should fuck everyone, man. With That's the thing.
Hey yo.
Yeah.
Hey yo.
You can't be one side. You have to be president of all. You have to fuck everyone. Yeah.
Hey yo. I don't know about that, but all right. Do I gotta Virgo? What do you think about that? You just gotta fuck everybody. You gotta. Hey.
I mean, fuck with, not just say you are not there. Fuck with,
Oh
not
yeah,
fuck.
yeah. Sometimes you gotta go with the flow, and I don't mind being that, but I try to be as true to myself as I can. But yeah, sometimes you have to politic. You understand? So I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And you know what? If I was Michelle Obama, unless I was like, no, I wouldn't say on my deathbed, but unless, like maybe if I had the flu or something or whatever, yeah, I would go. And you know what, HB, even if I did have a flu, I would go, just to give Trump the flu, just to be up in his face and make some crude remarks. And no, this is not what I'm saying. That I'm not saying that I hate Trump, but I'm just saying if somebody offended my husband and we're going to an event and he's there, I would want to be there because I would want to be the one that give the jabs. Because if men give the jabs, then it's gonna be a fight, But if the women give the and you know how we do, we give the subtle jabs,
That's how Brooklyn.
Yeah, but
that's how Brooklyn. That's how Brooklyn do. I know.
Yeah, but what about if you are a world leader?
Blow, but I'm talking about just being a woman in particular. We give the
No, we are not talking about. We are not talking about just a woman. We are talking about women leaders. If you are a woman leader and you are a president of a country, I mean, just imagine you cannot stand up with your
Michelle Obama was
competitors.
never.
But how can you stand up with?
a leader of the country?
How can you stand up with your enemies? I mean, just imagine. Forget about Trump. How can you stand up with Putin or Xi or whatever?
And it just goes
leaders
to show
around the world. If you don't like it, yeah.
I tell you this, Doulas, it just goes to tell you how we're all being manipulated. And I honestly think, to be honest with you, all this hype with this side is against that side is against this side. I think it's all hype. It's shenanigans, to be honest with you. I think behind closed doors, these people do get along in some sort of way. I'm not saying that Trump goes golfing with Obama or Michelle is sewing mittens with Melania. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that I don't think they're at each other's throat as they want us to believe that they are. You understand?
Yeah. Hey Virgo, when I look at this picture, I think about you when I look at this picture. You know who that is?
Oh, that's Eve.
That is.
Yeah, Eve and her husband. This picture reminds me of you a lot. I don't know why.
I don't look nothing like Eve though.
You kind of look like her. You both have those paw prints tattooed on your chest.
I do not have no paw prints. Stop it.
What's the name of this man? Is he called Heinz Richter? Herr Heinz Richter.
Yeah, he looks.
Richter Heinz.
He looks like it.
You know what? You know what I have to say about this, HB?
What?
I ain't mad at Eve, and I know you probably would say, "Oh, I know you're not." But I'm going to tell you why I'm not mad at Eve.
I know you're not.
I mean, what would you rather see a woman with? Somebody who, no matter what color, somebody who upgraded her, or with some dirty rapper, or some not even dirty rapper. Some dirty guy that didn't do anything. That's not worthy.
Oh, dirty rapper.
And
you know what? Eve
wasn't.
I think they call him.
I don't even know why this is like so much news. It's not like Eve was that big of a rapper. I mean, yeah, she had her time with. Well, yeah, she had her time with Rough Riders, but I'm telling you, coming from Brooklyn, she wasn't Foxy Brown. She wasn't Little Kim.
Remember the song she had after that though. The song with Gwen Stefani. Let me blow your mind.
Let me blow your mind. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did cross over. Okay. So you got me. You got me. All right.
Yeah, she has some shit. She has some shit for a second.
Oh, and you know what,
And
HB?
then
Oh yeah, you're
remember the
making me
Love is
remember now. She had her
Blind?
show.
Love is never Oh, she did have a show. I forgot about that. She had her own
Mm-hmm.
show. I forgot about that.
On
Yeah,
the
she complete
the WB network.
Yeah. I think it was UPN actually. And then it
Oh,
turned into
whatever it
WB.
was the low budget BT or
Yeah.
whatever.
UPN. The something. But
Yeah, okay. So I retract that.
yeah, she did. She like really did cross over at one point. She made a full crossover. Like
I
Leggy
ain't
said,
mad at her.
she never heard of her. She was, yeah, Black Knight. She did act too, man. She did act.
And you know what? And I understand if you're not into the urban music, I could understand how you've never heard of Eve. Because my husband never heard of Eve. Well, he did know the song with the Gwen Stefani, of course, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of my husband, HB.
Oh.
You duped me last night. Let me tell you.
What?
You told me that there was no black people in that movie, and you know
there was no
there was that black juror.
Oh yeah! Oh my Virgo! I'm not gonna lie.
He was white guilting all night.
Virgo, that juror pissed me the fuck off. I wanted to.
Oh yes, he did. I wanted to smack the hell out of him.
I forgot about that. My bad.
Nah, you're all good. But let me tell you, here's one thing about him, right? My husband. He hates anything that is woke. Like he like we're in the middle of a movie, and if it's too woke, he'll stop it, and I'll get so mad. Like, can we just finish the movie? No, I'm not gonna watch it. You know, so I was shocked that he even continued to watch this movie because well, I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it, but you know how he was getting. It almost it almost got to the point where, oh man, God, this is the DEI hire. But then he kind of saved himself at the end, and but he will not watch anything that has like it's too much gay or too much.
The thing with that was that I felt like they had a very diverse jury group. So even that guy, I feel like that that would be like, honestly, as fucked up as this is to say, that would be like if Stanley was on a jury. Stanley would be that guy.
I think so too.
Yeah, and that's why it pissed me off, but it wasn't like, it didn't piss me off to the point where I was like, this isn't possible. Like, come on. I'm like, nah, this shit could probably happen in real life, especially in that type of case, like,
maybe I don't know, HB. Maybe you should start doing some because me and you are movie buffs, and I know Portia loves movies too. And I don't know, and I know I heard her saying on last night's chat that she's watching that what is it, that documentary? What she said it was on HBO Max.
Some movie about a guy getting locked up, not on or because he was black or something like that. Something.
Yeah, it was
but
something.
He was innocent though. He was, yeah.
Yeah, but I think she said HBO Max.
Yeah. Or maybe it was
so
Paramount or something.
I want to watch that too, because I know she said she wants to do a show at some point about that. Well, I think we should start doing some movie reviews.
Hey, I love doing the movie reviews. We just got to get all of us all on the same page. Me and you both saw it. I know she saw it too. We could low key talk about it, but I do want to Deacon Dave, did you see juror number 2 also? Has anybody in the chat seen Juror number 2? It's what's his name? Clint Eastwood's last big directorial film.
Yeah, give it up to Clint Eastwood, man. Come on now.
Yeah. And Ignis said, this is symbolic for she's in chains over there. Help. I don't know. That looks like, I don't know. That looks like silver, platinum necklace. I don't know if she's in chains. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. A little bondage. I don't know. He's got that dumbass little. Oh, who is that person in the back though in that photo? Who is that? Is that Chicken George in the background? I don't know who that is.
That's the maid.
Yeah, that's the help back there.
She's the one that gave him that special pie.
Ooh. What the hell is VSLV? I don't even know what the fuck that means. But yeah.
No, I'm happy for Eve. I'm happy for Eve, for real. And I think they have a kid together now.
Do they really?
Either, I don't know if it's 1 or 2.
Oh, Deacon Dave said he watched it last night. Oh man, salute to Deacon Dave for watching.
Oh, Deacon Dave, yes. Yeah, he needs to get up on here too.
Yeah, pull up, man. What'd you think? I might get Portia up here. Oh yeah, the niggas was hella. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to fucking. Yo, the niggas.
Yeah, he pissed me off.
The niggas are pissing.
And
me
I could
off.
tell he pissed my husband off too, but he was kind of restraining.
Yeah.
But yeah, he pissed me, and it's not until I was like, "Man, this motherfucker," and he was like, "Yeah." You know,
your husband was like, "Yeah, let me hang this nigga."
He had to get the approval. That's why. That's why. You gotta tell me when there's white guilt in the movie.
My bad. I totally forgot about that.
Nah, I know. I'm teasing.
I should have warned you guys about it. It was a little white guilt, but luckily nobody really like fell for it either, though. You know.
Yeah, and it wasn't. Let's be honest. It wasn't the typical, because I think Clint Eastwood is very Republican. I don't think he's like liberal and stuff like that. Nah. Maybe he just gave into Hollywood's demands or whatever. But yeah, he wasn't totally blackety black, because the story he went with, it honestly could have happened to anybody.
Yeah.
You can put that on the Hispanics, you could put that on the whites, you can put that on the black. It really didn't matter, because those kind of things happen. So, but the whole thing that they had to put that into a juror, and it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. I wish I would have seen the guy from Oz. I wish he had more to do with it. There was one part when I was confused, but I'm going to save that until we really talk about it. I was confused about that part. I could have missed it.
Oh, Deacon Dave. All right. Let me get Portia up here. Hold on a second. We got 4 people that saw the movie. Let me get Portia up here. Hold on.
Is that music in the background?
Hold on.
Is that Deacon Dave? Hey, Deacon Dave.
Yeah. I'm gonna fix your mic, Deacon Dave. Let me see. How give me like a testing now. Let me see.
What's up?
Deacon Dave, you there? Yeah. You sound a little bit better. What, you working right now or something?
Nah, I stopped at the gym after work.
Oh, okay.
How's the baby, Dave?
Yeah.
He put on some weight, put on like 10 ounces, so he's up to 6'10". They come out and then they lose. So he lost what?
Yeah, they lose a little bit. Yeah.
He put on 10 ounces, so he's doing good.
Oh my God! I was about to ask you, is he getting chunky? Yeah. I love my little chunky babies.
Damn.
My boys were chunky. My daughter wasn't. She was a skinny little baby, but my boys were chunky. And it's funny because they're twins. So I don't know how I carried both of them things. They both were like almost 6 pounds. When I had them, they were, and that's like, it's unusual for like twin birth for them to be that big.
Damn.
Man, my stomach was huge. When I tell you my stomach went out front ways and sideways, it was huge.
That shit would freak me the fuck out.
Well, that's why I had to get a tummy tuck, because I was like,
Yeah.
man, I can't do that.
Yeah. Yo, Deacon Dave, so this movie, Juror Number 2, what would you rate it? Like, what'd you think of it?
I would give it a 10 out of 10. I ain't gonna lie, that was good.
Right? That shit was kind of, I don't know, man. I just really, like thoroughly enjoyed it too. What was like kind of like your favorite part of it, or like what'd you like the most about that movie?
I like that scene at the end where they were sitting on the bench, and I think she was asking the questions as if she already knew, and he was responding as if he knew she knew, but it was like a whole lot of implied. Yeah, it was good. It was real good.
They both knew what was up, but they both knew. I think at the end they both knew that they couldn't make a move. It was like a stalemate.
Yep.
And
I think she came back at the end to confirm it.
Yeah.
But okay, so now that we're really talking about it, you know what part got me confused? And I may have walked away to grab a glass of water or use the bathroom or whatever, but the part when she went to the house, right, and she was asking about the car, I thought she already was onto the guy, but it wasn't until at the sentencing that she saw, him, and then she Googled him, like, how does she, like, connect him with the car in the beginning to ask the questions? I know how the cop did because he had a list. And what pissed me off with that cop? If you have a list of suspects, nobody is off the list just because they say they, them. I don't care if it's my brother. I don't care if it's my sister. I don't care if it's my mother. I'm checking everybody. Now, what I do with that information is my business.
Yeah. I think it was her talking to the guy, and her talking to the guy that was accused. And I think it was all the things kind of added up together where now she kind of had doubt that it was him that did it. I feel like there just would have been a lot more evidence if it really was him. And I think she knew that too. She knew it was no evidence really linking that guy to that case. It was all just kind of circumstantial shit.
Yeah, and it's all just her job. Her job.
Yeah.
And that's why people hate lawyers. This is why people hate attorneys, because it is either your job to defend a criminal or it is your job to prosecute an innocent person.
Yeah.
I mean, not all the time, but
when he was getting sentenced, she already knew, if you ask me. I think she was so focused on that promotion that she wasn't going to flip herself anyway. She wasn't going to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah. And how many times do that happen? How many times does that happen where, you have to do the right thing, but if you do the wrong thing, you get more financial gain or more status? And, if you do the right thing, then you're back to where you're at, and that is the dilemma. I think that was the moral of the story, to be honest with you.
Now that's the question, Deacon Dave. If you're in that situation, now I'll just spoil it for the chat. If you guys don't want to have a spoiler,
put yourself on mute.
Put yourself, just go to a different channel if you don't want to be spoiled. If you don't want to hear spoilers. So spoiler warning. So this movie basically was about a juror who realized that during a case that he was working, or a criminal case that he was working, that he was actually involved in the murder of a young girl. He was drunk driving. Well, he wasn't even drunk driving. He was driving in the rain. He hit something. He thought it was a fucking deer or something. Come to find out, he actually killed a bitch. And the guy that was
come on, HB.
The guy that's being accused of killing the bitch is on the same case that he's being the juror for. So he has to be a juror for a murder that he knows the guy didn't commit because he did it. But he didn't even, but it was literally a fucking accident. And that's the even more fucked up part. He hit something, he didn't see it. He got out of the car, looked around, and
checked under the hood, checked under the wheels.
He checked on everything and didn't even think twice about it. You know, so it was a rainy day. But he had a history of alcohol abuse. So basically that's kind of the crux of the movie. So, you know.
HB, did he go to a law? Did he go to a lawyer and confess what he did and ask for advice?
Yes,
before...
yes.
Yeah. Damn, Diwali, did you see this movie?
No, I have not. It's coming on 16th of this month, man. I don't have an access to it. But
well, you know, Diwali has that African, Max and shit like that.
Yeah. No, in Germany it's coming. In Europe, actually, this movie will
Germany.
come.
My bad, Diwali.
Yeah, on 16 January. Yeah, but I could buy
you was
it.
Still
but
in Egypt.
Yeah. No, sorry.
No.
But my question was like, when he realized he's the juror of this case. I mean, if I was him, I will excuse myself. I would not definitely say I did it, but I will excuse myself from the jurors.
We're not gonna spoil it for you, Duale, but okay, Duale. Yeah, we're not going to spoil it.
If that doesn't work in American justice system, I don't know.
Nas 415. The movie is named Juror Number 2. And Diwali, that's the thing though. If you excuse yourself from the case, the dude could potentially get off, and now they're still looking for who killed this girl.
Well, no, unless you appeal. But here's the thing: and I wish Juan was on this chat. Juan. So let's see if he magically appears, right? So here's the thing: I believe, from my boys being in law school, if you're convicted, sometimes even if they bring you evidence, it doesn't mean that you automatically get a retrial. So if you're convicted of a crime, it is very hard to overturn that crime, overturn that ruling,
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but
no, Virgo. The thing that I want to talk about is the morality, not the legality here. This juror was asked to be a juror in a case that he knows the accused has nothing to do with it because he did it. So if I was him, I have two choices. One, to excuse myself from that juror. I said, Judge, I cannot serve you as a juror here because I have so many other things to do. If he doesn't accept that, I will go to a lawyer and ask him, man, my heart is killing me because this guy is innocent. I did that, and what are my chances not to be held as some murderer? So I will seek legal advice. Yeah, did he do that?
Wait. Let me ask Deacon Dave the same question because you're kind of just like the guy in the movie where he just had a kid. His wife's pregnant.
I
Oh
thought
yeah,
about that
that
too.
is true.
I watched it with my wife too. That's what was funny because she was like, "Man, I couldn't imagine. I would want you to do the same thing." That's what she said.
She said she would want you to lie on the nigga,
She
basically.
said, "Keep it to yourself. I need you here for this baby."
Sell that
Ooh,
400.
man.
Ah, man, and see that's how I feel like most guys in that situation would have to make that call, man. And that man, I don't know, man. It would be hard for me to go back and
Shit, I'm not even gonna lie to you, HB. Let me tell you something. First of all, I don't look good in orange, and I don't want to be in anybody's jail. Okay. So what the first thing I would have done was when that cop got all that list of them cars and shit, I would have knocked them out. I would have took my bedazzled fart blanket and smothered him in the bathroom.
Ah, come on. Come on.
Oh yeah, I would have.
Ah, come
I
on,
think
man.
that would have brought more suspicion to yourself. But I mean, I get it. Like you got to make that decision in a split second. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, if that was me in that case, man, yo, I already know I'm going to hell because there's just no way
Yes.
there's just no
Yes.
way. There's no fucking way I'm gonna like tell on myself at that point. You know? Like
That means you murder two people, man. You murder one person and you murder legal one other person. You murder the
yeah.
system, actually. You the entire system. You fuck the entire system.
Yeah.
And you,
Yeah.
yeah.
Virgo, do you
Oh
think
my
you
God.
could you could accept that you killed somebody and sent another person off to jail for it? You think you could accept that?
You know what, HB? That's a good question. Jesus Christ. You know, thinking about it now, no, I can't, but probably being caught in the moment, I probably would have sent him to jail, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I know in my heart that I would never get over it and it would haunt me and I would regret it.
Yeah, you'd be
Hey,
free
y'all
though.
never seen that one Christian Bale movie, The Mechanic?
Oh my God, that's what the guy with oh yes, that one was good.
I don't think I've seen The
So
Mechanic before.
he lost a lot of weight because of guilt, and I guess
He did lose a lot of weight for that
movie.
movie, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't remember exactly what happened, but I think he had accidentally killed somebody, and he never got over it. He lived with it for like years, and then at the end of that
I
movie,
forgot the name of that actor. What is his name? And he's
Christian
been in
Bale.
so many movies.
Christian Bale. Yeah, he just said it.
Oh, okay. He's been in so many movies. Oh, okay, yeah.
You talking about Psycho?
he played Batman. Yeah, American Psycho. He played
Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah, that
Dark
nigga's
Knight.
crazy. That
Yeah.
Psycho nigga is crazy, man.
And
Dark
wasn't he
Knight.
Batman at some point? He was Batman too.
Dark Knight, yeah. Dark Knight. He was the Dark
Yeah.
Knight.
Yeah.
Oh, he was the Dark Knight?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was the Dark Knight, wasn't he? The one that got beat up by Bane, nigga, in the basement. That
He
nigga
was
was
the
talking
worst
shit to
Batman
him.
ever.
That nigga
not
said,
the
I
worst.
lived in the dark, nigga.
I think Bane was played by Ignorant.
Hey, John.
No,
you
Ignorant
gotta-
ain't that tough, though.
John, I know you don't really like movies and shit, man, but
That's Stanley. Stanley is Bane.
juror number 2, man. I think you would like this
Motherfucker.
movie, man.
Yeah, Stanley was born in the dark. You know what I'm saying?
So I think who wants to give John a like a summary of juror number 2?
Is he okay with an African accent?
I think John could. All right, go ahead, Dwale. Go ahead.
Yeah, the basic is like a drunk dude got into an accident, and then he was called to be a juror in a case, and the same thing that he did, he has to decide whether this guy is guilty or not, and his moral and is killing him. Is he going to save his life, or is he going to send somebody who did not do anything to a jail? That is the whole basic thing, you know. Maybe you could do better.
It's Clint Eastwood's last directorial movie. He's like 95 now, so this is his last movie. And basically, a guy got in an accident. He thought he hit a deer or something during juror duty. That he was the guy that actually killed this woman, and some other guy. It's kind of like a big moral dilemma. Like, do you say something, or you just let that nigga rot? I don't know.
John
You know
is
what?
muted.
Yeah, John, you
You
muted,
know
bro.
what? You know what, HB? I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? So there was a time when I had first moved to Florida, and I really didn't know, like all the back roads and stuff like that. So my cousin had came to visit me with his daughter, and we took the kids to Legoland. So Legoland is like in I believe it's in Lakeland, which is like it's kind of like in the Hicks. Anyway, moving forward, we had a good time. We went out to dinner, and now he goes on to his way to his hotel, and I'm trying to get home. And at the time, like, if you're in the Hicks, your GPS is not working because you don't have service, and I got lost. All I know was I hit something, and all I know was my car went bump, bump, bump. And when I finally, and I didn't stop, I just kept going because I wasn't stopping in the middle of a dark road with 3 little kids in my car. And hell no, I don't stop for animals. Like, fuck that shit.
I mean, that's if it was an animal.
I've drove over turtles. I've driven over snakes. I'm not stopping.
That might have been a
I don't
hobo,
care.
Virgo. You killed somebody.
Well, let me tell you, when I got to the gas station, because I needed to ask for directions, so I drove up that dirt road until it was like a main road, and I just went up the main road, and there was a gas station. My front bumper was effed up. I don't know what the hell I hit. I don't know if it was a cat, if it was a deer. Well, it definitely wasn't a deer, because a deer would have really fucked up my car. But I don't know what the hell I hit, but my bumper was like on the bottom, it was like half off, and it was crazy. So, I kind of like sympathize with the guy. That's what I'm trying to say. I kind of like sympathize. Like, sometimes you hit something, you just keep it moving. Like, I'm a woman with 3 kids in a car. I'm not stopping for anything.
Yeah.
And at the time, I didn't even, I wasn't even registered yet.
What if you found out it was a person though? Later down the line, you found out you
I had a
actually killed
crowbar
somebody.
in the back. Or if I found out it was a person, man, I ain't saying shit.
Damn.
I already told you, I don't look good in orange. I'm not made for anybody's jail. I don't want to be in anybody's jail. That's it.
I'm with you on that, Virgo. Once you go, you don't want to go back. Most people, normal, sane people, don't want to go back.
Exactly. I ain't going. And he was kind of like a woman beater too, so
Ah, come
What?
on.
What?
He
Come on now,
never.
HB.
Ah,
He did
come on.
smack her up. Come on.
Ah, come on. He didn't kill her though.
He didn't
And
kill her, but he did smack her up.
man, she was crazy though. She was crazy.
Yeah, but HB, let's be honest. When it was her side of the story being told, it made him look crazy. But when it was his side of the story being told, it made him look,
No,
it
it
was
made
like
her look crazy.
opposite.
It made her
Yeah,
look crazy.
yeah. So, it has to come to a happy medium.
That's what I'm saying.
And if you gotta go to jail, and it's not like he wasn't in a gang, come on now, he was in a gang,
Oh, come on, Virgo. Come on.
got tatted up.
See. Yeah,
He wasn't gonna be no.
You gonna let that nigga
And
rot.
she was trying to move in and trying to be, she was trying to be that trad wife, come on
She
now.
was thirsty. She was thirsty.
Yeah, he didn't want it. He didn't want it. Isn't that
What
what
up,
guys
Virgo?
want?
What's happening, girl?
Yeah, she's thirsty as hell, man.
What's up, tough guy?
What's
up, tough
going
guy?
on, Virgo?
What's going on, tough guy?
What's up, John? What's
One
happening?
day at a time.
You smoking some weed, nigga?
Oh, they just called a weed man.
My nigga,
Weed lady. They just called a weed lady.
What you call? What's that nigga say on training day? My nigga, my nigga.
Hey man, I don't know if you guys, speaking of training day and all that, was Nickerson Gardens in training day?
Yes, nigga, that was the hood.
Did y'all guys see my stream about the
bloodhounds?
The grandson of the founder of Nickerson Garden was killed in the LA fires. Anyone see that in the stream?
No, but a lot of people lost their homes. There was this girl, she's a comedian or something like that on Instagram, and she was just showing how she was battling. She was trying to fight for her mother's house. I guess it didn't burn down, but she was putting out fires, grabbing hoses from other people's houses.
You can watch the stream. You can watch the stream, my dear. You can go Google it for yourself. But man, there's some very sad stories about some of the people that died in that stream, in that fire, man. Like, very sad,
and then
man.
people talking about it everywhere else, like this shit is real
all
out
these
here.
Hollywood people got their houses burned
They might
down.
have been rich, but
all these Hollywood people.
That's
all the Hollywood people,
think about all these shit that you bought through the
all the
years
Hollywood people,
and your memories and pictures, and that shit you can't replace that shit, dude.
All the Hollywood people, they able to go get them a rental, get a hotel. We've seen them in hotels. But I tell you, man, that there is something that we owe to the disabled, the helpless, the old. And some of the stories I covered on the stream, man, some of the people 83 years old, man, they said, look, I wanted to die right here in my bed. I called the ambulance never came to pick me up. Other people that had disabled children, they said, I wanted to, and these were all black people, amazing.
Yeah,
one he
because it's just too much. You got to think about it. There was cars left in the middle of the road, and they had to bulldoze people's rides out the way.
But this was a disabled man.
It was
almost
like apocalypse, nigga. Like just imagine like the whole world stopped. That's how it kind of happened.
But almost everyone I talked about in the stream were like 83, 93. A man with a cerebral palsy child. They called it the 911 and said, and the fireman said, hey, we'll come pick you up, and they never showed. And these people were willing to die with their children. I mean, it's a very amazing thing, very amazing, And then you see the mayor, man. I don't know. It's just in my head, I guess. I've been cleaned up behind niggas. I don't know.
Damn. I mean, I don't know, John. Has the fires been stopped yet, or is it still going?
No, it's still going, dog. It's still going. Some of them are 0% contained.
Yeah, well, and the thing, HB, that isn't being said is, and I showed it on the stream. They're showing all the rich people they got out, and they're like, "Oh, woe to those rich people that got out and they burned their house down." But man, I covered at least 5 people, black people, older people, elderly people, stuck in that trap, man. Couldn't get out, didn't want to leave their disabled child. Can you imagine that? You got to make a choice to live for. And in one case, the man was disabled himself and didn't want to leave his disabled child. He probably could have gotten out on his own.
Yeah.
cross.
Yeah, some of those
I think
fires were surrounding people's houses,
he
John.
was missing a limb or something. Then one man died with a fire hose in his home, man. You know, and then on the flip side, we got a guy who just got sent to prison for protecting a car. Right. These are these people's most valuable assets going up in smoke and being destroyed by young just want to, you know, disrupt other people's lives by destroying their things. Very interesting, man.
Yeah, it's sad, bro. It's pretty sad, man.
Yeah. See those old people, man. That really got to me. I didn't know it was older people. We make fun of it. We make light of the celebrities, but they all right.
Yeah,
they on TV looking at their houses burn down. They're not expressing
Yeah,
any
half
kind
of them wasn't even at home, and half of them got other houses. They got like 3 other houses.
I think Paris Hilton got 6 or 7 of them. She like one got burned.
Her house went to the ground, nigga. Like, yeah. And you know what's fucked up? The house next door is still standing. That's fucked up.
HB, you know, there's
Imagine your
something else
shit
going
burned
on.
down, and then somebody else's house is perfectly fine. I'd be pissed as a motherfucker.
Hey,
A lot of these people.
I got an idea. What if the people whose houses burned down got dual citizenship?
Hey, you know, one of the things, HB, that, you know, people didn't talk about is that, and I saw this earlier. Clearly, a lot of people aren't going to have renter's insurance. That's clear.
Yeah.
Well, they don't even have fire insurance in California no more. So
that's correct.
That's just wiped out, nigga. They're done.
I think I showed it on my stream. Patrick Bet-David was, the guy, one of his panelists, talking about how, like, there's no fire insurance out there. Many of these people like didn't have fire insurance, and there was like a rapper or someone, I can't remember his name. He's like, yo, my shit got burned down, and I didn't have insurance. Nigga, it's too late. That's what you better learn. You're gonna learn what the definition of insurance is today, right? It's to prevent the preventable. You can't. It doesn't go retroactive. And so again, you know, go ahead, HB.
Nah, it's just I don't know. It's one of those things, man. It's really sad for those people. I didn't get to see all of the elderly, but I mean, I heard a guy yesterday, black guy. I mean, he was damn near in tears talking about it with his you know, his family, and he just needed somebody to help him with the water.
Yeah.
You know.
There was no water in the sewers, and then there was people putting gasoline in the sewers or something like that. I think this stuff was like, I think this was like a terrorist attack. Honestly, I really do.
If it wasn't, if it was, there was
it had
enough
to be a terrorist attack because if you think about it, look how fast that shit happened, and there was fires spread out, so it's not in one area. But it was
what I think we're gonna start seeing so much fucked up shit like Idiocracy. Anyone ever seen that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to make heads and tails out of this shit. Is it terrorism or it's just incompetent? But this shit like is a mix of both, like terrorism and a dose of incompetence. Boy, you got a real serious problem, right?
You know, I used to think everything was all planned and shit, and there's a script and all of this stuff. But man, honestly, John, I really do think a lot of this shit is just laziness and incompetence, man. A bunch of lazy motherfuckers just eating. Nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to do anything. And when it comes with the government, man, they literally, you know, as long as they, you know, say what a couple people want to hear, you know, DEI shit, lesbian, you know.
No, fool. You know what it is, HB? It's this AI shit. It's this motherfucking technology and AI shit, and people is fucking lazy because they letting that shit take over. Think about smartphones. Smartphones do everything now. We used to remember 20 numbers back in the day. Tell me you didn't.
Okay, give me 1 second, tough guy, and I'll let you go. Is this Knowledge 415?
Yeah, that's me, brother.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, tough guy.
No, but tell me you didn't remember at least 20 numbers back in the day. How many numbers do you remember now?
I remember the women are passing out, nigga.
Think about that. Remember back in the day, you used to remember shit like a motherfucker. Now you rely on your phone. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know how the Terminator is, right? And they made all these computers and shit like that, right? It's kind of like they are taking over the computers and all this other shit. I'm telling y'all think it's funny.
What's up, Nas, man? You very rarely join the panel. What's up, man? We give you the
What
floor
up, John?
here.
How you doing, brother?
What's up, man? One day at a time.
Nah, we got hit.
So y'all don't think machines and chat PT and AI is not taking over? Is that
Man,
what y'all don't think?
No.
We're gonna talk. Hey, you know what, Tough Guy? We're gonna talk about that this week, man. We're gonna, you know, I did a snippet with Klarna.
Y'all acting like that shit can't happen or something. Y'all
well, you know how Klarna is basically replacing their employees by attrition. So it's employees leave and they know they're gonna leave. And I'm a software developer. You know, you never stay at a job long. And every time someone leaves Klarna, they don't even replace them. They just let it scale up their AI. So, and in the stream,
y'all be laughing till your car lock you in and your Tesla talking about you are not safe, and then start driving hella fast and then ram your ass into a wall or some shit like that.
The Klarna CEO, I don't know if you guys saw that. I think it was toward the end of the stream. He actually had a presentation, I think, of their financial results or something, using an AI hologram or whatever the hell it would be of himself. And he was saying, look, even I'm not above being replaced by AI. And he says, surely my employees can be more easily replaced than me. He said, I was a banker and an insurance guy. And he said, places that are being heavily replaced by AI. Crack will come up here and talk about it. You know, they build data centers out. My buddy Felipe comes up here and talks about it as well. They build a data center out. So, you know, they're going to replace a lot of these people with AI. You know,
they're replacing everything with AI.
You take the Klarna
AI
guy.
starting to creep in your house. You got smart this, smart that. Y'all niggas are stupid. Y'all can laugh at me all y'all want to, nigga.
Better,
but that shit running everything right now.
It'll probably be better though. For a mayor or something, just make it an AI mayor, man. Let them figure that shit out, man. Because these people are incompetent.
No, I wouldn't do that, nigga. Because you let that motherfucker have control, then what?
Stanley wouldn't be happy with that, people, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they need to unplug the computer. That's what they need to do. They need to take away the internet and then bring it back and revise it. You know, like revamp it. You know what I'm saying?
You said Stanley wouldn't be happy with that?
You won't be happy with that AI. That AI does not be. It does not. Well, I guess you could program it to, you know, factor in a lot of things, but it's going to be
like race. I don't think AI would care about race. That's where Stanley would.
No, but humans taught it about race, though. You talk to ChatGPT about race right now, it'll tell you whatever you want to know.
No, it won't tell you whatever you want to know. It'll tell you what it wants you to know.
Well, it's what you ask it, though. That's the thing. It's what you're asking it.
Yo, Nas, what do you think about these fires and stuff, man?
Man, I don't think people know we got hit in the Bay Area with an earthquake yesterday.
Oh,
what?
Shit.
Yeah, we had an earthquake in San Francisco yesterday. So it was like, I think God's just fucking punishing the liberal.
Wake y'all asses up, nigga. That's what's happening.
Well, like LA.
How big was the earthquake, though? How big was the earthquake?
It wasn't that. It was 3 in San Francisco.
So you felt it, but it wasn't bad.
I live like outside of it now. My mom felt it, so it was like you felt it, but yeah. But I think like LA, you don't understand what happened. They fired all the best firemen for vaccine. They hired a bunch of dykes last 4 years.
Yep.
But it's just insane, man. LA is just like it's fucked. They're like they're done.
John, can you bring that
I told y'all they need to bring men back, nigga.
Can I bring who up?
This fucking gay and pussy shit is going on.
In the back chat, Tropes just posted something in the back chat. He just pulled up for a second. I think he's busy today, but he wanted to pull something up real quick.
Hey John, when you doing the meetup, homie?
Meet up with who?
Ain't you meeting up with everybody? Ain't y'all doing a meetup?
Whenever you want to do it. Whenever you It's an aerial view from morning of LA. Tropes just posted this. I think this is one. Is this what Tropes posted? Or was it another one?
Yeah. No. That's it right there.
Okay. No, he posted 2 of them. Okay. By the way, guys,
is that real?
Yeah. By the way, guys, we're 11 hours in. You know, show some support for the channel.
Ignite TV.
Stanley
You need to
Cross,
learn how to spell, nigga. It stinks. Not
Be
thanks.
Brave wore out Stanley Cross this morning. Stanley Cross, he probably worn out from going overnight and then battling Be Brave early in the morning.
Yeah, Stanley was. Oh man,
Stanley's on fire, man.
I ain't gonna say he was triggered, but he was something else this morning with people.
Nah, he was wriggling himself, HB.
Oh, he went to sleep? That nigga sleep?
Yeah, nah.
He was a typical Stanley.
He should be sleepy if he's not, but you know, whenever Stanley's up here, man, you know, Stanley's a 60-year-old man. If you guys feel yourself letting the fire go out, you should really look to Stanley as inspiration. So, round of applause. Stanley Cross.
I had to take a quick nap to reach.
We are nigga. What really Stanley? Damn, Stanley, thank God, man.
My nigga.
Glad you know. One day you might
Stanley, you and
Stanley,
you and Be Brave really, like, you guys both really are a straight inspiration, man. Like, man, like
oh
that,
my lord,
that whole
this nigga Stanley is a G, nigga. Fuck all y'all niggas. This my nigga, dog.
Stanley, let me ask you this question, man. Are you somewhat surprised by your reception on the internet?
Yeah, somewhat.
Well, what surprised you by your reception?
He got that personality though. Not everybody got it though.
What surprised you about your reception here, Stanley?
Being blunt, I'm sometimes not sure people appreciate being blunt.
Yeah.
So
realness.
So when you say you hear tough guys saying realness, and so when you see some, you know, and I know what side of the aisle you're on, but when you see so much fake shit, men talking on, you know, fake things, and then you come on here, and you know, regardless of how you may differ with people's point of view, I think that realness is what, you know, has, you know, the men and the women, you know, willing to, you know, that are drawn to you. And so when you see so many fake men and soft men out here in society, you know, I imagine you probably you fit right into the. There's a space for a man like you, Stanley. The younger men keep saying you need to get out in the dating scene. I know you probably never heard that before.
Well, it'll happen at some point, I guess.
That's what I said. We're gonna get Stanley some cornrows, nigga. We're gonna dress him up right, you know what I'm saying? And then he gonna look younger than he already, you know, he already looked young.
You become a star, Stanley.
Stanley look young, nigga. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. That nigga look like he's like 50, like 45, 50.
The only thing I have to say is that, you know, people Be Brave and folks like that, they, in my opinion, get into a rut. I think if Be Brave actually worked hard to know stuff, he'd be surprised how wrong he can be. I literally think that people are lazy thinkers sometimes.
Ignorant is gay, Stanley, man. What's up with the gay shit?
Hold on, guys. You know, that was Stanley Cross, and again, the HB coming up in the rear. You keep you guys going in the morning. We've been doing 24 hours for a minute. Right? HB going trucking. And we got Get Crack. I know you guys have crib noted cracks advice because you hear the people saying, let him run a portfolio publicly on the channel. And, you know, tip your hat to Get Crack. You know, I can't say enough. I wanted to. Wonderful editor, Jay. $5 a day, man. Come on, we're doing a $5 a day $5 a day campaign for Porsche J. What do you guys think about the HB? What do you think?
Hey, man, I try to promote it every day, man. $5 a day for Porsche J, man. But no,
you know what I think I'm gonna do, HB. I think I'm gonna send the first $5. You know, see if we can get somebody else to willing to match.
I got $5.
Anybody got $5 a day for Porsche J? Because she
honestly got 10, John.
We couldn't even do the damn betting today because we didn't have Porsche J opinion. So you understand you had to appreciate a woman's value. And then, you know, a lot of the time you hear these niggas up here talking about slapping bitches and whipping bitches. And some of these bitches need whipping. I ain't gonna say they don't. But ain't no nigga came up in.
Why would you have to put your hands on a woman when they really get hurt by like mental shit? Like,
get some joy out of whipping bitches, and maybe some of these bitches get joy out of it the same. But look, we're gonna do a $5
you don't
a
even
day
have
for
to touch a woman to really touch her.
$5 a day for Portage. You know, match John Galt's challenge here. I'm going to show it up on the screen if I can. $5 a day.
I know, but I was gonna say that to Stanley. You know, the thing about what Stanley has done. Stanley really lit a fire under Be Brave, man. And I think you know, Stanley, you should really take some pride in that, man. You brought meaning to maybe a meaningless life to a, you know, guy
that nigga stupid. That nigga said to a meaningless
know,
life. HB
hey,
stupid as a motherfucker. I'm
added-
starting to understand your humor, nigga. You stupid as a motherfucker. This nigga's dumb.
If I added 5 years to Be Brave's life, I'm sure his relatives will be thanking me.
Nah, I don't think they care, but I think you should. I mean, it's I don't know, man. I think what you guys do,
saving lives, man.
Right. Man, I'm telling you, Be Brave is gonna find his way one of these days, man. We're gonna look up Be Brave. We're gonna have 10,000 in the chat, man. It's like, man, they got 10,000 in the chat.
Yeah, he's gonna be like a cult leader for sure.
If he just once he accepts that he's a racist, it's over.
Well, we got him closer.
It's over.
Hey, why this nigga always be hating saying some gay shit? This nigga Ignorant TV just wants some damn acknowledgement. That's all. You just want to be seen, dog. Okay, man. We see you, dog. We see you.
Damn. I don't know what that.
Come on now, Ignorant. Don't be jealous.
Oh, that's what it is. He want to blow you. Okay, I got it.
Oh, Nas 415.
Hey.
Salute, man. I appreciate that cash app, man.
Hey, Ignorant. Hey, Ignorant.
He ain't leave, did he? Is he still here? Okay, no, it's good. I'm glad Nas is here. Shout out to Nas 415, guys.
Salute to Nas, man.
Ignorant, those little blue pills, you still have a chance.
Hey, John, I just met your challenge.
Oh, did
you look at that. You know what? Go ahead, HB. Sorry about that.
No. Go ahead. I'm about to send Portia 5 too. Hold on.
I just met your challenge, John.
Yeah, I'm about to send Portia 5.
Hey, yo, John, remember when you were talking about I was telling HB earlier. I don't know if you were listening. Were you listening, or were you trying to dig yourself out your house?
You know it.
Did that nickel ever come? Did that nickel ever come? Snow.
You know what's up? It's one thing I talk about. You know, hold on for 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Virgo. If you don't mind. 1 second, and
my first day off.
You probably Stanley, old man.
No. That was tough guy. He over there breathing in that wildfire over there, man. I had to mute him.
You guys, here's the challenge. $5 a day, guys. Portia day. Here. You can follow John Galt Lee right here. $5 a day. Portia day. I probably should have done more. Yeah, I think Tough Guy said 10, but you know, lead by example. That's what I do believe in. Stanley Cross would probably attest to that. You got to lead by example. Is that not right, Stanley Cross?
Yes, sir. That's a fact.
You know, I saw Andre 420 in the lead attorney's chat, and it brought me back to, you know, like when Andre 420 came up in, maybe midnight or something. You remember that, Stanley? And Andre 420 was like, Andre 420 came up here. You remember? And he was like, tell me about. He was like, I respect you, Stanley. You know, blah blah blah. You 60 man. And I'm gonna tell you, Stanley, and this thought just came to my head. You know what I'm saying? And this might blow your mind, Stanley. So teach yourself. There may be a lot of these young men come up here to look at you as the father that they never had. You probably never thought about that before.
Come on now.
I'm telling you, Stanley. A lot of people out here didn't have a father. You heard the man the other day. He said he know his mama or daddy. Right? Right? You understand? And then he started talking to me like, Mr. John Carl, you could be my daddy. Talk to me. How did you become the landlord? You remember? And so what I'm saying to you, Stanley, I think that honestly, a lot of these young men that come up here, you're a tough guy. What is he? You're like, Stanley the man. Like, and I'm not saying Stanley, he's looking at you as his father, but men respect strong men, Stanley. That's just the way it goes. It's never going to change. And they can disagree with a nigga, the strong man, but they still respect him nonetheless. And I think that's kind of what you bring to the channel. What you think about that, HP? Stanley?
Nah, absolutely. You know,
y'all are making my head way bigger than it usually is. So.
Nah.
It's
one of those things where you don't have to agree with somebody, but you know, you demand the respect, and I think that's something that a lot of people have kind of forgotten.
My dad's a big time liberal, Stanley. Big time. Obama, Kamala, he hates Trump just like you do.
See, this is more of what I expect.
Yeah. As Obama said, I can no more disavow my daddy. My dad. Sometimes I call him my daddy too. I get where you going with this, Stanley. Remember you call him your daddy on the stream and people are tripping?
Yeah, but even with that, still too scared to say it to you though,
Well, I think if I've kind of made people charged to go and do their research and prove a Kamala voter wrong, then people. If somebody cracked open a book to prove me wrong, it's justification enough.
You talk about politics. I don't think the young people that are listening to you looking at politics as deeply as you are. That's more of your interest. It's not theirs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I honestly believe, this is my thoughts. And you heard the guy again on the stream. They called in like, Mr. Carl, how did you get into real estate? And I told my dad, my mama. This boy never heard of mama or daddy. Didn't know him, right? Am I wrong, HB?
Nah.
You don't know the longest family for people who didn't have that. They may want just somewhat of a distant connection. What it's like to have a mother or father, or really a strong father. And if they can get that from you, if they can get that from Anton Daniels, whoever the fuck they get it from,
they might get it from you.
Very well. But for the ones that may not agree with me, I'm a rough nigga. Everybody can agree with a rough ass nigga like me, but I think they can agree.
Okay, my lady Lisa.
A rough nigga, she'll take it. She'll even take it. You rough niggas, young guy, you rough niggas. Eat for everybody. But honestly, those are my thoughts. If I must be frank, Sam.
Well, it's much appreciated, John. It's much appreciated, everybody. So
yeah.
You make an old man feel good.
No, that's not what we're trying to do, man.
Your son may one day listen to this. Seriously, your son may one day listen to this. You may pass him down and you may say, you know what, son? I got some shit I want to share with you. And here it is. Here's me in the raw. Stanley Cross raw.
Motherfucker.
And there are going to be some clips. There are going to be some clips like
it may trigger his PTSD.
But there are going to be some clips where they're going to have tough guys where he says Stanley Cross is the man. Andre 420 saying, I really respect a nigga like Stanley Cross. And then your son gonna say, damn, look at my beautiful inheritance. I have to go on YouTube to get the this nigga. I was fortunate enough to be born in his home, Stanley. You don't understand how many young men would be fortunate to, have someone like your guidance. Maybe mine, HB's as well. Some of the other men on the panel, and they're missing that truly, Stanley. And I think that's, someone why they're drawn to you.
But John, you can't lie, man. He's older than you, so you do get a little bit of, something from him as well, my nigga. You know, we got to learn how to respect people that are older than us.
I didn't say I didn't, right? I'm just saying some of the younger men who may not look to me for guidance. I don't have a grown child. Stanley does. He's raised a grown child. He's been married. He's been in the military. He's been a leader of men. And I led off the stream earlier today. There's a lack of leadership here. I do not believe in my heart of hearts Stanley would have been out here fucking women like the New York City police chief. I don't believe Stanley would have done that.
Nah. And I agree. I say the same thing about you too, John.
He may have looked though. He may have looked.
Oh no,
this nigga ain't even out here trying that. Hey, yo, man on popcorn right now.
At that level, probably not.
We all look,
Stanley, man, listen. Again, man, like when Ben Thorpe came on here and offered Stanley begged him, you know what I'm saying? Come on his channel. And Stanley, I think for a lot of people, would have been driven by money, and maybe not driven by money, but just the fame or the 700 viewers that Ben Thorpe kept luring in front of Stanley. Stanley kept saying no.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. And I think, Stanley, I don't think that you understood how many men who looked at that and you know what, that nigga Stanley, stand up nigga. I don't agree with him or half this shit, but he a stand up nigga. It ain't all about the money for him. And those are the things I think, that a lot of young men have not seen in their men in life, honestly. And I think that, you embody that. And here's one of the things I showed on the stream earlier. I can't even see you doing this, Stanley. I can't even see you doing this. You see this, Stanley? I can't even see you doing it. I can't see you doing this. You get this eyebrows threaded, Stanley. You ever had your eyebrows threaded, Stanley? Strong me.
And you know what else too, John? Not only for the men, but even for us women too. Like I could see a lot of my dad in Stanley. Like my dad is a no nonsense guy. He don't cut no corners, and he tells me like it is. He never coddled me.
Man, ain't this crazy?
No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
I know, but just
HB, I had a woman call me, lady I used to deal with way back in the day. She like, I like that Stanley, right? The fuck you like in Stanley, right? And we used to date. Me and John go.
That's funny.
She's I like that Stanley. Introduce me to Stanley.
What's Stanley?
Hey Stanley, your voice does sound like my grandfather, my step grandfather, the man, my grandmother. You sound just like him. Like he's from the military too. So I was like, man, Stanley sound like my step grandfather. You got his voice. I can even call him on the phone. If I call him on the phone, y'all be like, damn, they do sound alike.
Every old man should wake up from his nap to this.
Well, it's probably just because you like a black old man. You know what I'm saying? You got that black old man.
Kim, what are you doing on the internet?
I can't say enough about it.
Hey, John, I wanted to ask you something.
I can't salute you enough.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
We love you, Stanley.
But Stanley drinks a lot, though. That nigga be faded.
We need to be brave to be right down there. We need.
Well, you drink sometimes, okay.
Yeah. Well, doesn't everybody?
Well, yeah. Just
shit. I'm on some wine right now.
Hear your ass be faded.
I should be there with
when you be going in, nigga. I be knowing when you faded, nigga.
Me, your husband, the dog, the kids, just sitting around drinking wine.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I was gonna talk to John about. I had a question for John. Remember when you were talking about, I was at work and I was listening to you talking about Michelle Obama and the whole me and HB talked about this a little earlier. And so my husband and his parents and the kids are at a funeral for his great aunt. His great aunt, well, she's not blood, but she's married to his great uncle. So, that's his great aunt. I didn't want to go. I had a hard day at work yesterday, and I just wanted to stay home and relax. I didn't go. I'm here in the house by myself, in this apartment by myself, and it is what it is. And he didn't get mad. He was like, all right, baby, you don't want to go? Just have some fun. But what I will do is when they get back, dinner will be ready and stuff like that. I just want to hear your thoughts about that.
Virgo again, like you're a woman that works. We hear your ass up here snoring on the string, right? And as you say, you're gonna have the consolation. You're not going by having food and things like your one job ain't to be the first lady, right? That ain't your one job. Your job, you got a little bit broader portfolio of responsibility. Michelle Obama got maids, and I don't want to make this about Michelle Obama because people start chiming in and we go way off that version. But again, what I'm talking about is like cooperation above and beyond Michelle Obama. Men and women, if you really want to get somewhere in life, if you want to build something as simple as a 24-hour chat on YouTube, it's gonna take a lot of cooperation and dealing with people, like again, HB, Stanley, Portia, most of us have never make it crack. You won't even know what that motherfucker look like. And yet somehow
me neither.
It's 10,000 crap we get to see what he looks like. But again, still there is some cooperation, right? That somehow we've been able to pull it off. And I think that this is a message to all the people. Everyone has to reach the pinnacle like Obama. And so you have a lot of women down on the bottom that they see the Michelle example and they say, well, I can do this and I'm still at the bottom before my man even reaches the pinnacle. Right? And I'm thinking that, to reach the pinnacle for many of us, we need to cooperate. It's a thing I've been harping on all the time. You heard, and I keep going back, you heard the 60-year-old man working in a fucking arcade washing dishes. And move away from his sister. And even the fire victims and their families were far away from them. One was in Arkansas. They had been in California. She could have rescued her father, given it a valiant shot. But she had to sit there on the phone and wait for her while her father died, smoke inhalation, hopefully. And so again, I think, cooperation, is the key. You may not have been there for whatever event your father had, your husband had, but you made up for it by, getting up, going to work every day. And then when they got home, you had food or whatever ready for them.
And truth be told, and you know what, HB said pretty much the same thing you did, and I'm sure Stanley probably feels the same way. I can't speak for him, but you know what, at the end of the day, he didn't want to go either. He just went to please his parents, so he kind of understood why I didn't want to go, because we really didn't know her that much. I've never met her. That's number one. But number two, if it would have been somebody like his parents, man, come on now. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta support my husband,
Yeah, great.
We all gotta be willing to compromise on the things that really matter to our significant other. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We just gotta be willing to compromise to, something that matters to our significant other, our business partner, our friends, family, whatever. And I think that's the bigger point. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what, John? I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though I never met the lady, if my husband was distraught about it, I would go. But I ran it through him, and I was like, man, I don't want to go. I've never met her. You guys weren't that. I mean, I didn't say it like that, but my train of thought was, you weren't that close. This was like your great aunt married into your family. If you want to go, that's fine. If you want me to go, that's fine. But I really don't want to go. And he was okay with it. He was like, man, yeah, just relax. I know you're tired. Just relax. And that's it. He went with his parents. So
I mean, we can use
support.
We hear you snoring up here on the stream. Again, guys, I don't mean to belabor the point here, but let me do it again. One more time. This shit keeps fucking stopping when my screen goes off.
Hey, John,
I do want to share with you.
Daniels?
It's all your time, yeah.
Yeah, can I say something about Anton Daniels?
Yeah, go right ahead. No, we're happy to have you up here, man.
So the thing with Anton Daniels is like that's how I found this space, right? Through him. Man, he has 3 channels.
Hey,
right?
hold on 1 second now. Hold on. Yeah, what's up? Hello?
Hey,
what's
going on? My driver's outside.
Okay, let me send you the Venmo right now. Kel, you don't take Venmo anymore, do you? Wait, you don't take Cash App either?
Yeah, we do pay Cash App. I'll send it to you.
All right.
All the things. We are here, y'all. Ego to base. Ego to base.
What is that, man? What is it, man? I need some. I do. Go ahead, Nas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like Anton got 3 channels, right? He showed last month like out of 2 channels he makes 180 G's a month.
Yeah.
And one of them is like how to make money, and it's basically he got over 10,000 Patreon fucking thing. They're saying bag chases, right? None of the stuff he says it compares to what you, Crack, and Master Kim doing on this channel. And I'm saying like you gotta like interview him, like find out how the fuck do you work this. This channel is like 100 times better than his channel. You can make this thing work, man. Like honestly, you can make this like Crack spits more information than anybody on YouTube. But like, this shit got to be rewarded.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't like Anton Daniels. He act like he just the shit. Like, nigga, just because you got some money, I don't like niggas like that. Just because they think they got some money, that it's just an attitude with it, bro. You know what I mean?
No,
you
but
could
I
be
do
helpful to individuals.
I do hear what Nas is saying, and I do think that'll come one of these days. We're gonna figure it out. But I think the difference is like we're not willing to go the same route Anton is going.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But John, last week you were on a panel with Angry Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to do just send him a message to interview him. He has a loyal fan base. Like you bring that fan base over here, and slowly you'll grow the channel, man. Like, and he will like Angry Man and Anton. They will tell you game about YouTube without any dirty shit. They will show you the stuff. Just interview them. Just like go in that space.
No, this the thing. The game is the game. You know what I mean? Like it's no secret to it. Anton's been on YouTube for like 10 plus years, man.
He's been on like a bunch of you. Yeah, he's been doing it, but different stuff.
Yeah, same with Angry Man. The game is the game with YouTube. There's certain things that you have to do to get put in those certain algorithms and stuff. And I think part of kind of what makes this special is, we kind of recreated the whole format of what most YouTubers are all about. But I do think, once we get a couple things figured out, we'll get to that point though. We'll get to that point.
No, but I honestly think between Craig, John, and Master Kim, there's no other better YouTube channel for business.
I tell you, man, oops, what did he say? Let me see. Let me tell you this. Yeah. The weed lady, by the way. Guys, you want to see the what do you want to let's see. Let's go. You want to see what I'm buying? What up, smoking? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Flower girl, lesbian bitches. Diversity, ladies and gentlemen. Lesbian bitches. Lesbian bitches. You see that, right? Flower bitches. Lesbian bitches.
You know, Nas though, you know, that is one of the things though. I do feel like we do owe it to the audience to make sure that we can grow the channel. You know, it's just about how you do it. You don't want to just, you know, do it in a way that doesn't honor everybody's values and morals.
HB, I disagree with you. I don't think you own it to the audience because, like, the loyal base will still be with you. I think audience owes it to you guys, man, because you guys provide so much shit. Like, you guys got to get rewarded.
But I mean, the audience can't grow the channel. The audience can't grow the channel. I mean, they can tell people.
No, but I'm saying, like, audience, like, you got a low. There's like 25 loyal fans over here every day, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying that we will be with you all the time. I'm saying.
No, I know.
But I'm saying for you guys to get like 1 million views, and you could, like, if crack, just one of the crack stats goes up there, you could get it. Anything Master Kim or John says about real estate, it'll go fucking viral.
Oh no! Trust me, I definitely like the talent is there.
The talent is on different level on this channel.
Yeah. The talent is there, and not only that, but
and Portia is like, you know, she's like Magic Johnson. She's like Magic Johnson. She got Kareem on this side, Moody on this side. She's like passing the ball. You know, she's doing it.
You know, the thing is, you know, like, I don't know, man. You know, I don't know. I haven't watched enough of Anton Daniels, and I'm sure he could. So what I'm about to say probably, you know, doesn't really fit. But, you know, like Master Kim, like, you know, I feel like if I had a real serious business opportunity, I could go to Master Kim and yo, what's up? Hey, can you help me out here? And if it's worth his while or worth my while and worth our while, he might go for it. Same thing with, you know, maybe a Get Crack or HB or Porsche or something like that. I think, you know, Stanley, don't let me leave him out. You know, people, you know, we built an element of trust.
No,
here.
John, but you missed my thing. I'm saying he has 10,000 subscribers paying $15 a month, paying for business advice, and this channel has 100 times better advice. That's my point. I didn't say nothing about it good about Anton. I'm saying he's making $150,000 a month from business advice he doesn't give, and you guys give $1 million advice.
Honestly,
you know,
that's a whole. But Nas, that's a whole business model in itself.
It is because he.
You know, I'm be honest, man. Like honestly, man. Like, you know, I don't know about anyone. I can't speak for anyone else. And I can't say I don't want to make money, unlike anyone else. But if I had the opportunity to make that kind of money, man, I would want to build up a community that could make 100 million. If I had 10,000 people in this audience, I would try to make those 10,000 people build up something worth 10 times what their audience is worth. Like the Green Dragon. I've talked about the Green Dragon here before. And I don't know if Universal is here, but, you know, you guys that may remember me referencing the Green Dragon. Don't make me pull it up. But I don't think you need 10,000 people. I don't think you need millions of people. I don't even think you need millions of dollars. I do think you need millions of people, you know, a couple thousand people with the momentum behind you. And you can, you know, go very far places. You know, the things that you speak about, Crack and HB and Stanley and, you know, me, John Galt. I think those things spread far and wide. You know, we've seen CKJ3, other people like Chris that come up on the panel that has benefited from Master Kim's knowledge. You know, person, man, like, you know, I talked about it earlier today, man. Like, personally, I just can't sit up here and take your money without providing a path for you to prosperity. I just can't do it. I don't even like talking about money. I've said it many times. like it just ain't me, man. I just couldn't, like I see Anton Daniels in nice hotels and shit, nigga. I'm in the hood.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see myself taking your money being in Las Vegas and shit like that. I couldn't do it. It's like prosperity pimping to me. And
But John, that was my point though. Like crack provides 100 times more than Anton Daniels, and he makes
It's the same with crack though. Nas,
that's
crack,
what I'm saying. But crack is so good. Crack is better than anybody on the internet.
He ain't asking for a
no. But I don't want it. I don't want him to ask you for anything. But I'm saying we can reach so many more voices. Like in crack, can help so many more people.
We're gonna reach him. We're gonna reach him. I promise you, we're gonna reach him.
That's ones that want it, crack can help so many more people.
The ones that want it, we're gonna try our best. The ones that want it, I promise you, we're gonna try our best to reach him.
Like even Universal, he can send so many more laptops.
Nigga, Universal.
That is true. That is true. Universal.
Universal. Stream Deck, my nigga.
He can go Universal laptops.
You gonna make me go out and buy a Stream Deck, Universal? So what happened to the Stream Deck, man? That's what you gonna say to me, man. I paid for it.
There is
I promise to love you, brother.
I promise you, I paid for it. Like you don't have to hold it back for a woman. I paid for it.
It's a lot of laptops that can be sent,
yeah.
Our laptops.
Now you are right though, Nas. You know, I think just really the issue is you know, we do gotta grow the channel, and there's only so many ways you could do it. Now I hear what you're saying about like doing the cross.
And I think John and Stanley got to go on different panels, and then.
But I think the thing about John and Stanley though is both of them are just they're not like entertainers.
No. It's not even, like John. John, you were on Izzy's panel last week, right?
Yeah, I was on Izzy.
Yeah, and Izzy, I hate Izzy. I think is a piece of shit. But I like Angry Man. Like, and I'm saying like you were like the best human being on that fucking panel. But I'm just saying, just like people can see how good of a person you are, and then you bring them to you instead of these people. And then like, and I'm saying, we can review it here, and then we can review it on this channel. Like, and that's how you like. Because what happened? This channel, like, we got 1,000 fucking subscribers in a week, and then it kind of died out. So we gotta like figure shit out, man.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah. Nah, you are right, man. You are right. We do got some work to do.
No, we got like, and you know what? I'm riding with you guys all the way. So like,
no. Don't think that we don't see the work that we have to do. Like there is some work that needs to be done, and not the dumbass stuff people in the chat be.
No. But I'm not saying that.
No, I know.
And I'm not saying like HB. You know, like you don't need to go. But John and Stanley, they got different personalities. They can like John. I seen John on panels like on what's his name? Might be Risky channel.
Yeah.
We can react here, and then people are gonna, and then just put in the channel, react to you might be risky, like whatever, and then people are gonna come, man.
Yeah. Nah. You're right about it though, man. And I think you know, we're a lot of the stuff we do have to, you know, I don't really want to discuss on the channel too much, but okay. But you know, there are some things we got to get in line before we can really, you know, use the channel to its full benefit. And you know, it's still like a new thing too. So there's, you know, some mistakes we made early on, but you know,
yeah. You know what pissed me off one time? You know what pissed me off one time? I was up at night like with crack on the channel, and Rock came on the chat. He's like, "You only got 15 views," and I'm like, "Motherfucker!" And I'm like, "You fucking cocksucker! You talking shit to us?"
You know, honestly, man. You know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work. You know, I don't. You know, when we started the channel, I didn't aspire. My aspirations were not Anton Daniels, because Anton Daniels has to do things that probably I'm not willing to do. Again, you know, I look at some of the super chats these people are collecting, and I'm like, man, like how they could, you know, it's like, again, I say it's like prosperity pimping. I remember shit. When we first started off here, there was no super chats, there was no cash apps on the banner, just, you know, you're doing it kind of out of a, you know, like a passion of some sort.
Yeah.
And then we figured out the Streamlabs, then we, you know, said, we might as well have up to reward the people who are willing to, put forth their time and effort. I think there's just more than one way to skin a cat, to be honest with
No,
you.
but HB, John, like I like being in a channel with like 15, 20 people that I know, and it's kind of like family. But I want the channel to grow so like everybody gets this knowledge. That's my point.
No. I do too. And I just think there's a way around. There's a ways about it. But like the part of it is we're not gonna, that the big YouTubers, they have a certain model.
No, and I'm not even saying use their model. I'm just saying use them to interview them for one time and just like bring few fans and get some of the knowledge. Don't use none of their model, man.
Yeah, no. I do agree with you to a certain.
I mean, we're gonna try to get a couple of. I tried to get Hemp on at one point. It didn't work out, but we'll figure it out. We get him at some point.
Yeah.
But I think we've had even better people than Hemp. Ken Watson was better than Hemp. In terms of information people.
Yeah, real life situation.
No, you're talking about business, but I'm talking about like just YouTube. You need a couple of YouTubers that like actually they flow with it.
Yeah.
In a year from now, you never know what Ken Watson may be.
Yeah.
He could be on the front page of Business Insider or something, Wall Street Journal, and and it could be just be me. Go ahead,
John. We'll probably have another little business meeting in the back one of these days.
You guys should.
Yeah, because I do agree with Nas to a certain extent.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
but I just think there's certain things we got to
stay loyal to yourself, but look, gotta expand a little bit. Not just for yourself, you're gonna expand so many more minds, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now I agree. And now that you mentioned, you saw me on Izzy and Anger. What's it? Anger Man. I tell you, I've been on Bomb Jerry Juice.
You looked embarrassed on that because they said a lot of stupid.
I didn't have anything to say, man. I ain't have nothing.
They said a lot of stupid things on there. You looked embarrassed to be on that fucking thing.
They're like, yo, I gotta get off here, man.
That's what I'm saying, John. You looked embarrassed, and I agree with you. They said some dumb shit, but I'm saying it was part of the game, man.
I can't play that game, man. I got too much going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. But you felt it because I saw your face. You look like, what the fuck am I doing with this idiots?
Yeah, I can't. I've been on Izzy's panel before, and I just
Izzy's a retard. He's just a scam artist.
I don't know, man. I ain't gonna say he is. A lot of these people just doing.
I've been in the space for years, man. I know.
Maybe.
Yeah, man. No. A lot of them only do it for Nas. A lot of them only do it for the money, man.
No, more like 95% of them do.
Yeah, it's all a grift to a certain extent. But
I don't even I don't even rate a name anymore.
Stanley, you get an applause when you leave the scene. When you leave the stage, Santa Claus, they always put an applause up for you.
The name of the show is Black Coward Stops a Rough and Tumble White Man from Speaking.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Be brave is rough and tumble.
He's a marketing genius.
Yo, see, this is why Be Brave has just got to accept that he's a racist, man. Because this is like the issue with white guys, man. They really think they're the victims now, man. They've really been convinced that they're a victim.
Well, he was a little bit of a victim. I have to give him that.
Yeah, but no white man back in the good old days would ever concede to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a new day.
I know. They just not built the same, man. They're not built the same.
Well, just like
Matt VG say he thinks it's always him versus the panel up here.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really say anything about Matt VG. I point out his comments from time to time. I like Matt VG. He's always in the chat. No problem.
Nah, I don't like Matt VG. I think he's
Universal. What's up, brother?
What's up, Nas?
I think he's a bitch.
No, I don't like Matt VG.
Yeah, no, I think he's a bitch. Yeah, no. I don't like it.
He's okay.
Man, he's a loyal supporter. You got to keep him up, man.
I think he's a
Stanley, this morning I almost did a software stream.
Oh, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all niggas crazy.
Well, I think that maybe I'll do something for Be Brave. Maybe something to soothe his hurt feelings.
What happened with Be Brave?
Oh, I don't know. He got his feelings a little hurt.
Oh, you don't know.
Good, finally.
Yeah,
Shit.
right.
He's a bitch ass nigga anyway.
That's what's so weird. That's what's so weird about Brave to me, man. I don't know, man. I just could not let. I just wouldn't let my. If I'm in his position, 70-year-old white man, you didn't seen it all, man. Can these niggas really tell you, man? If you know, you know.
Hey, John.
What's up, man? What's going on?
Here's your proof, man. I do have the stream deck. I'm gonna send it to you. This is the one, right?
Oh man, I ain't pushing you. What are you talking about? This the one. What are you talking about?
Like this the one you seen?
Yeah, I seen one of those. Yeah. Don't worry, that's fine.
Yeah, I got you. I'll send it to you today. I got another little care package. I got to send to another pretty girl. So I'll add that to the.
My nigga? What's happening, my nigga? What's going on?
What's good? What's good?
Is there a laptop in that package?
Nah. She don't need a laptop. She needs something else. So.
It's just chicks.
Okay.
Hey man, don't y'all be shaming that trick. He got to do his thing.
God damn it, Universal.
As I said, the laptop worked better than y'all think. So y'all can say whatever y'all want. I won.
God damn it, Universal.
I won. Y'all can date her. The guy dated her in real life. What's up?
Oh shit! He said laptop or desktop. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
You never hear me hating Universal.
I know you don't.
Whatever happened to snitches? Snitches get stitches. Universal. Whatever happened to that?
Virgo. This is a man of means gets his way with the word. You get to grab him by the pussy. That's the way they live.
Oh my God!
Hey man,
John.
money does a lot of wonders, man.
Do
it. I'm guessing if you're willing to let them grab you by the pussy.
Maybe not as interesting.
I'm not saying I grabbed anybody by the pussy.
Hey, Universal is a better investor than Skip Bayless.
Universal.
Okay,
a man of means. Relatively, we're all on different levels here.
Yeah, relative.
You get to grab the woman on his level or below his level by the pussy. She'll let you do it. And I'm saying metaphorically, Right?
I will say in this world, having means and status and time gives you a huge advantage over somebody who doesn't.
Hey, be careful. Stanley won't meet to us.
Hey, hold on. The nigga just mentioned something real serious. That time. A lot of niggas out here working 2-3 jobs, and we get bombarded with. They ain't got the time. But a nigga like me, jungle, I cut this bitch off and go chase pussy all day long. Yeah, nigga, y'all niggas ain't got no time.
Post divorce, that's the biggest thing that I have appreciation for. Is I got time back, man. Like literally, I have a half a month to do whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want, however the fuck I want.
Universal, man, motherfucker.
And thank God I've been doing that for a while.
Universal, man, like motherfuckers. And
I ain't never been married before though.
You ever heard of a Piatere University? I've talked about this on the stream many times. When I first moved to New York, I was like, man,
it's like it's kind of like a timeshare or space, right?
A small space, I think that's what it means in French. And men with money, men with time, more than money, the time you can just, man. Sometimes I used to be back in my younger days. I wake up, I didn't even know what city I was in, but what bed I was in. I've
had that. It's like, oh shit.
You know
yeah, so the Piatere in these days is the Airbnb. You just fucking wake up in a new space. You're like, oh shit.
Or if you're a man like me, you have spaces in a couple places, and then you just
yeah, I haven't reached that level yet.
Man, listen, university man, I don't even like to travel with clothes, honestly.
Yeah, that's next level shit right there.
Shit, a lot of
Oh
people
my
haven't reached
God,
that level.
John. Yeah. When I go to New York, I go with like an empty suitcase. Like I'll have some.
Other than
I have some stuff.
Other than Africa, I'm traveling with some clothes because you can't really buy clothes there that easily.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, nigga, carry on bag. That's all I got. Right, that's all I got. Fuck it, I buy everything I want when I get there. Right, everything I need, shorts, whatever, when I get there. Yeah,
well, you know what? I'm in a different mindset. It's not that I buy everything I need. I travel out to when I go to New York, like to visit my family. I'll have a couple of stuff like in my backpack, but I travel with an empty suitcase because all the shopping I can do out there that I can't do in Florida.
I don't do no shopping.
Women tend to pack a lot of shit anyway. Way more shit than you need.
I try to pack light, man. I try to pack light. They charge you nowadays.
Suitcases, but I ain't carrying shit. Right, my back, on my back. Right. She might got a suitcase of 210. Me to check one for her, but I ain't carrying shit. You know, that's the way I travel. Rage be there.
That's why, hey man, John, listen, man, that's why I always say, man, it's never over till it's over, man. You know, like you can't till you get to the promised land, you gotta work your ass off, man, till you get there. But
the light never goes out.
Yep. You can't never get content. You know what I mean? Like till you get there, you gotta just keep grinding. Yeah, John, you got a lot of background noise, man. I don't know. You got some smooth jazz. You got smooth.
Yeah, I got keep me going here. You know what this is? It's the instrumental to "Scandalous" by Tupac. You ever heard that?
I don't think
you know what Scandalous? Y'all niggas, y'all niggas young. Y'all probably know what the fuck. University, you ever heard "Scandalous" by Tupac?
I don't know. Maybe. It's not resonating. Let me look it up.
Yeah, damn, a lot of young niggas in
Scandalous
by Tupac. You know whatever.
That was when the West Coast, East Coast was happening. So
John, I'm from the Bay. I know about it.
You know, I know now 415. You know, the Scandalous by Tupac. So this is the instrumentals playing in the background.
Yeah, I'm from the Bay.
This shit keep me going. I used to be a West Coast nigga. I used to love West Coast music. Can you guys hear it? Can you hear it at all?
Well, I could a little bit.
Let me hear what you guys can hear a little bit.
I remember this song. It's on the All Eyes on Me album. I remember this song. I was a little kid listening. It's just like fucking.
Yeah, that was my shit. Right?
Universal, how old are you?
Oh, I was in high school when this shit came out. Like high school.
In the 90s, I was in elementary school.
Universal, how old are you? 38?
38, yeah, 38.
Yeah, I'm 44, so yeah.
I can't wait till I see LA.
Yeah, I think I was already in college. I was either in college or my senior year of high school when this song.
I was in middle school.
That nigga,
I can't wait till I see LA.
that his production was, I don't know, man. Like when you listen back to it today, that shit kind of timeless.